Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 451 Chapter 81 The interests struggle. The drawing skill of this painting is amazing. In any case, essence, chi, and spirit are all intact. The sparrow is small and complete, and can be used as a spirit artifact. It is incredible. If you can see its original appearance, the old man, there is no regret in death. Chu Shidao is also amazed and regrettable. Li Qingshan asked, I don't know if there is a way to combine these 3 volumes of swords and swords into one. Can be divided into natural harmony. The old man is not talented, may be able to understand the skills of the predecessor expert, try to repair it. Li Qingshan Darkse, if the seniors can help me, I will not let my predecessors waste my heart. No, master, your body is so, how can it cost more? Chu Danking put cursive sword script on Li Qingshan, I can't help the senior brother, I can't let you do it. The master should rest. Li Qingshan can't say anything anymore, just try another way. Do you want me to lie in bed and see Yama? Chu Shidao patted the bed and shouted to Chu Danking, bring the picture to me. Li Qingshan, don't you want a magical artifact? Chu Shidao's temper came up, no one could, but in the end, Li Qingshan left the 3 volumes of cursive sword script and left. The white clouds vacated and the vast land rushed toward the rear. The wind whistled and the clothes were fluttering. Li Qingshan sighed, they look like a family, so affectionate and enviable. Ruxin sits cross-legged in the cloud, I am a generation of people, too deep and too cut, not necessarily a good thing. Only venerated indifference, immortal ascension. If this is the case, then this fairy is not worth mentioning. Ruxin's face was a strange smile, as if looking at a stubborn child. Li Qingshan said, why, was it fascinated by my charm? 1 point. Then you are late. You haven't heard a word called, is it near the water floor? Ruxin leaned closer to Li Qingshan, exhaling like a blue smile and laugh. As in the water, there seems to be a flow of indescribable emotions. Li Qingshan didn't just know her, how can she be fooled? Let's play less. Can you really make this forgetting water? Ruxin said, try it. Maybe I need it too. Venerated indifference, the hardest thing, is a forget word. In Lian Mountain respectively. Li Qingshan returned to Immortal Cave and saw Little Un sitting in the middle, the flames burning on his head, and the huge skull of Skull Rosary, which opened the mouth and spewed out the flame, burning more. Baidu search, see the novel fastest update. A corpse flies into the fire, melts in a flash, blends into a white liquid in the center of the flame, and flies in all directions. Or scatter into the mouth of the skull or drop it down. With the deepening of Skull Rosary's refining, it has not increased. Its overall power is also constantly improving. There are more dead bodies. I don't know how many corpses I spent, and the white liquid gradually solidified. It is made into a round shape and is made from a skull rosary. Little Un stood up and smiled sweetly, I am quick to become the first layer of Tao of the beautiful bones. The so-called foundation establishment realm community, for her is a true foundation establishment. She has been taking cultivation for many years, until now it is barely completed the accumulation of body and mind. For the Tao of the beautiful bones, this divine ability a sufficient foundation. Li Qingshan said, I should praise your cultivation fast or slow? If you make a first layer, how is it compared to Blood Shadow? Little Un said, he must not escape. Even if you play with you, you will not lose. Little girl, let you see and see me now. Li Qingshan smiled and rushed over. Little Un was far away, sprinkling a smile on the ear. Before the darkness, many of the sects in Clear River Prefecture did the same job, removed the formation, put away the mechanism, and looked back with reluctance, then flew together and gave up the sect that had been in business for many years. Field migration. The migrated team is not fast because of Chi refining warrior, but when it meets with other sects, it will move together and move toward the same goal. The sky will be late. The sunset is red and the Yunxia, Hua Chengzhen foot and long sword, looking down from the sky. I saw a little bit of stars, like the firefly-like cultivators, flew into Yunxia to look into the distance, the moon rising. Han Tai said, I didn't expect a moon demon to push Fu Qingjin and even the entire Monster Execution Union into such a situation. Han Tai said, I would like to play with him. Hua Chengzhen said, I hope you won't have this opportunity. The voice did not fall. A shadow of the shadow across the sky came to the Yunxia faction. The wings are like gods, scarlet hair fluttering, ruby-like eyes, locked the flower iron too. Hua Chengzhen was shocked and smiled. You are a crow's mouth. Han Tai's face is dignified and ready to go. Li Qingshan stayed in the mountains to take medicine cultivation, and came out to see the movement of Monster Execution Union, ready to come back for a few more harassment battles. If there is a chance, then kill a few factions, so as to immediately form an alliance, add more chips from each. The aspect suppresses Fu Qingjin Monster Execution Union. I encountered this great migration, and traced the source to this place, but I met the Huati and the two who came to investigate. Seeing their outpowered look, Li Qingshan smiled and bowed down to Yunxia. Hua Chengzhen's heart is loose, and Han Tai, who is eager to try, quietly retreats. Since the other party has no intention of shooting, it would be better. Do not say that the odds of winning, even if you win, you will not be able to stay. Here is the home base of the Monster Execution Union, how can they not take their shots? The Monster Execution Union cultivator also noticed the existence of Li Qingshan. The panic spread, Qi refining warrior accelerated to fly to Yunxia, and the Foundation establishment cultivator broke down and looked up at the figure that forced them here. The heart was hatred. There is fear. No one takes the lead to challenge, and confronts in silence. Hua Chengzhen was slightly moved, and with him one, he did not dare to go forward to battle with thousands of cultivators. This is how powerful it is, this is Moon Demon. However, when I saw him with my own eyes, I found that it was not as sinister and violent as I imagined, and that I was so calm and relaxed that there was an unspeakable peace and quiet. Fu Qingjin ordered a war before the retreat, and did not be challenged by demon, so as to avoid the enemy's traitors. The current Yunxia faction was established by Fu Qingjin as the headquarters of the Monster Execution Union in Clear River Prefecture. It is covered with a lot of powerful formations, and there are many mechanism turrets. If Li Qingshan dares to go down, it is self-investment. It seems that Fu Qingjin is no longer here. Li Qingshan whispered, and put his hand into his pocket, stepping on the invisible path of a paved star and walking toward the distance. Everyone can't help but relax. Hua Chengzhen and Han Tai look at each other and become more and more dignified. Such an opponent is truly terrible, and the alliance is really urgent. On the second day, Monster Execution Union reported that Fu Qingjin had postponed the alliance indefinitely in the name of retreating and rehabilitating. This was originally expected, and Fu Qingjin would not be in a weak state negotiating with hundreds of families. But very quickly, everyone realized that Fu Qingjin was a hot game, not for demon, but for hundreds. Clear River Prefecture City, Eagle Wolf Guard, Wang Pushi and Hua Chengzhen are talking. Dong dong dong, door, coming. See the two commanders. Today, another guard was attacked by demon and 17 Eagle Wolf guards died. Hua Chenglu hit the red. After 3 years of cultivation, she finally reached the Qi refining 7th level and promoted Red Wolf Guard. The clean Scarlet Wolf suit is supposed to be a heroic figure, but it looks even more sultry. Wang Pushi took a table and chilled. Sect can do everything, but 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy has the responsibility of surviving the people of the world, and constantly sending people to kill the messy demon. Losing sect's containment, not only has the Eagle Wolf Guard, but hundreds of disciplines have suffered heavy losses. Hua Chengzhen said, I didn't expect to be an army. He wants us to realize in advance the result of the cold. Let us be disadvantaged when we negotiate the alliance. Wang Pushi said, they got into trouble and made the entire Clear River Prefecture a hell. If the situation is not right, it will shrink. It is really awful to threaten us by taking the people as hostages. Fu Qingjin Hidden Sword Palace. Hua Chengzhen puts out a breath. Stone Demon Blood Demon is killing everywhere, even if it is more difficult to stop. The only thing fortunate is that Moon Demon didn't shoot. It seems that even the Night Walker will converge, otherwise it will be harder to clean up. This is even more worrying, and the alliance must be carried out. Wang Pushi frowned. At this time, who can't help but contact each other, it will be unfavorable first. Hua Chengzhen said, Chenglu, Zijian, how are you doing? Hua Chenglu has some helpless words. I advised her to have a lot of cultivation, but she was very emotional and didn't want to stay at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. I wanted to go out and I tried to persuade her. For 3 years, Hua Chengzhen's protection of Yu Zijian is still on Hua Chenglu. After all, the successor of Purple Knight Sword, if she died in war, Hidden Sword Palace will be thunderous. The situation may be worse than the war failure. I also made arrangements for Yu Shukyuang and the others. If it's someone else, it's too late to be happy, but Yu Zijian is a little different. Hua Chengzhen indulged for a moment. I agree that she should go out and practice. First pick some safe tasks for her. But with the formation protection, what tasks are absolutely safe? The interests of the two organizations struggled to make this kind girl a bargaining chip. He also felt that it was not a taste, but at this time, there was no more suitable method. As a member of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, he is planning the overall interests of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Just as a person, you have to fight demon. This. Hua Chenglu hesitated. Okay, but I have to work with her. After Hua Chenglu left, Wang Pushi strangely asked, what does Yu Zijian have to do with this? Hua Chengzhen thought about it and decided to confide the truth. Wang Pushi listened. It turned out that I thought that you were too concerned about Yu Zijian, and thought that you finally have to change your love. This is a good move. But you have to send a foundation establishment cultivator to protect them. We can trust that the strength cannot be too bad, but also have to hide the figure. Hua Chengzhen smiled slightly. I have a suitable candidate. Peas, now in Zhengzhou, a party ready to participate, although with a computer, but the update may be somewhat unstable. Please forgive me. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 452 Chapter 82, Old Time. Li Qingshan got a message and came to the Clear River Prefecture Eagle Wolf Guard and pushed in. What's the matter, kid? There is a task for you. Wang Pushi looked at the neat Li Qingshan, satisfied with nod. No matter how unruly he is, but still a trustworthy candidate. What mission? Li Qingshan thought that he was a little bit aware of the current difficulties faced by 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Fu Qingjian did this, but he let him eliminate the guilty feelings. Even the people who pick things up don't care. He is a passive opponent. What is good? Hua Chengzhen meditates and walks to Li Qingshan. You know my sister and Yu Zijian. Li Qingshan said, of course. What do you think of them? It's all good girls. Why, you want to say goodbye to me? Will you marry me in the 82nd chapter when you marry your sister? Li Qingshan smiled. Hua Chengzhen also smiled and said, you have this qualification. If you can let Qiangzi and Chenglu nod, I will not interfere with it. Your task is to protect them in secret. The internal cause of this task is unspeakable and quite strange. At the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, it is extremely important to be able to protect two Qi refining warriors. I can remember this sentence. If you haven't seen it for 3 years, Chenglu is more beautiful. Don't laugh. I protect where they go. Wang Pushi said, where you don't go. Just perform some simple tasks. Li Qingshan puzzling. Let a Foundation Establishment Cultivator protect two Qi refining warriors? You really have an idea. If you are in danger, let them stay honest. It is not enough to let me complete the task directly. Hua Chengzhen said with a slight apology. There is a lot of work here, and I can't explain it to you. And this thing cannot be known by them, nor can it be known by others. I know that it is unreasonable. Except for you. I also believe in others. I believe that I still don't tell the truth. Well, don't let you be embarrassed. Rest assured, if I am there, no one can move them. No, if it is not fatal, You must not take shots when you are in the 82nd chapter. Just watching is enough. Just give them a chance. Interesting. You really made me curious. Out of the Eagle Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan turned to the direction of the Illusory Cloud Association, and he did not apply magic spell, Anbuizaka, into the flow of people. At this time of the year, Clear River Prefecture is full of excitement and joy, and seems to have never been affected by the war. On the contrary, because of the war, Fucking became the only place of tranquility, and countless people moved to their homes, which caused a deformed prosperity. The cultivator has no concept of New Year. Li Qingshan is also a long-lost violation of such a scene. Feeling intimate, as people flow forward. After a while, I came to the Illusory Cloud Association. On the flaming archway, the 3 characters Illusory Cloud Association were written, and the lights were everywhere, and there was a live performance. Opera, storytelling, lyrics, all-encompassing. But the price is extremely cheap, just a few copper plates. You can sit in the theater during the winter, beautiful, drinking hot tea, eating snacks, mixing an afternoon in one story. Forget the troubles of the world. In Clear River Prefecture, it has become a fashion. Li Qingshan walked under the archway, dropped a few taels of silver, and entered the newly built theater. A hot air rushed to the front, full of seats, about 1,000 people. An old man in the middle, talking loudly. It was in the story of dragon slaying. The rune on the ground magnifies his voice several times and spreads it clearly in every corner. In a room behind the Illusory Cloud Association, Sun Fubai sits opposite Liu Qunfeng. Sun Fubai complained, "Junior brother, since you saw Qingshan, why don't you let him come over and discuss the next plan?" Liu Qunfeng said, "There is nothing to discuss. The outside is so chaotic, all the plans can't be carried out, but within the scope of Clear River Prefecture, we are not enough." Speaking of these difficulties, we must be trained. Who was trained? Fubai. Long time no see. Cultivation base has been refined. Li Qingshan smiled and walked in. I saw Sun Fubai sitting in a circle chair, wearing a grey thin shirt, must be white, but the spirit is better. It is surrounded by true Qi, and it is close to the peak of Qi refining 10th level. Sun Fubai suddenly got up and was pleasantly surprised. "Qingshan, you are finally here." Looking up and down at him, "I am very pleased. I heard that your foundation establishment is successful, and sure enough, really, very good. Very good." Li Qingshan sat down and listened to Sun Fubai about the development of the Illusory Cloud Association. Sure enough, as Liu Qunfeng said, it has developed very well in Fucking. Many branches have been opened. But in other places, the situation is very bad. The thieves are beating, demon is rampant, and his life is still precarious. Who has the mood to listen to their stories? Liu Qunfeng said, especially now. What is Moon Demon? And the Monster Execution Union has been forced into a tortoise. Maybe it will not be long before Clear River Prefecture is Demon's World. Sun Fubai frowned. "Junior brother, how do you say this kind of disappointment? The situation will be better. The war will not last. We have to prepare from now and win the hearts of the people." I went to a painter a few times ago. Li Qingshan said Chu Shidao's thoughts. Sun Fubai shines. "It's a good idea, Qingshan. If you don't have time, junior brother, you go to the painter." Li Qingshan said, "I don't want to go to him recently, the body of the master. Not very good." Sun Fubai nodded, said, "Understand," smiled. "Qingshan, when you come back, our novel school is like a backbone. Now every family is doing a new and old exchange. Junior brother, you can abdicate to the sage." Liu Qunfeng is nervous, afraid to see Li Qingshan, but also afraid to mention this. His patriarch has just tasted a bit of taste, and now there are some disciplines. Let him abdicate to let Xian, very reluctant. Fortunately, Li Qingshan immediately refused. Let Liu Qunfeng breathe a sigh of relief, and quickly added a cup of tea to him. Sun Fubai suddenly asked, "Qingshan, did you repair Boundless Sea Art?" "Yes." Li Qingshan was in the heart, but it was not a secret at 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. and Sun Fubai knew it was not surprising. Sun Fubai recalled, in the beginning of my bookstore, there was this culture technique, but only the upper part, and later gave it to a big black man. Liu Kunfing said, good is also a cultural technique, why did you give it to him? Sun Fubai is not angry, it's not because the book you wrote made me shameful, plus the great temperament of the big man. I also said that if I was lucky enough to find all the cultural technique, I would send this culture technique to me. Look, I didn't expect it to be your cultivation technique. This is really a coincidence. Who knows where the man is now, whether it is dead or alive. It is better for me to give this cultivation technique to you, but I have a wish. Li Qingshan smiled and took it out. Jade slip was handed over to Sun Fubai. The promise of the past has been completed in this way, and it is really unpredictable. In the afternoon, the plane arrived, and it was only 11 o'clock to get to the hotel. It was so tired that I went to sleep. RQ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 453 Chapter 83 The Change of Yu Zijian. How is this done? Sun Fubai quickly refused. Let you see it, you can see it. Li Qingshan couldn't help but say, put the jade slip in his hand. Sun Fubai's heart, this heroic, to a bit like the old man. Ordinary people get a special culture technique, and they all look like a treasure. How can it be so easy to show people? Sun Fubai roughly browsed and changed the jade slip. This collaboration technique is really amazing. The most difficult thing is that it is very suitable for Qingshan. You will be able to carry it in your hands. I believe that novel school can also be carried forward in your hands in Fubai. Li Qingshan put a true spiritual pill in the hands of Sun Fubai. This is too expensive, I really can't accept it. Over the years, thanks to Fubai's efforts, I can get so many wishes for the change of Yu Zijian in Chapter 83. If there is more than one foundation establishment cultivator in Novel School, we will join forces in the future, why not? A few words, Li Qingshan left Clear River Prefecture and came to the Dragon Snake Lake, looking at the continuous reeds, recalling the time spent with Han Qiangzi in the old days, thinking, I don't know what Qiangzi is. Has the foundation establishment been successful? Sitting down in the thin, gauzy mist, take out the illusion water invisible sword, caress the blade, and sway a circle of sparkling brilliance. Even the people with the sword, all disappeared without a trace. Introverted, sinking into the Danshan Chi Sea, rolling the water spirit, like the sea. A great amplifying divine symbol in the sea. Guangwu is slightly dim. Since the foundation establishment, he has been involved in Gods and Demons 9 transformations. At this moment, I can finally calm down and bring the great amplifying divine symbol to realm. Also advance forward. The Chi Sea waved up, and a wave of water flew out of the sea, hovering around the great amplifying divine symbol, forming a water ball in a circle, like a big bang, bit by bit deep into the great amplifying divine symbol. 3 days in the sky, the fog gradually dispersed, water ball condensed in Li Qingshan within the body. Broken, great amplifying divine symbol, divine light generous. The frescoes of the murals become more complex. Mystery complex. In the glory of the brilliance, there are vaguely metaphysical creatures, flowers and trees. The change of Yu Zijian in the 83rd chapter of The Flying Beast is all-encompassing. Li Qingshan's figure appeared out of thin air, and the twists and turns were distorted and turned into invisible. A jackdaw appeared out of thin air and stood in the void. Li Qingshan stared at the jackdaw on his wrist, which he borrowed from the great amplifying divine symbol, and it was vivid and vivid. Pin up a little divine sense and raise your hand. The jackdaw flutters and flies high, and the sound of a winged flapper is smashing, and countless jackdaws are scattered into the sky, turning into little black spots. Li Qingshan seems to have the compound eyes of insects and countless pictures, converging into the entire scene of Dragon Snake Lake. It seems to have laid out countless cameras and has an amazing view. The fish power that sculpt these crows is not that big. The light in the great amplifying divine symbol is just a trace of it, and it is supplemented by the new wish power. But the scope of his divine sense display has been greatly improved. Although it can't be explored carefully, it can be seen and listened to. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, a group of young discipline bit by bit penetrated the Dragon Snake Great Formation and crossed the Dragon Snake Lake to the lake. A jackdaw descended from the sky and fell on a dead branch. The crow's dark eyes reflected the figure of the people. Li Qingshan through this scorpion. She saw Hua Chenglu at a glance. She became more and more beautiful. She was dressed in a red dress, like a perfectly blooming rose, with a seductive aroma, which led to the butterfly be busy. The eyes of the several male disciples around him could hardly be removed for a moment. She did not humble her smile, but she had a brotherly wind, and there was no childishness. Time slipped away inadvertently, and the pretending mature girl turned out to be what she wanted to be. "Zijian, let's go," Hua Chenglu whispered, and it was only a real gentleness. "Yeah?" Yu Zijian whispered. How did she become like this? Li Qingshan brows slightly wrinkled, only to see Yu Zijian in a robe, squatting on the road, wearing a long sword, looks tall and slender, slim like a weak willow wind. However, it has become somewhat different from her, losing the sunshine of his memory, becoming silent and quiet, and there seems to be a melancholy between the eyebrows, and the head is as if standing in the shadow. The same is the woman of the right age, because she has no sunshine. The rain is moist and the wilting orchid. Junior sister is the first time to go out to perform the task. A little nervous is inevitable. Rest assured, a few monsters, no danger. Sun Yi patted his chest. He is also Taoism disciple. Qi refining 8th level. The cultivation base is the highest among this group of people. Although it does not show up on the surface, Yu Zijian has a bit of contempt. All along, even the genius characters like Chu Tan have to take risks like other disciplines. He doesn't even know how much risk he has taken and how many senior brothers die. Yu Zijian was completely protected, as long as it was cultivated in Yuai Island. As a result, nothing was done in 3 years, but it was the Qi refining 7th level, which failed the name of genius. Second, Yu Zijian's voice was very light, and Sun Yi didn't hear clearly. What? Second task. Yu Zijian slightly raised the voice. What did you say that? Sun Yi and several other cultivators couldn't help but reveal a hint of ridicule. Sun Yi's heart was even a bit disgusted and resentful. I didn't expect her to have a face to mention the task of making the entire Taoism follow the shame on the island. Taoist Sloppy climbed high and looked frown. The robes on his body are still worn out, and the cultivation base is getting deeper and deeper. It is already considered to be the mother of Clear River Prefecture, the most likely to cross the second heavenly tribulation. He looked in the direction of Yu Zijian's departure and patted the stone column. Zijian Zijian. 3 years ago, the experience of the training was personally arranged by him, and Hua Chengzhen's objection was taken back by him. The sword edge is honed, and this kind of experience is necessary for the cultivator and can motivate people to cultivate. And that's just a simple investigation task. But the result was not as expected. From that mission, she became lost. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Taoism's genius was scared and ugly. It seems to prove once again that innate skill is no better, and the lack of heart is also in vain. So he is no longer reluctant, she no longer performs any tasks, has remained in the cultivation of Yuai Island. The cultivation base has nowhere to go, until now. Hua Chenglu holds Yu Zijian's hand and feels cold in the hand. The leader of this mission is me. All orders have to be directed by me. This is not as safe as 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. If you are afraid, it is best to quit now. Sun Yi looked at Yu Zijian inadvertently. The pedestrians took their artifact controlling and flew. Shortly after they left, the jackdaw screamed and flew into the sky. Li Qingshan stood up and chased it up. The fog that surrounded her became deeper. What did she experience? This doubt even turned into an anger. He has a very special affection for her. Hua Chenglu looked back at Yu Zijian, and his heart was deeper. His thoughts returned to 3 years ago. It was a small plague in a small town 400 miles away from the west of Clear River Prefecture. because of the traces of monster chi. Suspected that the beasts are in chaos, they sent them to investigate. This is not a dangerous task. The powerful monster will not be so sneaky. In the hands of Hua Chenglu, there is no shortage of life-saving spirit medicine, spirit talisman. At the critical moment, as long as you don't encounter Monster General, there will be no big problem. The two adults, the patients, are here. Under the lead of a grey-robed old man, Yu Zijian carried the afternoon sun and stepped into the dark medical hall. She looked back and looked like a hero. The evil does not invade. There was no death in the medical hall. There were no voices of moan. There were countless men and women lying on the ground. Even if Yu Zijian walked by them, there was no reaction. It seemed that they had already died and sent out a scent in advance. Hua Chenglu hates this taste and stands in the sunshine in the courtyard. The old man offered tea. Adults, please use tea. Hua Chenglu took the tea and was about to drink. He glanced at the old man. He was staring at the teapot in her hand and watching Hua Chenglu look over. He barely squeezed a smile and wanted to express kindness, but it became more and more hazy. Hua Chenglu recalled the explanation of Hua Chengzhen, took out a jade needle and put it into the tea. The jade needle did not respond. She was a little funny about her own care. So many people are sick, they can have a good face and they are strange. Be cautious and contented, and tell the old man, reassure, we will find out the source of the plague. I drank the tea and then looked at the medical center. I saw Yu Zijian rubbing her eyebrows and scrutinizing every patient. Some of her hearts also admire her seriousness. Yu Zijian looked at a sick man again, raising the head to say yes. They have a very light monster chi. At the moment she looked up, a little black spot swam through the white eyes of the man lying on the ground. Then I don't have to look at it so carefully, I have to find the demon disc, just find out the monster and get rid of it. Hua Chenglu took a compass-like spirit artifact from 100 treasure pouch. Monster is able to hide his monster chi, but always leaves a trace of faintness, and this hunter can sniff out these traces, like a hound, and find the body of monster. Very flexible. The pointer on the compass turned sharply. Hua Chenglu frowned. This is monster chi in all directions. Some interfere with the operation of the compass, but with the injection of the pointer, finally stabilized, pointing to the outside of the hospital. Hua Chenglu turned and said to the old man in front of him, you let one let. The old man bowed his head and turned to the side. Hua Chenglu said, thank you, Zijian, leave. He took the teapot and walked out of the hospital, but at the moment he passed the old man, he saw the pointer turn steady, pointing to the old man. Hua Chenglu changed his mind, aside from the samovar, and grabbed his hand to the waist knife. He said, Zijian, be careful, monster is here. The samovar smashed on the ground, and the tea smashed into the ground. The tea faintly had black spots smaller than the needle tip. In the medical hall, the face of the old man is gradually distorted, turning into a sly smile that does not belong to human race. The teeth protrude from the lips and emit a monster chi. In the medical hall, all the patients were like Jiangshi, and they climbed one by one. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 454. Chapter 84. The Empty City. Hua Chenglu was about to take out her hand. Suddenly she felt a pain in her stomach. Tru Chi, who had just mobilized, immediately spread her eyes. She opened her eyes. The tea is poisonous. The old man in front of Monster Chi is swooping up with incredible speed. This chapter was uploaded by friends. In an instant, the death crisis shrouded Hua Chenglu. No matter how many fierce spirit talisman, it seems that there is no time to use. A white light shines through the medical hall. Yu Zijian's eyes condensed and flew up. Nine Yang sword was like a white rainbow, and the old man was pierced through several patients who were blocking the road. A black smoke spurted out of the wound and rushed to Hua Chenglu. Hua Chenglu Yu Pei at the waist, released a round of green light. The black smoke hit the green light, could not penetrate, turned to the wall. Although he was saved by the body of Ling Yu, Hua Chenglu was still soft down. The 84th Air City was taken by Yu Zijian in his arms. At this time, only listening to the screams and the sound of moan, suddenly sounded from behind. Yu Zijian looked back. Wherever Nine Yang sword passes, the blood is swaying and bright red. The patients who were cut through, like waking up from a nightmare, lying on the ground screaming, a smoky smog from their mouths, into the large group of black smoke on the wall. They are not Jiangxi or ape, but a living person. Yu Zijian, I killed them personally. Zijian, I am so uncomfortable. The tea is poisonous. Not waiting for Yu Zijian to accept this fact, Hua Chenglu has been a painful death to live. When the temperature is high and low, and it is hot for a while, and cold as a body. Chenglu, fast drive to drive poison. It's not poison. It's my babe. The black smoke made a strange sound of Weng Ming. Yu Zijian transported true qi to both eyes and saw an amazing scene. The black smoke is not really smoke, but countless tiny black bugs. Looking down at Hua Chenglu, it was full head cold sweat, and was busy putting a healing medicine pill into her mouth. It's useless. It won't take long for her to die and die. Now it's your turn. The black smoke screamed. One person who was controlled by the black worm. The 85th chapter of The Empty City was rounded up, rushing out of the medical hall. Make a non-human jealousy. Yu Zijian didn't dare to play the sword easily, picked up Hua Chenglu, flew to the wall, and shouted a sword and stabbed the black smoke. The black smoke rolled and spread, and it spread in the distance. Yu Zijian saw it standing on the wall and his face changed. When she arrived, the whole city was dead, and there were few people on the street. At this time, countless men and women were crowded with streets and alleys, as if they were attending a grand ceremony. They all looked up and looked at her with white eyes. It is like a doll with clay sculptures. I have let the children swim into every well. I wanted to slowly enjoy the blood of the city. You dare to bother me, give me death. The sea suddenly turned around, and the sound of horror rushed to the sky. Implicit black worms. The sea of people surged and rushed toward Yu Zijian. With a bang, the smoke and dust rose and the walls were directly slammed into collapse. Yu Zijian, holding Hua Chenglu, stood up from the sky and overlooked the Black Sea under pressure. I don't know if it's thousands or tens of thousands. Her body and heart fell down together, and there were countless double-eyed eyes. Her expression. It is also awkward. Hua Chenglu is struggling in her ear. Zijian, go. Yu Zijian woke up in an instant, not falling on the ground. Nine Yang sword screamed in the sky, crossed the sea and flew outside the city. Countless hands stretched out, as if the scene of a nose and hell. A middle-aged woman suddenly jumped up, even if it was controlled by demon, which far exceeded her ability to move. The knees of Kaka slammed and broke, and both hands touched Yu Zijian's clothes. The other controlled human races also leapt and flew up. Yu Zijian looked at the front of her lips and took the sword-controlling method that Taoism learned to pinnacle. Nine Yang sword crossed a tortuous white light and swept past the sea. Monster Chi came straight from behind. Looking back, countless smoky smog, rolling in from behind. But Nine Yang sword is worthy of the top-grade spirit artifact, which was given by Tao's patriarch. Although Zijian still can't exert all its power, the speed is still amazing, and the black smoke is gradually taken off and swept away from the city wall. The black smoke hovered around the city for a few laps, but it didn't dare to catch up. But it knew its strength and was not good at frontal fight. Human race's powerful magic spell was terrible if it was hit hard. It is better to borrow these tens of thousands of foods first and then to cultivate more powerful ones. Come to two, kill one, it is enough. Monster Chi gradually moved away. Yu Zijian stopped the cast, and Nine Yang sword slammed out more than 10 feet away. He stopped and saw Monster not catching up. After a deep fear, he was rushing to his heart, and the vest followed. Out of first-level cold sweat. This kind of monster is extremely rare. It is actually made up of countless black worms, and it can have such high intelligence. If this continues, the people of the city will be slaughtered. Yu Zijian is a kind-hearted person, watching this tragic situation, coming from the sorrow, even forgetting the fear. Hate cannot kill Monster Sword now. But biting his teeth, he bowed his head. Chenglu, we escaped, Go back now, you hold on. Hua Chenglu barely smiled, just opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Wow, it was a blood spit out. No one was coloring, and the air was like a hairspring. Zijian, I can't hold it anymore. Her chi refining cultivation base is a good thing, but the dirty of the body is the most vulnerable place. Countless little black bugs make waves in it. If she controls the true chi, as delicate as Li Qingshan, she can also black bugs killing, but this is impossible for her now. This sentence says that Yu Zijian's heart has reached its peak and tears are falling. Chenglu, don't talk, you won't. I didn't expect the first mission to die. It's really shameful. You tell my brother. I don't say, I don't listen. Yu Zijian licked his ear. The black fog made a sharp humming sound and ridiculed. Children, give me her heart. Hua Chenglu said, it hurts. It's so uncomfortable. Yu Zijian is desperate, instinctively looking up. Who is going to help her? No matter who. The instinct of the heart reflects the stalwart figure, but the four wild and only a desolate, only the best friend in the arms the painful moan, dying. When this happens, some people will cry, and some people will be helpless. But her gaze is gradually determined to be determined by this unbearable pressure. Chenglu, hold on, I won't let you die, I will kill monster, save you, save everyone. Yu Zijian put Hua Chenglu on the ground, picking up her 100 treasure pouch, picking up 9 yang sword, decided to fly to the city. Hua Chenglu reached out and couldn't say a word. He only looked at the purple shadow disappearing into the field of vision, and then completely stunned in pain. I don't know how long it took. The rain was falling under the gloomy sky, the raindrops dripping from the high clouds, and it was pulled into a thin rain, falling on the face of Hua Chenglu, her distorted look because of pain. I don't know when. Settle down. Hua Chenglu felt the coolness on her face, slowly opened her eyes. The pain of with the body had disappeared. The black worms that had been drunk, somehow calmed down, no longer frantically biting, but quietly lurking, like ordinary insects. Even monster chi has become extremely light and almost disappeared. Is Zijian successful? Yu Zijian's joy in the rest of his life immediately picked up true chi to lose these wisdom, only instincted bugs to drive out the outside body, looking in the direction of the city gate, frowning, and supporting the small town go. The rain became bigger and it was interwoven into a rain curtain in front of the city gate. Hua Chenglu slid into the doorway of the black hole and once again entered the city that almost killed her. The scene in the city surprised her. A large building in front of her was razed to the ground, like a trace of flame burning. This is the power of the top-grade spirit talisman that Hua Chengzhen gave her self-defense. There are countless faint on the ground. The grey silhouette was diluted by the rain. Going forward, a dead body is presented in front of her, either turned into a piece of coke by Thunderbolt talisman, or frozen into a ground slag by the ice, but the most is still pierced and cut off. Was killed by the sword. Zijian, Zijian. Hua Chenglu was anxious, shouting her name, infusing the voice of true chi, spreading the quiet little town. But there was no response. The sky was getting dim, about dusk, and finally, Hua Chenglu found her in front of an unspoiled old ancestral hall. She held 9 yang sword and sat down on the stage of the green stone platform. The rain stuck her messy hair on her cheeks and slid down her smooth cheeks. It turned into blood red, and she was covered in blood. Under the scouring of the rain, a strand of blood spread, and only the 9 yang sword shines like snow. She stared at the blue stone slab in front of her eyes. There was suddenly a pair of feet on the blue stone board. The head came up and whispered, Zijian, Zijian, you are fine. Chenglu, I won. But only saved you. Yu Zijian seemed to wake up and slowly raise the head. He smiled hard, his face was moist. I don't know if it was rain or tears. Hua Chenglu looked at her smiling face, and her heart was stinging, and she was even more sad than being bitten by the black worm. She couldn't say a word. A few lights smashed through the sky, one of which was Hua Chengzhen flashing. Later, Hua Chenglu heard the well-informed Hua Chengzhen saying that the monster they met was very rare and was called Dot. In the insect race monster, there are some that are too simple and small, and there is no trace of wisdom. Even the ants are far from being as good as it is. It is almost impossible to repair the Karma spirit, but it is concentrated in the spirit vein. It lasts for a long time. Opportunities give birth to spirituality and become a kind of aura-like existence. It's easy to destroy them, just kill them. If at 1 o'clock in the evening, she would like to smother the jade, but fortunately, Yu Zijian found this method in time to save her. However, at some point, Hua Chenglu would rather not be saved. Like now. Peas, I am finally back. I will resume the update tomorrow. _Carrot_Q! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 455 85th Chapter Bluebird. Li Qingshan drove illusion water invisible sword, flying in midair, far behind, the speed of a group of chi refining warrior flying. It was too slow in his eyes. Hate to take them a ride. If it weren't for him, next to the Foundation Establishment cultivator, how could he perform this task? And later, he simply lay on the sword, closed his eyes, and began cultivation boundless sea art. After completing the spirit turtle 4th layer, he communicated the power of water spirit between heaven and earth. It was as easy as eating and drinking, and the continuous flow of spiritual power gathered in his danshan, urging Qi to create a wave of enthusiasm. After 2 hours, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, and the real elements in danshan Qi became more and more abundant, like the sea, constantly groaning, and the effect of cultivation was amazing. Like spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, his cultivation base of the 85th Bluebird Boundless of the Sea is now also the 4th layer. It is the Foundation Establishment initial stage. Just stick to this cultivation and break through the 5th layer. But it is a matter of time. This is of course not only the benefits of the Spirit Turtle Monster Core, but the speed of the human race cultivation is much better than the demon monster's millennium painstaking cultivation. Perhaps not as good as a human race with innate skill. For 100 or 2 years, the so-called eternal, not just bragging. However, a small demon can live for hundreds of years, even though the human race's Foundation Establishment cultivator is far from perfect, which is the advantage of envying each other. Li Qingshan, the two of them, felt more and more different. For the human race cultivation base, I dare not have a slight contempt. If I have not taken a lot of medicine pill, he is the cultivation base of human race, I am afraid it has far exceeded monster. In the future, the acquisition of medicine pill will become more and more difficult. At that time, even though Li Qingshan had become very strong, he could kill the trophy, but the medicine pill that he could take was inevitably rarer. Maybe it will be time, but the demon will depend on people. At this time, Yu Zijian on the ground finally arrived at the small town where the mission was carried out. Li Qingshan immediately felt a small monster hidden in it. For ordinary people, it is a fierce monster in the 85th chapter of the Jade Bird. For them, there is really no half-threat. Pedestrians in the city are still very lively. Obviously a monster has not been able to completely disrupt their lives. Monster wants to eat, but the days have to go on. This is a lively scene. For Yu Zijian, it was also a long-lost one, but the hand clenched the hilt and subconsciously stared at the empty space in front of him. Li Qingshan stood there. For a moment, she thought she found something, but immediately reacted. She was just staring at her, looking at her apparently thin face, and he couldn't help but feel a pity. Zijian, Zijian, what the hell are you doing? Hua Chenglu took out the hunter disc and quickly determined the position of the sorcerer, but the singer was also awkward, and had already ran out of the running earthly Dao. As soon as they smelled their breath, they immediately drilled to subterranean world. However, in this case, several people seem to be prepared. Monster mostly comes from subterranean world, which has no point in drilling the hole if there is no trace. What a demon! Hua Chenglu patted 100 treasure pouch, flew out a few culture snakes, shook his head and swayed, and flashed the metallic cluster. The section of the body arched, and like a spring-like force, he chased the whole. Mohist school's philosophy is to love and attack, but in the war, it has brought mechanism to pinnacle, creating a powerful mechanism for dealing with various situations. Due to the low requirements of users and the ability to adapt to various cultivation base levels, it is extremely popular throughout Clear River Prefecture. When a war machine was built from the workshop of Mohist School, any idea became worthless, and only survival and victory itself made sense. It didn't take long for the mechanism snake to be killed and killed by the alive, returning to the ground, losing two of them, and the mission was completed. The fate is unpredictable. Sometimes it is thought that it is a big disaster, but the willow trees make the shade and the flowers give the light. Sometimes I feel that I have a smooth sailing, but I have encountered waves and waves. Everyone sighed and began to discuss how to split the skin and flesh bones of the monsters. These things are not low in value. The bones can be ground into concocting pill and superficial knowledge can be refining. Even the meat of the beast, if taken regularly, has countless benefits for the body. Around the cheers of the people in the city, they were regarded as heroes. Only Uzijian held the sword and bowed his head. What I heard was countless mournings, and those who were killed by her sword she were tumbling. At this time, a crisp sound awakened her. A green bird fell on her shoulder, as if not completely afraid of people, like a brisk singing, vivid and full of spirituality. Uzijian just reached out and the blue bird used the scarlet mouth and scorned her fingertips. She couldn't help but smile. See people and not fly, it won't be monster. Sun Yi was wary. How come? No monster. Chi, who cares about who is raised, ran out, and looks like Zijian. Hua Chenglu rarely sees her smile, but also happy. Li Qingshan stood not far away, smiling slightly. Nothing unexpectedly happened. After the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy was heard, the new mission was coming soon. At this time, the world was late. Several people decided to take a rest tonight and carry out the daily cultivation. In the dead of night, Hua Chenglu sat cross-legged. After completing the cultivation, see Uzijian sitting at the window, holding his cheek and teasing the blue bird. Hua Chenglu is moved. Zijian, why don't you cultivate? No hurry, wait a minute, it seems to really like me. Uzijian will caress the feathers of the bluebird, the windowsill. The smile is light. Hua Chenglu said that he finally made up his mind and said, Zijian, let's go back. Why? Uzijian said strangely, you know why my brother suddenly let you out to perform the task? It is to use you to force Hidden Sword Palace. If you go on, you will be in danger. Hua Chenglu finally couldn't help but feel the embarrassment of the heart, laying out the formation in the room. Tell the truth. But the blue bird still flapped its wings and stopped in the hands of Uzijian. After careful investigation by Hua Chenglu, it was determined that this is an ordinary bird, without any special. Li Qingshan sat on the eaves, and her heart moved slightly. How did Zijian still have a relationship with Fu Qingjin? How could she force him? Using me? Uzijian was about to forget the man fishing with the sword. At this time, he remembered that he wanted to let her go to Hidden Sword Palace. Hidden Sword Palace seems to identify you as a successor to the Purple Knight Sword and Ten Exalted Sword. While Purple Knight Sword and Verdant Ruins Sword are yin-yang double swords, and when they are out, they are deep and fat. Even if they die 100,000 10,000 people, Fu Qingjin may not be on the mind, but as long as you are in danger, you can force him to shoot, end this stalemate, and let 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy get more benefits in the dispute with Monster Execution Union. Hua Chenglu finished speaking in one go. Li Qingshan on the eaves was full of shocks. I didn't expect Uzijian and Hidden Sword Palace to have such a deep relationship. As a result, his task was explained. By the way, what is the shit yin-yang double sword? So Li Qingshan suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. Just relying on Fu Qingjin, is it worthy of her? What deep edge? Look at me to break up this fate. But after thinking about it, it was a bit strange. Fu Qingjin had already come to Clear River Prefecture. Why didn't she bring her to the Hidden Sword Palace? but stay here. Even idiots know that cultivation is much better in Hidden Sword Palace. Yu Zijian smiled and said, "It turns out that Chenglu, thank you for telling me, thank you for coming with me." Hua Chenglu said, "Don't thank you, you have saved my life, or let's go now, I will tell my brother, if not, you will simply go to Fu Qingjin, don't think about it anymore." Hero Bull, don't you say that he is safe and sound? You can't wait here for a lifetime. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that she was staying because of him. There was a wave of turbulence in my heart, and a warm current came up. I hate to jump now and tell her identity so that she no longer has to worry. But after thinking about it, I still endured it, not just for the task, or hiding my identity. If it is for her to really settle down, wouldn't it be with Fu Qingjin to go back to Hidden Sword Palace? Yu Zijian smiled and smiled with the sun's glory. Chenglu, aren't you the elder brother Chengzhen that is most afraid of you? When I was afraid of him, I let him go east. He didn't dare to go west. This time he was not good. It was such a bad idea. Go back and let her pay you a crime. Don't say this. Let's go. Hua Chenglu's face is red and disdainful. Yu Zijian shook his head firmly and refused. Chenglu, go back. You shouldn't accompany me. I don't blame your brother, but thank you a little. If I have this kind of use, how can I not play my role? Hua Chenglu grabbed Yu Zijian's hand. What are you talking about? Because of my sake, I have already let you. If you are injured again, I really don't know what to do. Yu Zijian said, Great Hero Bull told me that you have to make a choice. Don't hesitate like my mother, or you will regret it. I never regret to save you, even if I choose again, it is also the same. Now, this is my choice. Li Qingshan is awkward. She really grows up, and she takes his words so seriously. Self-deprecating and laughing, looking up at the moonlight, it is easy to choose, but how many people can bear their own choices? Hua Chenglu was relieved in his heart and went back to bed and sat down. Well, I said, but you really believe the big black man, but you should not let me go. This is my choice. If it is really dangerous, we will die on the same day of the same month of the same year. Muttered again, what Fu Qingjin, in my opinion, or our combination of swords, is more appropriate. Yu Zijian grinned, that's why we're sisters. Hua Chenglu well, but let me be my sister, I am already a sister. On the windowsill, the blue bird made a crisp tweet and flew to the night sky. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 456 Chapter 86 Forgetting Water, Jian Shuxing. Li Qingshan leaned on the ridge and smiled and took out a bottle of gourd. He took a sip on his head and watched the moon as water, and the blue bird flew to the sky. Zijian, be careful. Hua Chenglu exclaimed, only seeing a few high-necked wild boars, holding two snow and white fangs, rushing toward Yu Zijian, like a hairy giant. This mission, faced with a real monster, is far less dangerous than the previous ones. Sun Yi released a stream of magic spell, but fell on the wild boar, leaving only some shallow scars. Where the wild boars went, the building collapsed and collapsed, creating a road. That momentum made everyone change their face. The most prestigious Yu Zijian was very calm. The 9-yang sword in his hand turned into a white rainbow and flew to the wild boar. Jiangwen pierced the wild right eye of the wild boar. Blood essence. The wild boar screamed with arrogance and swaying the huge head. The fangs stalked Yu Zijian and succumbed to her. Even at this time, Yu Zijian's face is not a little bit of fear, but rather a kind of calm. She has already experienced more terrible scenes than this. This is her choice. No matter what the result of this choice, she only accepted. The tail of the wild boar swayed back and forth, suddenly shaking straight, but under the cover of its huge body, no one noticed this detail. Only watching the body shape of the wild boar suddenly slammed. 9-yang sword pierced the brain and stirred the head of the wild boar into a mass of paste. Yu Zijian jumped up and crossed the wild boar. The huge body crashed into the ground, with great inertia. After rushing out of the tens of feet, I collapsed a small building and stopped. Zijian, you're okay. The sword was just too risky. Yu Zijian just landed, and Hua Chenglu caught up. worried and complaining. Don't hold it anymore. I don't know how many houses to destroy, how many people die. It is worthwhile to take some risks. Yu Zijian said, my heart is a bit strange, just the life and death. For the wild boar, no one knows more clearly than she feels. It doesn't feel like the wild boar is seriously damaged and the movement is unbalanced. It is like the influence of external forces. Li Qingshan held his arm and smiled and stood not far away, only then he just pulled the tail of the wild boar. Zijian, it's good. Sun Yi has also been surrounded by several people. After several missions, Yu Zijian has changed greatly. She feels that she is not as timid as the rumors, but has an extraordinary courage. In many cases, even they sighed. But don't take this risk anymore. The value of our lives is not comparable to that of mortals. Sun Yi frowned. As usual, after killing monster, people were like a frightened pika, and they came out from hiding places and looked at them from afar. I don't see how they differ from us. I don't look down on them. I am also a mortal. Only when we are alive can we kill more demon and save more people. Sun Yi is upright. Senior brother is right. Zijian knows. Yu Zijian bowed his head and didn't argue, but there was no repentance. Just like saying I don't look down on you, it is often true that I don't look down. For the cultivator, the mortal is an ant, which seems to be an innate skill, even if it is only the lowest level of chi-refining warrior. But she can't do it. This is too difficult for her. It is sad to see others crying. This is her weakness and her choice. At this moment, the sky was familiar with the tweet, and a blue bird hovered from the sky and landed on the body of a wild boar. Yu Zijian smiled. You are coming again. This blue bird seems to be able to bring her good fortune. Looking up at the sky, as if there is a patron saint, guarding her silently. The people in the city calmed down their fears and surrounded them. They looked at her eyes as if they were gods. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy communicated, let them go back to cultivate. A few people are in the heart of a loose, come out for so long, and finally can embark on the return journey. Li Qingshan looking for it. Is Fu Qingjin already reacting? During this period of cultivation, he also advanced Boundless Sea Art a lot. After the foundation establishment, the role of the flesh is gradually decreasing, and the role of the meridians is almost minimal. More important is the communication of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even one's heart. Yu Zijian waved his hand to the cheering people, sat on the 9-yang sword and darted toward the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. He carefully pointed to the blue bird standing on his shoulder. You don't want to pull it? A little sunshine and cheerful. Although the human heart is weak, it will become strong in constant tempering. Back at 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Yu Zijian and Sun Yi returned to Yuai Island and walked halfway along the mountain road. They saw Taoist Sloppy standing in the pavilion on the mountainside. Yu Zijian was surprised. Master, how is this? Sun Yi is a hand, disciple, see the master. Taoist Sloppy waved his hand and let Sun Yi walk away. He smiled and said to Yu Zijian, of course, wait for you. How about, go out and distract, feel good. The look looks good. Yu Zijian looked at it, showing a satisfied smile. Sun Yi can't tell the envy or even embarrassment. Taoist Sloppy Zitong is the most likely person to break through the Golden Core realm. Now he is one of the best people in Clear River Prefecture. He usually only retreats cultivation for breakthrough, even though Patriarch also. I don't want to see you. I'm standing here halfway up the mountain and waiting for her. What a privilege. Just have a pure yang body. This world is really unfair. Sun Yi is sour in his heart. If he knows, there is a foundation establishment cultivator that has been carefully protecting her all the time, and there is no such thing as her innate skill or cultivation base relationship, I am afraid that the mood will be more complicated. Fortunately, this time did not let the master down. Yu Zijian licked his lips. You never let me down, even if that mission is the same. Others think that you are weak, but that is your strength. Do not insist. The fly camp shit, naturally will not understand. I am most afraid of that thing broke your heart. Taoist Sloppy shook his head and overlooked Dragon Snake Lake, as said. Divine sword is to be cast through 1,000 talents, and the fate is not a good blacksmith. Sometimes it is hammered. It can be a scrap iron. If you see it now, I will be relieved. Taro, take a good fight. You are not a piece of iron. Wait for me to take another heavenly tribulation, and officially accept you as a disciple. Taoism disciple countless, King get him so promised. In addition to Chenzi, she is alone. Li Qingshan returning to Lian Mountain. Skeleton bone demon is like a monkey, running around in the big cave. These skeleton bone demons are very interesting. They are like the clones of Little An. They can be manipulated at any time, but they have their own spirituality and even wisdom. I was taught a few times by Little An, and I saw Li Qingshan again. I didn't dare to provoke, and I flashed aside. Little An waved, and skeleton bone demon turned into a rosary. She returned to her slender white wrist, just 17, and only one can get to the first level and 18 skull rosary into formation. The bones under her flesh and blood are more and more crystal clear, sleek and Buddha nature is hidden. It is also the gateway to the first layer of Tao of the beautiful bones. Li Qingshan smiled and said, it seems that this game is coming to an end. Although no one is aware of this. When the time comes, the two join hands, breaking violent stone, blood shadow, destroying monster execution union, killing Fu Qingjin, and ending this war. Then he can reunite with Han Qiangzi, spend more time with Little An, write novels, and accumulate some of the power. Yes, refining should also learn a little, and it is rare to get such a magical artifact. Copper Cauldron, no need to go back and forth. Busy depicting a bright future, Little An interrupted his dream in one sentence. Yesterday afternoon, Chu Danking came to you and said that what you want is done. Li Qingshan had a happy heart and picked up Little An and kissed him. My good things are coming. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, in the painter's house. Xu Shidao can't get out of bed. Not only his face is dry, but his eyes are starting to be muddy, staring at the liquid in the vial, because his arm is shaking. The golden liquid is also shaking. There was some faint excitement and asked Ruxin, this is? Ruxin said, yes, it is the forgetting water that you want your predecessors. I tried it and it worked well. Great, Ruxin girl, you really are refining everyone. No wonder Huase, the old man is also praising you. Cough 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 cough. Chu Shidao has not finished, is a series of coughs, chest ups and downs. Master. Chu Danking was full of sadness, sitting on the edge of the bed, caressing Chu Shidao's back, and spiritual chi was injected into it, calming Chu Shidao's breathing. I don't want to lose the cultivation base. Chu Shidao's thin hand grabbed Chu Danking's arm and became very firm at this moment. He is now like a vat with no bottom, even if it is infused with more water. At this time, I heard a voice coming from outside the door. The younger Li Qingshan came to see him. Exactly. He also came. Chu Shidao grinned, faintly seeing that the teeth also fell off. Li Qingshan came to Jingshan, saw the appearance of Chu Shidao. The heart was shocked, the joy was scattered and the look was correct. One of the archers said, there is a master of labor. Chu Shidao is not from 100 treasure pouch, but from the pillow. Pull out a scroll axis and hand it to Li Qingshan. How do you look? Like Li Qingshan's cursive sword script, which was originally obtained in the Black Wind Cottage. This scroll axis looks plain and plain, without any spiritual chi, but when he slowly expands the axis, his heart suddenly slams and his hair is vertical. It is a situation that is only in the face of a crisis. The drawing axis is completely open, not as detailed as it is, and a sharp sword intent strikes the eyebrow. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 457. Chapter 87, Blessed Peace City, Violent Stone. In the meantime, I saw a sword dancing and stabbing it. Li Qingshan shines in the light, and the spirit turtle in the sea of consciousness is now suppressing the sword intent, and the figure of the sword is also dissipated as ink marks. Only then can I see that the shackles on the drawing axis are like a pen, and a sword is a stroke. One stroke is a sword. In an instant, the swords are all out, and a set of peerless sword art is dancing. but there is still defects can't be seen. But with this number of pens, it seems as if you look at the dragon horn claws, you can feel its original purpose. Li Qingshan is overjoyed. This is a real magical artifact. Although it is only a variety of magical artifact, but its power may not be under the ordinary low-grade magical artifact. The more I fix it, the more I can experience the fascination of 5 absolutes immortal, and you must have this power in Qingshan. Chu Shidao exclaimed, "Thank you for your predecessors." Li Qingshan collapsed the cursive sword script and paid a deep respect. Chu Shidao smiles and swings his hands, "Thank you, you don't have to, I'm a little tired, to and go." After Li Qingshan and Ruxin left, Chu Shidao said, "Danking, I look at Qingshan, this man is very grievances, and the future is boundless. There is such a cause. You can ask for help when you encounter difficulties, when it won't be rejected." Master Chu Danking was in a hot heart and couldn't speak. It turned out that it was for him. Your few senior senior sisters are not good. You have to calmly deal with it. Painting tomb is there, don't rush to explore. As if to explain the words of the last words, Chu Danking immediately blushed. Chu Shidao smiled and said, "It's a sad thing. Life and death has a life. Go out, I want to talk to your master's wife." Out of the painter, Li Qingshan said to Ruxin, "I didn't expect to refine it for you. How have you ignored me?" Ruxin looks back, strangely saying, "Who are you?" Li Qingshan grabbed it and pulled her sleeves forward. "What do you mean by this? I don't know you. Please don't hang around." Ruxin unconsciously opened his hand and flew away from the artifact controlling. Li Qingshan's body flashed, and she caught up with her. She pointed to her nose and said, "I am Li Qingshan. You won't know me." Seeing Ruxin, she was strange and surprised. "It's hard. You drink that forgetting water." "Maybe, I forgot. However, since I forgot, there is nothing to remember. No matter what entanglement we have in the past, it will be written off." "Goodbye, Qingshan fellow Taoist." Ruxin said that he would speed up and speed up. "Go with." Li Qingshan looked at the back of her away, stunned for a while, and then turned back to God to scream, "A hook off a fart." "The bastard woman, you took me how much spiral grass, spit it out." Ruxin, who is far away, has a smile on her lips. This has become more and more clever, and it is really not easy to play him once. Li Qingshan's strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, almost to attack Ruxin's mountain gate, completed his salary trip. But Ruxin always said that I don't know who you are, but since you have to say that these things are yours, then give it to you. Later, Li Qingshan was a bit skeptical. Did she really drink forgetting water and forgot her? With this medicine pill, Li Qingshan retired for 3 or 5 days in Immortal Cave and turned it into a cultivation base. If you have nothing to do, you will join Little Anne and participate in the sword intent in cursive sword script. Yu Zijian and the group once again embarked on their journey. Li Qingshan, the nanny, only once again on the road. The task scheduled by this time is obviously much more difficult than the previous one. The pedestrians are in dire straits. If Li Qingshan secretly protects, I am afraid there have been casualties. Li Qingshan knows Hua Chengzhen. This is in the palace, and I am afraid that even Hua Chenglu's confession, and even Yu Zijian's reaction will be counted. Forced Fu Qingjian to show weakness. It is winter and spring, and the earth is warming up. Yu Zijian sword controlling flying above the clear river. Both sides are green. Yu junior sister, in front of Blessed Peace City. Sun Yi went forward. Yeah? Yu Zijian dagger. After this time life and death crisis, she became more and more calm, the stagnant cultivation base, and finally broke through again. Now it is Qi refining 8th level, with a handle top grade spirit artifact 9 yang sword. The strength of faintness is the head of everyone. No one dares to be casual. Looking at the distant city, Li Qingshan feels, I didn't expect to have the opportunity to return to here. The big rivers, suddenly curved, the scenery on both sides of the strait, has also become a small bridge. Water, people, after 3 years of war, Blessed Peace City is no longer the prosperity of the year. But the tiger is dead and the scale is still there. The iron eagle on the mountain is still glaring and soaring. Other buildings on the mountain are very damaged. The establishment of the Eagle Wolf Guard here has been revoked. Without the protection of a strong formation, there is no powerful cultivator to station. Even to deal with the ordinary monster is difficult. Staying is also a live target. Li Qingshan fell on the Cloud and Rain building, overlooking the city, and remembered some past events. However, this is only an instant matter. He converges on the mind and develops the perception, but he does not feel the existence of monster chi in the city. It seems that the messy monster has left, and this time does not have to be so tight. But it is felt that there is the existence of Chi Refining Warrior in the city. He jumped from the Cloud and Rain building and glided into a garden building. The surrounding scenery was familiar. He was very impressed. Here is the county office. Li Qingshan came to the garden quietly, and saw a person sitting on the edge of the pond cultivation, and then showed his figure. He smiled and said, "Zadaran, I haven't seen you for a long time." Zhu Wenbin was shocked and looked back. Seeing a tall man standing behind him, so close, he was not aware of it. And until now, the breadth of his body is also undivided, and the face is very familiar. Listening to his opening, he suddenly remembered, "You are Li Qingshan." The old boy, who has been completely an adult man, has a bronze face, a tall nose, a gaze, and a strong sense of enthusiasm. With one hand and one foot, there is an indescribable disappointment. "I heard that you have foundation establishment. Is it true?" Zhu Wenbin is well informed. He has heard a lot of rumors from Li Qingshan, but he heard the success of the Li Qingshan Foundation establishment until now. When he first saw him, he was only a minor first-level Chi Refining Warrior. How long? It's just a short time ago. Isn't the adult's cultivation base so good? It's awesome, and it's awesome. Compared to you, I'm just spending a lot of time. Zhu Wenbin quickly got up and asked Li Qingshan to sit down. The two sit opposite each other and chat about anything else. Zhu Wenbin faced with Li Qingshan. There is obviously a bit of restraint. The identity of Chi Refining Warrior and Foundation Establishment Cultivator is very different. Unless there is a deep feeling, there is no such thing as equality. No matter how old the cultivation is and how old it is, Chi Refining Warrior will also be called a predecessor when he meets the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Although Li Qingshan did not have the arrogance, Zhu Wenbin was still not unrestrained, looking at the older generations, and in the district for several years, he jumped up to reach an unattainable height, and there was no guilty conscience in his heart. Impossible. Li Qingshan is nothing to do, so I went to the old man to talk about the old. But after some talks, there is a sense of human beings between each other. They have crossed a gap and become not speculative. They are also ignorant and ready to get up. At this moment, Li Qingshan's heartstrings tremble. As long as he is standing on the ground, there is a kind of land with the earth. The connection is closely related, and at this time, he feels that there is something coming down from subterranean world. Hua Chenglu holds the hunter disc, taking Yuzijian and the others, walking through the streets and looking for monster. The pointer on the compass occasionally turns, sensing the remaining monster chi left by monster, and then reverting to its original state. Looking straight into a busy city, this is a flow of people, boiling against the sky, but with their arrival, all of a sudden quiet. Pedestrians stopped and they watched them. The boss's buddy in the roadside shop also gave up business and came out to look at it. The existence of the cultivator is not a secret, but it is so beautiful, but it is not common. Hua Chenglu has also become accustomed to such a gaze, and he is only looking at the compass in his hand, seeing the point emotionless, and raising the head. It seems that this time it was an empty one. All right. Just take a break. Yuzijian looked up at the sky and looked for the place where the bluebird was. But in the quiet, people looked to their eyes changed. The cultivators are all unattainable. According to my identity, such a beautiful person, I can only look at it. I don't know which man is cheaper in the future. I hate it. Since I can't get it, they are better off. There was a sudden anger in the heart of the store's second in front of the restaurant. It's really two beautiful people. They are so beautiful. I heard that cultivators are able to stay young and unfair. I really want to scratch their faces and see if they can still laugh. Brothel on Exuniang, the old woman, licking her teeth, vicious thoughts, popped out one by one. The old Lee borrowed my money next door. Until now it is not too bad. It is too odious. Such a confession is not as good as death. An old man carrying a bird cage suddenly thought, "You are not allowed to hit me. Kill you, kill you." A child who was pressed on the bench by his mother and snorted, suddenly made a roar, struggling to struggle, and his eyes were red. Mindful flashing, killing intent. In an instant, everyone's eyes are full of evil thoughts and killing intent. Hua Chenglu only looked at the compass in his hand, and the tempo quickly turned up. The speed was getting faster and faster. Her face changed. Everyone is careful. There is a monster chi approaching, very large and dangerous. Rumble. The ground trembled. A burst of laughter, coming from the ground. Ha 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 ha. Kill it, kill it. Kill it. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 458. Chapter 88 is worse than encountering. The whole text novel is the fastest update by Search. See the novel Fastest Update. No mistakes. The earth is cracked. A huge stone breaks out of the earth. An invisible qualitative terrible force swept the entire blessed peace city in an instant. In the eyes of everyone, the sky turned into a blood red, reddish, not the sky, but their eyes, regardless of age, men and women, eyelids are red light due to congestion. In the downtown area, everyone is mad and screaming at the people beside them, seeing the cracks, gnashing their teeth, as if they are facing the enemy who is not only wearing the sky. Well, it's Stone Demon, and Sun Yi's face changed. The sword smothered a few people who rumored that Stone Demon was everywhere. Everyone was crazy and killed. Without Stone Demon, you could kill a city. We walk Hua Chenglu and Zhao Xin are floating, taking the next reassurance, anxious way. When the voice did not fall, I heard a voice coming from my feet. Where to go? The ground was like a water surface, and the violent stone floated up, smirking at the face, staring at them, staring at a group of dolls, and it was easy to kill them without any intention to shoot, but Violent Stone wanted to inspire them. After killing intent baleful chi, kill them again as food. Sun Yi is full of fear, but under the temptation of Violent Stone, fear quickly becomes a hysterical hatred and killing intent. Slamming toward Violent Stone. Violent Stone slammed his fist and slammed. Sun Yi's head smashed like a watermelon, red and white, stained on Violent Stone. Ha smiled and left the two chi refining warriors, and they couldn't stand it. In the past, it was torn like a doll by Violent Stone, and the greasy internal organs were scattered. Violent Stone's blood on his hands admired the smothering of screaming everywhere, but in an instant, thousands of people killed each other and died. At the time, Blessed Peace City turned into a bloody azure field. Baleful chi rushed Violent Stone deep, took a deep breath, sucked this baleful chi into the body, into monster chi. The power of life extinguisher stone became stronger. Violent Stone suddenly feels in the direction of the county office, and other chi refining warrior arms are sharply enlarged, inserted into the ground, and a crack spreads into the distance. How could Li Qingshan not recognize this familiar monster chi and said to Zhu Wenbin, fast escape flew in the direction of monster chi, just flying not far, a crack from far to near into the country in office. A large-scale earth rock giant suddenly grabbed Zhu Wenbin from the ground and wanted to escape. He called Li Qingshan between his fingers, save. But before I finished, the giant hand closed, gently pinched, and Zhu Wenbin was pinched into a powder, and the earth rock giant collapsed and shattered, leaving only a group of fuzzy flesh and blood. Li Qingshan feels very tricky not to fear the power of Violent Stone, but to protect two chi refining warriors under this power. It is not easy to show even the monster body, even in this case. But I don't think much about it. The street building has receded sharply. In the blink of an eye, it has come to the downtown area. The downtown area has become no longer noisy, but it is dead, blood flowing into the river, and the body is swaying and falling, and it is shocking. Seeing that Yu Zijian and Hua Chenglu are still alive, Li Qingshan is relieved, and carefully hides the breath, slowly approaching. Hua Chenglu, with the power of reassurance, is still struggling to support the attack of killing intent. However, she knows that this time she is afraid of the fierce name of Stone Demon. She has not heard how many times she has heard it. It is Foundation Establishment Cultivator. It may not be able to survive Zijian when he meets him. It seems that we really have to die on the same day of the same year. Look at you, Zijian, as if you are scared by the sights in front of you. Like a sculpture. Violent Stone snorted softly and cast his gaze on Yu Zijian's face. She was not infected by the power of Life Extinguisher Stone and became a murderous madman. There was no murderous or a baleful chi. Why, Yu Zijian's voice is dry, the memories of 3 years ago, the surging, the scene in front of me, as if it was a copy of that moment. Countless living people died in front of me. The indescribable pain, stuffing the chest, overshadowing the hatred and anger. When she said this, she was already bursting into tears, as if to say to Violent Stone, as if to question herself. No, hate to kill me? Violent Stone is a bit strange. A chi-refining warrior in the district can be completely unaffected by Life Extinguisher Stone. The 5 fingers are arbitrarily aimed at Yu Zijian, and all the power is recovered. Yu Zijian release. Her heart violently beats, urging her master to kill. Yu Zijian moved, but did not rush like the Sun Yi and the others, but stood up straight, wiped away the tears, pulled out the 9-yang sword Noon Sunshine, flowing like a water on the blade. The tip of the sword is aimed at the enemy that cannot be defeated. Her eyes are deep and firm, without a trace of madness and fear. It's fun to think that it's fun to kill you. Violent Stone laughs. The white light flashes. 9-yang sword slams into the indestructible body of Violent Stone. Hua Chenglu's eyes wide open, and the sword is broken. It is foreseeable. Violent Stone simply opened his arms and did not care about the sword. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and raised his arms. He seemed to want to resist, but it was too late. 9-yang sword was on his body and he was too big. The body flew out like a gyro, and the rumbling collapsed dozens of houses. His own sword has such a great power, so Yu Zijian also stunned Hua Chenglu behind him, but saw a tall figure flashing away. They haven't recovered. They feel a tight waist and the scenery in front of them. Urgent back. Li Qingshan no longer wants to hide his body shape and take care of their waists in the fastest way. He flees to the distance and stunned Violent Stone. He gave him a sword, but did not hurt his roots or hurry to send them to a safe place first. Hua Chenglu saw a glimmer of water and showed Li Qingshan's figure. He was surprised. You have been following us? The usual rescue can never come so fast. The only explanation is that he has been following them. In the first place, several times the danger can be explained. After 3 years, I saw Li Qingshan again. Yu Zijian thought about it in an instant, but it was another matter. He is the great hero Bull. Li Qingshan said, now is not the time to say this. He is chasing again. Hua Chenglu turned around and saw a loud bang. The Violent Stone was like a cannonball. It rushed into the rock and shattered the tile and shot it into the sky. The circle of fog had not dissipated, and it seemed like Liu Xing falling from the sky, breaking the air. And 2. Violent Stone stared at Li Qingshan, very angry, and for a moment, was forced to be counted by human race. Murderous aura. Like a singer. If you change the time, Li Qingshan is willing to fight with Violent Stone. Now there are some timings, but it is difficult to escape the Violent Stone's pursuit by the human race's cultivation base. Suddenly I saw the sparkling eyes and came to the clear river. Li Qingshan thought about it and plunged into the clear river water. The river suddenly surged, and the rushing wave reversed, turning into a dragon, opening its mouth and roaring towards Violent Stone. Violent Stone didn't even bother. Water Dragon's bite fell on him, and he couldn't even keep at race. He put his monster chi on it and drove the Water Dragon directly into the clear river water. The shock wave not only drained the river, but also destroyed all the buildings on both sides of the river. The empty river bottom, but did not see the water dragon that the Li Qingshan trio was defeated, turned into a heavy rain, and suddenly turned into a fog. Shrouded down. The fog is thick like a mass of cotton, reaching out and not seeing the five fingers, not only blocking the line of sight, but also affecting the perception of the breath. Insignificant skill. Violent stone coldly snort, a baleful chi rush, the fog began to spread, looming three people, and squatting away. It is Li Qingshan with Yu Zijian and Hua Chenglu. Violent stone jumped up and fell into Li Qingshan's vest, but at the moment of touching Li Qingshan, the three figures were discolored like fog, and at the previous moment, violent stone clearly felt from them to a living and breathtaking loud rumble. Violent stone pulled out a huge tanking on the ground, and he was annoyed. He had seen a lot of Foundation establishment cultivators that he had seen, but he was played twice because he did not even face it. The situation is never such a delay. I am afraid that they have escaped. Directly in the sun, a silhouette was cast on the face of Violent Stone. Violent Stone suddenly looked up and saw Li Qingshan's figure appear. Just standing on the edge of the tanking, he looked at him and said, "Are you Stone Demon?" However, Li Qingshan used Drifting Rainwater Dragon in a row, magic spell in Yokogawa, and Great Amplifying Divine Symbol. In the opposite direction, he attracted the idea of Violent Stone and then used invisibility technique to hide Yu Zijian and Hua Chenglu. The shape of the body, and their breath is suppressed together, in an instant, has escaped to 1,000 feet. Listening to the vibrations from afar, Hua Chenglu settled down. Although Stone Demon is terrible, this man is also unusually powerful. But at this time, Li Qingshan suddenly moved, suddenly stopped, waved a cloud, put them on top, then turned. Hua Chenglu said, "What are you going to do?" Of course, killing Stone Demon. Li Qingshan took it for granted. It's better to meet with others, and when the time is up, it's fate. Is it by you alone? Hua Chenglu said that Stone Demon's horror is deeply rooted. Even though the Grand Master Yinian of the Foundation Establishment Intermediate stage has been poisoned, and Li Qingshan is just the Foundation Establishment Initial stage. Of course not Li Qingshan. One finger, a blue smooth across the sky. Fu Qingjian finally couldn't help but take a shot. Li Qingshan smelled something called an opportunity, so he returned to the crater again. And Violent Stone jumped out of the tanking and flew directly to Li Qingshan. Crisis, a line of blue light stabbed his head behind. Fu Qingjian. Violent Stone is very familiar with this sword chi. Even if he doesn't have to look at his eyes, he knows who is afraid to treat verdant ruins sword as a common weapon, and the body surface suddenly gives birth to first-level earth stone armor. Sword chi goes deep into 3 inches and then dissipates. Violent Stone, a pair of murderous auras small eyes, only staring at Li Qingshan, decided to desperately, killing the person who made the trick to attack him. Peas, it is very uncomfortable today. It may be that I am going back to the north. I feel a little uncomfortable. I feel a little cold. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass, your support, that is me. Maximum Power. Fiction. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 459. Chapter 89. Skeleton into King Xiao Immortal Cave in Lian Mountain. The last rosary was refining, and 18 rosary circles hovered over Little Un's head, forming a wonderful formation, which at the same time turned into a skull and spewed flames at Little Un. The flame peeled off the flesh and blood of Little Un, revealing the sparkling skeleton. Under the burning of the flame, it became more and more transparent, as if it was carved with white jade. But there is more Buddha's aura than jade. Spirituality. Little Un's hands clasped together, as if the Buddha's disciples were ordained, but they did not squat, but looked up at the sky. The blazing fire in the eye sockets seemed to penetrate the thick mountain rocks. Looking to the western bliss, the temples of the Buddhas. The ordinary cockroaches will give people a feeling of horror, but her standing posture at the moment seems to be solemn and solemn. Little Un slowly lowered her head, and the flame was draped over her body, as if she was stunned, and her heart was silent, At this moment, I wish to vow that this trip is not for the extermination of the Buddhas, not for the slaughter of all beings, only to help him to above the 9 heavens, to accompany him. This wish, the flames swept away, 18 skull, turned into 18 skull rosary back to her slender white wrist. Tao of the beautiful bones, first layer, Sheng. The door of King Xiao immortal cave suddenly opened, and little An flashed into the sky and flew in the direction of Li Qingshan. In the face of Violent Stone's mad attack, Li Qingshan did not dodge. In the moment when he was hit by a fist, the figure was turned into a sky, and Violent Stone's smirked face was slightly stunned, only to know that he was playing again. This is water element magic spell. Although the effect of this clone is incomparable to innate divine abilities mirror image divine ability, it is no problem to attract firepower. Li Qingshan also transported the illusion water invisible sword, hiding the figure and retreating to a safe distance. Fu Qingjin glanced at his location. Verdant Ruins sword is a long scream. Give birth to a Verdant Ruins illusion and envelope the Violent Stone. Violent Stone is arrogant. Fu Qingjin, don't you have any other tricks? Just rely on this trick. Can't hurt Lozi. Baleful Chi rushed, like a real qualitative black. Verdant Ruins illusion suddenly distorted. At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly received a message from Little An, knowing that she had made 18 rosary beads and built the first layer of Tao of the beautiful bones. Her heart was full of joy and her eyes were filled with confidence. The time has come, his strongest help finally came. Li Qingshan sent the message to let Little An lurk ahead and wait for the opportunity. Little An has a dagger and his body is turning. Casting to the earth, skeleton sword dances into a sword wheel and walks straight through the ground. Look at the Verdant Ruins illusion. Fu Qingjin's fierce battle with Violent Stone. But there are some who don't care what they mean. Violent Stone wearing stone armor. Verdant Ruins sword Chi has no choice but to him. Even if you can wear stone armor, you can't hurt his body. The only thing you can only fear is Verdant Ruins sword itself. But it's just a scar on your body. As long as it's not fatal, Monster Chi rushes and recovers in a flash. As early as let Fu Qingjin be a super sword art, and there are some ways to take him. And Fu Qingjin is in the illusion of Verdant Ruins, almost invincible. No matter how many times the body is defeated, it is only turned into a blue light, and then aggregated again. His face was indifferent, and apparently the power of Life Extinguisher Stone could not affect the idea of Verdant Ruins sword itself. By isolating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it may be able to win if it is delayed, but under the impact of Violent Stone Baleful Chi, the Verdant Ruins illusion is gradually becoming distorted, and occasionally there is a void. Violent Stone is bent on it. Escape. I am afraid no one can stop it. Fu Qingjin, like a sword, stroking Verdant Ruins sword, whispered, myriad swords secrets. Tens of Verdant Ruins sword. Out of the air, the sword is long, and sword chi is stirring. Violent Stone's small eyes are shining. And here is the disadvantage of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After the war, I am afraid that it will be unfavorable. I laughed and said, I will play with you next time. Black Baleful Chi condenses on the fist and slams toward the right side. The palace hall is twisted like a set, and is blasted out of a big cave, showing the outside of Verdant Ruins. What Violent Stone saw at first sight was not everyone else, but Li Qingshan. I just dare to stop me? Violent Stone jumped out and punched Li Qingshan. With the cultivation base of the Foundation establishment initial stage, Li Qingshan did not disqualify Violent Stone. Whether it was illusion water invisible sword or boundless sea art, it was hard to hurt Violent Stone, let alone kill him. Li Qingshan shakes his hand. Cursive sword script winds up. Thousands of brush-stroke ink marks entangled together. I saw a long black sword, broke the paper. Stone fist and ink black sword hit together, no sound came out. Ink black sword silently scattered. Violent Stone kills everything, but is cut off by sword intent. At the same time, he feels a sharp sword chi, through his indestructible stone skin, directly into his within the body. breaking through the layers of monster chi directly at his monster core. I was shocked. Li Qingshan slowly raised his hand. Living tide form, Danshan Chi Si, like the sea tide, unceasing torrent, a steady stream. Parting cloud form, the tide of the sea has become a tsunami, and it has become unstoppable. A palm prints on the chest of Violent Stone, a wave of blue light, a round of ripples, dazzling colors. Violent Stone was taken back to verdant ruins. Fu Qingjin glanced at Li Qingshan with a glance. He didn't waste this opportunity. The big cave that was bombarded by Violent Stone immediately gathered and gathered. Violent Stone, violent rage, open mouth spit, accompanied by some gravel slag, hard to force the sword chi out, also suffered some dark injuries. Looking around, I can't find the trace of Li Qingshan, only verdant ruins. Sword. The array is in front of the Violent Stone, surrounded by all sides. Hey! Fu Qingjin gave a command, and the sword fell like rain. The sword edges rotated, like a serrated version, to smash the stone armor layer upon layer on the Violent Stone. After Li Qingshan took the Violent Stone back, he swallowed a returning medicine pill and sat down to restore spiritual chi. The power of the palm is powerful, but the loss of spiritual chi is great, and the use of magical artifact cursive sword script directly consumes 30% of spiritual power. It really is not the opponent of Violent Stone. It is impossible to beat Violent Stone with Realm of Foundation Establishment initial stage. However, if you only play odd jobs and knock on the drums, it is not difficult for him. If you want to fish, you have to make Violent Stone stayed and consumed with Fu Qingjin. However, after this experiment, the power of cursive sword script made him very satisfied. Violent Stone's defensive power also suffered injuries. If the usual Foundation Establishment cultivator ate this trick, it is now dead. The smirk on Violent Stone's face disappeared. The armor was cut and shattered, and there were many more scars on the body. Without the supply of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, monster chi was not as strong as the beginning. The speed of scar recovery, naturally it's a lot slower. Violent Stone screamed. His arms stretched 10 times, like two huge stone pillars, dancing wildly, surrounded by verdant ruins. Sword, smashing, carrying baleful chi, and slamming down. As long as you touch the ground, you can walk away. He can kill countless cities, and the name of Stone Demon, after numerous battles, and no one can stay with him. It is with this innate divine ability. In the case of similar strength, it is difficult to prevent the opponent from escaping. Fu Qingjin is helpless. The verdant ruins illusion broke open again, but what Violent Stone saw was not the ground he wanted, but the flowing water. Fu Qingjin, the place where the verdant ruins illusion unfolds, not far from the clear river. In order to prevent the Violent Stone from escaping, Li Qingshan simply digs a large pit on the land under the illusion of verdant ruins and then diverts water. Li Qingshan floated in the water, holding the unrolled cursive sword script in his hand, and ink black sword flew out. Violent Stone doesn't want to block, but the ink black sword is lightning fast, or Li Qingshan has no any preparation. At such a close distance, such a narrow range, how to avoid it? Violent Stone hated his anger and ignored the ink black sword, which was shot at his chest. His body skyrocketed like a mountain top, and he was unstoppable to Li Qingshan, and the two stone arms were respectively grabbed against his shoulders. As long as he is killed or forced back to subterranean world, he can naturally force sword chi to recover the injury. Vortex form. Li Qingshan pushes the palms together. The water flows, spins rapidly, turns into two huge whirlpools, wraps the arms of Violent Stone, and uses the softness to solve the terrible power of Violent Stone. Violent Stone's arm has skyrocketed again, and the power of terror has directly smashed the vortex. In the face of absolute power, any skill seems to be weak. Seeing Li Qingshan's shoulders, it is only a few milliseconds. Violent Stone sneer, and then only force one tear. Of course, Li Qingshan, by virtue of the monster body, will naturally not be so murdered on the spot, but it will make Fu Qingjin see the clue. At this time, the great amplifying divine symbol slammed Li Qingshan's chest, and a third hand extended, like a vine growing and stretching. This hand seems to be a bit like Chutan's five elements giant hand imprint, but it is much smaller, even smaller than Li Qingshan's own arm. The color is not only 5, but colorful. But it was such a small arm, pressed on the chest of Violent Stone. Violent Stone's indestructible grey stone skin collapsed slightly. Then Violent Stone was full of unwillingness, once again taken back to verdant ruins, and the escaped gate closed again. This is wish power. Fu Qingjin reacted at a glance, and then remembered the identity of Li Qingshan, novel school disciple. He smiled slightly. It turned out that he had to help him. This may have some chance to kill Violent Stone. Herein, this is the most primitive use of wish power and does not need to be transformed into anything directly used to attack or defend. It was only after refining the great amplifying divine symbol that it was able to perform better than Li Qingshan expected. But it also consumed a lot of wish power, which made him a bit painful. Nothing, this one-time power is the feeling of using it. Li Qingshan said, "Fellow Taoist Fu, I can only help so much, then I will see you." Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 460 Chapter 90 Fishing. Fu Qingjin's slight decapitation is indeed an unprecedented opportunity to kill Violent Stone. The Foundation establishment initial stage, which was able to withstand Violent Stone twice, is surprising. The magical artifact is unusual. Not waiting for Violent Stone to push sword chi out, Fu Qingjin won with the sword, stepping up and fighting with Violent Stone. Li Qingshan sighed and put cursive sword script together and meditated on the side. This cursive sword script is powerful, but the consumption of spiritual chi is also amazing. If the amount of spiritual chi that was not made by Boundless Sea Art is extremely large and the recovery speed is extremely fast, the usual cultural technique may not be able to support it. Even now, it can't be used continuously. Every time you use it, you have to get back. However, he still has a trick trump card yet. In his within the body, a long black sword, suspended in the sky above Chi Si. Li Qingshan took the cursive sword script from Chu Shidao and reconceived it. He can also incorporate sword chi from cursive sword script into the Danshan Chi Si for use. But it is no longer a messy sword chi, but a synthetic ink black sword. Li Qingshan has not tried its power yet, but it must match the illusion water invisible sword to surprise any enemy. At this time, Violent Stone suddenly made a mad rush, penetrated the verdant ruins fantasy, and reached the sky. After a while, the earth shook and looked down from the sky. Blessed Peace City swelled in a big bag, the earth and stone cracked, the building was destroyed, and a share of monster chi was heard. Li Qingshan was also erected, and it was banged. The earth cracked a gap and extended a bloody tongue to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's heart, Violent Stone finally couldn't help but call the men, these 7 and 8 shares of monster chi, all of which are Monster General's powerful monster. He used the treading wave form to avoid the long tongue and swept the illusion water invisible sword, concealing the figure and converging breath. A giant body with a head shape of more than 10 feet, all in the form of the true body deity, drilled from subterranean world. And some are like a skeleton, some are like wolves. There are some more eccentric shapes. I don't see any beasts. They all open their mouths and snarl at the Violent Stone in verdant ruins. Violent Stone seems to be the corresponding roar. The figure also began to grow bigger, and in a blink of an eye, it was pulled up to 10 feet away, turned into a huge stone giant, with small eyes and high definition overlooking Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin is not moving. Violent Stone has grown bigger and verdant ruins has grown bigger, but it has also become weak under the impact of monster chi baleful chi. Fu Qingjin, I am not here to kill you. Since you don't know how to live and die, you will lose your life. The voice of Violent Stone, dull, like a boulder rolling in the belly. During the speech, I took a picture of Fu Qingjin. Violent Stone ordered even more, little, kill the human race next to it. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. It was really a plan to keep up with the changes and wanted to watch the show. It's not that easy. Monster's perception is extremely strong, not to mention Monster, who has spent heavenly tribulation, and if he is unintentional, he can avoid their perception. With the heart of exploration, it is difficult to avoid their exploration. A monster chi swept over. Li Qingshan was quickly locked in, and the khaki-colored giant wolf smashed into a void. Li Qingshan flashed a bite and came to the side of the wave. The figure was from the virtual to the real, and the illusion water invisible sword fell to the neck of the wolf demon. The blade is still a piece of nothingness, but it spits out a bright blue sword glow. The superficial knowledge of the torn wolf is also exhausted. The picture is poor, a black ink-like sword chi, directly through the devil's strong flesh and blood. It is the trump card that Li Qingshan has been ignoring, the black sword chi stored in the Danshan Chi Si. The sword intent, which is learned from cursive sword script, is also fully integrated into this sword. If you don't shoot it, you will do your best. The wolf demon was terrible, and the black sword chi was centered on his neck, releasing a circle, like an ink mark. Then, the big wave, falling from the neck, was beheaded by a sword. Although Monster's resilience is strong, but suffered such a fatal injury, it is also a life on the spot. Blood flow into the river. Li Qingshan cleanly puts the wolf demon with the body of the monster core, all in the 100 treasure pouch. Looking around, the group of demons surrounds, stunned. In an instant, claws, fangs, divine ability, and greeted him. Li Qingshan sword controlling, the violent monster chi always found out where he is. He only used treading waveform constantly, interspersed in the attack of the group demon. Just got out of the poisonous fog coming from the face, frog mirror. The tongue was rolled up again, the waves under the feet surged, and the body shape was sharply turned before it was avoided. Every time he casts a treading waveform, his body shape flashes instantly, and then disappears again. It seems to be a teleport. Illusion water invisible sword is not useless, although it can't be completely invisible. But as long as you confuse the enemy's line of sight, it is enough for him to make even a momentary embarrassment. It seems that the crisis is continuous, but in reality there is not much danger. However, after a few efforts, Li Qingshan came out from the encirclement of the group demon and came to the sky. It's not bad to harvest a monster core. Violent Stone saw that the encirclement of his design was so easily torn, and Li Qingshan hated his teeth. Knowing that this battle is going on, it is absolutely beneficial and harmless, and the figure is suddenly narrowed. Little An, Violent Stone is going to run, ready. Li Qingshan, one of the brightest, Little An has come under Blessed Peace City. Fu Qingjin is not a good deal, and he knows this best. Violent Stone is a 7/8. Fu Qingjin is not much better. The clothes are damaged, and the light on Verdant Ruins sword is also dim. Li Qingshan quietly estimated that now, with Little An, how likely is it to kill him? Today, you are not dead here. Fu Qingjin's tiredness on his face suddenly swept away, and the cold light flashed through it. If it was said, it would be a chill. He stretched his sleeves, and a scarlet talisman, squatting between the two fingers, said, "Wind." The voice did not fall. A tornado wind was born from the Violent Stone, rolled into the sky with the Violent Stone, and connected to the sky, like a black dragon. Li Qingshan, don't you say that you don't need talisman? The wind of tornado is 100 times more powerful than a sword. It is like a giant meat grinder, scraped on the Violent Stone and peeling off the pieces of stone. Fu Qingjin returned to the sword and the Verdant Ruins illusion followed. He visually watched the Violent Stone, which was rolled into the sky, all essence, chi, and spirit, all focused on one point. In an instant, Jiangwen was out of the sheath, but his people disappeared. Only a straight blue light passed through the hollow, intertwined with the tornado wind. Tornado wind also seems to be pierced and smashed, unwillingly twisted a few times, dispersed into a gust of wind. Violent stone fell from the air. His eyes rounded. It seems unbelievable that he would die here. His chest was worn out, a thin hollow. Falling heavily on the ground, Fu Qingjin separated from verdant ruins sword, looking back, slightly frowning, muttering, "Is it still a failure?" Violent stone jumped up, and although he was seriously injured, he still roared to the sky, "Fu Qingjin, Lozi will never die. You kill me once, I will kill thousands of cities." Fu Qingjin is addicted. If there is no group demon, you can chase it. However, in this case, he does not dare to go to danger. It is not easy to kill the same class. Only the eyes are watching the demons sink into the earth. However, he did not notice that Li Qingshan looked at Violent Stone's gaze. Little unconnected 18 skeleton bone demon, and was waiting there. Li Qingshan took back her eyes and slowly flew to Fu Qingjin. There was a cold light in the depths of her eyes. Several scarlet talisman had been shackled in his sleeves and caged in his sleeves. Although the quality may not be worthy of Fu Qingjin's talisman, but a shot will give him a surprise. The accumulated power of power can also be mobilized in an instant, turning into a powerful lethality, and the most important thing is the monster body, a few innate divine ability. Success or failure is 70% grasped Fu Qingjin and killed a big trouble. However, San Qing may be fleeing by Fu Qingjin, and he will never be able to walk in the world as Li Qingshan. Winning and losing, and making a turn in his heart, he made up his mind and gambled. He did not dare to gamble, and he was still a man. Fu Qingjin said, "Your name is Li Qingshan. Your sword art is very good and very special. You call Fu Qingjin, your sword art is also very good." Li Qingshan gave a soft breath, not a salty and not a light back, quietly put away talisman, looking back. In the southwest sky, a few rays of light came in. And in the northwest, there were also several dawns. The assistants from Monster Execution Union and Hidden Sword Palace arrived. Don't it be true to be like a contract? Do you have a duel with him? Li Qingshan had some regrets in his heart, but he changed his mind and didn't gamble. With the depth of the cultivation base, his odds will only grow bigger and bigger. It won't get smaller and smaller. Killing Fu Qingjin here is the general, and the game of Clear River Prefecture will go to the end. There will be two possibilities. One is that the two sides understand the cruelty of war and decide to continue to abide by the oath of all kings and maintain peace, but this possibility is minimal. The greater possibility is that the war swept through Verdant Province. Anyway, the aperitif has already been drunk, and the big guys can pick up their sleeves and prepare for a big meal. His small fry is not estimated to be a dish, so he still has to wait. Fu Qingjin was not angry with Li Qingshan's arrogance, but sincerely said, "Thank you fellow Taoist for helping. I am very appreciative of Li Qingshan's performance in the battle. Not only is the sword art extraordinary, but the thinking in the battle is clear and not sinister. The most difficult thing is that the age is so light, it broke through the foundation establishment realm. Even in the Hidden Sword Palace, Li Qingshan failed to give Fu Qingjin a shot, and he won a lot of good feelings." Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 461. Chapter 91. Soul Refining Ice Flame Frozen Violent Stone, 3 known skeleton. Li Qingshan said coldly, "Even without me, fellow Taoist Fu will not die in this place. Anyway, the talisman of Hidden Sword Palace is more. I still want to thank you." Fu Qingjin smiled and admitted that he did not have the danger. In fact, he really thanked Li Qingshan for saving Yuzijin, but it was inconvenient to break it. Li Qingshan faintly guessed this and said nothing. Fu Qingjin sighed, "I don't want to use this if it is a last resort. This is not the sword Tao of my Hidden Sword Palace, but Stone Demon is very harmful, killing millions of massacres. In order to kill them, I don't care too much." Li Qingshan seemed to hear the big jokes and laughed loudly. "Why is fellow Taoist laughing? If you didn't destroy the oath of all kings first, how could these monsters come to the ground to ravage? Since it is called the oath of all kings, and it is the destruction of the area, I am just following the tide. Fu Qingjin is born with a kind of monarchy, This kind of speech. There is one: the taste of the corporal priest is fascinating. You have to shirk responsibility. You always have a relationship. Li Qingshan did not eat this set, but he felt more uncomfortable. He thought about his own karma, but the other party easily pushed clean. Fu Qingjin smiled and really no longer shirked. Instead, he asked, "Can fellow Taoist let me see the magical artifact you used?" Hidden Sword Palace is a big business, and it's a little magical artifact. During the conversation, a few dawns came to my eyes. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is headed by Wang Pushi and Hua Chengzhen. Qingshan, are you okay? Hua Chengzhen was shocked to learn that my sister and Yuzijian met the Stone Demon Butcher. He is very exquisite and mechanism is counted. I am afraid of encountering this uncontrolled variable. If it is really Stone Demon shot, do not say too small. Qi Refining Warrior, I am afraid that Li Qingshan is also dangerous. Li Qingshan said, I'm fine, I also married a monster general. Old Wang, go back and don't forget to remember for me. Yes, I am also a foundation establishment cultivator. I have already been promoted to be equal to you. Wang Pushi had prepared for the worst. At this time, he was relieved. He listened to his words and smiled. You are a stinky boy. You are indispensable to you. Tell us about it. What's going on? Li Qingshan will tell the story of the matter. Hua Chengzhen applauded. Qingshan, you are a wizard. Several other cultivators couldn't help but look at Li Qingshan at a glance. I didn't expect to have a long-term retreat, and Novel School had such a character. In the face of Stone Demon, you can save 2 Qi Refining Warriors. I dare to go back and help Fu Qingjin to kill Stone Demon, and finally kill one of them in the Siege of Monster General. This means, not only need wisdom, but also great courage. If it is them, when you go back and save the 2 Qi Refining Warriors, you have to measure the amount. This step is like walking a steel cable, and one step is to be murdered on the spot. In fact, Li Qingshan didn't think so much at all. Let Violent Stone have one hand, and Violent Stone didn't want to kill him. A person who is not afraid of falling from the steel rope naturally dances on the steel rope, but he does not know that the people in the room are amazed. Fu Qingjin finished with a few cultivators from Monster Execution Union, and looked at Hua Chengzhen with a deep hint of warning. He smiled and said to Li Qingshan, if you are 100 people, you can be like the Qingshan fellow Taoist. You can't do anything about it. If you don't make a big deal, Demon will not die. Several Monster Execution Union cultivators are surprised to see that Fu Qingjin is rarely so polite. Deep in Subterranean World, Stone Demon opened a few monster generals and, with Earth Escape, broke into a cave in the deepest part of Subterranean World, confirming that no one was chasing. His heart was loose, his face was suffocating, his teeth were the biting noises loud. Fu Qingjin, and that kid, I will tell you not to die. He was not affected by this, and he was penetrated from the front chest to the back by Fu Qingjin, one with the sword. This is not only a penetrating injury, but the strong sword Qi sword intent contained in the sword is enough to damage the internal organs. If it is the ordinary monster general, it is definitely the end of the life. That is, his stone essence, there is no such thing as a vital point, can survive stubbornly. I am about to force this sword Qi out and return to the territory to heal. In the darkness, a crystal clear white bead jumped over and jumped, and the sound of bounce was very loud in the silent Subterranean World. Violent Stone felt that the situation was a bit strange. A pair of small eyes followed the beads, until he was in front of him, grabbing the beads. And his heart was strange. What is this? It seems to be a bone. From there, I couldn't feel the slightest breath, and I couldn't move it with my hands. The more amazing things in this world, the things that can be broken by him. It's like a big bead, a jade plate, a dozen beads, and a dong 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 jumped over to the foot of Violent Stone, jumping like a living thing. Who is there to pretend to be a ghost, to roll out the old man? Violent Stone shouted. His perception is so acute, but no matter how he probes, he can't feel the breath of life in the darkness. I felt a little uneasy. But he was not afraid of the temperament, and he was confident that he would encounter another bad situation. He could also get away with earth escape. He was upset by the beads and kicked out and kicked him. The beads actually stuck to his feet. He looked down and saw that the beads on his hands were sticking to his hands. In detail, he turned into a small cockroach, hugged his fingers tightly, and turned into a baby size. Live the entire wrist of Violent Stone. The jaw collided and made a strange laugh. 18 rosary beads, turned into 18 baboons, like 18 monkeys, clasped Violent Stone's hands and feet, back, neck, all over the body. I still have something, but that's it. Violent Stone sneered, his smile suddenly stiffened, and the slender skeleton arm gave off amazing power, tightening his body and not moving. When Little Ann refines Skull Rosary from 14 to 18, all the power of Skeleton Bone Demon has improved. Each of them can deal with a normal monster general. When these 18 forces are combined, even Violent Stone can do nothing, let alone he has just passed a big battle and is weak. Insignificant skill. Violent Stone suddenly made his body bigger, the top of the cave was topped, and the 18 skeleton bone demons grew bigger, his body became thicker and stronger, and his strength became bigger, pressing on Violent Stone. Carrying a hill. Violent Stone crashed into the ground and stared at it. I don't know when. A little Solo is standing in front of him. Violent Stone's life extinguisher stone can influence the minds of all living beings and evoke the killing intent in their hearts. But at this moment, the other party has influenced his mind, and the killing intent has been cleansed and turned into a death. Beautiful skeleton, the color has become empty. This little embarrassment, like the sorcerer from Jurassic, came to tell him the inevitable reason for the transformation of life and death. No one can escape, no one can change, all struggles are in vain. What are you? Violent Stone slammed away from this idea, screaming, and the only remaining monster chi was violently released and spread throughout the cave. The stone cave suddenly squirmed, like the stomach of a monster. Each stalagmite is like a long fangs, biting down to Little Ann, and like a monster's fangs. Violent Stone is full of confidence. No matter what, dare to come to Subterranean World to find him, is a dead end, will be crushed to death by his divine ability. Little Ann stepped forward and waved skeleton sword, piercing the hollow of Violent Stone's chest. The void left by this verdant ruins sword, because of the size of the Violent Stone, has become enormous and can be accessed by almost one person. So Little Ann's skeleton sword just pierced into the void, and Violent Stone was even more ridiculous. Little Ann has the ability to turn flesh and blood into flames, but Violent Stone is a rock formation, bloodless, meatless and boneless. Whether it's cremation blood flame or quenching bone ash flame, it doesn't work for Violent Stone. She can refrain from blood shadow, but it seems to be restrained by Violent Stone. The swaying light in Little Ann's eye socket suddenly turned into ice blue. Skeleton sword suddenly burst into an ice blue flame, filling the void in the chest of Violent Stone. 18 skeleton bone demon, together with the open mouth of the fangs, spewed an ice blue flame and shrouded the Violent Stone. Violent Stone laughs out loud. He has a natural restraint for all kinds of magic spell. The most feared is the fire attack. Even the blazing earth fire don't want to burn him. The laughter suddenly stopped and felt a deep chill. This feeling did not come from the body, but from the depths of the soul. The first time in life, trembling, so cold. Soul refining ice flame. Little Ann meditates in her heart. After completing the Tao of the Beautiful Bone's first layer, she finally mastered all 3 flames, burning the body, quenching the bones, refining the soul. The combination of the 3 is completely obliterated. I want to go with you. Violent Stone feels colder and colder, and knowing that it will continue to do so, it must be a dead end. Mad wanting self-donation monster core. It was discovered that the closely related monster core was completely out of his control. I don't know when. The cave is no longer shaken, and Violent Stone's monster chi is broken. And not only monster core. He couldn't move even one finger. It was frozen in the cold ice of this heart. Not only the mind was interrupted, but even the fear became intermittent, as if it once again became the ignorance of the past. Unconscious stones. No. Little Un grabbed the frozen claws and pulled the frozen soul out of Violent Stone's body. Violent Stone crashed into the ground and turned into a strange rock in front of Little Un, ignorantly flashing Gwewa, releasing a strong baleful chi. Soul-refining ice flame returns to Little Un's with the body, which blends with the other two flames, turning into a nearly transparent, pale white flame that flickers in her eye sockets. This is the root of Tao of the beautiful bones, say Maddie's skeleton fire. Everyone in the world has the soul of flesh and blood. When it touches this fire, it will burn, it will freeze, and it will be destroyed by life. Peas, this update time, finally let me find it back. Dare to ask for a monthly ticket? _carrot. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 462 Chapter 92, Cloud Rain Alliance. Little Un took out the golden Vajra beads, stared for a moment, suddenly gripped with force. The fingertips overflowed with golden light, and the release of the wheel came. There was a vagueness of Vajra. The Buddha sang, Kaka, turned into a piece of gold powder. She waved her hand and returned 18 rosary beads to her slender white wrist. The long seaweed hair was scattered and covered her equally slim and white body. At this time, she turned her mind and opened her arms and raised her head, as if the willows were springing, and the body gradually spread out. Li Qingshan returned to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and Hua Chengzhen specially set up a banquet at the Hua Mansion to take care of him. After Hua Chenglu dressed up, he came out from the back hall and dedicated to him, thanking him for his help. Li Qingshan sipped and smiled. I didn't expect that the little girl at the beginning is now a beautiful woman. If you are a step forward, you can't help but let me know what you want. Hua Chengzhen turned red, but did not show weakness. I did not expect that the original stinky boy, now become such a hero. If the non-Korean sister took the lead, I am afraid I can't help but agree. I called Li Qingshan and stunned. I asked a serious question. Han Tai is no longer here. A sneer, Hua Chenglu said, what do you want to do? Hua Chengzhen even laughed. Qingshan, even Stone Demon is still not afraid. How to fear Han Yu? Li Qingshan said, if he is here, I will drink 300 cups with him. Brother, why don't you tell me beforehand? Hua Chenglu yelled again, and this way, I don't know how many private words he heard. Hua Chengzhen immediately pleaded guilty to her sister. Li Qingshan smiled and said, it's just you, even me is confused, I can't figure it out. Hua Chenglu before returning, blinking, big brother Li, don't forget, still owe me something? Li Qingshan said with a smile, as long as I don't want to do it, I should do my best. Zijian, it's up to you. Hua Chenglu knows the value of his promise, is satisfied with the return, pushes Yu Zijian next to him. Yu Zijian comes up with wine. His eyes were staring at Li Qingshan, his smile slightly converging, his eyes smiling. Why, is there something dirty on my face? No, thank you for saving me. Yu Zijian looked more and more like it. Although the body shape is completely different, but the attitude of speaking, the look of the eyebrows, is exactly the same. But I doubt whether it is my own preconceived reason. Zijian's performance is very good for this mission, I appreciate it. Li Qingshan praised. Hua Chenglu said, whether it is a beauty, you appreciate it. Ha ha. Almost. As soon as the guests were happy, Li Qingshan left to leave. Hua Chengzhen sent Li Qingshan to the door and whispered, the news just got, after 3 days, it is still in the Cloud and Rain building. Li Qingshan looks awkward, it's so good, it doesn't cost you a lot of thought. You already know a little, rest assured, I won't talk about it. You should also go to Han family to see. I understand. Li Qingshan patted Hua Chengzhen's shoulder and jumped into the air. He stepped into the clouds and flew into the clouds. He flashed several times and disappeared into the sky. Hua Chengzhen looked up for a long time and sighed, it's a good vision. I don't know if I say Guyanning or Han Kaiangzi. Li Qingshan returns to King Xiao Immortal Cave. where Little Un has been waiting to take out the strange stones left by Violent Stone. Life Extinguisher Stone is flashing with blood, bright and dark, like a beating heart. This is her gift to him. Li Qingshan Life Extinguisher Stone. Rugged surface, countless Jinjian horse, hot-blooded passionate killing scene, rushed into the mind, hate to dance with it, killing a lot. He pressed this thought and sighed. There was finally a calmer grievances. Qingshan. You see me? Little Un screamed in a very light voice, whispering. What's wrong? You seem a little different today. Li Qingshan turned around and finally noticed the strangeness of Little Un, and circled around Little Un. Her seaweed-like long hair seems to have become longer, her body is higher, she is going to surpass her waist, and her delicate eyebrows are more clear, with a touching beauty. Li Qingshan fiercely, are you growing up? It has been growing up and will be suspected. Little Un bowed his head and explained. Although cultivation proceeds to the depths, it can delay aging and even rejuvenate. But the cultivation base of Little Un's surface is undoubtedly not so deep, because it has been cultivating Tao of the beautiful bones. It is impossible to change the size of the bones. For the past few years, it has not appeared in front of others. It has not attracted much attention, but it will be doubtful for a long time. Is it? Li Qingshan touched his chin and held Little Un's cheek in his hands. He smiled and said, good, very beautiful, but don't be too big. Ah. Little Un showed his disappointment and got his encouragement. She wanted to keep up. You don't really think about getting bigger? Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. Sure. Don't, it will scare people. Rest assured, I can wait. Li Qingshan smiled and picked her up, and then annoyed, I can't put you on my shoulders again. That's fine. Little Un grabbed his neck and whispered, show you something again. Little Un broke free from his arms and opened his mouth to the palm, spitting out a blue, watery thing. This is Violent Stone. Li Qingshan's eye-catching look, this is exactly what Violent Stone looks like, and suddenly understands that this is the soul of Violent Stone. Little Un lifts soul-refining ice flame, and the Violent Stone looks like it recovers from the ice, recovers consciousness, and immediately flies outward. There was a light white flame in all directions, as if it were a cage, and he was shrouded in the palm of Little Un. As soon as the Violent Stone touched the flame, it felt cold and had to retreat. Li Qingshan got together and looked amazed. Who are you? Violent Stone was shocked and angry, and suddenly recognized the face of Li Qingshan. It's you. Who am I? Li Qingshan smiled and his eyes gradually turned red. North Moon, it's you are human race. No, are you half demon? This is not your business. Li Qingshan smiled. It is no wonder that in various stories, no matter the protagonist or the villain, after defeating the opponent, they must say nonsense, because this feeling is really too cool for his mother. Little Un, he can't escape. Li Qingshan confirmed, he liked the beginning of the story, but didn't want to be defeated. Absolutely, I can refining him. After making Samadhi skeleton fire, Little Un not only refines flesh and blood bones, but also nourishes the skeleton and refining the soul to strengthen himself. That's good, I have a basket of nonsense to tell him. Li Qingshan calmed down, ignored Violent Stone's screaming, coughing twice, pretending to say, Violent Stone, you know why you failed? After talking about it, Li Qingshan waved his hand. Little Un, help me to torture this, and ask if there is any useful news. Then go back to the Life Extinguisher Stone and bake the stone. This might be a good material for refining. Deep in Subterranean World, in the Spider City, Spider Queen Rose opened his eyes and called Dragon Snail. Coldly, the smell of Violent Stone has disappeared. You are going to investigate, who is the Hand Monster General under Violent Stone. And you will be here today, Commander. In Clear River Prefecture, there aren't many people and demons who have the ability to kill Violent Stone silently. In addition to the Monster Execution Union and 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's strong hands, she also appeared in the mind of the North Moon. If it's really the same family, Dragon Snail won't do it. Blood Shadow is recovering. The only thing that has this ability is the North Moon. Yes. Dragon Snail was also slightly shocked, and with the strength of Violent Stone, he was killed. Feeling something is losing control, tracking all the way, asked Monster General, who followed the Violent Stone, and finally came to the cave where Violent Stone was killed. There is still a strong Buddha's aura in the cave, and Dragon Snail frowned. Is it the hand under the Buddha's discipline? In the area of Clear River Prefecture, in addition to the Buddhism of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, there seems to be no great Buddha characters, at least those who can quietly kill the Violent Stone. I remember that Violent Stone once killed a monk and seemed to have a lot to do with the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple. Before the death, the Heavenly Dragon meditation chant was born to reinvent the Violent Stone. If Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple sent someone to avenge the discipline, it wasn't that he could control it, let alone revenge for Violent Stone. Dragon Snail returns to Spider City and reports to Spider Queen Rose to report. Spider Queen Rose listened to the inference of Dragon Snail to dispel the suspicion of North Moon, and for a long time, Hidden Sword Palace, Profound Yin Sect, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, is the three sects of Verdant Province. Anyone is a giant. You need to Demon King level to compete. However, if the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple's discipline shot, it should not be so sneaky. It is difficult to revenge for the discipline, but also to maintain the current situation, or to warn them, the massacre cannot continue. Rose's red lips, command North Moon, Blood Shadow, Violent Stone is dead, give me 100 blocks to the city, and retaliate against human race. Little N gave a sigh of doubt to Spider Queen. And once again, Dragon Snail has been 3 days old. Cloud and Rain building today, it seems a bit deserted, mortals are excluded, only cultivator can enter. Whether it is really cultivated or pretentious, everyone is whispering, only the interspersed Cloud and Rain sect disciple. It shows a bit of the past. You Patriarch, you haven't been here for a long time. If you are a foundation establishment, you will look down on the slaves. A few charming women, wrapped around Liu Quanfeng, made him look awkward and disgusted. Go away, let him go. What is coming for me? Li Qingshan came from behind Liu Quanfeng and whispered. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 463 Chapter 93, The Tarking Order. A few charming women, seeing Li Qingshan are all bright, so the young foundation establishment cultivator is rare, which often means genius and future. I immediately gave up Liu Quanfeng and gathered up. This younger brother is familiar, as if he has seen it. How strong is this life? Some lightly honed, and some caress Li Qingshan's chest. Although they are not in a stunning position, they are also extraordinary in appearance, and they also have a rich breast and fat buttocks, which are very attractive. Li Qingshan, who has not eaten meat for a long time, is quite interesting. All retreat. Kuhei Tang came over. Several women immediately retreated to the side and saluted. Sect Master Kuhei Tang smiled a little, and Ying Ying gave a gift. For a long time, 2 hours, please come with me. Goodbye. Li Qingshan is also somewhat eye-catching. Although it is not a beautiful man like Hua Chengzhen, but the tiger's back is swaying, thickened by guide, standing there will have a strong and straightforward meaning. Once upon a time, the boy who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, has grown to look like this. Kuhei Tang laughs. Sound transmission. Qingshan, if you are interested, I can arrange it on my behalf, when I won't be known by Qiangzi. Li Qingshan retired for 3 years, and in the early 20s, he was promoted to the Foundation Establishment realm and killed 2 monster generals. He is now one of the people in the Clear River Prefecture Cultivation Road, surpassing the same generation of young people. The cultivator, even on Hua Chengzhen and the others, has the name of the first Junji. Kuhei Tang doesn't dare to wait any longer, thinking that he has had some unpleasant experiences with Cloud and Rain sect. If he doesn't deal with this relationship well, let him hate it, then for her and even the whole Cloud and Rain sect, no small trouble. However, Li Qingshan also helped her to kill Wei Zhongyu and entangled each other with grievances. It is not a bad thing. Kuei-Tang believes that with his own wrist, let him release his suspicions and add a few closeness. No problem. Unless it is Haitang himself, it is not worth the risk. Li Qingshan looked at Kuei-Tang and saw her dressed up. Just like the Haitang flower blossoms, the face and the 3 years ago did not change at all. The eyebrows also faded away from the ambiguity, as if they had completely reassured their thoughts and felt that their merits were not small. Kuei-Tang looked at Li Qingshan with amazement. He felt that he was suddenly too close, and his heart was a bit strange. I always feel that he is different from the Li Qingshan in his impression. In Li Qingshan's memory, he has a good understanding of Kuei-Tang, and she has let go of fireworks with her. I have also seen her most vulnerable side. Listening to her telling the heart, the relationship with each other even exceeds the average friend. This closeness is naturally revealed. Jokes. Li Qingshan knows that his actor is not self-cultivating enough. If he doesn't pay attention, he will show his clues and quickly converge. Qingshan, juvenile wizard, heroic, said that my sister could not match. Kuei-Tang pulled the relationship down, but kept the distance. I feel that the performance of Li Qingshan is probably due to the frivolity of young and proud. At such a young age, it is understandable to have such a high cultivation base and to give birth to some nonsense that have never been seen before. However, she does not have any special feelings for Li Qingshan. Thinking of this, what emerged in her heart is another figure. Although she only met twice in a short time, the impression she left was so profound and unforgettable. Of course, at this moment, he is already a terrible existence called Moon Demon. Humans and monsters have different paths, and there is no possibility of any intersection between them. But if you can see you again, he will not kill himself. She has this confidence. The Cloud and Rain building has started the mechanism and is divided into 2 levels. The lower level is shared by the Chi Refining Warrior, and the upper level is the meeting place that the Foundation Establishment Cultivator is eligible to enter. Let Li Qingshan think of the feast of the Hua family 3 years ago. At this moment, I also saw many familiar faces. When he stepped on the ladder, Kuei-Tang went upstairs. Those people looked up at him and became smaller and smaller. Among them is the eldest senior brother of Rhinoceros Horn Mountain, who doesn't know what his name is and his eyes are full of grief. Although the Chi Refining 10th level is only 1 step away from the Foundation Establishment realm, it is not so simple to be able to span. 3 years is often not enough. When I came to the upper level, it seemed to be cold and empty. There were already many Foundation Establishment cultivators coming in, and I was chatting with each other. The words did not evade others. They all talked about the recent events in Clear River Prefecture. 3 days ago, Fu Qingjin and Violent Stone were naturally the most talked about. Li Qingshan, as one of the protagonists of this topic, immediately won a lot of attention as soon as he came upstairs. Fu Qingjin greeted Li Qingshan with a slight decapitation. Li Qingshan didn't want to be too rude. He turned his hand and saw Wei Yangxing. He walked over and greeted them. Several people even congratulated him on the next city. After a while, people arrived almost, and everyone retreated. Mohist School Patriarch throws a wooden box, and the wooden box swells in the empty field, causing a mechanical collision. After a while, it stretches into a stepped circular grandstand. Everyone has their own seats. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and Monster Execution Union each occupy a half circle. They need to talk directly with each other. They sit underneath and sit down at the top without listening. It is also convenient to speak at any time, but it avoids the trouble of seniority. The league has finally begun, and the representatives of both sides, Liu Chengqing and Fu Qingjin, respectively came to the stands of the stands. Then there is a bit of a sword. Li Qingshan sat in the corner of the high place and listened for a while, then it was boring. Simply drop your eyes and start cultivation. This alliance is destined to last for a while. Although he is already a Foundation Establishment cultivator, his qualifications are still somewhat shallow. and he is not good at debating. It is better to calm down and improve the cultivation base. There was a scent of medicine round him, and Li Qingshan knew that it was Ruxin and ignored her. Get up. The thunderous sound slammed on the eardrum. Li Qingshan stunned and glared at Ruxin. Don't bother me. Li Qingshan suddenly frowned and closed his eyes. Oh, the temper is getting bigger. Li Qingshan is not a temper, but happens to be in the underground cave house, Spider Queen Rose's massacre. Master, what should we do? Li Qingshan, the deity, is acting outside. Mirror image clone is guarded at subterranean world to cope with various unexpected situations. He opened his eyes and Yi Lusu and Yi Lubo were around, waiting for his orders. Li Qingshan thought and asked, what do you think? Yi Lubo advised, if there is a distraction, I am afraid there will be a loss. Will the matriarchs be called again? Although the Night Walker is not good at such a large-scale killing, it is not difficult to join forces. There is one in Magic Walker's magic spell. The Black Heaven Night Curtain can be used to cover a large range. Although it is not very lethal, it is enough to deal with the ordinary human race. Where does she know that Li Qingshan simply does not want to implement this order, even if she does not consider what merits and deeds, but from the perspective of interests? What are the benefits of slaughtering mortals? On the contrary, there will be great disadvantages. Don't look at the current war is only limited to the scope of Clear River Prefecture. He can come and go with Monster General's cultivation base. But this game is always over, and a stronger cultivator will lift the restraint. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, a series of cultivators, is the most taboo of this behavior, not to mention others. Is Guyanning, will you ignore the Monster General of a random massacre within the jurisdiction? Hidden Sword Palace is still only a powerful force in many sects in Verdant Province. But the slaughter of mortals is not allowed for the entire Diexia dynasty. In the future, it will be targeted against revenge. The forces that unite together are far more than one. Hidden Sword Palace is even more terrible. He can hide the hidden shape, but the foundation that was built hard in subterranean world is definitely not guaranteed. He is not afraid of fighting, but he does not want to engage in such meaningless battles. Not to mention that there are so many acquaintances in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy that cannot kill. After retreating 10,000 steps, everyone is killing. Whoever comes to see his novel, who will help him accumulate wish power. This kind of no benefit, only the bad things, the fool will want to do. Yi Lucy said, to execute this order, it is undoubtedly the best time. Why? Monster Execution Union and 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy are in the alliance of Clear River Prefecture, and most Foundation establishment cultivators will participate. How do you know? News bought from human race. This is a godsend, Master. Let's go to a big fight. Yi Lubo's eyes sparkled. Li Qingshan noticed the worried expression on Yi Lusu's face. Lusu, you don't seem to be willing. The owner does not seem to have the ability to gain strength by slaughtering like the violent Stone Blood Shadow. Yes, Yi Lusu said, that is harmful and unhelpful, and I am afraid that there will be a devastating blow to a Night Walker. Please act with caution. Oh, let's listen. Yi Lusu showed a similar analysis with Li Qingshan. Her goal is to let Night Walker return to Sun and Moon to survive. For the monster race and human race, go for a deep hatred with human race. It makes no sense. Li Qingshan secretly admired that she could not see such a far-reaching channel of access to information, and her vision was really good. Sister, just killing a group of mortals, is it so serious? Yi Lubo felt that it was difficult for him to come up with a good idea and he was overshadowed by his sister. The chest is big and brainless. Li Qingshan patted Yi Lubo's cheek. Hey! Yi Lubo grabbed his hand and placed it on the choppy chest. Li Qingshan didn't pull back her hand, let her take a look at the man Rusoft, and asked, Lusu, it seems that during this time, you have learned a lot about human race world, and I don't like to waste time. Do this, but how do we deal with it? This command can never be executed, but Spider Queen Rose is not a good match. It doesn't work regardless of her order. This is the helplessness of the lack of strength. Under the fence, it is subject to people and cannot act in full accordance with their own will. Legend of the Great Saint, chapter 464. The 95th chapter is poor. Li Qingshan is slightly addicted. Since it can't be counterbalanced, it can only be done by replacing other things with Spider Queen. This chapter was uploaded by friends in Liaosu, in Clear River Prefecture. Is there any other place where the Yunxia School of Accepts Current Monster Execution Union and the Clear River Prefecture of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy can be attacked? It must be a strategic location to explain to Spider Queen. Yi Liusu sees his approval of his suggestion, smiles slightly, and here's a corresponding countermeasure. Yes, Spirit Stones mine. Spirit Stones, as the currency of the Cultivation Road, are also important use items, which are mined from a strip of stones or vein, and then refined by the refining division to become the commonly used spirit stones. For the cultivator, it is the most important resource. Without the spirit stones, the mechanics of Mohist school are dead. Although Fu Qingjin can aggregate all the sects, it is the strip of stones or vein, but it can't move. Yi Liusu took out mind map and pointed out the above. Now there are more than a dozen Spirite stones in Clear River Prefecture. Call people. Li Qingshan waved his hand and must attack as soon as possible to attract the idea of Clear River Prefecture before the group of demons lifted the massacre. In the Cloud and Rain building, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Fu Qingjin glanced at it. Although it was an enemy, I hope you will receive my warning. Turning to Ruxin said, I am only. Who are you, sitting next to me? Ruxin glanced at him and turned his head. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders and smiled. The convening order of Subterranean World was in a hurry and the meeting was being carried out in an orderly manner. Li Qingshan's eyes are both the world of human Dao and Dao of monster. Even though Clear River Prefecture is just a chessboard, he believes that he is also a car, can affect the development of the entire game. With the order of Spider Queen, the middle game of this game has finally arrived. In the venue, the two sides are arguing for each and every interest. Everything is different. Fu Qingjin sat with his arms and was silent. Suddenly his brow wrinkles and presses his fingertips in his ear, like listening to something. After a while, he stood up and walked to the center of the venue. The dispute stopped and all eyes fell on him. Fu Qingjin said, I just got the news. Stone Demon is dead. The meeting was quiet and boiling. What? When? Is it a sword from fellow Taoist Fu? Is it a serious injury? Great. My disciple's hatred has finally been reported. A variety of voices were passed to the ears of Zhao Xin. There is only one cicada. In his mind, he repeatedly echoed the four words, stone grinded, and finally became a mutter on his mouth. Stone Demon is dead. He snorted, Master. It was already bursting into tears. Li Qingshan fired a look into the distance. Zhao Xin glanced, silently said, the grievances are gone. No. Fu Qingjin was able to get the news so quickly that Li Qingshan was a little surprised. The death of Stone Demon was accompanied by Spider Queen's massacre, but the scope involved was not too wide. Where did he get this news? The hall is full of joyful atmosphere. Stone Demon kills countless and kills a lot. The mortal who died in his hands has already surpassed 1 million. The cultivator that was killed is also innumerable. It seems to be a huge shadow. It is shrouded in the top of the head. Now it is finally retribution. How to not let people overjoy. Even if they are present, they are highly cultivated cultivators, and they are not allowed to be happy, and there are people dancing. Fu Qingjin the next words. Dilute the festive atmosphere and make Li Qingshan's suspicion worse. The demon has already ordered the massacre, and it is necessary to kill the city and revenge for Stone Demon. When everyone was scared, Li Qingshan was thinking about a question. Where did the news leak out? Fu Qingjin should be using some sort of advanced sound transmission spirit artifact, otherwise it is impossible to distance the sound transmission too far. and also to eliminate the interference of subterranean world primal magnetism. Although Monster General can also use spirit artifact refining, this kind of spirit artifact is often paired in groups. To refining, you have to refining together. Fu Qingjin will not take a monster chi thing and go around. That can only be done by Nightwalker. Who is this Nightwalker? The world of Seamless Tao, really much. However, Fu Qingjin did not mention the attack on the spirit stones or vein, so Li Qingshan was slightly relieved. It seems that he may not be his guard, but also Ken is a clan. Otherwise, he will now use mirror image clone to make a big reorganization and find the damn spy. Fu Qingjin got the news earlier. It is not a bad thing, at least it can save countless cities, reduce the destruction of this war, and accelerate the progress of the war. Fellow Taoist Fu, are you really talking? Liu Qingqing couldn't help but stand up and look heavy. As the Clear River Prefecture governor, he has the responsibility of observing the people of the world, and more about the accumulation of merits of all Confucian school disciple. Yes, monster race is making a big insult. I am still here to fight for some small profits. Will Liu Daren think? Wang Pushi frowned. Hua Chengzhen sighed. In this case, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy was forced to the edge of the cliff. The original favorable situation was swept away. It is impossible for 100 schools to ignore the lives of millions of people. If Monster Execution Union does not take the shot, they will in the face of the massive attack against Monster Race. It must be a heavy loss. Will Liu Qingqing indulge for a moment, please fellow Taoist Fu to make a charter? As long as it is not too much, we are willing to accept. But to everyone's surprise, Fu Qingjin did not take the opportunity to open the lion's mouth, but said, Liu Daren said that it is underestimated. The purpose of Monster Execution Union is to demonize and protect the people. How can it be? I want to take this place. I am waiting for the alliance. You are concentric. If there is still a dispute over the interests, and what is the difference with the past? The general charter will be as discussed earlier. As for the details, it will be put on hold for a while. What will the adults look at? Fellow Taoist Fu is a high-profile festival, and Changqing is very impressed. Liu Qingqing took a deep look. This remark is so beautiful that even the hundreds of people who were dissatisfied with Monster Execution Union and even Fu Qingjin felt that this person is not the identification of Hidden Sword Palace, and it has an unbearable atmosphere. Fu Qingjin boldly made this decision for you. Sitting here is fellow Taoist. If you work together to help each other, you don't have to talk about it. I don't have to say more. In the past 3 years, no one has. The Dorman died in the hands of demon, and it was more important to avenge their demon slayers than their interests. And this, novel school's fellow Taoist Li, has already made a model. Fu Qingjin was talking about the impassionedness and suddenly waved his hand to Li Qingshan. A few days ago, it was Li Qingshan, fellow Taoist Li of the 100 families, who took the risk and prevented Violent Stone from fleeing, so that he could be seriously injured and died. His eyes fell on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was crying and laughing, and by chance, he became an ice-breaking character, and because of the death of Stone Demon, he was highly praised. If there is no other identity, he is now so excited about Fu Qingjin. Li Qingshan stood up and said, fellow Taoist Fu is very heavy. I am the Eagle Wolf Guard. I am originally responsible. The Grand Master Yinian of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is in the hands of Stone Demon and sees him in the massacre. Fierce, always can't do nothing. Let him come and go. Zhao Xin has a hot heart and feels that what he did to Little Un is too much and awkward. Fu Qingjin said, it's good to say. Sound transmission to Li Qingshan. I hope that my performance today will not disappoint you. Under the strong pressure of the outside world, the League soon reached the end and immediately began to discuss the countermeasures against the Tucking Order. At this time, Fu Qingjin turned his head. Qingjin is daring. Dare to waste some time. There is a very important thing. I would like to ask some fellow Taoist of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy to help. Liu Qingqing said, fellow Taoist has something to do, although it will not be ruined as long as it can help. Fu Qingjin said, Some fellow Taoist probably already know one or two. I have already investigated it. I only have the finishing touches. Several fellow Taoist refused to cooperate. But this is about my hidden sword palace, Soaring Dragon Elder. It's hard to be inadvertent. Everyone remembered that Fu Qingjin had asked people somewhere ago, "Where were you? What did you do that day?" Li Qingshan felt a little bit in the heart, and Fu Qingjin said so much. Some of them are meaningless. When mentioning the death of Soaring Dragon Elder, Liu Chenqing did not dare to care. "Please fellow Taoist Fu, what is going on?" Not long ago, Soaring Dragon Sword was born. Hidden Sword Palace confirmed its position. Yes, that day. I want to ask the fellow Taoist again, where are they? Fu Qingjin looked like a sword sweeping in the field, also passed from Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan is quiet and relieved. "Would you ask me if I ask?" But the heart is inexplicably uneasy. "How do you know that the person you asked has no doubt?" Wang Pushi immediately questioned. Fu Qingjin sighed. "Can Commander Wang hear Xi Easy?" It is said that divine beast can tell the truth and know the true lies. Yes, this is the secret of my hidden sword palace, the corner of Xi Easy, which also has the ability to detect lies. So, please also ask the two fellow Taoist who did not tell the truth on the same day, and give me another answer. Fu Qingjin raised his hand, and the corner of Xi Easy was in it, releasing a strange breath. The general trend has been created. He does not have to hide anything. If that person is really in it, he will be forced out. There are so many cultivators, let him have a great ability, cannot escape. At the same time as taking out the corner of Xi Easy, Fu Qingjin puts everyone's performance into the eyes, especially the key suspects. Li Qingshan's heart was cold, and suddenly he remembered that when he confronted Fu Qingjin on Copper Cauldron Mountain, he inexplicably asked many questions. I can't help but faintly fear that if I am not careful, I will be caught by Fu Qingjin. Even if I didn't reveal the true body, I am afraid I have given Fu Qingjin a lot of things. The most crucial question is, if the corner of Xi Easy is really as magical as Fu Qingjin said, how can this pass be? Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 465 Chapter 94, Trial. Liu Chenqing thinks, Fu Qingjin will say this step, and make such a big concession. If it doesn't work together, it would be unreasonable. He turned around and headed to the 100 people, human Tao. Can everyone disagree? A silence, face to face. At this time, if anyone raises a question, I am afraid that there is really a suspicion. It is related to the death of an elder of Hidden Sword Palace, who dares to be contaminated. Fellow Taoist Fu, please ask. I believe that there will be no people in this family who are related to this matter. If it is true, we also feel that we will not be short-sighted. I will let him give an account to Hidden Sword Palace. Adults are fair, and Qingjin is also admire. Fu Qingjin arched his hand and walked to the semicircle where hundreds of people sat. His eyes glanced around, and no matter who was seen by him, it was a tight heart. In the end, Fu Qingjin's eyes fell on Li Qingshan's face and smiled. Li Qingshan was also nervous, and this was full of words. I didn't expect the first one to ask myself. If he really asked, if he answered or didn't answer, he would reveal a flaw. What should I do next? Admit that I have reached the spatial ring. But to say that it is lying, it will be distinguished by Xi Easy Horn. Fu Qingjin will certainly ask the end, or directly rushed out from here. This is even worse. Fu Qingjin wants to stay strong and display the verdant ruins fantasy. If you don't change demon's true body, you can't get out of it. If you change your body, this is nearly 100 foundation establishment cultivator. Fu Qingjin whispered in the air, and once it was closed, Li Qingshan was in a desperate situation. All kinds of thoughts have turned around, but fortunately, Li Qingshan's self-cultivation has already been very skillful. He said, fellow Taoist Fu is suspected? No. Fu Qingjin's voice did not fall, and the meeting sounded a sneer, because of the corner of Xi Easy in his hand. It actually lit up Xi Easy's corner. Sure enough, the name is not lost. Li Qingshan smiled. Xi divine beast, just and fair, knows only right and wrong. No enemy. Fu Qingjin smiled slightly and touched his nose. Lang said, I really appreciate your courage and change. So I don't want that person to be you. I want to ask you at the end. The corner of Xi, no movement, proves that his words are not false. You are free. Li Qingshan said indifferently. His heart sighed and his mood was a bit complicated. When he revealed his identity, Fu Qingjin would say, I didn't expect you to be. How should he answer? Sorry, I am the police. Do not make jokes. I have escaped for a while. The crisis is far from over, but it has been postponed for a while, and Li Qingshan is thinking hard. What is the solution? Can you fool the corner of Xi? Bull demon, tiger demon, spirit turtle? It doesn't seem to work. Fu Qingjin took a few more steps and came to Taoist Sloppy Zutong. Take a deep look. Please ask my seniors to answer me. Fu Qingjin also asked Zutong, but Zutong, the closest person to the Clear Core Prefecture in the Clear River Prefecture, has a personality that he can do as he pleases. How can the bird Fu Qingjin? But in this situation, Zutong can't help but answer, seriously, your mother is a flattering boy. The corner of Xi, Guangwood Aliang, and the laughter reappeared. Zutong said, the original is really useful. Fu Qingjin said, please continue to enlighten the seniors. Old Taoist is happy when you see you. Xi horn lights up again. Fu Qingjin wise and benevolent. Monster execution union is bright and bright. Hidden sword palace is a generation. Xi horn blinked, and Zutong simply yelled at the slogan. Hundreds of people laughed a few times. Seeing sect people face more and more unsightly, laughter gradually subsided. Only Fu Qingjin smiles unchanged. If the predecessors want to have a mouth addiction, the younger generation can take time. Listen to the seniors say 3 days and 3 nights. But don't forget, at the moment Subterranean World, Demon Army has begun to assemble. It will not take long. Hundreds of city pools will become Hello Blood Sea. The snoring of Zutong came to an abrupt end, but he didn't want to do whatever he wanted, but he was always an individual. Under the constraints of the righteousness, he couldn't be arrogant. He looked at Fu Qingjin at a glance. I haven't seen Soaring Dragon Elder, not to mention Soaring Dragon Sword. The light on the corner of Xi finally dissipated, and Fu Qingjin repeated his hand. Thank you for your predecessor. Then I went to the next suspect. Li Qingshan also had a faint smile on her face, but her heart was extremely nervous. You must destroy this alliance before asking me. They are in the Cloud and Rain Building Alliance. I will go see it. Deep in Subterranean World, Li Qingshan's mirror image clone, with Yilyu, screamed, opened wind god wings, flew out of Subterranean World, and skyrocketed, accelerated in succession, breaking through several rounds of white air and flying towards Clear River Prefecture. However, Fu Qingjin's next inquiry suddenly became smooth. Even Zutong and the others had to cooperate with each other. They even had no need to provoke Hidden Sword Palace. Even if they didn't want to say anything, they did what they did that day. I have never seen Soaring Dragon Sword and I can almost pass. The ability to lie in the corner of Xi makes the inquiry simple. Mirror image clone has only flown halfway, and the suspect asked most of the time, leaving only 3 suspects without asking. It's just a few words of effort. Li Qingshan clenched his fist, and suddenly a hand grabbed his fist, delicate and warm, Ruxin's hand. Because of the obscuration of the table, his subconscious movements passed through the sight of others, but he did not know Ruxin. Li Qingshan glanced in his heart and turned his head. Ruxin seemed to have nothing to happen. Like everyone else, he watched the result of Fu Qingjin's hearing, but he had a bit of concern. The continuous building appeared at the end of the horizon. Clear River Prefecture was looking forward. Li Qingshan's mirror image clone, staring at the city, but slowed down, sighed, and quietly approached. It's too late. Fu Qingjin asked the penultimate suspect, leaving only Li Qingshan. The suspicion of Li Qingshan was greatly increased. and 100 hot eyes were concentrated on him. Hua Chengzhen is slightly nervous, Han Tai is frowning, and Liu Kunfing is even more jaw-dropping. During these years, Li Qingshan's people at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy have met with concerns suspicion that cannot be released. At this time, the alliance will be destroyed again. There is no doubt that there is no silver in this place. Li Qingshan has made the worst plan. Mirror image clone is used to meet, only to create a line of life to rush out. I hope my judgment is wrong. Fu Qingjun stared at Li Qingshan, a faint scorpion, clear understanding like water. The corner of Xiezi illuminates the faint light. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "This is not true. You have anything to ask? Even if you ask." The performance of the party is calm, but this level cannot be spent by acting. The showdown begins. Fu Qingjun the left hand grips the extended and curved Xiezi corner, standing between the two. In the meantime, Xiezi Divine Beast, who has a unicorn on his head, crouched between them, like a majestic judge, ready to make a final ruling. Enemy friends, success or failure, and even life and death are all in between. Fu Qingjun's right hand hold down Verdant Ruin's sword without any disguise. Li Qingshan looked extremely relaxed, not even standing up, raising his hand to make a please gesture. Finally, Fu Qingjun asked the question that had been asked countless times. "On that day, at that moment, where were you and what did you do?" Li Qingshan smiled and opened her lips. At the moment of opening, there was a sudden chaos in her mind. "I forgot." Fu Qingjun stunned. The cultivators showed an unbelievable look, and this answer will no doubt be satisfactory to anyone. Every cultivator, after the Foundation establishment, opened up the sea of consciousness. Although it is not forgotten, the memory of thinking is much clearer than that of ordinary people. If you think about anything, you still think about it. Besides, even if it is immortal, it will not be able to recall even such a short time. It is always a bit of an impression. He has said that he forgot. If it is normal to hear the news, you can basically confirm Li Qingshan's suspicion. However, Fu Qingjun looked into the corner of Xiezi in his hand, and Xiezi horn was quiet and not alert. This means that Li Qingshan's forgetting is not an excuse, but a real forget. Li Qingshan, a few months ago, who remembers, probably in cultivation. Fu Qingjun, how can he stop here, look like a sword, stare at Li Qingshan's eyes, and ask, "What about Soaring Dragon Sword? Have you seen Soaring Dragon Sword? Don't be vague, just use it or haven't seen it." "I am enough. I have seen." Li Qingshan instinctively so sure. He not only saw Soaring Dragon Sword, but also clearly know its style. Then when he looked back at his memory, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes, and the golden Soaring Dragon Sword turned into a mist. The memory tells him that it is the opposite answer. He has not seen Soaring Dragon Sword, and even the words Soaring Dragon Sword are the first time I heard that. Ming King Fu Qingjun has already asked other cultivators many times. Li Qingshan can only answer, "I have never seen it." The corner of Xiezi, no light. The Xiezi Divine Beast seems to have judged the innocence of Li Qingshan, proving that he has nothing to do with Soaring Dragon Elder. Fu Qingjun's look on his face, can't tell the disappointment or rest assured. Is my inference wrong? The spatial ring is not the Foundation establishment cultivator of Clear River Prefecture, and it is from other places, or those of the Night Walker. But how does the Night Walker go to the ground to open the spatial ring? What? But in the world, everything is possible. The clue is interrupted. Fu Qingjun also has to admit that in the face of unpredictable things in the world, human wisdom is weak and weak, unless there is divination spell like Elder of Heavenly Mystery, in order to grasp the trace of fate. Liu Chenqing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Fu, can you be satisfied?" Fu Qingjun sighed slightly and lied to Li Qingshan. "It seems that my inference is wrong." Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 466. The 15th chapter of the past is easy to forget. People are not sages, you can't do anything. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. and suddenly a gentle voice came into the cochlea. "You owe me once," Ruxin said with a faint smile on his mouth. Sound transmission. "I owe you one time?" Li Qingshan recalled that the sand sculptures on the beach were washed away by the tide and collapsed. He frowned and held his hand on his forehead, not to recall anything. How is this going? He clearly knows the answer, but he does not dare to think about it. A moment ago, Ruxin took Li Qingshan's hand and thought about it for a moment, stuffing a vial into his hand, with a golden liquid in the vial, which is the forgetting water that Ruxin has recently refined. Li Qingshan's eyes rose slightly, and she took a look at Ruxin and looked at Fu Qingjian below. "I will ask myself soon. The effect of this forgetting water, the side effects, has been too late to care about." He took Ruxin's soft backhand, gently grip. "Thank you. Start gentle and delicate, weak boneless. Too late to experience." He naturally changed his position, leaning his elbows on the table, holding his mouth in his mouth, and forgetting water was running hot with his throat. Because Li Qingshan was sitting behind, everyone's attention was concentrated on Fu Qingjian and the cultivator. He asked. Li Qingshan did not attract anyone's idea. Forgetting water entered the abdomen. At the beginning, Li Qingshan didn't feel any abnormality. Looking up, the brilliant lights of the dome were dazzling. Looking down again, Fu Qingjian has returned to the center podium and stood side by side with Liu Chengqing. The crisis has passed. This time Demon's massive invasion is the big crisis of Clear River Prefecture and even me, the vow of Monster Execution Union, and the responsibility of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. All of them are pinned on this battle. Concentric. Defeating Demon. Here. Liu Chengqing is passionate about waving. It's a good spring. Li Qingshan lamented in her heart. In his other vision, looking at the clear river water that flows eastward, it is in the spring of the spring, and there is a heavy mist on the banks of the river. The air is already warm, but it has not yet reached the point where people feel hot. Walking in the spring breeze, like drinking wine, you are drunk. What am I doing here? Can't think. I really lost it when I thought about it. Is this lost on the road of life? Li Qingshan folded a section of willow branches and broke the shadow of the water. Not far away, next to the official road, a tea flag, waving in the wind. Liu Lan has been opening this tea shed for 13 years. This Grand Dao is the only way to enter the west of the city. The merchants are like tourists. If you are tired, you will have rest here. Drink a bowl of tea. Business is still booming. It was not until 3 years ago that the business gradually became difficult to do. However, he is also very content, compared to those who have brought their families to escape. He is already very good. It is next to the edge of Clear River Prefecture, the first city of 3,000 miles, overlooking his small tea shed. No monster will come here to harass. Even if it is really open, it will be picked up by the big people in the city. Today's business is still good. 3 or 5 groups, dozens of tea guests sitting under the tea shed, chatting, talking about the world. It is inevitable to tell monsters terrible. Liu Lan listened with laughter and no pressure. Suddenly I saw the grass on the river shaking, faintly sitting in a person, screaming for business. This guest officer, tired of travel, come to the old man to drink a cup of tea here, solve thirst. Other tea drinkers have turned their heads too, only to see the person standing up. The first to come into view, is a long red hair, like burning in the blazing, red-eyed eyes. Even in the blue sky, people, I feel a guilty heart. Demon. Monster. Everyone made a nap in my heart. The monster word is familiar to everyone, and it can be used to make the adult-shaped monster, but it has only been heard and never seen. It is said that the people I have seen are dead. It is also said that even the adults who can make Xianfu are not opponents, nor do they know whether it is true or not. Liu Lan can't wait to give himself 2 slaps, his own stinky mouth. What is it? And he wants to escape. But the red shadow flashed, and Monster was approaching the front, bowing his head to Liu Lan. Okay. I haven't drank for a long time. Li Qingshan said nothing, just listening to plop. Liu Lan's legs are soft, tripping to the ground, thinking about it. This is Monster, Begging for mercy is useless, simply straight, play dead. Other tea-goers are a ghost, a wolf, and a beast. Li Qingshan pouted, added tea to himself, drank a drink, but was addicted. Simply lift the teapot and pour it directly into your mouth. Tea is not a good tea, but he has been cultivating for a few years. He has forgotten the feeling of being a person. At this time, if he drinks again, he feels that there is no taste. To look into the distance Clear River Prefecture, give birth to a thought, I should want to go there. So Li Qingshan was carrying a teapot and playing with a willow branch in one hand, and walked slowly to Clear River Prefecture. In the Cloud and Rain building, after Liu Chenqing mobilized, everyone's spirit was mobilized and eager to try. They were not the ones who would be fooled by a few words, nor did they not understand the sinister war. In fact, in the past 3 years, thousands of mortal people have lost their lives. Chi Refining Warrior has suffered numerous deaths and injuries. The death of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator is not much. If it is not Moon Demon, it is almost 1 or 2. Cultivation to this step, whether it is spirit talisman or magical artifact, there is always a way to save your life. As long as you know how to advance and retreat, you are not forced to get out of danger. And killing monster, not only can get the precious monster core, and even the superficial knowledge, is extremely rare. It can be said that killing a monster general, you can make a fortune. The resulting monster core, if combined with its own attribute, can make the cultivation base a big step, and there is no chance to hit a higher realm. Acting alone or dangerous, but so many people together, what is terrible, even if you encounter Stone Demon, Blood Demon, there are ways to deal with it. As long as you don't have bad luck, you will encounter Moon Demon. We now know ourselves and know each other, take the lead, plan carefully, and we must be able to hit monster by surprise. I am not good at this. General Han, can we plan strategies for us? Fu Qingjun asked. Han Anjun, who has been silent for a moment, stood up and refused to come to the podium. The old line of military school is the strategic military method of marching, which involves the large-scale transfer of all cultivators throughout the Clear River Prefecture. Fu Qingjun does not dare to say that Han Anjun can be compared. Now Monster General, which exists in Subterranean world, is only a few dozen, and it lacks organizational command and is not afraid. Stone Demon is dead, and Blood Demon is wounded. It is not enough. Only Moon Demon and his tens of thousands. The Foundation Walker at the Foundation Establishment level is the big trouble. Hearing the word Moon Demon, everyone's head, like being poured out of a cold water, met the Moon Walker army led by Moon Demon, and wanted to escape without having to be as simple as Stone Demon, Blood Demon. Fu Qingjun sighed softly, knowing that this was a hurdle that could not be avoided. He remembered the word North Moon and even he felt a little tricky. Unexpectedly, Demon Dao of Clear River Prefecture will have such a powerful monster. Not only does its cultivation base be extremely strong, but it also has the wisdom that Monster General does not have. It has gathered a large group of Night Walkers to follow, and no matter who wants to defeat this force, it has to pay a heavy price. Kuhei Itang, as a member of the Clear River Prefecture Cultivation Road, also listened to the corner, knowing that once the two forces joined forces, she could no longer control the source and stay out of it. Seeing that they talked about the month color change, I felt a little funny and contented. She has seen Moon Demon with her own eyes, no, North Moon, and forced him to talk to himself on the flying dragon boat. Now think about it, it was really daring at the time, but the other person was vicious and cruel demon. But in her impression, he is not as terrible as they say, although it is a bit violent. But in fact, the character is very funny, and even some gentle. At some point give her the feeling, more like a big child, but also have the heart to love. At this point, a Red Wolf Guard, who oversees the movements around Clear River Prefecture, reported, "Commander, with monster entering the city." "Want to start?" Everyone looks awkward, ready to slay the demon. "It's just a monster. What are you panic about?" Wang Pushi looked at his uneasy look and was unhappy. It seems to be Moon Demon. "What do you say?" Wang Pushi's face changed. Not only him, but all other Foundation establishment cultivators were shocked. Liu Chenking immediately took out the water moon plate and shook his hand, which immediately reflected the entire scene of Clear River Prefecture. The west of the city fluttered and the crowd exclaimed. Everyone couldn't help but look up and look towards the water moon plate. Liu Chenking spurred spiritual chi. The scene in the water moon plate quickly became bigger, and a beautiful face was filled with the entire water moon plate. The expression seemed a bit stunned, and some lazy, suddenly seemed to be aware of what it was, looking around and looking around. One condensation, facing Liu Chenking's eyes, opening. "You are here!" Liu Chenking took a half step back and cried, "Not good. Moon Demon wants to kill the city." How did the formation not work? Moon Demon can converge. It turned out that at the beginning of the war, within the Clear River Prefecture, a formation was laid out. Although it is impossible to restrict the entry and exit of ordinary people, as long as a little bit of monster chi is sensed, a warning sign will be generated and the formation will work. Liu Chenking, who lives in the city, can react in advance. However, Li Qingshan was able to condense the breath and walk in easily. Fu Qingjin's heart sinks. He has seen the horrors of Copper Cauldron Mountain. Moon Demon seems to have the ability to cause a major earthquake. If you really want to kill the city, the efficiency is probably higher than that of Stone Demon and Blood Demon, and it is difficult to block. It is conceivable that once an earthquake occurs, how many buildings will collapse? Clear River Prefecture will become a ruin. This is not a shot, it is an amazing move. Li Qingshan has no intention of killing the city at all. After drinking forgetting water, everything in disorder has forgotten a lot of things. The deeper the more, the less dare to think back and forget. But I still remember that I was coming to fucking, and my heart still contained an anger. Fu Qingjin, you are a jerk. And you have to make a conspiracy to deal with Lozi. I want you to look good. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 467 Chapter 96 Unforgettable. Fu Qingjin, if not you, how can I drink and drink? Who is Fu Qingjin? What have I drank? Ping pong. Go to your mother. Li Qingshan tea was drunk. The teapot was smashed on the ground, and the willow branches were thrown aside and strode to the Cloud and Rain building. The whole text novel is the fastest update. Fu Qingjin, you roll out Lozi, although I forgot who you are. This time, all the Foundation establishment cultivators are required to participate, but not necessarily. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Painter. Flushing the disciples of all the costumes. Chu Shidao supported the body, got up from the bed, walked to the window, staring at the frosty spring outside the window, and the waves shimmered in the willows. His eyes are also flashing. I really don't want to die. Cultivation. The origin of the request, or the word longevity, because there is hope for living. There is everything in front of this. He forced himself to look back, and he took it out of his arms and slowly unfolded. The person in the painting is glaring at him with his black eyes, the blue-colored skirt, the rouge-colored lips, and the strokes, all of which he painted in the past, but now it seems, but not like. Ayan, I am hungry. Chu Shidao just finished. There was a fragrant wind blowing the face, not the fat powder, but the ink. Old stuffed me in my arms and the paint dried up. The woman walked out of the painting and took the drawing axis from Chu Shidao, and the end was hanging on the wall. As if I didn't notice the deep chi on Chu Shidao's face, I touched my skin in the mirror, didn't ask what he wanted to eat, went to the kitchen, and then came to the fire, and then smelled the dishes. Chu Shidao sat down on the table. Take out a vine yellow jug. On the table, there is not much hesitation. Open the lid. Pour the golden liquid from Ruxin into the jug. Not much effort. A yanduan served on the table. Chu Shidao took a bite. Salty. Don't want to eat. Don't eat. Ayan did not feel good. The wine was poured into 2 wine cups, and they were gently touched in the hands of the 2 people, each drinking, and each was speechless. It's not a silence, it's been 100 years, and if you want to say it, you've already said it. Even if one wants to say something, when the eye touches it, It feels that there is no need to speak. The whole text novel is the fastest update. Do you have anything to look at me? Aian looked at Chu Shidao with some suspicion. Today, in his eyes, there are some hidden things that make her invisible. What can I have to win you? Chu Shidao smiled and toasted. Not a while. A pot of wine was consumed. This wine is so weird. How do I feel like I am drunk? Aian held her forehead. The brain is a little dim. I am also a little drunk. Chu Shidao smiled slightly. The past as the smoke rises, they are scattered, drifting together, and the only remaining anger in his body. A slamming sound. The cup on the table smashed the plate, and it trembled together. Chu Shidao squatted on the table, motionless, and passed away. With a bang, Aian stood up and met the chair. Hey, you! Who are you? When sorrow still spreads in the future, it becomes a loss. The more you look back, the more you want to catch it. The more you start. Inexplicably hot on the face, she touched her cheeks. It was already wet, and her tears were flowing. The spring outside the window is getting more and more fascinating. When everyone was attracted by Moon Demon in Water Moon Plate, Ruxin didn't care about the horrible demon's approach. He said, "You're okay." Li Qingshan's performance in the confrontation with Fu Qingzhen was extremely calm, but Ruxin felt the tension in his heart, which has nothing to do with the delicate mind. Li Qingshan's acting is flawless. Heart consonance? Ruxin sneered at it and had any benefit with his heart consonance, but he couldn't help but worry about him. He remembered the existence of forgetting water. Forgetting water, she did not drink, just found a few mortals, under the temptation of heavy money. No one is interested in their memories, and even did not even think that there is a certain part of themselves can be worth so much money. I sold it without hesitation. The effect looks pretty good. Her forgetting water certainly doesn't have the power of the legendary Grandma Men's soup. It can wash away all the memories of people, otherwise they will not dare to drink Li Qingshan. The effect is roughly the opposite of recalling water, which recalls what you can remember, and what forgetting water wants to remember, what you forget. When she was refining, she used recalling water's formula and selected a number of medicinal materials with opposite remedies. Because of this, it can be guaranteed that the memory of Chu Shidao can be erased while ensuring her spirituality. Although Xaizi Divine Beast claims to be able to distinguish between right and wrong, she can only point to her heart and see the lies. If the heart is forgotten, Xaizi can't tell. Do you think I look like nothing? Li Qingshan stared at Ruxin, and there was no stranger in her eyes. Do you remember me? Ruxin was surprised. He should now think about what he forgot. Even if I forget who, I can't forget you. Li Qingshan shook his head, as if the force of forgetting water was fighting hard, and the woman in the eye was deep in my heart, never forgetting. Ruxin's heart slammed and the cheeks were stained with a faint blush. You still owe me a lot of medicine pill. But Li Qingshan's next words, let Ruxin glimpse, look as usual, smiled. The remaining medicine pill, you have not used to buy forgetting water. When, you forgot. You are less envious of me. How can I forget? Give me a recalling water, that is antidote. Li Qingshan said that although she couldn't fool Xaizi's magical power, under the pressure of Spirit Turtle, it was not difficult to control her own ideas and restrain the power of forgetting water. However, this time, the brain is always a little embarrassed, and then to the initiator of the front to ask for antidote. Ruxin is not a fake color. I have to think about it. Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse. Are you angry? Huh? Ruxin returned, but found that there was a bit of indignation in her heart. Li Qingshan laughed with a bad smile. It seems that I have to discuss with Qiangzi. What is the discussion? Men's husband, 3 wives and 4 wives, in fact, is very common, right? Li Qingshan smiled. In this respect, his original ambition was not small. Think of Chutan, you can hold your left and right. The request does not seem too much. This thought together, like a wild grass, and then Ruxin, the eyes are a little different. The two people have always been speaking in the form of sound transmission. In order to avoid people from being surprised, They are all looking ahead and communicating with the light. But after listening to this sentence, Ruxin turned his head and smiled sweetly, and picked up spiritual chi. The sound thundered on the Li Qingshan eardrum. Be your mother's spring and autumn dream. I won. Li Qingshan smiled silently, her lips open, and she used said. When they get along with each other, they are always jokes constantly, to provoke each other's emotions to win. When this joke is a bit serious, I am afraid that even Li Qingshan himself cannot tell. I only felt that it was easy to get along with Ruxin. I only took forgetting water and heard about Fu Qingchen. Ruxin did not get to know more about it. He must have known some secrets. He has seen Soaring Dragon Elder and even Soaring Dragon Elder's spatial ring is in his hands. But there is no worry in his heart. There is a wonderful trust. See Ruxin suffocating. Li Qingshan smiled. Medicine pill, you want to stay and keep it. Anyway, there is not much left, but a bottle. The potion is not enough for me to forget you. You are not Grandma Meng. After listening to Li Qingshan, Ruxin didn't know what it was like, and suddenly he came back. I'm not Grandma Meng. It seems that this forgetting water is not very effective against the cultivator. No problem, it's just a painting. Master 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Feeling the disappearance of Chu Shidao's breath, the painter's recognizers no longer banned the ban, broke into the fine house, screamed, and could not help but tears, rain and sorrow. See also mother is standing at the table with a slap in the face, although it is full of tears, but there is not much sadness, it seems very blank. I am very dissatisfied in my heart. The master is really crazy. How can a painting be worthy of a lifetime of heart's blood? No one cares about her. A group of people carefully placed Chu Shidao on the bed, covered it with white cloth, and carried it to the main hall, waiting for Chu Danqing, the prodiscipliner, to come back. Her hands were solitary in the air, but I didn't know what to do. It felt like I was back when I was just 100 years ago! She turned her head and looked at the blank paper on the wall. Looking at the corner of the paper, it had already faded into the seal of dark red. The words Chu Shidao appeared to be over and over again. In Zhuang's Hong, the teenager frowned. Although he was dissatisfied with his Hansen, he still printed his own seal. That was their first meeting. Time flies like water, and the memories of flying smoke are gathered again. The first time I talked to him, the first time I cooked it for him, the first time I quarreled with him, because she deliberately tainted the beauty of his new painting, who told him to look overwhelmed. She had a faint smile on her eyes, and she had been rushing for 100 years. It seemed like she had gone through it again. She suddenly smiled. Why, will you forget it? He sighed again. Old things, do this boring thing. Speaking and walking into the blank drawing paper. A painter collects back to take Chu Shidao's clothes and prepares to wait for Chu Danqing to come back. After bathing and changing clothes, Chu Shidao finds that she is gone. Looking around, I saw the axis of the painting on the wall. The beauty is like that, and the laughter is screaming, but the smile is gradually blurred. The painter's discipline blinked hard and suspected that he was wrong. The beautiful people in the painting gradually melted, and they were scattered into the rouge color and the cyan color pigment, which flowed down from the drawing paper. In a twinkling of an eye, the color is running out, leaving only a blank piece of paper, a spring breeze blowing through the house, the drawing axis swaying, leaving only the corner of the dark red chapter, still the same. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 468. Chapter 97, The Battle. Monster. Run away. Monster is here. In a scream, the crowd fled, and a chicken and a dog jumped, and the noisy street was declared. And it suddenly became very deserted. There was only 1-year-old child sitting in the middle of the road, crying, countless eyes, coming out from the road, the gap between the doors and windows, all of them shuddered, watching monster go to the child. They felt that the child was fierce. Imagine the cruel scene that will happen, and many eyes can't help but close. In the Cloud and Rain building, the cultivator also looked at the scene with the water moon plate, and it was too late to rescue. The child looked up at the figure that was striding, and was so scared that he stopped and cried. Usually he didn't obey, and the mother said that monster had eaten him. Monster's terrible, deep into the heart, and there was only one thought left in his heart: I really want to be eaten by monster. Bunny Scorpion, blocking the road of North Moon's uncle, not rolling away. Li Qingshan bared teeth. The child was a stunned spirit, even crawling to the side of the road. Heard a hearty laugh behind him. I couldn't help but look back and forget that the figure has gone far, the red hair fluttering in the wind, like a cluster of flames flashing. It seems that monster doesn't want to be as terrible as the mother said. In the Cloud and Rain building, the Foundation establishment cultivators are all slightly stunned. Didn't he actually shoot? Presumably, it's a mortal actor, and you don't bother to shoot it. But if it is disdain, it is said to say this again: the horrors of Moon Demon are deep in their hearts because Moon Demon has killed a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators, threatening their deepest existence. Liu Chengqing puts down his mind. It seems that Moon Demon doesn't mean the massacre. To imagine, Moon Demon has never liked the Stone Demon, Blood Demon, and likes to kill the mortal, even for the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. It's all autumn without a crime. In retrospect, Wang Pussy recalled that on Greenvine Mountain, he only killed Solitary Grave Old Man and Golden Rooster Old Man. I let go of the escaped Greenvine Mountain disciple. He is not a demon killer. So, everything he did, it's all about Fu Qingjin, and even the Monster Execution Union. This is the most natural counterattack and revenge. This thought, in the hearts of hundreds of people, suddenly felt that Moon Demon is not so abominable. If not Monster Execution Union aggressive, the situation may not deteriorate to this step. Fu Qingjin sinking. North Moon, you really are different from ordinary monster. Kuhei Tang, a pale pink lip that evokes a slight curvature. There is a kind of comfortable feeling of goodbye, and her feelings are not wrong. Under his horror, have a simple hot heart. People feel that they can get close, see him straight to the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. Baidu search, the fastest update to read the novel, could not help but worry about him. Ruxin thinks that Moon Demon's expression is familiar. Look at Li Qingshan next to him. His brows are slightly stunned and his face is serious. Li Qingshan gradually got rid of the influence of forgetting water, and mirror image clone naturally came back at the same time. Water moon mirror, clone is the reflection of the deity. No matter what influence Li Qingshan deity is, it will shine on the clone. As soon as you look up, Cloud and Rain building is in front of you. Li Qingshan patted his head and said, since I have already been released, what else? Do I let clones come here? It's too late to turn around. He is standing at a crossroads, on all four sides of the street, walking around, tall buildings, a pair of hateful eyes, overlooking Clear River Prefecture. Almost all Foundation establishment cultivators are here, surrounded by him. Naturally, there is also Li Qingshan. He is coldly looking at Moon Demon and has no fear on his face. It seems as if you can shout at any time, Moon Demon, let's die. Chong will go down and fight with Demon, which shocked Clear River Prefecture. Moon Demon rushed in with a pair of 100, calm and fearless, suffocating, squatting over Clear River Prefecture, making everyone nervous. The formation starts, and the first level light curtain envelopes the Cloud and Rain building to protect the Chi refining warriors. The light distorts the color of the sky and envelopes the entire Clear River Prefecture. The Chi refining warrior in the Cloud and Rain building has come to the fore, and some of the Chi refining warrior have become excited, standing in the window and yelling through the formation. Moon Demon has become a shackle, and this is dead. Kill this monstrous talent. Revenge and hate. More Chi refining warrior is just watching silently. This legendary horrible demon, this is Moon Demon. I dismissed the screaming Chi refining warrior. I have the ability to go out. Foundation establishment cultivators are frowning. Why is Moon Demon coming? Where are the Night Walkers? They believe that Moon Demon will never be stupid enough to know how to drink, and know that Moon Demon is drinking too much, although not drinking. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter. Li Qingshan just wasted, smiled forward and back, and the back molars were visible. Although this is a little mistake, but it is not a big deal to lose a clone at most. There are also many brilliant clone techniques in the world. Clone is extremely dexterous and can share the power of the deity. However, often the clone will be affected once it is created. There will even be situations in which the clones are self-conscious and out of the deity. Li Qingshan's water moon mirror has no such worries. Even if the mirror is broken in the water, it will not hurt the real flower. Flowers do not move. The moon does not move, mirror image will not change, although there will be a little trouble in control. However, after the completion of the Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets 4th layer, the mind reached a micro level, which almost solved the trouble. This laughter not only stopped the buzz of Chi Refining Warrior, but also made the Foundation establishment cultivators even more afraid to act rashly. If not, Moon Demon dared to do so. Ruxin stood in a place not far from Li Qingshan, and it was extremely rare to show a serious expression, but sound transmission said, "Is there a problem with this Moon Demon spirit? You have a mental problem. Your family has problems." Li Qingshan looked at the eyebrows and said seriously, "The woman can't understand it. This Moon Demon has a wild overbearing power. Even if it is hostile, I can't help but scream. Is that true?" "No feeling." Ruxin touched his chin and went to look at Moon Demon. Li Qingshan's face is a little hot. Moon Demon's laughter suddenly came out, and he said, "Fu Qingjin, I dare to come, but you dare not see me." When all the Foundation establishment cultivators appeared, Fu Qingjin was not seen. A flash of blue light, Fu Qingjin appeared behind Moon Demon, standing sideways. "A district is a clone. What is worth seeing me?" "North Moon, what's the story? Let's say it." Li Qingshan didn't look back to see Fu Qingjin. She thought hard and thought about what she should say. "I can't say that I was passing by. There is nothing wrong with coming here. You are busy with you." Ruxin's disdainful voice came from the ear. "What kind of heroic? I have to have clone? I dare to do this." Li Qingshan Gas cannot wait to directly change the demon deity. "Take this down, slap the butt." His heart moved. Perhaps this is an opportunity. "Demon Dao, Fu Qingjin, I have heard that you have to fight with me for a long time. How have you waited for so long?" But there is no movement, and it is still studying conspiracy traps with this group of people, making me boring. "Where is your deity? I can see you now." Fu Qingjin stood by the sword, his eyes stunned, and no longer see a trace of Sui and Tang, like a sword. "Do you have a fight? Or do you want to kill the weaker people?" "It's too tasteless." "I want to kill you only." "You just want to destroy Monster Execution Union." "Sure enough." Liu Chenqing said in his heart, "If all monster is as sensible as this Moon Demon." Demon Dao, on the 3rd day of March, the Kangwu Mountains. "Only you and me, come and share life and death." Everyone looked at each other, and Ming Dime was just around the corner. Moon Demon sent a clone to come to the battle. This time, it is a bit strange. "What about this battle?" Fu Qingjin stroked the hilt and tasted the taste of the North Moon discourse. "You and I don't have to participate, so as not to disturb the yaxing of the decisive battle." Li Qingshan finally showed his true purpose, that is to avoid this battle. Because he had to fight as Li Qingshan, North Moon could not be shot. Although clone has a real effect, it will be revealed when it is shot. It is definitely not the opponent of Fu Qingjin. This situation is very unfavorable to him. He came up with this method. Fu Qingjin, who was forced by the Covenant, could not be shot. He also had the reason to perfuse Spider Queen, which is the best of both worlds. Clone? Fu Qingjin examined. "Nature does not participate." "Very good, I promised." Fu Qingjin decided, but he also had his own plans. The threat of Moon Demon is great, not only because of its own strength, but also by the Night Walker he led. Without the commander of Moon Demon, those Night Walkers are likely to be a loose sand, which will be of great benefit to them and even directly affect the outcome of this battle. After the two agreed, Fu Qingjin appeared extremely generous. "Let Liu Chenqing open the formation and let Moon Demon's clone go." Li Qingshan chuckled. "This battle, in fact, I still have to participate." "Fellow Taoist Fu, Isn't this a demon trick? The cultivator returned to the Cloud and Rain building, Liu Chengqing worried. Please ask the inspecting chi technique to monitor the movement of the entire Clear River Prefecture. I will sit in the Cloud and Rain building. When he appears, I will play immediately. Fu Qingjun is addicted. Although he can't shoot, he can pass some talisman and medicine pill to the Monster Execution Union cultivator, which is from the Hidden Sword Palace. It is very powerful and will definitely hit the monster race. Li Qingshan clone back to the underground cave. All matriarchs have been called and ready to go. Human race already knows the order of Spider Queen and is preparing for it in Clear River Prefecture. This battle is never as easy as it was last time. Li Qingshan, in a word, surprised everyone, waiting for them to digest the news, and then said, I will not participate in this battle. All actions are directed by Yi Liusu. Her order is me. The command. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 469. Chapter 98. The Son of Heaven looks like the war. The host, Yi Liusu and the others all said that they could not understand. When the war is just around the corner, how can he not participate as the strongest reliance on them? I have a fight with Fu Qingjin, and I will fight in the 5th day of May. Before that, in order to recharge my batteries, I will not participate in any battle. Similarly, Fu Qingjin is also the same. This battle is based on your own harvested loot. Nature is also owned by you. Everyone understands the truth of the matter, mixed feelings, and his face is uncertain. Killing 10,000, self-destructive 8,000, different from sneak attack. Fighting with human race cultivator, it takes a lot of risks, but every benefit of killing a cultivator is equally tempting. After saying this, Li Qingshan left the Night Walker and ignored it. He simply went back to Immortal Cave and saw Millipede squatting on the stone platform. It is already clear that winter is still in the hibernation, and it is a good day to sleep. Li Qingshan's tight mind, also relaxed, smiled and said, like yours, and then cultivation for hundreds of thousands of years, no feeling, no wonder so. Pated Millipede's hard-burned skull, in my heart, this time I will find a suitable monster core for you. In a short while, Yi Liusu and Yi Lubo came together. Li Qingshan asked, is it almost the same? Well, it's still the main attack on the spirit stones, and it's no good to kill the mortal and Diexia dynasty. You can understand this. Li Qingshan smiled, and he didn't want to meet his own subordinates on the battlefield. However, I am afraid that I can't press them. Yi Liusu's exquisite face, there is a trace of worry. Regardless of strength or seniority, she is all worse. There is him, which matriarch does not dare to make. But he is not there. It is hard to say. Look at your skills. Li Qingshan didn't care. He had some feelings in Night Walker, but it was just the two. More precisely, there is only one Yi Lubo. Yi Liusu, although he is a very good man, his loyalty to him will never be higher than his loyalty to his ideals. Even Li Qingshan suspected that the person who reported to Fu Qingjin was her. Among the many Night Walkers, the most communicated with the cultivator is her, and she is so familiar with the news on the ground, but there is no real qualitative evidence and loss, and he is too lazy to pursue anything. Yi Liusu, if you die, Li Qingshan will regret it, but it won't be sad. It can only be regarded as losing a capable subordinate, but Yi Lubo is different. Lubo doesn't want to go, let's stay. Li Qingshan's eyes fell on Yi Lubo. It will be a bit softer. Yi Lubo, although her strength and brains are not as good as her sister, his loyalty is unmatched, and he has forgotten his life. He is also very fond of her. Even if he is questioned by others, he wants her to stay in a safe place. Thank you, Master, but I want to help my sister. Yi Lubo was very moved, but hesitated. Or, with you, but be careful. These talisman you are holding self-defense. This is not for you to fight. Do not use it easily. Li Qingshan took out a few scarlet talisman and handed it to Yi Lubo. Master. Yi Lubo whispered and plunged directly into Li Qingshan's arms. Liusu, take care of her. Li Qingshan patted Yi Lubo's hips. I will. Yi Liusu promised that for this favor, there was some envy in her heart. and there was even a shackle that she did not want to admit. With the command of Spider Queen, the cold and submerged subterranean world, like the surging magma, gradually boiling. Under the leadership of Blood Shadow and Dragon Snail, almost every monster joined the war to mobilize and prepare to go to the ground to kill. At the same time, in Clear River Prefecture, although Moon Demon came to the door, the League was also a complete success. The first order issued jointly was not for demo, but for several aristocratic family sects that the Alliance did not participate in. Several Foundation establishment cultivators have been around the source, trying to stay out of the way. The military order is like a mountain. Within a day, come to the fucking city to report it. Otherwise, the family will be destroyed, and the world will not be allowed. The War Machine, a combination of all the cultivators of Clear River Prefecture, roared and prepared to fight. Liu Chenking returned to the prefecture government office, bathed and changed clothes, took off the usual Confucian clothes, replaced the official gowns that were rarely worn, and took out the official seals given by the imperial court. In front of the government office is a large square. Mahist school disciple is busy, come up with a variety of mechanism equipment, is building a tower with the fastest speed. When Liu Chenking came out of the government office, the tower was as high as 100 feet, straight into the sky, looking up, as if leaning. It would collapse at any time. He took a deep breath and walked to the tower. Step by step to the top of the tower, the entire city was at his feet, and a group of birds swept past him. Liu Chenking turned his attention to a more far-reaching place, with the body's merit divine symbol suddenly shining brightly. His whole portrait is like a burning torch. His eyes suddenly shot two lights. The mountains and rivers disappeared and became a vague empty space. The Clear River Prefecture at the foot disappeared and turned into a smoke-like atmosphere, rising straight into the sky like a wolf. The column of smoke is getting smaller, and Liu Chenking feels his soul rising toward the endless sky. More columns of smoke, rising to the horizon, appearing in his field of vision, showing different colors, but no more smoke columns than Clear River Prefecture big. Finally, Liu Chenking saw the fascinating contours of the Wandao Wolf, which is the shape of the entire Clear River Prefecture. Each pillar of smoke is a town of Chengshi where human race gathers. Inspecting Chi technique is a kind of magic spell that has existed since ancient times. It not only has the technique of perceptual exploration, but also predicts the composition of divination. It can be seen that people's air transport is almost lost today. Liu Chenking is not using this inspecting Chi technique. Otherwise it will not be able to see the 3,000 miles of Clear River Prefecture. But the famous inspecting Chi technique, Saint Ancestor Emperor opened up Dixia dynasty. It is a noble man, and he upholds human Tao. He also has the responsibility of observing the people. But the 9 provinces are hundreds of thousands of miles apart and it's easy to rule. This inspecting Chi technique was created, and as long as you look up, you can see the weather in 9 provinces. This Chi is angry and popular. If the princes broadcast the benevolence of justice, the people of Zentong, and the prosperity of humans and animals, the Chi will grow and become qualified. If the rule is unfavorable, causing the people's livelihood to wither, the Chi will decline. The emperor can call the local princes and rebuke punishment. According to Liu Chenking, nature does not dare to call himself the emperor. Even the inspecting Chi technique is not a prefecture governor inspecting Chi technique. However, in Clear River Prefecture, only Liu Chenking, who is honored by the imperial court, can use this technique and can only monitor the scope of Clear River Prefecture. But the principle is the same as the inspecting Chi technique. You don't have to check the performance of the county magistrate. You only need to look at it once in the fucking city every year. Compared with the breadth of the previous year, you can make a clear distinction. At this moment, Liu Chenking looked around and couldn't help but feel awkward. In almost all places, the Chi is fading, the resentment Chi is boiling in it, and there are many places where the gas is even directly cut off, indicating that there is no longer a human race in this place. If it were not in the war, Ruai Marquis would have to climb up and immediately avoid his prefecture governor. he converges and concentrates on the movements of the entire Clear River Prefecture, responding to any city that monster race attacks. I don't know how long it took. In the southeast direction, a smoke trembled and began to weaken. Every time it was weak, it was the demise of countless lives. The smoke was full of fear. For the cultural geography of Clear River Prefecture, Liu Chenqing has long been familiar with it, and immediately said, "Dajingguan, there is a monster race invasion." The voice did not fall, and a smoke in the north quickly declined. In a short while, there are dozens of smokes that tremble and spread throughout the southeast and northwest of Clear River Prefecture. There is a saying that the emperor is angry, and the land is 1,000 miles away. The Spider Queen is like a mountain, and the massacre of the city is not a false statement. Liu Chenqing was sinking in his heart and reported a series of place names without stopping. Han Tai Huachengzhen listened to the order, went to Dajingguan, and immediately afterwards, reported the news of monster back. If it is weak, it will kill; if it is strong, then it will be retired. Under the tower, Han Anjun released a series of orders, and the Foundation Establishment cultivator flew up to the parties. No matter how many fame, it can only be used as a chess piece. Residents in the city are locked in closed doors. In the square, the Chi refining warrior was on the outside for a few laps, and they were shocked to see this scene. At this time, they were not enough to be a chess piece. But as the war spreads, no one can stay out of it. The situation now looks serious, but it is only a trial phase. After understanding the offensive direction of monster race, further dispatch will be sent. Han Anjun began to explain a few words, and later, there were only names and places. Li Qingshan, Jiayu City. When it came to Li Qingshan's name, Han Anjun made a slight meal and looked at him deeply. Li Qingshan said nothing, pulled out illusion water invisible sword, and the word controlling became invisible. It finally started. At dusk, on the wasteland that was reddish by the setting sun, the antelope that had been singled out, under a small hill, looked down on the grass. Perhaps it is the turn of spring and summer. The deliciousness of the grass, let it forget the vigilance. Did not notice, in the grass not far away, a pair of orange eyes are staring at it. Under the coming night, slightly green light, the cheetah will be lower and quieter, and the antelope seems to have noticed what it is, raising the head, but it is too late. The cheetah's strong figure, lightning from the grass, throwing the antelope at the ground. The fangs pierced the throat until it suffocated. The cheetah was about to enjoy the delicious taste of the hand. A loud bang, the earth shook a little, and then it was another, approaching. The cheetah felt dangerous, but did not get the prey of the hand. The sunset on the horizon dipped the hills into a luminous curve. Suddenly, a huge black shadow crossed the hills and covered the sunset on the horizon. Like a mountain, the cheetah pressed the bones. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 470. Chapter 99, The War. In the blink of an eye, the shape of the shadow is like a giant egg, but it splits out the limbs and hangs down from the huge body. The skin is bright and hard, as if it has been carefully polished. It is more like a stone, not flesh and blood. Only the part that connects the limbs is similar to the body, but it is more like a huge tube twisted together. Under the sunlight, it can even see the flow of liquid in it, but I don't know if it is blood. There is no obvious head, two cold flashes with small spots. It seems to be its eyes. The whole looks huge but not bloated, like a marching fortress. Extraordinary momentum. The bang of the bang is exactly its heavy footsteps. Stepping over the body of the cheetah, it did not stop to go to the end of the wilderness. There is a lonely city. On the ground, a rugged round rock suddenly trembled, and the skin of the rock broke apart, showing the crystals in it, turning into a ball as big as a wheel, spinning 360 degrees, locking it. A giant monster like astride. The monster crossed over from the sky without notice. The ground cracked a large slit, which was filled with fangs, a large body, and a huge body that jumped out of the soil. It was an horned lizard with a shape of more than 10 feet, slamming into the giant egg. Monster spit out the poisonous mucus. The giant monster raised his right arm, opened the palm and pointed it at the lizard, and released a bucket of light, but he became elbowed and could not adjust the best angle. The huge body of the horned lizard is extremely dexterous, with the beam passing by the mouth of the fangs, the bite of the monster's wrist, and the head is torn and the whole arm is torn. Dark red's liquid is flying far away. The monster seems to be suffering. The left fist was bombarded on the head of the lizard. The two monsters fought fiercely on the wasteland, staring at them, unable to distinguish between justice and evil. Only the confrontation of the most primitive forces. The eyes of the dome monster are constantly flashing, but there is no screaming from beginning to end, like a tireless combat machine. But the disadvantage of losing one arm is constantly expanding and gradually unable to support it. The venom is covered with the whole body, corroding the epidermis, revealing the inside, not the internal organs, but the mechanical mechanism of rapid operation. In its raised chest and abdomen, there is a part similar to the cabin. Hao Pinyin sat there, his eyes full health silk, and the unconscious screaming in his mouth. Go to hell. It is he who manipulates the monster to fight. This is the latest development of Mohist school. Combined with the method of refining corpse, it has a strong strength of foundation establishment. There is no ordinary ability to fight independently. Mohist school's traditional martial arts, there are foundation establishment level, even golden core level, and even the legendary nascent soul level, but to manipulate these, you also have the corresponding strength, at least not a chi refining warrior to play of. This chapter was uploaded by friends. This new type of flaw can be used by chi refining warrior, and Hao Pinyin is the brain of this kind. I came to perform the task. I wanted to demon slayer. I didn't expect to be unfavorable, and I was ambushed by Monster General. The lizard Monster General pressed the symbol to the ground and felt the presence of Hao Pinyin. The sharp claws continued to slam into the cabin. Sparks splashed, sawdust fluttered, and the sound of the teeth rubbed. Only listening to the squeaky sound, the lizard Monster General opened the cabin and was about to make a big splash. The taste of the human race cultivator has a different taste. Hao Pinyin embraced the Huanglong swallowing cannon, roaring and emitting a beam of light. The mouth of the lizard Monster General opened. The lizard Monster General has a fragile mouth injury, but it is not a big injury. Instead, it becomes more vicious and bites to Hao Pinyin. The hurricane blows the face. Hao Pinyin knows that this is the reason to be accounted for here. Suddenly, the lizard Monster General seemed to have noticed what he had, and he gave Hao Pinyin two protruding eyes, 360 degrees of rotation for a week, locked in a void, and suddenly flew out a long black sword. The lizard Monster General also felt the danger of the ink black sword. A terrible sword intent locked it, and it was so fast that it was so close. Its shape has shrunk dramatically, its speed has become faster. Lightning has bypassed the ink black sword, and it has plunged into the void, and the sneak attacker is there. Illusion water invisible sword looming over the semicircle of the arc, scratching the void, as if counting the trajectory of the lizard Monster General, accurately on its back. A horrible sharp sword chi like the ink black sword, and it will follow. The lizard Monster General screamed, and the body was made into two pieces, but not from the waist, but from the base of the tail, as if the sword was not on its back. This is its innate divine ability, which can be passed on to the tail wherever it is hurt, and the lizard can be regenerated. Feeling dangerous, it turned to the ground without hesitation, and sword chi pierced the raised eyes and pierced the head. The ink black sword that just flew out did not know when to turn over. Li Qingshan's figure shows that this Monster General is really embarrassing. If he completely refining cursive sword script, the control of sword chi has already worked well, and it has almost escaped. If you don't have these two sword keys, you can't change the monster body. Just relying on the realm of foundation establishment initial stage, you want to kill Monster General, it's not an easy task. Although Boundless Sea Art is a good culture technique, it lacks the ability to kill and kill. Even if it has the upper hand, it will force Monster General to desperate. It directly self-donation Monster Core. or the bamboo basket is empty. Li Qingshan took the entire lizard into the 100 treasure pouch and looked at the monster core. The monster core attribute was poisonous and finally found a monster core for millipede. Qingshan Hao Pinyin was full of surprises and climbed out of the hustle and bustle. He looked like he was awkward. Long time no see. Li Qingshan turned back and smiled. The two chatted for a while under the wreckage of Hao, and Hao Pinyin knew that Li Qingshan would come here, not by chance, but was sent to assist him. Soon after the new model was put into the battlefield, the confidence of the parties was not very strong, and the performance in actual combat was indeed not as good as the ordinary Foundation establishment level. And this kind of thing, Li Qingshan, is not the first time. The setting sun gradually fell to the horizon, and the stars on the wasteland were particularly dazzling. Let's go. I will take you on a journey back to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Li Qingshan hasn't finished talking yet. The jade at the waist is shining, unlike the Scarlet Wolf card, which is uniformly distributed to every cultivator. Contact matter. Among them came Han Anjun's cold voice. Li Qingshan, report the message. Smashing one monster general, the cockroach is damaged, and Hao Pinyin is okay. Go to the southwest side of the 300 miles of Fang Tingpu support. Han Anjun did not have any praise, directly ordered. Okay, right now. Not immediately, it is immediate. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. Hao Pinyin said, let's go. I want to fix this guy. Go back and ask for a drink. Hao Pinyin looked at Li Qingshan's body shape and thought about all the rumors about him. In addition to gratitude, there was deep admiration. This is the 5th monster general he killed. From the beginning of the war to the present, there have been more than half a month. From the initial temptations, the flames of war were burning and burning everywhere. Even Li Qingshan was amazed at the fact that there were so many monsters hidden under subterranean world, and the towns that hit the whole place were in ruins. The Spider Queen's butchery order was completed, because even if there is a Foundation establishment cultivator to stop, the aftermath of the battle is enough to destroy the city. No one can take care of the lives and deaths of mortals in the fierce fight. The war did not end, but it became more and more fierce. In just 10 days, the fallen Foundation establishment cultivator has broken through 10 people. Even Li Qingshan has been in danger for many times, one of which is dangerous and even more deadly. The monster general is not as good as the stone demon blood demon, but because there is no special lineage, but the strength is amazing. It is not the Foundation establishment initial stage. If you don't have the biggest card of the monster body, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. However, after the expedition, the harvest was quite abundant. A total of 3 monster generals were killed, plus 2 monster generals that were previously killed, and the number of kills reached an astonishing 5. In addition to the one used by the water element monster core, he already has 4 monster cores in his hand, and the monster, which is smashed, is innumerable. His contribution points in the Eagle Wolf Guard have been added to a very large number. The 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and the Monster Execution Union have come up with a lot of resources to boost morale and another reward. In addition to this, there are some names, such as Invisible Sword Li Qingshan and Sea Tiger Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan rushed to Fang Tingpu, and heard the sound of silk bamboo in the distance, crossing the endless reeds and swaying in the warm air of midsummer night. There is a manor on the bank of the river, and the sound is coming from there. Outside the manor, it is the eyes of a monster that flickers like a star, constantly approaching, and constantly being forced by the invisible tone. Several music schools disciplines sit in the pavilion behind the manor, holding different instruments in their hands, like performing, not fighting. They are really not good at fighting. Although they can push the monster back, they can't form deadly injury. True Chi is gradually exhausted, and the face is full of fear. Suddenly heard a scream, scared a family disciple to break the strings, frightened inexplicable, but found that the beasts began to run away, one by one. Bloodshed. Li Qingshan killed a leading monster with a sword. Then, without much effort, The remaining monsters were solved one by one and came to the pavilion. You are all right. You are Li Qingshan. Music school's discipline is mostly a woman. These are no exceptions. Although there is no peerless posture, it is also beautiful and beautiful. It is very popular with Li Qingshan. One of them is a bold statement, willing to fill the gap left by Han Qiangzi and soothe the lonely heart of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan understands that this is not only a hero to save the United States, but also a beautiful woman. Otherwise, these proud music school beauty will not be so ignorant, but will be precarious in the war and want to find a strong reliance. Only smile and do not respond. Sit down in the pavilion. Restore the cost of spiritual chi and spirit. It didn't take long for the jade on the waist to light up again. Peas, I want to cross the Yellow River Isagawa. I want to break out without inspiration, and I'm better off hanging the southeast branch. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 471 Chapter 100 Dragon Snail, Zitong. However, this time, Hananjun did not give him a new mission, but called him back. Li Qingshan smiled and said, I was finally willing to let my son-in-law take a break. Several music school disciples heard that he was going to return to Clear River Prefecture. They all wanted to say nothing. They didn't have the strength of Li Qingshan, but they didn't have to take on such a big responsibility. After each basic dispatch, they will go back to repair. However, there is still a short distance from here to Clear River Prefecture. Now that the situation is turbulent and the war is spreading, it is easy to encounter demons raid, and I want Li Qingshan to take them. But if you bring them, you will waste some time for Li Qingshan. With the rise of Li Qingshan's fame, his loneliness is also famous. It is rumored that he has always been a loner, and he does not like to communicate with others. Chapter 100 Dragon Snail, Zitong. If the opening is rejected, then the face will not look good. I want to go back to Clear River Prefecture, but I want to take you there. Li Qingshan saw their thoughts and didn't care about this time. Several music school disciples were overjoyed, and even thanked him. He felt that he was not as inhuman as the rumor. After all, everyone is a person. The white clouds filled the air, holding up Li Qingshan and several music school disciples, and slowly flew up the sky, slamming, dragging along cloud tail and breaking away. Senior brother riding fog technique. I am afraid there is no one in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Senior brother, but I have a rare genius in Clear River Prefecture for 100 years. When I was admitted to the hospital, those who were promised to be genius were not the first foundation establishment of senior brother. The clouds crossed a mountain. After leaving it behind, several music school disciples would like to admire, in addition to the true heart. Of course, there is also flattering. In fact, it is said that they have joined 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for a longer time than Li Qingshan, and they are still Li Qingshan's senior sister. Even if you don't get any real qualitative benefits, you can work with such people. It is also a good thing to end a good relationship. The weak are going to meet the strong, mostly in the same way, although often nothing can be obtained. But only the first 100 chapters of Dragon Snail are set, and Zitong is the glimmer of hope. Li Qingshan smiled and was about to say something. Suddenly I felt a little uneasy. On the dark earth, golden light flashes, running through the clouds. This is a prosperous ancient city, although it is far less than the fucking, but there are several mines nearby. Relying on mountains to eat mountains, people's livelihood is also rich. The sky was just dark, and the lights lit up in the city. Because of demons' chaos, there are not many people on the road. Only the husband is still knocking on the street, lazily shouting, "Dry, dry, be careful." The husband's voice was Emil. Through the moonlight, I saw a figure coming from a distance, and flickered in a thin night fog. He narrowed his eyes. I still want to see more carefully. Somehow, the figure came to the front, the beautiful and ruddy face, a pair of eyes smashed with blood, two fangs protruding from the corner of the mouth, open mouth sucking. A bang. The heart of the husband slammed out and flew out a bright red blood. When the gong was heard, the bronze gong fell to the ground, and the husband fell to the ground. He twitched and became a cold and pale body, leaving no drops of blood. Blood Shadow licked his lips and continued along the street. His gaze penetrated the mist through the wall and saw the human form of the blood energy in the houses on both sides of the road. His mouth was so large that it was an exaggerated size, which made his entire face extremely distorted, swallowed with a big mouth, and a bright red blood came out of the wall and madly poured into his mouth. At the end of the long street, a powerful blood energy attracted the attention of Blood Shadow. He stared at him, a Taoist who wore a worn-out robe, and squatted with a bottle of gourd in one hand and a blackened hand in one hand. Branch. Monstrous talent. Wait for you for a long time. Zitong took a sip of wine and had a dry hand. A thunder, twisting and twisting, like dragon snake, runs through the night fog and instantly hits Blood Shadow. The cloud was torn apart, but there was no one on it. Li Qingshan flew 2 cloud bands in his hands and surrounded several music school disciples. On the ground, the golden light flashes, a giant hedgehog is fine, and all of them are golden spikes. Each has a spear size and a sky. Li Qingshan picked up the treading wave form and stepped on the ladder. He wanted to get out of the attack range, put several music school disciple in a safe place, and slaughtered the hedgehog. First level thin clouds screen, covering the moon in the sky, moonlight. Li Qingshan broke through the clouds and jumped above the clouds. The thorns of the thorns flew to this height and it was very weak. It was too late to breathe, but saw a hunchback old man sitting on the clouds, in a very slow tone. You are killing me 3 Steravators of Monster General recently? Dragon Snail. Li Qingshan is in the heart. Blood Shadow Violent Stone Dragon Snail. Among the 3 demon, his most taboo is the unfathomable Dragon Snail, and like Blood Shadow Violent Stone, he seems to agree with this. Li Qingshan at the Subterranean World Clone, has closed the cultivation, ready to fight Fu Qingjin, to report to Spider Queen. Spider Queen doesn't like it, but seeing that he can hold a strong hand, there is no objection. At this time, Dragon Snail suggested that he should be handed over to all the monsters in the territory. Li Qingshan refused to agree, and Spider Queen had already fixed his opinion and could not be rejected. Originally, Dragon Snail not only included the subordinates of Violent Stone, but even the subordinates of Blood Shadow, almost replacing Spider Queen and commanding all monster. It seems that my performance during this time is too prominent, and I have attracted the idea of this old monster. I am here to ambush me. This old monster city is deep and thoughtful, and it is more difficult to deal with than the Violent Stone Blood Shadow. It's okay to say that with these future refining warriors, I'm afraid it's hard to protect them. Li Qingshan said quietly, what is it? I will stay here. Dragon Snail's speed of speech is a lot faster. There is no slow tone that makes people listen to the urgency, and it's fast, and its speed. A flash to Li Qingshan, a thin hand to the Li Qingshan's throat. Hurry, it's even faster than Blood Shadow. Li Qingshan's body responded faster than the idea, and the cross sword seemed to stop. Dragon Snail didn't seem to see the almost transparent illusion water invisible sword, still straight. Li Qingshan has a happy heart and a sharp sword edge. He easily cuts into the tiger's mouth of Dragon Snail and divides his skinny arm into 2. Danshan sword chi comes out with the sword. Dragon Snail, some of the sluggish eyelids flashed with a sinister radiance. The separate arms swelled and then opened, like a monster's huge mouth, pulling out 10 million mucus and biting Li Qingshan's neck. Li Qingshan has achieved her goal, and the sword has been removed. The illusion water invisible sword has been covered with first-level mucus, which erodes the aura of the sword. He has picked up the spirit artifact and washed away the mucus. Not only does the aura become dim, even the sword body became visible to the naked eye. That sword is exactly what Dragon Snail deliberately made him stunned. His Danshan sword chi is fatal to deal with the ordinary monster general, but he has no confidence in Dragon Snail. Sure enough, Dragon Snail was just a little slow, and there was no reaction. Even without Violent Stone, pushing sword chi out. Let me go, let me go. I want to go home. At this moment, a music school disciple screamed like a child and screamed and struggled. It was the one who tried to make something with Li Qingshan. The constant life and death crisis has broken her last heartstring, not everyone's nerves, and they are as strong as Li Qingshan. Don't be afraid, we will be fine. I believe in senior brother. Slut, shut me up, you hear no? Several other music school disciple, afraid that she really fell off, persuaded, even screamed into Li Qingshan's ear. The speed of speech is fast and amazing, as if it is a quick-release tape, almost unable to hear clearly. His brow wrinkles, if realized. Hey! A few golden lights hit the air from behind, and Li Qingshan almost didn't react, and he didn't return. The sword slammed into the spur of his vest, but he screamed by his body. Then, a spike directly passed through the head, shooting the music school disciple on the spot, and her bloody brain had a blood hole. The persuasion sounds also stopped. Several other music school disciples, each with a blood hole in their body, turned into a dead body in the blink of an eye and hung on the cloud belt. Their eyes are round and round, as if they can't believe it. They will have such a fate. I wanted to rely on Li Qingshan to get some security, but I didn't expect to be killed because of him. The clouds were scattered, and they fell toward the ground, gradually becoming smaller, melting in the clouds, and the clothes dancing like a piece of withered petals. Li Qingshan didn't have time to feel it. He finally understood that it wasn't the dragon snail was getting faster, but he was slowing down. Not only did his body slow down, but with the reaction of his brain, the speed of running spiritual chi slowed down. He didn't know when he was in the middle of the trick. He stares at dragon snail in front of him, so weird innate divine ability, terrible innate divine ability. Behind Li Qingshan, in a cloud screen, the hedgehog shook his body, the golden light, the dense rain, the inability to dodge, and the Li Qingshan, which was slower in shape, could not be evaded. Blood Shadow, which has been tested by heavenly tribulation, is afraid of a lightning bolt in this area. Waiting for me to take your blood out and taste what it is. Blood Shadow coldly smiled and stepped forward, squatting on the body. His face gradually turned into black, showing a hint of fear, staring at the dead branches in Zitong's hands. What is this? It's not like a flash of lightning, but it's not going to be ruined in blood shadow within the body. Every tiny electric light can penetrate his body and evaporate a part of the blood. Even the blood-red monster core is surrounded by electric light, which makes him feel a guilty heart. Supreme Elderly Lord, urgency, thunderbolt, divine thunder. Zitong's face is awe-inspiring. There is no nonsense. The footsteps are slamming, the worn-out robes are dancing, holding the dead branches, as if holding a peerless sword, pointing to the long day. Boom! Divine thunder descends from the sky, and connects to the sky, shining thousands of miles. Peas, I had a night's dream last night. I got a headache today. This chapter has been written for more than 4 hours. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 472. Chapter 101 does not end karma, if mortal ants. If Li Qingshan only deals with this golden light rain, there is still a bit of control, but with the careful thinking of Dragon Snail, how can he give him this opportunity without any hesitation? Both sides of the attack, to kill his last line of life. Li Qingshan's heart calmed down, as if it were a sea. But there was no wave. In an instant, he seems to see the trajectory of each spike, although this is just a fleeting feeling. The illusion water invisible sword in the right hand has been swaying toward the sky. The sword reflects the silver moonlight, flickering hidden. At the same time, his left hand shot toward the throwing dragon snail, living tide form, parting cloud form. In one go, true chi is like a tide, layered on the palm of the hand, but not led, until the moment when dragon snail approaches, it turns into a cloud of tsunami. However, if it is normal time, his sword art may be useful. If you face the usual monster general, he can make a contribution. But what he is facing now is the ambush of the monster race general. With the discreet character of dragon snail, with only one monster general, dare to ambush him. There is absolute confidence and grasp. When the two sounded crisp, Li Qingshan slowed down the sword of the number, only hit 2 spikes that flew to his head, but the chest and abdomen were both wounded at the same time. There were 7 or 8 blood holes, one of which was a blood hole in the heart's position. A loud bang, Dragon Snail scorned Li Qingshan with a palm, an incredible amount of strong great strength, and the huge monster chi, directly smashing the tsunami. Li Qingshan spurted out. Li Qingshan, like the music school disciple, fell from the sky. Dragon Snail is very confident. His palm has already broken Li Qingshan's internal organs, let alone the vital point of the heart. He is definitely dead. But just in case, he beheaded the Hedgehog Monster General, and the Hedgehog Monster General swooped over Li Qingshan to taste the deliciousness of the human race cultivator. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed through a Dao divinity. I don't know when. Carrying a scarlet talisman, it burns and turns into a fly ash, a piece of aura, and surrounds Li Qingshan. The hedgehog has a slap in the air, and a blind eye. Li Qingshan people have left a trajectory of flying in the night sky 10 miles away. Fortunately, there is this armor, otherwise it is the way of this old thing. Li Qingshan feels that the speed of the spiritual chi is back to normal. Regardless of Dragon Snail's innate divine ability, it's obviously impossible to cover such a long distance, and immediately he did not hesitate to pick up the treading waveform and fly toward the distance. The armor is one of the more precious types of talisman. At the very least, only Scarlet Talisman will have this talisman, and it will be displayed when it is in a desperate situation. It seems like there is more than one life. Li Qingshan uses the lowest armor. I can only fly 10 miles, and because he doesn't know escape magic, there are quite a lot of restraints. This fly can only be 10 miles, no more than 1 foot, and no less than 1 inch. You can only fly to the place where you can see it, and there is no barrier in the middle. All kinds of requirements, so that this armor is actually a bit of a chicken. Not only can't be used in a closed environment, but when they reach their realm, the distance is not far away, and the effort can be reached. In particular, the situation is that if you use it directly, I am afraid that just taking out talisman will be interrupted, even if it is displayed. Under the cover of Dragon Snail's strange divine ability, it is probably too slow and amazing. He was so badly injured, how can he still move freely? Dragon Snail's face changed, and his eyes flashed with anger and went straight to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan put it down. Dragon Snail's speed is not fast. It is worse than Blood Shadow. It is worse than Violent Stone, but faster than him. Then bit by bit, the distance between the two quickly zoomed. You don't have to catch up with him, just put him in the divine ability range. Dragon Snail squints. Divine ability is like an invisible big cage. Li Qingshan caged forward. Li Qingshan also thought of that point. How can the Dragon Snail be satisfied? A cursive sword script is unfolding, and an ink-black sword is flying out. The magic spell is used again. Firstly, a water curtain is placed, and then a call is made. A cloud giant, behind him, finally took a downwind and shot on himself. Dragon Snail swallowed the ink-black sword and shattered the water curtain, directly through the cloud giant, just slowed down, and the speed was almost unabated. Looking at Li Qingshan, I have already taken a hurricane, flying at a faster speed, and flew away. Dragon Snail stops and gives up chasing. It's not far from Clear River Prefecture City. At this point, the ambush is a failure, and it's not good. Dragon Snail breathes away and disappears. Li Qingshan descends from the sky, meditating on the knees and restoring spiritual chi. Several blood holes in the body have healed almost, leaving only traces of faintness, and the heart beats again. With his strong vitality, many vital points are no longer a vital point, as long as you protect your head. My strength is still not strong enough, otherwise I will directly change the monster body and kill this. How can it be so troublesome? No, if it's stronger, go straight to Rose. I am Monster Marshal. Isn't it more unrestrained? Looking up to the distance, The brightly lit Clear River Prefecture is in front. At this moment, the distant sky flashes a bit. After a long time, there is a weak thunder, which is transmitted to the ear. The good thunder, this thunder, afraid of being 1,000 miles away, is definitely not the ordinary heavenly thunder. I am afraid that even my spirit turtle dark armor can't easily resist. Li Qingshan lamented that there are many powerful people in the world, and there are countless experts. This is only in the small Clear River Prefecture, which is limited to the Foundation establishment level. If this game is over, the war will expand, Monster Marshal Monster King will be rampant, Golden Cornascent Soul will go away, and his Monster General realm will not be a problem. If you encounter one, it will be a terrible thing. Just the Song Tao Academy. Wen Zhengming is a big problem. After experiencing the crisis tonight, he became more and more eager to improve his strength and realm. He must break through Bull Demon and Tiger Demon 4th layer as soon as possible. Put on a new dress and walk to Clear River Prefecture City. The dead wood in the hands of Taoist Sloppy Zitong is not a normal dead branch, but a real magical artifact. In the past, he traveled outside and met a one-ear iron tree that was almost ready to be a spiritual. He was bombarded by heavenly thunder, leaving only a small piece of lightning strike wood. After decades of refining, he became a magical artifact named Thunder Executor. Is extremely powerful. Zitong repaired the Divine Firmament Imperial Thunder Secrets, which motivated the Thunder Executor, and the destructive power could not match even some magical treasure. His wildness is not affected, or it is also affected by this law, and he has his own wild and unyielding spirit. I saw that the position where Blood Shadow was originally standing turned into a large pit, which was 10 feet wide and spread to the houses on both sides. This power seems to be general. Li Qingshan can do it with a single stroke, but the power of the thunder is no worse than other magic spell, and generally does not cause damage to earth and stone. This lightning strike, but directly vaporizes 100 tons of earth and stone, and the big pit shines in the moonlight and turns into a crystal. Coward. Zitong's nose sighed and let this escape. At the last minute, Blood Shadow raised his cloak and turned it into a first-level bloody sky, resisting a lightning strike, fighting for a moment, and taking the opportunity to escape. In fact, it is not known, the blood loss ability of Blood Shadow is a great threat to the cultivator. It could have taken the opportunity to approach Zitong, but Blood Shadow refused to take a risk and fled directly. Zitong was full of anger, but he couldn't help. He was the first person in Clear River Prefecture, but he was slower in the speed of Blood Shadow. Zitong, sword controlling, leaving the Dark City, could not help but look back and sigh, and decided to go. The lights in the city are extinguished. In a study, all the porcelain was shattered and scattered. The scholars were squatting on the table, and they were still reading the lights at night. At this moment, they became lifeless. The blood gradually soaked through the books, and the blood was smashed and shocked. There is no more living thing in the city. Men, women and children, snakeworms and ants. A little half died in the hands of Blood Shadow, and most of the time it was killed by Zitong. For opponents such as Blood Demon, Zitong does not dare to keep his hands, and can't keep his hands. If he takes care of the lives and deaths of mortals, he can't exert his full strength. It is him who is dead. Blood Shadow will kill the city and will continue to slaughter. So only this way, there is no other way. Even if the mind doesn't think so, the reality is ruthless as iron. It's nothing more than a fight by divine immortal, and the mortal suffers. Although the alliance of Clear River Prefecture City, Cloud and Rain Building has long since ended, Cloud and Rain Building has been called up as a base against Demon, and it is also a determination to protect millions of people in this city. Qingshan, another one. Premium is doing well. Fellow Taoist is really amazing. In the middle of the building, cultivator exchanges, lively, see Li Qingshan return, have greeted the ceremony. Li Qingshan's message of killing another monster general has spread, as if the hero had returned. During this time, he walked in Clear River Prefecture, saved a lot of cultivator life, and made a lot of goodwill. However, he is only slightly decapitated. Do not respond too much, in the eyes of some people, quite a bit arrogant. In fact, Li Qingshan just did not want to be attached to people, contaminated with karma. Although these words are only from the Buddhist scriptures of Little An, they now feel that there are some truths. Since they understand their own path, friends or acquaintances, the less they are, the better, so as not to be uncomfortable. On the upper level of the Cloud and Rain building, there are several patriarchs such as Confucianism, Fu Qingjian and a few strange foundation establishment cultivators, facing a big Clear River Prefecture mind map, like what has been discussed. Li Qingshan came in and said hello. Liu Chenqing waved his hand to him, let him wait for a moment, then lowered his head and pointed to the map. I just got the news. Zhu's predecessor killed Blood Shadow failed. It should be I will be back soon. This is already the 12th city. If Blood Demon is not refining the blood, the damage will be bigger. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 473 Chapter 102 Dangerous Tasks. Huacheng's Shen Dao, the Foundation Establishment cultivator, also has several people killed. The Qi refining warrior who lost his life is even more numerous. The ability to control blood is very dangerous once it is close, even though there are divination of the predecessors, probably able to determine a few positions. I wanted to set them separately. I didn't expect him to be alert to such a degree. If you can't concentrate, it's hard to kill him. Li Qingshan listened in silence, guessing that this time he was called back. It must be related to Blood Demon. He also heard a little about the various actions of Blood Shadow. After the mass war, Blood Demon became the largest human race cultivator threat. The power of Blood Demon is equivalent to the Foundation Establishment Beak. Except for a handful of people like Taoist Sloppy, most Foundation Establishment cultivators are not their opponents. If there is no means to save lives, the single unknown collision is a dead end. In the face of that strange speed, it is difficult to escape. I don't know if Li Qingshan is lucky, or Blood Shadow is so lucky that I haven't met it for half a month. The 3,000 miles of Clear River Prefecture is not big, and it is not too small. Listening to their words, Li Qingshan also guessed the root cause. First, School of Yin Yang Lord Ma Buai calculated the city where Blood Shadow might attack, and then laid an ambush in these places, but failed. Wang Pushi frowned and asked, Old Linin, can you accurately reach a city? We will lay down the sky. We will be able to kill this. The eyes of others have also fallen on Ma Buai, and some look forward to it. There is a saying that I have known 3 days of affairs, and I have been rich for 1,000 years. If you can know the enemy's movements in advance, everyone can become a peerless star. Liu Chenqing takes a look at the whole picture with inspecting Qi technique, and it is only now Ma Buai's divination spell is able to lead to the future. Ma Buai is still a linen, wearing a high crown and standing with his hands on his back. I heard this. A long sigh, smiled bitterly. You are embarrassing me. The world is original and unpredictable. It is still the powerful demon such as Blood Demon. How can it be calculated? This has surpassed my ability to become a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Everyone is disappointed. This kind of ambush on all sides can't put too much power, otherwise there will be no loss of manpower in other places, and there will be great losses, especially if there is no guarantee that you can kill Blood Shadow. These monsters are very sensitive to the crisis. Blood Shadow is even more cautious. Maybe it's wrong. Turn around and leave. All the ambushes and arrangements have become a basket of water. Human race versus monster race. This chapter is uploaded by friends. It is like a wrestling. You must use every force with caution. Take tonight, Dragon Snail and Zutong. This can go to other places. The other part is Foundation Establishment Cultivator and Monster General. It's basically a dead end when they meet them. In the end, it wasted time on a failed ambush. Its loss is difficult to estimate directly. But Ma Buai glimpsed Li Qingshan, and his heart moved. Give birth to a thought. But what if Little Un can succeed in Foundation Establishment? How can it be more accurate? How is Qingshan, Little Uncultivation. Is there a chance to break through the Foundation Establishment realm community? With Ma Buai's questioning, everyone's eyes fell on Li Qingshan. You said Little Un, the genius of your 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Even if the Foundation Establishment is successful, it is just the Foundation Establishment initial stage. How can we compare with you? How can we pin our hopes on a little girl? Rhinoceros Horn Mountain's sect leader Cheng Shan disapproves of the way. He has a muscular knot, tall, standing there, like a tower, the frontal bulge, like an horn. This is the corner the work of cultivating to the extremely deep realm. The cultivation base has reached the Foundation Establishment late stage, and when it comes to speak, it sounds loud and thunderous. Looking to Li Qingshan, there was always a smothering color in the eyes. A younger generation in the district, but with the Han family, got a powerful spirit artifact, killed several monster general, and was so respected. A few years ago, Li Qingshan defeated the eldest senior brother of Rhinoceros Horn Mountain in public, which damaged the face of Cheng Shan. Later, Li Qingshan broke through the Foundation Establishment realm. The eldest senior brother was still Chi-refining warrior and was considered to be one. The influence of the war left a shadow in the heart. Although I don't hate to gnash my teeth, I always think about revenge, but I can't see it. Others were also very disappointed, and thought that Ma Buai had any good ideas. Even if genius needs to grow up, it has been amazing for a mortal to become a 10th level Chi-refining warrior for a few years, but it is just Chi-refining warrior. The little Anu said, it seems that it has never been seen before. Our disciples are all in a safe place, but she is hiding in a safe place. It is a bit wrong. A woman questioned. It was Yun Xia, elders of Xia. Li Qingshan frowned and was about to refute. Liu Chenqing took the lead. Little Un has been accepted as a room joiner disciple by Jigweng Zen Master. We should not arbitrarily dispatch. If it is damaged, we cannot explain to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Hope Elder Xia can understand. Hey, we are not bad for a little Chi-refining warrior. Seeing that the two sides are going to have a dispute, Fu Qingjin gave Xia elders a look, and Xia elders coldly snort, did not dare to go deeper. If the little An is really in the midst of a war, Jigweng Zen Master can be pursued and the young Xia can't be eaten. Ma Buai shook his head. This is what you all know. Divination spell is different from other magic spell and attaches great importance to innate skill. Little Un can start running yin-yang 5 elements. Divination spell. Innate skill is far above me. After I taught Cloud Tip's 7 signs to her, I wanted to teach it. As a result, it took me several years to realize something. She realized it almost one afternoon. There is not much. Things can point to her. Even if there is no Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple Jigweng Zen Master, I will not let her go out to perform the task. Her talent is not only used to deal with several monsters, but can affect the overall situation. As long as she gives her time, she may decide, can affect the entire Verdant province. At least I can assert that if she can break through the Foundation Establishment realm, divination spell is set on top of me. Ma Buai's remarks made everyone ignite hope. In such a war, one more powerful divination is no less effective than Zitong's expert establishment beak. Li Qingshan said, in fact, the idea of Ma Patriarch, Little Un has come to think. She has recently tried to break through the Foundation Establishment realm. There should be some grasp. Li Qingshan's remarks are not false words. Little Un after killing Violent Stone, Blood Shadow is the next target, but Blood Shadow is not fixed, and she can't find it all over the world. I tried to use Cloud Tip's 7 signs to estimate the whereabouts of Blood Shadow, but Chi-refining's cultivation base was too low, and I wanted to break through the Foundation Establishment realm and make calculations. However, she thought of independent killing. Did not think about joining forces with these people. Ma Buai said, this Foundation Establishment Dan, you give it to her. Liu Chenqing also said, I still have one here, I hope to help her, so that she can help us. In order to stifle the enemy of Blood Demon, there is no regret for the precious Foundation Establishment. With generosity, 4 foundation establishments, including Fu King Jin, will be released in a blink of an eye. I thank you for Little'n. I believe she will not let everyone down. Li Qingshan is also welcome. Will the foundation establishment Dan? Little'n will help you solve the big enemy of Blood Shadow. It is also a revenge! Qingshan, in fact, calling you back this time. There is a task for you. This task is extremely dangerous. You can promise, or you cannot agree. Han Anjun brows slightly, like a trace of embarrassment. When the generals have always made a mountain, and when I have been accounted for, I have discussed it. Why is it swallowing up today? Is it because Li Qingshan is your son-in-law? Is it soft? Qingshan dissatisfied. Han Anjun only asked a word and let Qingshan be speechless. Where is Han Taiyi? Han Taiyi was also sent by Han Anjun to ambush Blood Shadow. The danger of this mission is self-evident. If you are not careful, Blood Demon will rain blood and die. The implication is that even if I am a biological son, I have never been partial, let alone a son-in-law. I have killed 5 monster generals. If I remember correctly, the sect master only killed 2 in total. What is the general's command? Even though bluntly, Li Qingshan is not a gallbladder. Han Anjun opened his mouth. Li Qingshan knew that the topic was coming, and glanced at Qingshan. Gong Dao, I want you to go underground and explore the shadow of Blood Shadow's nest. Han Anjun knew that the ambush might fail, and before that, a new arrangement was made. Li Qingshan. Others looked at Han Anjun's eyes and suddenly changed. He felt that he was not partial to the son-in-law, but was very dissatisfied with the son-in-law and wanted to kill Li Qingshan. This task is a dangerous thing. It is a life of 9 deaths. Han General, I am not right when I am old. You are a man. Qingshan, even if he is dissatisfied with Li Qingshan, he has to give Han Anjun a 3-point admiration. It is nothing to say to others. It is difficult to be jealous of himself. General, I thought it was wrong. Subterranean world's situation. No one knows. There is a demon overseas. Qingshan is only the foundation establishment initial stage, so it is not to die, or wait for Little An to break through the foundation establishment realm. Hua Chengzhen dissuaded. Li Qingshan brows slightly wrinkled. Little An also proposed to go directly to Subterranean world to kill Blood Shadow. He was number. Blood Shadow's nest is in the deep Subterranean world, very close to the Spider City. He will never let Little An take the risk. This old man is simply mad, not taking the niece as a person. This handle illusion water invisible sword, really not so good. I can't put all my hopes on a child. I'm not letting you kill Blood Shadow, just let you use illusion water invisible sword to explore the situation and make the worst preparations, not to enter Tiger's Den. Of course, you can also refuse. I promised, but I am afraid I can't do it now. Li Qingshan took out the illusion water invisible sword, and the sword edge was not only faint, but also no longer transparent. He tried it, and illusion water invisible sword could not completely hide his figure. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 474. The 103rd is only looking forward to tomorrow, but the present. What is going on here? Han Taiyi asked, sinking his face. There was some trouble on the way. Li Qingshan talked about the ambush by Dragon Snail, hiding the details of the heart being smashed. Unfortunately, I couldn't save them. I see that monster general, still on top of the stone demon Blood Demon. If you encounter it later, be careful. After listening to Li Qingshan's remarks, everyone was realized he was not in trouble, but almost left his life outside. It was rare for him to look as usual, to sit on the side, listen to them, and did not reveal a strange look. It was only after mentioning the matter that he calmly told it, as if he was suffering from the life and death crisis, not others. This calmness is really surprising. Han Anjun is satisfied with nod, but can't help but feel, Qiangzi, your choice of men's eyes is really good. This is not a thing in the pool. Now there is the trend of dragonification. I can't even see it now. Which step can he take? This Li Qingshan is far from what you can control. Qingshan snorted and wondered, If you say that monster is so powerful, can you escape with your Foundation establishment initial stage? What is on top of Blood Demon Stone Demon? I'm afraid to exaggerate and want to escape responsibility. This is the terrible thing about Dragon Snail. In fact, there are quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators in his hands. Commander's entire monster race has been fighting the human race for so long, it is still unseen and obscure. Believe it or not. Li Qingshan leaned back against the back of the chair and was not arguing. Fu Qingjin said, I am afraid that Qingshan is right. According to the news I got, there is such a monster general under Subterranean world, called Dragon Snail, which is the most trusted by Spider Queen. But in the past 3 years, I have never had him. The news of the shot, even divine ability is a mystery, and today genius is the first time I hear it. Either he has never shot before, or he never missed his shot. After listening to Qingshan's description, I think the latter is more likely. That kind of ability. Even I feel a little tricky. Hua Chengzhen also agreed. There have been several fellow Taoist of the Foundation establishment level recently. The fallen base is very inexplicable. Their cultivation base is not weak and there is no means of life saving. If it is the ordinary monster general, even if it is not good, it was also escaping. At that time, Blood Shadow was clearly injected elsewhere. And now it seems that it is all killed by this Dragon Snail. Fu Qingjin and Hua Chengzhen are both famous for their thoughtfulness. The wisdom is deep, and when they say so, no one will question them. It's just that the face can't help but fall down. Think about it, if it is yourself. What are the consequences of this Dragon Snail killing? Looking at Li Qingshan's vision is a bit different. The cultivator killed by Dragon Snail. There is no shortage of Foundation establishment intermediate stage or even Foundation establishment late stage, but only he can get away. I am afraid it is not just luck. It is known that if Li Qingshan is really just a normal Foundation establishment initial stage, it is no longer dead. In the end, everyone decided to wait and see how Little Un's cultivation base progressed. If it really meets expectations, it would be best. Hananjun is going to return to Illusion Water Invisible Sword and say that someone is going to fix it. It seems that if things don't go well, let Li Qingshan take risks. Li Qingshan doesn't matter. Subterranean world, which is regarded by other cultivators as Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den, is nothing to him. I am not too worried about whether Illusion Water Invisible Sword can be repaired. If it is a common cultivator, such a top-grade spirit artifact is damaged, and it is not a painful death. However, Li Qingshan top-grade spirit artifact has seen more, and there are a few pieces of magical artifact, so I don't care much. In fact, I was somewhat dissatisfied with the Illusion Water Invisible Sword. The hidden figure was only effective at first, and even was directly recognized by some of the sixth sense sensitive monster general. The power of itself is actually a little weak. If there is not one Danshan sword chi, he will preemptively attack, but it will only provoke the opponent. Even the heavy blow cannot do. He is now more like an assassin. Dangan sword chi, cursive sword script. These 3 axes are used up. If the enemy is still not dead, he can only be 1,000 miles away. If you can have a magical artifact sword, just fine. However, magical artifact originally is an unattainable, and even more difficult to match his attribute. The sword is a weapon, focusing on attack and kill. The gold attribute is the most, and the water attribute is the least. He has the 4-sided copper cauldron of Copper Cauldron Mountain, but he can try to refining himself. Unfortunately, now that there is chaos in the world, he has no time to calm down and learn refining. Even cultivation is not enough time, only to end the war as soon as possible. When Li Qingshan returned to Lian Mountain, the sky was still not bright, the rolling peaks, the clouds undulating, soaking the moonlight. It was impossible to give birth to a dust-free meaning, forgetting the heart of killing. Li Qingshan couldn't help but slow down. Far to look into the distance. A moment of Ruxin's immortal cave, passing through the mountain form, falling in front of immortal cave, immediately rushed to a rich spiritual chi to wash the body. After a period of time savings, The roll of the 8-door gold lock matrix gradually emerged. Li Qingshan enters the immortal cave and sees little An sitting on his knees. The seaweed-like long hair is scattered and falling, and the blazing flame is burning and is being cultivated. Li Qingshan didn't bother, took out a jar of spirit wine, and sat down on the stone wall, took a sip of wine, and relaxed with his heart. From the outside, little An is worth 13 or 14 years old, and there is a saying that hiring more than 13 hiring, and the beginning of the bean in early February was judged by Cloud and Rain sector's national grace, divine fragrance. It also began to show its peerless brilliance. The body is not silky, there is a girl's delicate, moving body, and Li Qingshan eyes. She naturally does not feel any inconvenience, but Li Qingshan is also used to it. There is no such thing as but it is somewhat gratifying. As if looking at a small tree, a flowering branch, thriving under his careful care. Of course, he is watering infinite flesh and blood. The jade-like skin is almost transparent under the illumination of the fire, and the skeleton is hidden. In an instant, it is the jade girl of national grace, divine fragrance, and it is a horrible bone in an instant. Even Li Qingshan, vaguely fascinated with the Buddha nature meditation, and drank a drink, a little smile, little An's cultivation base deeper. After this period of cultivation, little An finally stabilized the cultivation base of the first layer of Tao of the beautiful bones, and then the first thing to do was neither to refine the beads, nor to continue to repair the skeleton, but to refining the body. Tao of the beautiful bones, skeleton is of course fundamental, and beautiful is also indispensable. Skeleton is dead, everything is empty. Beautiful for life, myriad forms is ready. The former is like a cold winter lunar month, frozen 3 feet, thousands of miles. The latter is like the beginning of spring, everything is germinated and full of vitality. Only by combining the two, life and death is one, free to transform, and it is really the first layer of Tao of the beautiful bones. I don't know how long it took. The flame gradually went out and merged into the body. Her skin is like flawless jade, white as snow, flowing with jade-like cold luster, and even more ambiguous vitality and spiritual power. Originally her strength was only from the skeleton. This flesh is just an illusion. Although it is perfect, it has an extremely extraordinary qualification, but it is not much stronger than a mortal. However, at this moment, incorporating the essence of countless flesh and blood, her delicate girl's body has more fierce power than the ordinary monster general. Qingshan. Little An Yang Yan returned to Li Qingshan in her arms. A strange scent like sandalwood, full of arms, touches the cold jade-like skin, but it feels delicate and soft. But even if the jade is difficult, the square cut will be called soft jade temperature. Fragrant. Li Qingshan touched her nose, and suddenly she was embarrassed. Finally, she came up with a thought of there is a difference between men and women. She took out a dress and put it on her while teaching, "Hey, little An, you are no longer a child. The girl's body can't be seen by others, raise your hand. You are not someone else." Little An raised his arm and put on his sleeve. Strange. I am the same. Li Qingshan boarded his face. Little An looked up at Li Qingshan, the glazed alum, and flashed a bit, suddenly showing a smile, like 100 flowers. Let Li Qingshan also slightly glimpse. What are you smirking? Little An smiled, shook his head, and said nothing. Turning around, Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. I wonder if it was because the body became bigger and she had eliminated a lot of childishness. She grew up like a lot of knights, and she had more thoughts that he could not guess. Little An's cockroaches turned and let Li Qingshan tie her belt. Okay, like a princess. Li Qingshan looked at him with satisfaction. Princess. Little An felt a bit in the heart and felt that the title was familiar. Some of the scattered memories just floated up and she was immediately swept away by her. Li Qingshan has not sent her home for many years, and she seems to have forgotten everything. Yesterday's business, no need to mention, just look forward to tomorrow. only the present. Li Qingshan took out a few true spiritual pills from the Cloud and Rain building and talked about the plans of Ma Buai and the others. Hearing this, Little Un is so cuddling in the arms of Li Qingshan. Cultivation. After a while, her true chi with the body turned into spiritual chi, and then split for a while until yin-yang 5 elements 7 kinds of spiritual chi filled Danshan, and then stopped, saying, "Okay, the most difficult Tao of the beautiful bones has been built for her, and the Cloud Tip's 7 signs is naturally natural and has no difficulty. Let other chi refining warrior see it, you have to be mad." Li Qingshan sighed. A few days later, in the Cloud and Rain building, the Monster Execution Union and the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's top management are once again brought together. Li Qingshan. The news from Lian Mountain has made everyone excited and excited. Is she really Foundation Establishment? She is less than 20 years old this year. It's less than 20 years old. Was she a mortal a few years ago? Compared with her, we are all mediocrity. When they come, it's natural to be clear. I have to see what she has. A white cloud descended from the sky, and Li Qingshan and Little Un came together. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 475. Chapter 104, 7 Signs, with the Big Sword. With the advent of Little Un, the platform on the top floor of the Cloud and Rain building was quiet. Hua Chengzhen has a bright look and a hint of stunning. He himself has a beautiful and uncast face. The Kuei-Tang and Hua Chengla that are in contact with him are not the beauty that is hard to find in the world. The dream lover is Guyanning. I thought that I would not have been surprised by this feeling, but at this moment, I could not help but give birth to a sense of surprise. What makes him even more incredible is that it is only a 13-year-old girl who is so beautiful. Today, Little Un's dress is not surprising, even some casual. She has no beautiful ugly heart. Li Qingshan big men will not think about dressing for her, but it does not detract from her glory. There was no touching smile on her face, just sweeping through the crowd with the dark eyes, like a deep pool without waves, could not reflect anyone's figure. But this empty expression fell on her face, but there was a strange charm that could not be said. Qiangzi, you really have a hard time. Hua Chengzhen involuntarily worried about his good friend, and thought in his heart, whether it is Guyanning far away from the horizon, or Xin, which is close at hand. I am afraid that the threat of this child is even greater. When Qingshan or Chi refining warrior, she will not hesitate to confront her as Kuei-Tang's Foundation Establishment cultivator. There is no refusal to sin a group of patriarch. Now, in the future, Kuei-Tang is standing beside Hua Chengzhen. Although she has broken her love, she is still a very good friend. Of course, she will not miss the excitement of today. After a long time, goodbye Little Un, amazing, cannot help but give birth to a deep regret and envy. Little age is so attractive. If she is willing to repair my Cloud and Rain sect's law, growing up again, can acquaintances resist? If I have this form, it will be Little Hua. It can also make it affectionate. Just a national grace, divine fragrance, and even more frightening, she has this incredible cultivation innate skill. The blessing of Li Qingshan is simply too deep, only to find such an incredible wonderful person. Kuei-Tang's loom suddenly rises. However, is this really a blessing? It's a pity to the country, it's a disaster, but it's not a story. The ancient language Cloud's national color, the world's chaos, originally had some doubts. Now look come. It is not empty. Qingshan, this is Little Un. Fu Qingzhen looked at Little Un, the teenage Foundation Establishment cultivator, and it is not yet cultivation from an early age, adding up to 5 or 6 years, and did not get the true meaning of the teaching. Almost all are comprehending on their own this innate skill. Even he sighs. No wonder the Jigwenzhen master of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is so arrogant, and he does not hesitate to travel to Wanli to collect her as a discipline. It seems that it is a noble and a big problem. It is really a trick. Otherwise such a discipline, even Hidden Sword Palace and even Profound Yin sect will fight for it. In the cultivation world, 10,000 mediocre people can't compare with a genius. This is very obvious in the war. It is also the foundation establishment level. The value of a Fuqingjin is more than 10 common foundation establishment cultivators. Li Qingshan said, "Well, she doesn't really talk." "You fellow Taoist, let's get started. The quiet room is ready, and I want to see Little sign divination spell from Little An." Ma Buai came out of the crowd and gave Li Qingshan and Little an attribute. Predecessors are very polite. Li Qingshan bowed. "Little An, it's okay." Little An daggers, and Ma Buai enters the quiet room. Others are waiting outside for the results. "General, how is my illusion water invisible sword?" Li Qingshan found Han Nanjun, although he didn't care much about this sword, but it was also a top-grade spirit artifact. And it was the kind that can be used by Gwingda Zengda. Cannot be completely fixed. There is no way. There is a general who has worked hard. This result is also expected by Li Qingshan. The thing that Dragon Snail sprays is definitely not fun. If it is a general spirit artifact, even if it is a little damaged, it is only a little less powerful. But the main ability of Illusion Water Invisible Sword is to hide the hidden shape, which is a waste when it is slightly exposed. Han Anjun took out a blue sword and said only 3 words. The name of the sword, Heavy Water Sword. Li Qingshan is a top-grade spirit artifact of water attribute, and the family is deeply rooted. Although not magical artifact, it is in the circle of foundation establishment cultivator, but magical artifact is not for everyone, and most people use top-grade spirit artifact. Although there is only one word difference between magical artifact and spirit artifact, the power and even the quantity are very different, and it is never easy to get. In the past, Li Qingshan took the Night Walker with the killings. Only the Copper Cauldron Mountain and Crimson Garments sect had the magical artifact. They were all treasures of the town, symbolizing the inheritance of sect. Li Qingshan has a volume of cursive sword script in his hand, which is already stronger than most people. He is not greedy. The top-grade spirit artifact sword of the water attribute is quite rare. At least Danshan sword can be played. The power of Qi Yu Jiang is given by the great man, and the boy is not as respectful as his life. Li Qingshan jokes, and he took the heavy water sword unceremoniously, and started to sink slightly. The weight of this sword is not light. Li Qingshan has a happy heart. The heavier the sword, the more he can exert his strength advantage and produce strong destructive power. It is more in line with his temperament than Illusion Water Invisible Sword. Even with boundless sea art, it is far better than Illusion Water. Invisible Sword is more suitable for him. Han Anjun is undecided about this title. He does not have a resolute opposition to this affair. He wants Han Qiangzi to achieve his own goal, and Li Qingshan has performed very well during this time. Of course, Li Qingshan did not move to the Han family as often as Hua Chengzhen suggested. He wouldn't really please others. If he couldn't make things stiff, he decided to go his own way, Han Anjun's military order. He also tried his best to complete it. Even this, Han Anjun is very satisfied. The so-called secular etiquette of the world is not feasible for him. He can't keep up with the man who is clever and smart. Speaking of the beginning, from the very beginning, he appreciated Li Qingshan, but he was not optimistic about this relationship, but he chose to bear it himself. His Han family patriarch only needs to fulfill the responsibility of catch-up. But the way he draws is really a bit of a routine. Li Qingshan came to the side and immediately started refining Heavy Water Sword. At this time, the quiet room door opened again and Ma Buai walked out of the door. Hemp Patriarch, how? There can be results. Ma Buai waved his hand and said to Hua Chengzhen, Commander Hua, give me the information of Blood Demon. Add another sentence, Little An wants to use. 3 years ago, Eagle Wolfguard began collecting all the information about Blood Shadow, and in this analysis, Hua Chengzhen even tried to simulate the way Blood Demon thinks to infer the city he will attack next, but it is not very successful. If you can analyze it, what else does divination do? Someone questioned. Ma Buai doesn't explain either, but he doesn't quite understand it. In essence, Divination is a way of knowing information, without relying on reasoning or logic, but directly asking for answers to fate. Although some information is needed as a basis to improve the accuracy of divination, excessively detailed and complex information is unnecessary. In the quiet room, Little Un sits cross-legged on the big Clear River Prefecture mind map, just listening to the bang, opening his eyes and seeing Mabuai stacking the high-profile information in front of him. "It's all here." Little An waved his hand, and the data flew away, arranged in the air, layered, almost filled the room, and then rotated. Without order or regularity, a piece of paper passed over her, and all the above messages were clearly reflected in her eyes, but she did not seem to look again, and then she closed her eyes. Mabuai had to push into the corner. Obviously he was teaching Little Un Cloud Tip's 7 signs, but now he is a bit unsure of what Little An wants to do. At this time, Little An lit up a colorful aura and turned it into a 7 signs. 7 signs with the same. Mabuai's face changed. Every bit of time passed, everyone stopped talking and waited silently. The result of divination was related to the lives of all people and the future of Clear River Prefecture. "Okay." A low voice, so that everyone was slightly surprised, turned around. But see, Li Qingshan in the corner is talking, his hand holding a blue sword, full of ambition, sunshine and aura together. The sword is flowing. Beautiful. Li Qingshan has refinished Heavy Water Sword because the Heavy Water Sword originally is an unclaimed thing, so it is easy to refining. Just pick up the Boundless Sea art and inject a spiritual chi into it, and finally lay down your divine sense. Imprint can be. In the process of refining, he also fully understands the function of the Heavy Water Sword. In fact, there is only one trick, and it is extremely simple and rude. That is the one-time consumption of a large number of spiritual chi, which makes Heavy Water Sword bigger than 10 times, and made an amazing attack. Li Qingshan named it the Sword of the Broken City. If the Illusion Water Invisible Sword is an assassin's sword, then this Heavy Water Sword is the real sword of the warrior. This sword is not even suitable for sword controlling technique. It is only suitable for close combat. Most cultivators don't like it. Even the body refining cultivator of water attribute, the word art is often a soft road. It won't be used like this, a big sword. But for Li Qingshan, it is a perfect fit, and finally can play the power of the Boundless Sea art. And the combat power doubles. Not so good? Li Qingshan stood up and looked around. He was probably the most relaxed one. It seems that Qingshan fellow Taoist is very satisfied with this sword. It is estimated that they still have to spend some time. It is better for us to discuss it and have the right to test the sword. Fu Qingzhen was in a ruffle and fluttered. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 476. Chapter 105. Karma, Sword Heart. Try the sword, okay. Li Qingshan did not hesitate, and promised, "I see fellow Taoist Fu is also bored, then please advise." No one expected that there will be a period of time from the 5th day of May. In the quiet room, the 7 signs are scattered, turned into a stream of light. The paper is scattered all over the sky. Little Un squeezed a hand in his hand, holding a pen, simply wrote a few strokes, and then handed it over to Mabuai. "Don't show too many people. The secret cannot be revealed, not to say that there are terrible consequences of leaking, but it is easy to become inaccurate when it leaks. If everyone knows the result of divination and then passes it into Blood Shadow's ear and knows there is an ambush, divination will naturally not get up." "Yeah?" Mabuai opened his eyes and his face could not help but reveal an incredible color. The above was exactly the time and place. You know, the result of his divination is not only a rough place, but even a very general time, including a lot of time. And this is already amazing. The prophetic consciousness is not so simple. Mabuai has long asserted that Little An once the foundation establishment is successful, divination spell will be stronger than him. The reality has made his inferences fall. This is only strong. It is simply too strong. Thinking about it a few days ago, Wang Puxi asked him to infer the preparations for Blood Shadow. He said, This is not something that the Foundation Establishment cultivator can do. It's a little blushing. It's not that the Foundation Establishment cultivator can't do it, but he's doing it. Not enough. And many more. Little Un was about to push the door, and Mabuai stopped him behind him. Little Un stood still, but did not look back, waiting for him to speak. Little Un, fellow Taoist, please confuse me. What is the role of this information? Mabuai Long shouted. Karma. Little Un said karma. It is karma of Buddhism. There are reasons for it. She can calculate the next whereabouts of Blood Shadow so accurately, in addition to her extraordinary singular innate skill, and because of her divination. It's not just Cloudtip's 7 signs, but also from Tao of the Beautiful Bones. Buddhism is extremely karma retribution, predestination, reincarnation. Buddhism discipline. If you want to repair a very high realm, it is almost impossible not to involve this aspect of cultivation. Predestination connection is directly used as a kind of realm annotation. The Buddha's power that made skeleton Bodhisattva is one of the best. If you can't even know the number of lives, what qualifications are there to say that you want to destroy the Buddha? In Tao of the Beautiful Bones, there is a special length, which is much more esoteric than the refining and concocting pill. The name is not divination, but is directly called predestination. Predestination is destined for fate, cannot be changed. Even the people of divination can't escape the restraint of predestination, such as Mabuai, elder of heavenly mystery and these divination. What you can see is actually the most superficial layer of the river of destiny. There are waves of waves and waves, full of variables and uncontrollable factors. The true predestination is in the deepest part of this destiny river, although there will be an undercurrent, but the corresponding, but more stable than the surface. Who can go deeper? Who can grasp the future? Little An is also based on the Cloudtip's 7 signs after solidifying the cultivation base of the first layer of Tao of the Beautiful Bones. Only then has a shallow understanding of this predestination connection, following karma's trajectory. See through the waves of the river of destiny, from the infinite changes, master the same. Karma. Mabuai only remembered that Little Un was actually a Buddhist discipline, but no one could connect the unparalleled girl in front of her with the ancient Buddha. At Mabuai's thoughts, Little Un has come out. It seems that fellow Taoist Fu is the resolution to let me. Li Qingshan looked at the surrounding environment and looked at Fu Qingjun. Clear River Prefecture water element. The dense, multi-river lakes. Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjun are now on a large lake near Fuqing, where it is obviously very suitable for Li Qingshan's power to play. The scenery here is a good place to try the sword. I also want to see the pinnacle of your sword art. Fu Qingjun smiled lightly. Look at the sword. Li Qingshan took the heavy water sword behind him and strove out with the sword. He picked up a huge wave and rushed to Fu Qingjun. Fu Qingjun handcuffed swords, fingertips, glaucoma, from top to bottom, gently stroked, as if cutting paper, cut open waves. The huge waves are divided, the figures are now. Li Qingshan breaks the waves, and heavy water sword takes the opportunity of the Lushan mountain to break down. Fu Qingjun seems to have already expected, ignoring the big sword under his arm, fluttering in front of him, pointing to the sword like Li Jianshan. Fang Yi shot, is the life and death showdown, the scene of endless boom. The Karma Lake was pulled out by a huge gap, and a huge wave of waves was lifted to stir up the entire lake. Li Qingshan passed Fu Qingjun and stood opposite. Very good. You have innate skill to be a good swordsman. Fu Qingjun turned back and the blue silk fell. Yes. What innate skill? Li Qingshan replied. His heart was tingling, and Fu Qingjun's fingertip sword chi went deep into the 3 inches and the heart. Don't fear, dare to decide life and death. Fu Qingjun refers to the sword, standing in the eyebrows, smashing the blue light. The eyebrows are all green, and the hand waved, turned into a 3-footed green man, and came out. A sword did not come out. The sword has become a big, Li Qingshan is firmly covered. The sword intent is so close to the eyebrows that Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness fluctuates. He can't help but give birth to a decadent and negative emotion. He feels that he can't resist this sword. All struggles are in vain. Li Qingshan, a wild howl, stifle this sword intent. Heavy water sword illusion of heavy swords, as if everyone is making a splash of ink, writing a magnificent calligraphy masterpiece, instantly disintegrating Fu Qingjin's sword potential. The lake has not yet subsided, and it has set off a bigger wave. Under the urging of Li Qingshan, sword chi, which is an unceasing torrent, flew toward Fu Qingjin. Good subtle sword art. As if I have seen it. Fu Qingjin is like a boat in a stormy sea. As the waves rise and fall, it seems to be overturned by huge waves at any time, but it has been safe and sound with the waves, and only when it is inevitable, use the sword to gently stroke. It is easy to take risks and has been carefully watching Li Qingshan's sword art. Fu Qingjin, the last time he teamed up with Li Qingshan to deal with Violent Stone and rushed to Li Qingshan's sword art, he felt familiar. Today, I saw the familiarity and gave birth again. Li Qingshan and Little Un's sword art are all from cursive sword script. Fu Qingjin has had the experience of playing with Little Un. This kind of familiarity is not without cause. He learned swords all his life, and his sensitivity and cognition of sword art is better than the memory of people's faces. As long as you have seen it once, you will keep this photo and never forget it. But after watching it for a while, I don't think it's worthy of any kind of sword art in memory. This is not the case. There are too many sword art he knows, and the memories of Verdant Ruins sword are almost inclusive. Myriad forms. Just as in the vast sea of people, there are two people who look similar. It is too normal, there is no more doubt. Li Qingshan's sword art, although also learned from cursive sword script, has a big gap between his perception and Little Un. If Little Un can understand the 30%, he can only experience 30%, and it is more inclined to meet his heart's big open. And the heroic sword art, Fu Qingjin, is difficult to link the two. Heavy water sword is a sword hollowed out. In Li Qingshan, the eyebrows are thick and the arm muscles are knotted. With a great strength, the sword is turned to Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin's fingertips illuminate Qingguang, and he is on the sword of heavy water sword. It is the weakest point of this sword. However, while he is opening the heavy water sword, he also feels a pain in his fingers and seems to be broken. My heart was shocked. Great power. I dare not hard to pick up, and the strength is far away. Fu Qingjin, you don't even pull out the sword. Do you look down on me? Li Qingshan fighting intent together. I also refused to take a false courtesy. Hey! He slammed heavy water sword on his shoulder and screamed. Dancing this sword not only requires a lot of power, but also consumes spiritual chi. It is also very fast, but at this time, the role of Boundless Sea art is revealed, and the consumed spiritual chi quickly recovers and is not covered. Sign: this Verdant Ruins sword doesn't point to friends. You don't want the good sword you just got. It's damaged now. Fu Qingjin caressed the hilt, and smiled with great grace. Like the Prince of Lixian, the priest of the priests, and the generals who were in charge of the generals, they did not have any hypocrisy. Li Qingshan feels a numbness. Who is a friend with you, and after another month, Lao Tzu has to personally marry you. Fu Qingjin went on to say, your sword art is very good, but it seems that it is incomplete, and there are some flaws in the turning room. What flaws are not flawed? You can kill people. Li Qingshan also had to admire, Fu Qingjin is so sure on sword Dao, far above him. I was able to see through the flaws of his sword art in a moment. In the future, when it comes to life and death, I am afraid that I will suffer some losses in this respect. In addition to Fu Qingjin's own innate skill and efforts, the inheritance from Verdant Ruins sword is also a great success. The masters of Verdant Ruins sword of all ages are nothing but stunning characters. Their bodies are no longer, but the sword heart is always in this sword. Fu Qingjin said, please lend me this sword. Get it. Li Qingshan snorted and threw the heavy water sword. I have to look at what you have planned. Fu Qingjin, at the moment of holding the hilt, the momentum of the body suddenly changed and became wild. Heavy water sword swayed out and displayed a set of great strength, a wild and heroic sword art. Let Li Qingshan look familiar. This is not my sword art. Only all the flaws have been made up, and they have become a turning point, and they are constantly flowing, and the dancing is more and more smooth and powerful. This kind of sword art is not suitable for my heart. I can't play the power of his pinnacle before I can only count it as a demonstration. I hope it will help you. We should go back. In an instant, when the sword art was received, Fu Qingjin threw the heavy water sword back to Li Qingshan. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 477. Chapter 106. Bloodlight Divine Escape. Li Qingshan can't help but have a very ridiculous feeling. The enemy taught me to learn sword art. However, he will not let go of any chance to improve himself. And remember the set of sword art that Fu Qingjin is dancing. The deep hatred is in the front, and this small favor is not enough to shake him. Spring is coming to summer, the weather is sultry, and the dark clouds are thickly stacked in the sky, waiting for a heavy rain. The faint crows screamed, hovering in the sky, refused to land, like a grain of black sesame scattered in the sky. If anyone, you can take a holistic view of all the crows, and observe a half hour, you may find a certain law. A bloody light, low and low across the earth, picked up. The hurricane swept through a few crows, broken and black feathers. But the dark feathers, not yet the 106th chapter of the Bloodlight Divine Escape, have disappeared. Come on. Li Qingshan whispered to the jade card of the communication. He stood on a high mountain and looked at the shadows rising from the horizon from a very distant place. There is a city. Now, is a trap. He did not quietly step forward. With his cultivation base of the Foundation Establishment initial stage, he was not eligible to participate in this cofferdam. Of course, this is also a kind of protection. Darkness seems to be dusk. Blood Shadow has stood in front of the city gate, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. It seems that something is brewing, just like the cloud screen in the sky. At the same time, the fresh and enticing blood, with a fragrant taste, is attracting his ideas. A thunderous thunder made his heart beat. I remembered the Tao Divinity Mine that Taoist sloppy called. He sneered a little, and with the nose of the cow, even if he met 10 times more than 100 times, he could safely escape. Ordinary beasts can still feel the advent of death. Cultivation to his step. The induction is extremely sharp. He did not feel any danger of being fatal, and struggling to go to the city. A crow standing in the city. Blame, fly high. What you count as really accurate. It seems that you don't have to shoot this time. Li's 106th chapter. Bloodlight Divine Escape. Qingshan smiled and looked back. Little Un sat on a blue stone under a large pine tree, looking up at a small worm on a pine branch, and the long alg-like hair was scattered. Quiet as if a orchid, listened to Li Qingshan's words. She shook her head slightly. He won't die here. What? Isn't your divination coming out of Blood Shadow? Li Qingshan was surprised. Now the city is already laying down the sky. Even if it is Moon Demon, if you don't know it, it will be fierce. I only said that he would come, but he didn't say he would die. Little Un smiled and looked like a girl. On the contrary, I am sure he will never die there. There are also less childishness in the voice, and more kinayu. It is very sweet, as if there is a magical power. It can soothe the heart through the eardrum. Is it really accurate? Li Qingshan blinked. There is a feeling that I don't know what is going on, but I feel very powerful. It's really accurate. Little Un blinked at Li Qingshan's look. Not every time, because he is contaminated with a lot of karma, and has a deep karma with me. What karma? The rumble of the thunder, a series of thunder, falling from the sky, like a dragon walking down the river. Begin. Li Qingshan turned and looked at the lonely city on the horizon. You again. Blood Shadow was stunned by the chain, and it was so sullen and horrible. Looking at Zitong in front of him, how could the cow nose always know where he would appear? This time is not just me. Monstrous talent. ready to die. Zitong sneered, as if looking at the contents of the bag. The heart is full of pleasure, little un, this kid, really good hand. Blood Shadow played its usual cautious style, and without saying anything, the cloak shook, and the speed was a few thunderous, and it hit a light curtain. The city is surrounded by 8 parties, 8 Foundation establishment cultivators, and the 8-faced flag is tied down. The Blood Shadow is placed in the formation and flies into the city. How can they be sure that I will be here? Not good, this time dangerous. Blood Shadow's face became pale, because Little Un not only calculated the location, but also the time is extremely accurate. It was able to draw the strongest lineup of Clear River Prefecture, so be sure to kill Blood Shadow. Not only Zitong, but other cultivators feel very happy. The divination is absolutely rare in this era, and it is still so accurate. It is a rare treasure, and my heart is full of praise. It's really this time, it's not bad. Sure enough, it is genius. With the help of her divination, Demon will lose. Even the elders of Xia, who had not been dissatisfied with Little Un before, also said in their hearts, the child must be protected and not harmed by Demon. In the mind turn, the 9 great cultivator, without a nonsense, together make the strongest trick, killing to Blood Shadow. The storm poured down and the sky was dark as night. I saw the 6 paths rainbow light breaking through the night sky. It was actually 6 magical artifacts. Magic spell, the enemy of all kinds of enemies, played at the same time, and saw only a golden light as a chain, screaming and swaying, and the space was blocked. A giant tree rises from the ground and stretches out to cover the sky. All of this was done in advance, and the match was seamless. But with the speed of the Blood Shadow, it was enough to escape before these magic spells were gathered. One of the 9 great cultivators, red-toothed white-faced cultivator in a black robe, opened his mouth and said a word to Blood Shadow. The sound is not big, but it is clearly introduced into everyone's ears. Even Li Qingshan, who is hundreds of miles away, has vaguely heard this fixed word. This is the stereotype of the Logicist school. This is where Blood Shadow really didn't run. Li Qingshan smiled. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, each with its own magical method. Logicist school is good at naming the truth, using words to explain the first line between heaven and earth, inheriting the ancient cultivator's curse, claiming that the words and deeds can kill the enemy. Invisible. Among the thousands of spells, the most famous one is probably this spell, which is better than any of the troubled magic spell. In an instant, Blood Shadow couldn't move. He watched the chain of Jinkin's spiritual chi and tied him tightly. The giant would form a huge gauge. 7 or 8 pieces of spirit magical artifact, bombarded together and smashed him into meat. Blood Demon is not dead yet, don't stop. Liu Chengping hurried. I saw metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, a variety of powerful 5 elements magic spell, omnidirectional to Blood Shadow. In particular, Taoist Sloppy Zitong, with the Thunder Executor wood sword in his hand pointing to the sky, thunder and lightning, a thick and thundering light, thunder light running through heaven and earth, for a long time refused to calm down. Logicist school patriarchs' stereotypes, one after another, interrupted every attempt by Blood Shadow to escape. Li Qingshan, the crow that was derived from wish power, flew away into the distance and overlooked it. From this angle, the scene was completely shocked. This kind of siege is simply terrible. Don't say that you have escaped. There is no chance to fight back. Just after breaking through a siege of magic spell, there are 7 or 8 magic spells on the body. If it is me, probably only strictly set up the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor, watching Monster Chi run out. Monster Chi is more, recovery speed is fast, and cannot afford such consumption. However, it is easy to lay down such a trap. Whether it is monster or cultivator, there is a very keen sense of the life and death crisis. If you can't calculate its whereabouts in advance, Blood Shadow will be right on the top of them, but also come and go if you are in no man's land. What is even more terrible is the divination method. No, I have the Spirit Turtle Monster Core. I should have this kind of innate skill. I will learn more with Little Ann in the future. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, "Yes, what did you mean by karma? Blood Shadow is clearly dead, and you said he would not die here. Let's wait for me." Little Ann jumped up from the blue stone and swept away. "Where are you going?" "Kill Blood Shadow." Little Ann smiled. But Blood Shadow is no longer in that direction. Li Qingshan is about to catch up, but after thinking about it, she still stops. Little Ann, since letting him wait here, must have her purpose. He doesn't worry about the safety of Little Ann. After making the first layer of Tao of the Beautiful Bones, she can be a deadly threat to her. Probably only Spider Queen, and the guy buried deep in the crustal magma. It doesn't matter if he is too worried. Just looking at her disappearing figure in the sky. Some inexplicable children are big, have their own ideas. This strength is not improved, it is really not good, and cannot even compare with Little Ann. It is far more than the pressure given to him by Fu Qingjin and Dragon Snail. Blood Demon, today is your death. Zitong saw that Blood Demon was not far from death. Ha laughed. Logicist School Patriarch has even said 11 fixed words, reached the limit, and is relieved. Blood Shadow, which turned into a group of blood red meat pieces, suddenly separated and twisted, and a face full of grievances appeared on it. Innate divine ability, Bloodlight Divine Escape. With a slamming sound, the meat slammed and the violent force pushed all the magical artifact magic spell away. One of the bloody monster cores whirls and turns into a bloody light. Block him. Liu Chengqing hurried. Differently, Zitong will give a finger, just like the lightning of Dragon Snake, and go straight. And the bloody light met the formation, but directly penetrated the past, across the sky, and the lightning hit the light curtain. Everyone in the city is stunned. To this point, let this Blood Shadow escape? Blood Demon has only one monster core left, maybe it is already dead. Liu Chengqing voiced hard. Everyone wants to believe this is the case, but no one has an avatar letter like this. At that moment, it was clear that Blood Demon took the initiative and abandoned the body. Golden Cicada shelled. Is Blood Shadow dead? Of course not. When the blood flew directly to 1,000 miles away, it stopped landing. Heavy flesh and blood began to breed immediately. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a blood bat, fluttering its wings, and then turning into a human figure. It looked safe and sound, but it was pale. There is no trace of blood. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 478 Chapter 107 San Francisco Burning Shadow Cloud Tips Jade Bamboo Stick. Really give him escape. Li Qingshan muttered, and the direction of the bloody light was exactly the direction of Little Ann. Thinking about the ugly expression of Zitong's group, he couldn't help but smile. Reassure, my family Little Ann will help you solve this enemy. The few Foundation establishments are not white. Blood Shadow crossed the heavenly tribulation to reach the monster general realm. Naturally there are two innate divine ability. The first one is the sound wave with a wide range of damage. The second innate divine ability, the Bloodlight Divine Escape, can fly thousands of miles away, 100 times stronger than Li Qingshan's armor. Even the Golden Core Cultivator is hard to kill. However, every time you use it, you have to give up flesh and blood, which causes Primal Chi to be seriously injured, so he will never use it until life and death. As for the ability to control blood, and even the powerful vitality that will not die, and the power of Violent Stone's Life Extinguisher Stone, it is an innate skill, not an innate divine ability. This is also monster with a special blood, to be stronger than the general monster. The rain fell like a note, and it fell on Blood Shadow. He was pale, and he couldn't even use Monster Chi to stop the rain. He was tired of leaning against a big tree. His face was full of grievances and he was gnashing his teeth. Suddenly, when the aura was moving, he felt a strong blood energy, and this is exactly what he needs most now. Blood Shadow wraps around the other side of the tree. A girl is sitting there, looking up at the treetop, a sparrow, like hiding from the rain. Hearing the movement, bowing his head, clear eyes, clear reversed image out of the shape of Blood Shadow, faceless foundation establishment cultivator. Blood Shadow glances at the heart and feels spiritual chi on the girl. He has become a bird of surprise, fearing that it is a trap, and he wants to retreat. The girl is motionless, such as jade skin. The flowing blood exudes a fascinating fragrance, and Blood Shadow has never smelled so touching. Thunder keeps on. The big tree propped up the side of Xiaotan, and the outside was a rain curtain woven by heavy rain. I dare to be forced to such a close distance. It is not good for you. You sucked your blood and just restored some monster chi. Blood Shadow gradually settled down and smiled. With his speed, the distance of a few feet away was almost nothing. He opened his pale hand and pointed at the girl's heart. The girl is covered in blood and boiling against the current. A bang broke out. Blood Shadow swallows blood and makes you feel refreshed. This taste is simply too sweet. However, what made him a bit strange is, the girl did not struggle or resist, and did not even reveal a hint of pain and fear. Still looking at him with no expression, he made a huge amount of blood demon, and also felt a strange uneasiness, like a frog stared at by a snake, under the deterrent of natural enemies. It is stiff and unable to move. You see what? Blood Shadow was irritated in his heart, and he shot with lightning and inserted it into the pair of alums. The fingertips are 1 inch away from the eyelids, and the shape of Blood Shadow is stiff. How is this going? Why, I can't move. The frog has not been noticed, but the deadly toxin has already been injected. Blood Shadow, the blood that is absorbed into every part of the body, suddenly turns into a flame and burns. With a bang, Samadhi skeleton fire drilled from every pore in Blood Shadow, igniting him into a torch. The fire swayed, cheering and igniting Blood Shadow's blood, flesh and bones, but freezing his soul, only to watch as he burned. His powerful vitality, which is famous for being famous, is now the best fuel for the flame. In an instant, there was a deep fear in Blood Shadow's eyes. You are not a person. The fear disappeared and the eyeball burned into a hollow. The words are interrupted and the lips become flames. The blood monster core flew away into the distance. You are not a human. Little Un made a clear turn and reached for the monster core. The blood monster core struggled in the fierce tremor of the palm. Her right hand clenched. The blood monster core couldn't move, suddenly let out the dazzling blood, and did not hope to escape. Wanting self-donation monster core, with her. Her left hand is in a virtual cage, and she will have a smoke-like, translucent soul, and she will be separated from her life. The looming is exactly what Blood Shadow looks like. The blood is dissipated, and the blood monster core is quietly lying on her palm. In her mind, 3 words come naturally. Bloodsea Banner. A moment later, an electric light spurted from the distant sky. Zitong had no hope for catching up with Blood Shadow. The reason why he caught up was but he did not do anything. What? From a faraway place, Zitong feels the atmosphere of Little Un, and the thunder execution sword is degraded from the sky. Can you see Blood Shadow? He is dead. Little Un is not hiding. Is it you killed? Zitong was pleasantly surprised. Are you sure he will escape here? Zitong had a weird color on his face. So, Little Un was not sure they couldn't stay with Blood Shadow. Then how are you? Zitong said halfway. His life was cut off, a lot of people were besieging, and Blood Shadow escaped. And what face was there to question the little girl? Pre-weeks, the secret cannot be leaked. Li Qingshan laughed and walked from afar, slamming Little Un's head. Do it well. At this time, a few brilliances broke through, and Liu Chenqing and his group also caught up. Knowing the ending of the matter, I can't help but face each other, and my face is amazed except for surprises. At the age of 13 or 4, he was trained as a foundation establishment. He was sent to the killing intent, and the killing intent was hidden. He shot and killed Blood Demon, their foundation establishment cultivator of the intermediate stage, late stage, who seems to be her subordinate, could not say a complaint, but thanked her. Which one did not have a crime and died in the hands of this Blood Demon? This can no longer be described by the word genius. Looking at the little Anon, who is lying next to Li Qingshan and showing a rare smile, has a feeling of nothing to say, and at the same time, he is more and more aware of the deep and terrible of divination. What is horrible is not itself, but the fate of the divination. No one doubts whether Little Un has the ability to kill Blood Shadow. When Blood Shadow flees, anyone can see that he is seriously injured. Coupled with the terrible innate skill that Little Un showed, it dispels everyone's suspicions. In the Cloud and Rain building, the lights are full of long-lost celebrations, celebrating the death of Blood Demon, and celebrating the celebration of Zutong. The protagonist of this banquet is naturally not a Little Un. Kuei Tang started the mechanism and opened the partition in the middle of the building, so that the Chi-refining warrior could also see the face of the hero and add a warm atmosphere. Without Kuei Tang's surprise, when Little Un appeared in front of everyone, upstairs and downstairs, the time was quiet, and both men and women showed a stunning color, and many male cultivators, love at first sight. Kuei Tang shook his head gently. This is the power of national grace, divine fragrance. When everyone's eyes were attracted by Little Un, Li Qingshan felt that a scornful look was thrown at him, and when he turned around, he saw Ruxin, standing not far away. Because Ruxin is a medical school, the main task is not to slay the demon, but to treat the injured cultivator and refine the medicine pill. So there has been no chance to face Li Qingshan during this time. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Ruxin sound transmission, his eyes sweeping between Li Qingshan and Little Un, full of shame, seemingly embarrassing to know such a friend. You give me a role. Li Qingshan smiled. Sound transmission. Ruxin felt a sigh in his head. Li Qingshan had the power of Tiger Demon Wild Hiss, sound transmission, which was much more powerful than her. Just kidding. Why are you so serious? Is it because I am angry? I will not look down on you. At most it is better for you to be a beast. All the animals are not as good as they are. Can you still see me? Oh, I forgot. You are not as good as a beast. Half man and half fish. Hey, Li Qingshan, you are too much to say so. But you finally admit that you are not a good animal. Who confessed? I am too much about what you want. Beware that I exposed you to the death of Soaring Dragon Elder and went out to be hacked by Hidden Sword Palace. Then I will kill. Oh no, kill the fish. Is it not a fish? Wait for you to return to Lian Mountain, give you a big gift. Don't shift the topic. What a big gift. The Topisson's sound transmission bickering, the celebration feast officially began. Little Anne is expressionless, does not drink or eat, and has no reaction to all praised words and admiring eyes. Instead, Li Qingshan was by her side, drinking and doing it, talking and laughing. You are quiet. Now, on behalf of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, I will reward this magical artifact to Little Un. This is contributed by my fellow Taoist. The legacy of School of Yin Yang. Liu Chenqing said that he would have a long, unflattened, green and transparent, like bamboo and the jade-like jade sign was taken out of the sleeve and handed to Little Un. This is magical artifact and it looks nothing special. Isn't this the Cloud Tips jade bamboo stick that Patriarch never leaves? He is willing to take it out. In the discussion, Ma Buai also got up and said, Little Un, this Cloud Tips jade bamboo stick is said to have been born with Cloud Tips 7 signs, and the two complement each other. There are 7 signatures, and there are also signatures. Although it is in my hands, only this one is left, but it is still a magical artifact. I hope that you can use it well. I believe it will be in your hands. It will shine. Take a look at Cloud Tips jade bamboo stick. The eyes are full of disappointment. This Cloud Tips jade bamboo stick is not just magical artifact. It is also an extremely rare divination class magical artifact. Even if Ma Buai appreciates Little An again, it won't come out in vain. All Liu Chenqing and the others have done a lot of persuasion. In the end, it is equivalent to using the resources of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy to buy this Cloud Tips jade bamboo stick and reward it. Little An. The purpose is of course to make Little An play a bigger role in the war. And if it weren't for the oppression of war, Ma Buai wouldn't sell it. Cloud Tips jade bamboo stick, divine sense has been washed by Mabuai and turned into an unknown thing. Little Un has just taken over and feels connected with spiritual chi with the body. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 479. Chapter 108, Asking for Innocence. Ruxin, charming and moving. Divination spell is not a panacea. It is more omniscient and omniscient than anyone else imagines. The reason why Little Un can count the whereabouts of Blood Shadow and even life and death, the information collected by Eagle Wolfguard can be said to be great. Blood Shadow kills too much, leaving too much karma. It seems as if a small fish swims across the river, leaving a clear ripple path in the water. Instead of relying on logic to reasonably analyze the data, she sees the line of destiny that this cultivator could not see, in order to accurately determine the whereabouts of Blood Shadow. If it is to let her count Dragon Snail, there is something that can't be done, and it is impossible to be as accurate as it is. To some extent, just because Blood Shadow is destined to die in her hands, with a deep karma, she can count this step. On the other hand, if she can't count this step, she can't kill Blood Shadow. Karma, entangled with each other, even in no particular order, constitutes this secretive unpredictable number of lives, much more profound than any magic spell in the world. Little Un is only a little superficial knowledge, but she can't talk about it in depth. The Cloud Tip's Jade Bamboo Stick is very helpful to her divination spell. At least she can go deep into this river of destiny. I will thank Little Anne for the love of Patriarch. Li Qingshan raised his toast and drank it. In addition to Little Un's Cloud Tip's Jade Bamboo Stick, Li Qingshan also received some awards. Needless to say, he also made a big increase in the Eagle Wolfguard's contribution points. His face was filled with a big smile, and he poured a jar of wine and water, and he screamed. Little Anne looked at Li Qingshan, and her mouth quietly evoked a curve. Although she looked like an inhuman appearance, she said the word smart. But no one is lost. She just doesn't care about other people's thoughts and feelings. But for him, he has a very delicate understanding and understands what is the stagnation in his heart. Ruxin looks far away. I also feel that he is a little different today, as if he has returned to what he saw when he first saw him a few years ago. Today, Li Qingshan is very happy, not because of the benefits. In the past, he saw the horrors of war and he believed that he had a responsibility. This responsibility may not be big. As Fu Qingjin said, the war is inevitable. They are just chess pieces. However, he will not use this rhetoric to escape responsibility. A man, even if you do something wrong, you have to shoulder it. If you blindly cover it, also cover up the cleaning for yourself. Instead, it distorted the heart and became a hypocritical generation. This is right or wrong, not in how others evaluate. Everyone has a scale in their hearts. He has never been perfect in doing things, and he has no choice but to be innocent. At that time, after he had the power, he did not take the opportunity to retaliate against the elder brother who had abused him for many years. He vented his grievances in the heart, but instead drew a bag of money, and he did nothing but these 4 words. Killing Stone Demon and Blood Demon, he thought that it was a broken karma, and he fulfilled his responsibilities, as if he had put down a heavy burden and couldn't tell the ease. Of course, this result is not enough for anyone to evaluate, saying, "You Li Qingshan is the heart of white exercise or you are guilty." Killing 2 monsters is not enough to sin. He feels enough. That is enough. Although he has made up his mind to kill the 2 sides of the war and calm down the war. However, after this period of time, I feel that this kind of thing is not his responsibility, and some are beyond his ability, and simply let it go. Fu Qingjin, the set of chess theory, although he cannot fully agree, but also feels a bit reasonable. Now that the war is only within the scope of Clear River Prefecture, he can still play some role. Once it spreads more, with his current cultivation base, what can I do? Let him go, love the war and fight. Fed up with the trouble of balancing on both sides, or take advantage of this opportunity, and profit from it, and quickly improve your cultivation base, in order to protect important people, you can quickly go to above the 9 heavens. As a traversal, he does not have many ideas of speaking out, The situation is constantly changing. He will never use a sentence to restrain himself, even if that sentence is what he said. Obviously, we have taken a step forward. With deeper understanding, we must act according to the conclusions drawn from the old ideas of the past. Isn't it that we can't go with ourselves? Retreat, retreat. A young cultivator burst into the Cloud and Rain building with excitement and shouted, "What happened? Tell me slowly." Liu Chenqing said awkwardly. Advertisers, governor. The news came from all parties. All monster returned to subterranean world. All of them are leading the way, killing blood demon and frustrating monster race. The young cultivator spoke, not forgetting to shoot. Liu Chenqing is a flatterer. The news of blood demon's death was quickly introduced into Dragon Snail's ear and immediately made a decision, shrinking all power back to subterranean world. Spider Queen's 4 major monster generals. North Moon can't be closed, only one of them is left. It's hard to support, and it doesn't make sense to stick to it. It will only make the loss bigger. Although the life of monster is long, the speed of cultivation is slow. It takes hundreds of years to make up for every loss. However, the turmoil in the past few years has reduced the population of Clear River Prefecture by a large part, which is equivalent to destroying a large part of the foundation of the Clear River Prefecture cultivation road. It will take 100 years to recover. In the Cloud and Rain building, a cheering, weekday heart cultivation base, all thrown aside. After several years of fighting, I lost a lot of senior brothers. After many times of life and death crisis, I finally saw the dawn of victory. Who can control the emotions? Don't be too happy to be happy. We still need to work harder to completely defeat the ambition of monster race. Liu Chenqing coughed twice, only to suppress the excitement in his heart. Cheng Shan said, "Fellow Taoist Fu, now Stone Demon Blood Demon is dead, then, as long as you can kill Moon Demon, we will win." King Jin is doing its best. Fu Qingjin said faintly. "Scrapping me? Then try it." Li Qingshan was so drunk, smiling slightly, thinking in her heart. The celebration feast turned into a grand celebration banquet until late at night. Li Qingshan and Little An returned to Lian Mountain Immortal Cave, along with Ruxin. When the war comes to an end, she does not have to spend the day and night concocting pill to save people, can put a fake, go back and take a break. She also remembered the big gift promised by Li Qingshan. She couldn't help but ask halfway, "What about my gift?" "Go back and talk." Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously. Back to Lian Mountain, let Little An return to Qingxiao Immortal Cave first, and Li Qingshan and Ruxin to her Immortal Cave. Li Qingshan has no nonsense. Just take out the spiral grass in 100 treasure pouch and pile it up with stone tables. The main reason for this is that he retired for 3 years, and the 6 walkers of the Night Walker tribute the spirit grass. And he got the murder from the cultivator of Monster Execution Union, and the number is equally high, because Ruxin didn't have enough time and energy. He didn't take it out and kept it in 100 treasure pouch. This is what you said. Ruxin was surprised. The last time Li Qingshan took out so many spiral grass, she had already surprised her. However, compared with this time, it was a small witch. She has also seen a lot of spirit grass in her life. The number of singles is much more than the spiritual grass that Li Qingshan took out, but the preciousness is far from being comparable. A millennium spirit grass can top up a pile of ordinary spirit grass. In front of these spiral grass, after thousands of years, not under the 100 plants, like a heap of cabbage, like a heap. How to not let her surprised. Old rules: you join in other spirit grass. After the refining, medicine pill you are divided into 3. No, I have recently refining too many medicine pills. Now I am sick of seeing spiral grass. I think that concocting pill is a headache. Ruxin frustrated and pretended to be awkward. Concealing the tremors in the shackles, if you replace them all with spiral stones, I am afraid that they can pile up with her Immortal Cave. Most importantly, the source of these spiral grass is enough to expose a lot of things, making her guess more and more in her heart. Sure, she had not expected to be able to get this trust. Hey, I got it cheap and sold it. If you don't want it, I will give it to others. Li Qingshan said, but his body is still moving. It is better to let your old Korean father and father help you think of ways. With the influence of Han family, it is not difficult to find a few suitable pill concocting techniques. Is it also necessary to divide me into 30%? I can trust you. Become it. Don't talk nonsense. Can you refine it? This kind of trust was not built overnight, but at this moment, Li Qingshan felt that she could entrust a lot of things to her, even some crucial secrets. Ruxin's heart ignited a piece of iron, inexplicable, and sneaked in his heart, so much, even Han Qiangzi doesn't know his secrets. Hey, what is my love with her? Forget it, since you have already asked me this way, I am refining it. However, in fact, you don't have any mention of these spiral grass. Even if there are 10 or 8 strains, you don't know. Ruxin will all the spirit grass came in, laughing and blinking. Whoever said, there is one less, I only ask you. Li Qingshan stunned, not to be outdone. In fact, he really has nothing to do. Ruxin wants to lick his spirit grass. He also uses this kind of trouble. He directly smashes a few medicine pills, or reports the number of medicine pills. He can cheat everywhere. Just by you? Ruxin disdain. Do you want to try it? Li Qingshan blinked. You come. Ruxin looked contemptuously, but suddenly felt a little uneasy, and Li Qingshan's look was quietly changing. Lonely man and daughter, 4 eyes met. Li Qingshan suddenly seems to be moving, perhaps the role of wine, perhaps the burden of suddenly letting go of the heart. Through the meaning of wine, Ruxin's gentle watery face, graceful figure, all have unspeakable charm, charming and enchanting. Can't help but want to be closer to her, scent the smell of her medicinal fragrance, and see what kind of thoughts she has under the mask of cynicism. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 480 Chapter 109, Spirit Stones or Vein. Looked enough? Ruxin did not reveal sorrow and uneasiness, raised his hand at random, licked his hair with his little finger. His face was careless, his face was white, and the light from the top of the hole outlined a clear curve. Very beautiful. His eyes are erratic, and he can't say whether he is inciting or refusing. I have been tired of seeing it for a long time. Li Qingshan immediately retorted, and then remembered, this time should say never look enough and other intimate words. This is the almost instinctive aggression that was cultivated with her. You. Ruxin laughed and shook his head, wondering if he was disappointed or safe. Although you have a bit of beauty, but want to seduce me, it is not enough. Li Qingshan also laughed and recovered her calmness. If it was for a moment of emotion, destroying the relationship between them, he did not want to see it. The original words are returned. If you look tired, just get out of the way, don't delay the old woman concocting pill. Ruxin got up and sent off. I haven't finished drinking tea yet. It's over. Ruxin poured it up and shoved Li Qingshan and walked outside the door. Li Qingshan just wanted to say something. The immortal cave door rubbed his nose, slammed shut, looking at the stone door, and some unwilling feeling. Ruxin also looked at the stone door, and the light was flowing, like a cold, and it was like a warm one. The two men looked across the thick stone door, could not see each other, but there was no trace of sight. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled and turned to walk in the clouds, leisurely resting his arms. Only as long as this long cultivation, a little insignificant. It's okay to be reconciled. Is the day still growing? Ruxin gave a soft breath and dismissed and smiled. Coward. Suddenly, both hands scratched their heads. So many spiral grass. When will I be refined? What she said. Not all is a joke. Her recent concocting pill refining is really a bit irritating, but the big advantage is that it has to endure bothering. The night is deep, the rain has become smaller, and the next one is still sloping, soaking the mountains of the earth. As the summer comes, the rainy season is also coming. In the southwest direction, 2,000 miles away, it is also raining. A broken mountain. The spiritual chi in the mountains is extremely rich. indicating that it is a spiral stones or vein. In the fracture surface of the mountain, there is still a shimmer of shattered spiral stones. At the foot of the mountain, there is a mine hole, and Ilyusy seems to be a shadow, and the simple black armor is extremely sexy. The slenderness of the boots, walking in the rain, is a lighter step than the cat. Exquisite face, frown slightly, like thinking about something. Dark blue skin. Silk does not detract from her beauty, but adds a strange charm. Sister, monster race retired. What do we do? Damn. Don't even inform us. Yelubo followed. The appearance is only a little inferior, breasts and fat hips, but also Yelusy cannot match the romantic charm. Yelusy led the Nightwalker army and attacked the various stones of the stones or vein. These or veins are also defensive and powerful cultivator oversee, but they are nothing compared to their army. Although a lot of fighters were lost, the Nightwalker who had passed heavenly tribulation had only one ward dead. The resistance encountered is quite weak. The biggest trouble is not from monster or human race, but from themselves. Although Li Qingshan gave the position of Yelusy, but he was absent, all kinds of fights and infighting began to spread. The dead Nightwalker strong, the death is very embarrassing. In a sense, this kind of struggle is not for the sake of profit, but for an instinct. If there is an opportunity, it will be harmful to each other, even if there is no benefit. It's like you are too punctual in this place, I can't help but kick you. I haven't played so cool for a long time. This is the place that Yelusy feels most distressed. Sometimes I even think angry that such a Nightwalker really deserves so much for me. But the idea is just fleeting and not enough to affect her. Ideal. After a lot of hardships, she also had a temperament of the leader, and the supporters gradually increased, so that Yelubo, who was in the eyes, admired it. After the alliance between the Monster Execution Union and the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in the Cloud and Rain building, the focus of the attack on Monster is everywhere. After all, the Spirit Stones or Vein is important. But if you lose it, you can grab it again and you can't bring home in your pocket, at most, loss of spirit stones. And people can't be born again. If Clear River Prefecture is really killed, it will not only be the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, but the sect will be the same. The life of human race is short-lived, and the cultivator is not too long. If you don't receive the discipline for several generations, sect will sever the inheritance and die. Although after the cultivator, the mortal life is not put in the heart, but everyone understands that the foundation of the cultivation is in the mortal generation that has been bred in this generation. So for the Nightwalker's offense, it can be said to let go, but to use these or vein, to delay the Nightwalker army, reduce the pressure on the front of the battlefield. As long as you can beat monster, afraid to win back these or vein. Yelusy looked at the night rain and pondered for a long time. We also retreat, can't stay behind to give them a back. But those or veins were taken down by us. All give up. Yelusy decided, this battle is certainly safe, but the harvest is not rich. Although a large number of spirit stones are obtained, Subterranean World's spirit stones or vein, originally more abundant than the surface, is not safer to mine under Subterranean World. However, Nightwalker's use of spirit stones is not as rich as the human race cultivator. Because the spirit stones are not directly mined and can be used directly, they need to be refined and replenished before they get the kind of spiral stones that they usually use to aid combat and cultivation. Otherwise, spiritual chi is extremely confusing and it is very troublesome to use. Of course, Nightwalker does not have this kind of refining technology, so it is not very eager to mine this kind of thing, and there are so many ores and some chicken ribs. Of course, there are also sharp stones or vein, but they are all occupied by the monster general. Don't talk about their territory to dig directly. Just cut these or veins from below and wait for the battle. Yelubo smiled and said, all right. I don't think it's useful for me to see these broken stones. I am going to call people now. I just want the owner. This rain is so beautiful. One day, we can all bathe in the rain. Yelusy silently said in his heart. There are cultivators in the far direction, watching with magic spell, watching the Nightwalker army, leaving Orvane, squatting, and immediately returning to the spirit stones Orvane, rearranging the formation and proceeding to mine. Prefecture Governor, Nightwalker is also retreating, and all the spirit stones Orvane have been restored, but it will be a little troublesome to rebuild. In Clear River Prefecture, Liu Chenqing listened to his report and caressed him. After the war subsided, the first thing he knew was the case of Spirit Stones Orvane. Spirit Stones Orvane is very important for cultivators, just like gold mines for mortals. To be a normal stone, it is enough to make two sects fight. Although Nightwalker is not satisfied with the loot in this line, it is not a small loss for the human race cultivator. In addition to the spirit stones themselves, the defense of the formation mechanism, the mining of the stone, have been destroyed. It takes a lot of effort to re-establish. How long will it return to normal? At least a month. We have lost more than half a month. Liu Chenqing sighs that the Three-Eye War has consumed many years of accumulation. Once the supply of spirit stones is cut off, many powerful mechanisms will lose momentum, many forms will not be able to be placed, and the cultivator will not be able to extract spiral stones in battle. The recovery of spiritual chi will be unimaginable. Go to Miscellaneous School Patriarch Goodeye. Li Qingshan just returned to Immortal Cave and said a few words with Littleton. He felt that there was a movement on the side of the clone, and the thoughts of the Nightwalker craftsman's carefully carved patterns came into view. A few blue butterfly flowers are dancing and illuminating a small range. Millipede, who was already around, had already woken up from her sleep, not knowing where to wander. The original cave was also blocked by a sculpted stone door. After the stone door, many hidden atmospheres were quietly approaching. North Moon Adult. Master. The stone door opens and a group of Nightwalkers return from the ground. The first time to come back to him, shadow through the blue butterfly flower sea, to the stone platform, and salute together. Yi Lubo couldn't help himself, and wanted to plunge into his arms immediately, but look around, still hold back the impulse, and stand behind Yi Lusu. Subterranean world, the class is clear. If it is arrogant, it hurts His Majesty. It is not good. She does not want to be hated by him. Just thinking about this, I suddenly saw Li Qingshan laughing and waving to her. Lubo, come over. Yi Lubo suddenly refused to take care of the other, flying into his arms. A few matriarchs were in the eyes, couldn't help but blame their daughters, and gave the North Moon a long-time servant. Why didn't they get such a favor? Oh, you are back. How is this battle harvested? Li Qingshan knew that the Nightwalker did not participate too much in this battle. He was not too worried about the safety of Yi Lubo, but she was very happy to see her appear in front of herself safely. As for what is majestic, he does not care at all. The strong is naturally majestic, and the weak is prepared and useless. Not waiting for Yi Lusu to answer, he lowered his head and gently stroked Yi Lubo's back. He said with concern, no injuries. Wait for the owner to check it himself. Yi Lubo hugged his waist and listened to his voice as a metal trembling, spit out gentle words, and his heart seemed to melt, nodded. When he had some sharp fingertips and slipped across the skin, he couldn't help but raise a happy moan. Peas, wait a minute. The Spring Festival is so diligent, enough effort is not enough, and the monthly ticket is thrown. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 481 Chapter 110, Morning or Evening, will definitely pay back. There were a lot of spirit stones mines, and some chi refining warriors were killed, but most of the proceeds were unrefined ore. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. Yi Lusu to report. Or, how many? Li Qingshan's heart, which cultivator is not too much of the spirit stones in the hands, although it is only the original stone. But as long as you can find the right person to refine, it is also a considerable wealth. My Spider Shadow clan, I would like to dedicate the ore I have to North Moon. Yi Mingzu's eyebrows are transparent, and I can see that Li Qingshan is interested in these ores. I immediately went forward and presented 100 treasure pouch. Li Qingshan took over 100 treasure pouch and saw that the ore was flashing like a star. It was estimated that at least tens of thousands of ordinary varieties of spirit stones could be extracted and satisfied. Spider Shadow Clan, loyal and commendable. But I said that this war will not require any spoils, these pieces of spirit artifact will be rewarded. Thank you for the reward of North Moon. Yi Mingzu smiled, no polite. The other matriarchs are also heartwarming. Those spirit stones, for them, are of little value. It is more practical to change a few spirit artifacts, but also to be faithful and to make a profit. In a short while, Li Qingshan has a few hundred treasure pouch in his hand. If these ores can be refined into spiral stones, there will be at least 300,000 or 400,000. The ones that came out were nothing but the useless middle-grade high-grade spirit artifact. However, concocting pill can find Rook's Sin, which refining him has no suitable candidate. Li Qingshan remembered his four-sided copper cauldron and waited for the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy to find out what the conditions needed to refine the spirit stones. Until all the Night Walkers were dispersed, only Yi Lubo remained in the arms of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's feelings for her were originally only for the owner, but today they are somewhat different. Her deep gully on her chest, attracting his sight, her sexy and seductive body curled up and mounded. A spurt of fire suddenly rose. Some part of the body has changed involuntarily. I don't know if I am injured. Please check the owner carefully. Yi Lubo felt the change. A smug smile, holding him tighter, plump chest, pressed tightly on the lower abdomen, without a gap. Let me check it out. Li Qingshan smiled. When manipulating mirror image clone, he was always extravagant, and the drunk from the deity was mapped to clone. His hands are gradually more than the skin she is exposed to. In the case of the inconvenience of the armor, she directly fell off, caressing her every inch of skin. Yi Lubo reveals the light of surprise. Volt in his arms involuntarily issued a gentle wheezing. His eyes gradually blurred. Not a moment. She squatted on her body, leaving only black boots, sexy and seductive body, blue flowers blooming magnificently, showing Li Qingshan's eyes. He is not the first time to see Yi Lubo's, but at the moment, it seems to have a different temptation. The throat is agitated and I think he has been ignorant of meat for more than 3 years. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped her hand and said in the ear of Yi Lubo, "The owner can give pets only love. Then please ask the host to love me." Yi Lubo suddenly raised his body, his chest slightly trembled, his eyes provoked, and his anger and dissatisfaction contained a pleading, and he said, "Since I have met the master, I have not been there for many years. A person does not know how hard it is. Don't you have a lot of wife?" Li Qingshan is a bit strange. He knows that Nightwalker doesn't have much concept of chastity, and he doesn't use the concept of human race to restrain her. Of course, this is also why he does not regard her as a lover. "I have already taken them off. I just want to give birth to your child." Yi Lubo looked serious, and it looked like Yi Lucy mentioned the ideal of returning Nightwalker to the ground, because Nightwalker is a matriarchal clan. A female Nightwalker often has many wife, only knowing that her mother does not know her father, and that it is still quite sacred to give birth to future generations, is called the highest authority of the clan. Matriarch. Yes, it is no longer just for the joy of the night, but to use this body to continue their common blood. You can bear it because of loss. Li Qingshan is a little dumbfounded. What can we give birth to? An Etherd monster. An Etherd of Nightwalker? All my things are masters, my heart, my body, and the future, my children. Yi Lubo grabbed Li Qingshan's hand and placed it on her towering chest, feeling the beating heart and put it on the smooth belly. Li Qingshan was also very moved. Well, he admits that it is not just the heart. Now, there is nothing to say. Can't help Qiangzi. A family today is to break the secular shackles, the world, and a pet, a sense of super friendship. Li Qingshan is in the middle of his heart and is about to make something worse than a beast. The stone door slammed open, and Yi Liusu walked in, like nothing, and said, "Spider Queen's command. Ask the owner to go to the Spider City immediately." Li Qingshan's skin is thick, but she can't keep this position with a woman with a naked body under the watchful eye of another woman, and Spider Queen is not a slow object. Gentle put Yi Lubo aside, walked down the stone platform, sorted out the messy clothes, and the desires in his heart, and one of them shook. "Master." Yi Lubo's resentful voice, even more stunned Yi Liusu. She took a long time to seize this opportunity, when she saw that she was done, but she fell short. "How can be willing? I promise you this thing." Li Qingshan smiled back, rubbed his eyes, and couldn't help but laugh at ha. It was very interesting. "Have a baby. I haven't tried it yet. Do you want to try it with Kyungsi?" I don't know if she will refuse it, but with this mirror image clone, although all kinds of feelings are quite the same. But is this function? I don't think it was interrupted by Yi Liusu. "It was mine. It was mine. I was afraid that there would be no chance in the future." Li Qingshan's wings shook, leaving a burst of laughter and wind, swaying the curtains hanging down. "Liusu, have you heard it? Have you heard it? The master has promised it." Yi Lubo stayed for a moment, followed by ecstasy. "What do you hear? What do you promise?" "You should wear your clothes first. Having children. Congratulations, you don't have to solve it with your hands in the future." Yi Liusu snorted and smiled. "Oh, it's all your fault, or else I have succeeded." Yi Liusu said this, Yi Lubo only remembered that he had been hooked up with a fire, and between the legs, it was already wet. "Would you like me to go out and let you solve it first?" Yi Liusu smiled. "No need, patience, no patience, where to enjoy." Yi Lubo took a deep breath. Since the owner has already accepted her, then this thing cannot run. It seems that every mortal person treats everyone, and he has to hungry for a few more in advance, and plans to help the wall into the wall. Yi Liusu said, "Monster and Nightwalker want to breed. I am afraid it is not that easy." "Then try a few more times, until the success." "How, sister, are you coming to participate?" Yi Lubo, a sneak thief with a conspiracy, can of course be the best, no matter what. It does not matter. No interest. Yi Liusu looking at the happy-looking Yi Lubo, the mood is a bit complicated. Her pursuit has been in advance. Then what about herself? North Moon, you know, Blood Shadow is dead. Li Qingshan came to the Spider City. Spider Queen Rose was waiting for him on the high platform, but the three major monster generals around her, now only one dragon snail. "I just heard that he died?" Li Qingshan asked a little, and asked casually. There was nothing sad, false. "I was ambushed by the human race cultivator." Spider Queen Rose's face is not very good looking. If Dragon Snail is her think tank, then Blood Shadow and Violent Stone are her right arm, and now they are cut off. Even though she is vicious, she feels very uncomfortable. In the battle, there will inevitably be casualties. Please don't worry about Spider Queen. Even if they don't, monster race won't be defeated. Li Qingshan was perfunctory in his mouth, and his heart was very happy. "You have been very unrestrained, and the group of Nightwalkers don't confront the human race at all. It's all you teach. You are fighting." Spider Queen Rose sounds cold, like a venom. Gazing at Li Qingshan, "I was a retreat cultivation to prepare for a battle with Fu Qingjian." Spider Queen is also unified. "I also ordered Nightwalker to attack the Spirit Stones mine, but to cut off the supply of muscle stones from human race. Those Spirit Stones are at least mortal. The city is much more important, and the defense is much more rigorous. It can be said that it is directly confronted with the human race cultivator. Why do you avoid it?" Li Qingshan said that the dripping water did not reveal, making Spider Queen Rose feel uncomfortable, and suddenly raised his hand to Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan felt the sway of the eye, and the spirit turtle dark armor instinctively displayed it, blocking the slender hand of Spider Queen Rose, and in a moment, it was sunken and covered with cracks. Boom! Li Qingshan was shot and flew out, and the smash hit the rock wall, and the entire cave shook. "I want to teach you. How dare you repay, and dare to resist? The cold voice of Spider Queen Rose was introduced into Li Qingshan's ear, making him more invented. If the strong is not reasonable, the weak is ingenious. The tongue is like a spring, but it is in vain. Spider Queen Rose is like a vicious wayward little girl who loves to be able to please her. If you can't please her, it will be thrown aside, even tearing, for entertainment. This is a lesson for you. You don't have any other thoughts. I have always been arrogant about you. I have been fighting with Fu Qingjun. You are only allowed to win, not allowed to lose. Have you heard it? Considering Li Qingshan and the role, Spider Queen did not continue to shoot, just a cold warning. I understand. Li Qingshan looked calm and even smiled. He is not the first wild-eyed boy in the beginning. He doesn't have to gnash his teeth and hate. The hatred of the note, it is written, sooner or later, definitely will pay back. Please, I don't even say it, you can do it. To return to your hometown for the new year, try not to affect the normal update. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 482 Chapter 111, Bull Demon 4th Layer. Never give up. Li Qingshan's mood, although not greatly affected, but the final battle is now, it has temporarily extinguished the thought, decided to calm down and cultivate for a while, let Yi Lubo as a sigh of resentment. However, Li Qingshan also left his mind and ordered Nightwalker to speed up the collection of various spiral grasses and contribute. The war lasted for several years, and many of the Terturian world territories were empty. The restricted area that the original Nightwalker could not get into was able to enter. Monster is less aware of the use of spirit grass than Nightwalker. It only protects the spin grass that can be taken directly. The remaining spirit grass should be more. In order to speed up the collection of the spirit grass, Li Qingshan handed over the spirit artifact Spirit Talisman in the 100 treasure pouch to Yi Lubo. As long as she can contribute the better quality spiral grass, she can be the master of these things. Spider Queen is not good at serving. If the face is heartless, he will bring the benefits of the search, and let the scorpion leave. Heaven is big, people are demon, nowhere to go, why bother with her heir? Ruxin refines the medicine pill. Li Qingshan takes only a small portion, and most of the remaining remains in the 100 treasure pouch, without a chance to be converted into a cultivation base. In King Xiao Immortal Cave, Li Qingshan took out all the medicine pill in 100 treasure pouch, and the quality was considerable. The spirit grass contributed by Nightwalker is of high quality. It has not been used for 500 years, so the medicine pill is very good and can be used by him. However, there are also a small part. There are already some chicken ribs. It is a pity to abandon, tasteless. As his cultivation realm grows bigger, the speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is getting faster and faster, and even it is gradually becoming spiritual. The spiritual chi contained in a drop of blood is probably more than many spiritual pill. It's more than enough. And taking these spiritual pills naturally is useless. Once it reaches a certain level, I am afraid that even the Millennium Spirit Grass refines the medicine pill. It may all become useless, so subterranean world is no longer as important as it was at the beginning. If you extract some residual value, you don't have to be tied up. Driven by Spider Queen. Li Qingshan smiled at Littleton, who was a deep breath and his body was soaring. In a blink of an eye, it is turned into more than 10 feet, 1 foot is 3 meters, about the height of the first level building. In other words, Li Qingshan now has more than a dozen floors, although it is smaller than Godzilla, but it is enough to pretend to be a little monster. The black and iron figure is like Demon God, and the scarlet hair is like a waterfall, and it looks like a fire. Exudes wild and primitive animalism and demonic nature. When you open the King Xiao Immortal Cave, don't ask for anything else, just ask for a big character. It is to be in the situation of this moment. They chose this mountain. There are also 200 or 300 feet high. Li Qingshan and Littleton teamed up. Almost empty the entire mountain belly. From the bottom of the Immortal Cave to the dome, it is almost 200 feet high. If Li Qingshan used divine ability to squeeze the hard wall of this mountain wall, it could not withstand its own weight and collapsed. Baidu search, See the novel fastest update. So Li Qingshan stood up straight and didn't feel crowded. He looked at his figure and opened his mouth full of fangs, chuckled. The tiger tail is swinging freely behind, with a bunch of afterimage. In a way, he is more satisfied with his true form than his metamorphosis. The handsome shape is very handsome, but compared with his true form, it is not enough to know dominating aura. Can't help but say that Green Bull has a sinister temper and chose Li Qingshan. If there is no eccentric taste of the passers-by, ordinary people may not be able to accept the image of themselves, let alone feel good about themselves. Li Qingshan reached out and took all the medicine pill on the ground into the hands of him. He stuffed them into the big mouth of the blood bowl, chewed and chewed, snorted and swallowed. If other cultivators see this scene, they will be surprised that they can't close their mouths, thinking that he is tired and wants to commit suicide. The types of these medicine pills are not the same. It is fatal only if they are medicated, and the strong medicinal properties contained in them can directly blast people. Sure enough, after swallowing these medicine pills, Li Qingshan's stomach immediately bulged and became bigger and bigger like a balloon, as if it was pregnant in October, and the metal-like rasping sound was heard. Li Qingshan's eyebrows were also a little more cautious, and gave a low voice, "Spirit Turtle Suppression." The Spirit Turtle Monster Core gives off the brilliance and suppresses this messy potion. However, there are some sorrows that can't be suppressed. A Monster Chi, breaking through the body and raising the scarlet hair. If there are 8 gold locks to lock this rolling Monster Chi, I am afraid I can see the sight of Monster Chi. The Spirit Turtle Monster Core was only suppressed and not absorbed. The on-stranded force was integrated into Li Qingshan's limbs, and the internal organs were slightly stinging. Numerous tiny blood vessels were broken, but they recovered immediately. In a flash, such destruction and reconstruction have not been known many times. Li Qingshan, there is only one purpose for this. It is to break through the Bull Demon 4th layer. Finally, Li Qingshan's stomach is no longer getting bigger. Sitting down on his stomach and touching his big belly, I also said that I want to have children with other people. I am like a bad child. Little and like Matria. Little and jumped to Li Qingshan's stomach to see how his demon looked so sullen. He smiled and said, "Not at all." "What is that like?" "Like Li Qingshan." "Yes, like Li Qingshan. What do I do like someone else?" Li Qingshan haha laughs. In this world, people who are completely unaffected by the foreign objects of his cultivation base, I am afraid that she is only her. No matter what he looks like, she still sees Li Qingshan. And Little'n, whether it is a ghost, a skeleton, or a beautiful beauty of national grace, divine fragrance, has changed in his mind. Little'n came to the side and took out Blood Shadow's bloody monster core. She sniffed and she was very satisfied with the rich bloody smell. It was the best material to refine the Blood Sea Banner. Thinking a little, and then the blood monster core is put away. Take out Skull Rosary, 18 rosary beads. Next level is 21. Only 3. Time passed by, and in a blink of an eye, it was half a month past. Li Qingshan's stomach has completely recovered. A pair of iron hooves stepped deep into the ground, 2 claws clasped to the ground, the back arches like mountains, and the double horns struggled upwards. Standing on the ground, although there is still less momentum, but in the charm is very similar to the Bull Demon Phantom he saw in the Sea of Consciousness. No extra movements, no more dancing, even the Bull Demon ground stamp, Bull Demon skin refining, Bull Demon horn gore 3 styles are completely gone, so motionless, like a statue. However, in this absolute stillness, it is full of power, like a big bow. Muscle stretches and expands to pinnacle, which is stronger than rock and steel. But under the chilly skin, the blood is simmering, the soul is burning, and there is no stopping. The red light flashes in the scarlet eye. Although the upper body still maintains a human form, no one can connect him to the word person. The medicine pill that he swallowed in one breath, the medicinal properties have completely evaporated. But the Bull Demon transformation that was the easiest to cultivate, this time has become extremely difficult. Not enough. What's worse, medicine pill? No. What? Li Qingshan sweated under the rain, and two hot white vapors spewed out of his nostrils, and the medicinal properties began to fade. Bull Demon vigorously sinking in mud. In Li Qingshan's heart, this sentence is full of unclear meanings. He deeply understands the sorrow of the hero's end, the helplessness of the great strength. But in this, there is something else. And in his sea of consciousness, the illusion of Bull Demon once again emerges. He stared at the phantom for a long time, suddenly gave birth to a doubt. Why, if you know that you are stuck in the mud, you still have to struggle. The more you struggle, the deeper you are, the harder you have tried. Since it is useless, why not stop and take a break? Why bother to suffer such pain? In the past, Shuba Wangs defeated the army and listened to the ten-faced songs, and he said, when you pull the mountains and suffocate the world, you will not be able to die. You will not die. What can you do? Breaking through the ambush of the Han army and fleeing to the banks of the Wujiang River, but sighing there is no such thing as seeing Jiangdong's father and old man and self-proclaimed. It became the best annotation of the 4 words of the hero's last road, leaving a heroic song of the ages. This poem was learned by Li Qingshan previous life in the textbook, but there is no coincidence. After thousands of years, another general who was surrounded by enemy forces and was in a desperate situation left a 7-character poem, which was printed on the textbook. Clearly stay in Li Qingshan's memory. What is the meaning of the broken head today? The entrepreneurship is difficult and the battle is more. This is going to the old department of Quantai, and the flag is 100,000. These heroic and dry clouds are like the spirit of death, far better than the blame of the people who do not dare to cross the Chu King of Jiangdong. This kind of mindfulness flashed, and in reality it was only a moment. I understand. Li Qingshan reared light, suddenly bright, like a light. Looking at the phantom of Bull Demon, I saw a different scene. He saw Bull Demon, with extraordinary perseverance, endured, insisted that even if it was karma's destiny, predestination was difficult to change, and never gave up. To fight to the end can be destroyed, but will never be defeated. Li Qingshan's flickering light gradually calmed down, and the breath in the nose was more and more gentle. As if it can be like this, stick to 100 years, 1,000 years. Suddenly, a majestic masculinity like the Bull Demon phantom came out of his body. Bull Demon transformation, 4th layer, build. Li Qingshan's body shape gradually returned to its original state. Unlike the past, he was not so ecstatic in his heart, and he did not rush to try to increase his strength. In the process of cultivation, Green Bulls will seems to be a heritage through this Bull Demon transformation, incorporating him into the body. Regardless of how many prototype mystery changes in this Gods and Demons 9 transformations, this Bull Demon transformation is the first to be deserved. Peas, finally updated, no breaks. I wish you all a happy new year. _carrot. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 483 Chapter 112, The Period of the Decisive Battle. Li Qingshan's tall body is clearly divided, and there is a calm, like a mountain. The black scorpion looks very quiet. It's different from the kind of heartlessness that is used in the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, but a firmness deep into the bone marrow. Endless power, from the in the body, and the innocent land, together, regardless of each other. In the past, every time Bull Demon transformation broke through, he had to try carefully. One was to appreciate the joy of strength enhancement, and the other was to control the power of sudden enhancement. But this time, instead of the big joy of divine power, he felt a kind of limit, so that he could feel the layers of obstacles and could not exert his strength. And his power is clearly increased, not a star or a half, but not many times. His former strength is hardly lost to the powerful monster General Violent Stone. Now, with one hand, he can completely suppress Violent Stone, and even directly crush the unbreakable body of Violent Stone. In terms of strength, this is completely beyond the level of a monster general. Gods and Demons 9 transformations, the divine ability created by Green Bull, was very common at the beginning. When Bull Demon Transformation first layer was used, it was the degree of bullying and bullying Jiang Hu. Even the powerful Chi refining warrior can't beat it. But each of the changes that followed was earth-shaking, and the power was doubled up. Although the difficulty of cultivation is getting bigger and bigger, the efficiency of cultivation is getting higher and higher, and I can't help but think of the classic story of putting wheat on the chessboard. The wise minister invented chess for the boring king. The king was very happy and asked him what he wanted. He made a simple request and asked the king to give him some wheat. Put the first grid in a grain of wheat, the second in 2, the third in 4, and so on. The king readily answered, at the beginning. This requirement is very simple. It consumes very little wheat, but it has not yet filled half of the grid. The king found that even if he took out the wheat of the country, he could not satisfy this simple requirement. Bull Demon Transformation. Although there is only 9th layer, every time the power grows, it is more than doubled. It really turns to the 9th time. The extent to which his strength will reach is simply unimaginable. It's common to move mountains and reclamation, picking stars and taking moons. I think the elder brother Bull once said, "I can directly give you the power to sweep this world." Now I have to think about it. How honest is the elder brother Bull? He has a feeling that even the soaring dragon elder will be chased on that day. But the top personalities of the 9 provinces will not let the elder brother Bull waste too much. But relatively speaking, the guy who can push the elder brother Bull to this level is even more horrible. This chapter was uploaded by friends. The reason why I feel that power has a restraint is that I know that my strength is not enough. Li Qingshan's hand, gently hold it. Feeling desperate, a huge pressure that is breathless. He never looked desperate before, because he never dared to face the goal. But in the idea of taking a step by step, it is of course best to reach the goal. If it can't be reached, then there is no way. Just as a child says, "I want to be a scientist and I want to be an astronaut," it is really easy. Wait until the child becomes a teenager and becomes an adult. Have a more powerful force, a smarter mind. Understand the distance between yourself and your dreams. This will be experienced. Of course, this will not cause too much trouble, because most people will give up in the next second. For a more realistic goal, those who want to persevere have to endure torture of despair. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. If you are not in such a desperate situation, how can you demonstrate the position that Bull Demon never gives up? Unconsciously, Li Qingshan crossed the mental journey that was difficult for outsiders to speak, and put a mountain on his shoulder. On the other side of the cave, Little An is still practicing, sitting cross-legged, hand-printing 20 rosary beads, spinning around her head. As long as one is reformed, Skull Rosary can get another evolution, reaching one new realm. However, this last rosary is also the most difficult to refine, much more difficult than the 20 rosary before refining. Li Qingshan does not bother to interrupt, calculate time, and then several days, is the 5th day of May, the final battle. If you can break through the Tiger Demon 4th layer, you can do it. Li Qingshan took the heart and took the life extinguisher stone out of the 100 treasure pouch. The soul of violent stone was taken out by Little An, and its body was turned into true form life extinguisher stone, and monster core was also left in the stone. Life extinguisher stone is not surprising at first glance, but its sturdiness, even the magical artifact level blood blade, can only leave a knife mark. Li Qingshan, if it is the force of vibration, it has some effect, but I am afraid to destroy the monster core. If I accidentally blast, it will be bad. In addition, Li Qingshan can't use the earth element monster core, and he lost it in the 100 treasure pouch. He didn't pay much attention to it. He just waited for the refining in the future to see if he could make a weapon. But at this time, Li Qingshan had a new idea. He gave a sigh of relief and reached out and clasped the life extinguisher stone. A powerful force, slowly released, passed to the 10 fingers, actually bit by bit inserted into the life extinguisher stone, and then force. Then pulled down 2 rocks. He looked at it. It was indeed an ordinary rock, but he wondered if this thing could be used for refining. But if it is ordinary rock, How can it be so strong? Li Qingshan waved with both hands, and the gravel dust flew. After a while, they opened up a life extinguisher stone and found a grey monster core, which contained a strong earth power, digested for the spirit turtle monster core. However, Li Qingshan wants to borrow, but it is another kind of power. A strong killing intention, released from the monster core, is enough to make the cultivator crazy. Not as Li Qingshan expected. This monster core not only condenses the full power of Violent Stone, but also for life the core of Extinguisher Stone. Li Qingshan throws the monster core into the mouth, slams and swallows. Immediately, there is a murderous aura that goes straight to the brain. His eyes become blood red. He no longer uses the spirit turtle to suppress, but instead appreciates the killing intent. In the sea of consciousness, Tiger Demon came out, jumped up, wild owl, open wings, swaying, screaming, wanting to kill, happy, but in the empty sea of consciousness, no, the enemy exists. Li Qingshan's body, kneeling down, the claws protruding, the fangs violent, the gasps become rushed, and the heart jumps faster and faster. Hate can't immediately rush out of Immortal Cave. It's a demon or a good person. He just wants to kill and kill. I can't. Li Qingshan slammed his chest and seemed to want to press this killing intent back. At this time, he suddenly remembered Yu Zijian. In Blessed Peace City, she did not borrow any foreign objects and withstood the power of Life Extinguisher Stone. Can even do what a little girl at the Qi refining level can do. In fact, Yu Zijian, as a woman, is temperate and shocked by the tragic scene in front of her eyes. She recalls the past and is full of sorrow. And Li Qingshan, male bloody, temperament has a bloodthirsty side. At this moment, not only cannot rely on other emotions to distract, but to let the mind completely immersed in this killing intent, which is more than 100 times more difficult. On the 5th day of May, it will be instantaneous. The endless mountains of Kangwu, like the rolling sea, the peaks of the mountains are like waves. The darkness between heaven and earth, the heavy rain poured down, was swept by the wind. Sometimes things, sometimes north and south, and sometimes even fly back into the sky, like a storm on the sea. Fu Qingjin stood alone on a wave, and was covered by heavy rain, but did not waste a little effort to resist the rain, but as if enjoying the general, let the rain wash on the face, listening to the cliff, the whistling wind. On the face of Junk Siu, a smile suddenly appeared, and Verdant Ruin's sword was tightly held at the waist. A shadow of the shadow, rotating rapidly, breaking through the clouds, between the dark heaven and earth, a golden light column suddenly appeared, and it fell on Fu Qingjin's face. Among the beams, Li Qingshan slowed down, and wind god wings behind it slightly converged and slowly descended from the sky. The sun is immersed in raindrops, turning into a golden spot of light, dancing around him. The beauty of the unpainted face, calm look, more like deity, not demon. You've changed. Fu Qingjin raised a hint of surprise. As a real swordsman, he had already carried out countless deductions of his opponent's everything in his mind before the final battle. It can be said that he is confident that he is one of the most familiar people in the world. But this time, goodbye, he found that all his expectations were overthrown and smashed. What he saw in Li Qingshan was not only a change in power, but even essence, qi, and spirit were completely new, making him feel like he was facing a new opponent. The speed of monster cultivation should not be extremely slow. North Moon, how did you do it? Is there? Li Qingshan calmly replied that Violent Stone's monster core is still in his belly and continues to play a role. In just a few days, I experienced a painful struggle that ordinary people could not imagine. But in the end it failed to break through the Tiger Demon 4th layer. The difficulty of cultivation is getting bigger and bigger. The roaring Tiger Demon was even more excited at this time, urging him to fight with Fu Qingjin. At this moment, Li Qingshan is expecting Fu Qingjin to be stronger and stronger enough to push him to a desperate situation. Only the real death match can inspire Tiger Demon's bloodthirsty madness. so take the opportunity to break through the Tiger Demon fourth layer. He suddenly discovered that the decisive battle that he had been very concerned about was not so important in itself, and even the resentment against Fu Qingjin did not matter. In front of him is just an opportunity to make him stronger, a stepping stone to above the 9 heavens. But, today's battle, you will lose. Fu Qingjin said. Peace, thanks to the new alliance lord of the antenna baby mechanical baby, thank you for the new sect leader of Shangwen dizziness Shangwen stun, thank you for your support, let my heart full of fighting spirit, gather 7 Meng masters, summon divine dragon is not far off, I wish the 2 sacred blessings to be enjoyed forever. _Caret. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 484 Chapter 113 The Clear Sky Battlefield. That's good. Li Qingshan haha laughed. If it is in the past, he will not be afraid of Fu Qingjin's pretending, thinking that he should learn from him. Now, what he sees is the absolute confidence of a swordsman, and there is also a will, which is carried out in his chest. This is a good opponent. But I want to return the original words. You will lose this battle. Fu Qingjin smiled. In the past, only when you were a lucky demon, you have to admit that you are really a little scary now. If there is a chance, I will kill you. I hope you can escape from my life. Oh why? It's a very troublesome thing to kill the famous sword of Hidden Sword Palace. Li Qingshan said carelessly. So, you still want to keep your hands? Fu Qingjin's face was gloomy, and the corner of his mouth smirked coldly. It depends on your ability. My killing has started, but even I can't control myself. If I can't escape, I can't escape. I just have trouble. Li Qingshan's steady hands, standing and smiling, looking at Fu Qingjin, as if Fu Qingjin was already fleeing, and he was thinking about it easily, whether he would smash him. Fu Qingjin found that in the verbal confrontation, he was already at a disadvantage, no longer speaking. Verdant Ruin's sword was stunned and announced that the dialogue ended here. Li Qingshan pulled out the blood blade and waved it, and the blade aura broke the storm. The clouds were undulating, and soon the cloud hole that Li Qingshan wore out made up, the golden light column disappeared, and there was a darkness between heaven and earth. Fu Qingjin floated a faint blue light, lingering, blocking all the storms and rain. His green shirt and hair, it floated with it. It seems like a cluster of bonfires in the endless night, burning on the cliff, getting brighter and brighter. Li Qingshan monster cheers in the sky. Scarlet hair is like a fire. Hunting and dancing, blood red Renlock Fu Qingjin, murderous aura like the wind. The blood blade rises high. Suddenly paused and smiled. You have a lot of helpers. In the dark clouds, a flash of electric light, quickly interspersed into a turning point, in a blink of an eye, an electric light through the clouds, but much slower than ordinary lightning. Carefully look. Zitong Pedal Thunder Executor Wood Sword. Sword controlling broke through the air. Divine Firmament Imperial Thunder Secrets in the wood. The body moved to pinnacle. Zitong's heart is slightly high. Such a climate. The most powerful power of thunder. Thunder Executor Wood Sword flies into your hand. Lift up high and point to the sky. The fastest update of the whole text novel. Supreme Elderly Lord. Urgency. Thunderbolt. Divine Thunder. The black clouds reveal bright light. Numerous lightnings, intertwined into a piece of electricity, turned into a giant thunder, straight to Li Qingshan. Heaven and earth are white. Fu Qingjin suddenly took out a scarlet talisman from his sleeve and turned it into a long and narrow golden sword. He spurred away and formed a two-sided attack on Li Qingshan. In the distant sky, the stars and the light points, a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators, slowed down Zitong, and is also coming at the fastest speed. Li Qingshan brows slightly, motionless, a few feet above his head. Jin Jian and the thunder collided. Fellow Taoist Fu, what are you doing? Zitong was surprised. This is our decisive battle. Fu Qingjin said faintly. Idiot. What about demon? What do you want to do alone? Look at yourself. Zitong pointed to the distant mountains, crossed the shadows, and past the mountain. Under subterranean world, A stock of monster chi passed through the underground cave. The cave is also close. Li Qingshan's decisive battle with Fu Qingjin is not only about their life and death, but also about the direction of the entire war. Li Qingshan, if the battle is dead, only the dragon snail will be left alone, and the Night Walker will be caught in the split of the dragon. Fu Qingjin, if the battle is dead, no one can suppress the sect, the Monster Execution Union of Clear River Prefecture, and it will collapse and the alliance will not continue. Even if you don't mention these effects, the strength of the two alone will be enough to disrupt the balance of the winner. No one has dared to care about it and has devoted all its strength. The decisive battle between the two men evolved into a decisive battle between human race and monster race. Monster General, the Night Walker, and the Foundation Establishment Cultivator all come together in the direction of the two, as if there are countless sparks that will collide at this point. The war is on the verge. Suddenly, a large expanse of sunlight, falling from the sky, the sun covered by thick clouds, poked its head out, releasing endless light and heat. A strip of tornado wind, tearing thick clouds. Everyone couldn't help but look up. A white figure wins the snow, standing in the blue sky. Commander Gu, Liu Chenqing and Wang Pussy were surprised. Gu Yanning. In the Spider City, Spider Queen Rose is looking at the scene with a mirror, and it looks cold. Gu Yanning hand-held Jade Fracture Fan. With a gentle wave, the wind blew over the dark clouds and retreated to the distance. In a moment, a clear sky with a radius of 100 miles was opened, and the fan was closed and pointed down. No one can interfere with their decisive battles, whether it's human race or monster race. Just step into the sun and make a decision. Zitong, look, what say you? Dragon Snail, you think you are hiding under Subterranean World? Can't I see you? Walk and go. Zitong snorted, and the sword took control and went straight to the 100 miles. Under the shadow of the clouds, he stopped, and his stomach was hot and tempered. Other Foundation Establishment cultivators are immediately retreating and dare not have other objections. Dragon Snail, without a word, led many monster generals and dived deep into Subterranean World. The Night Walkers were originally authorized by Li Qingshan and did not have to come. However, the order of Spider Queen could not be disobeyed. At this time, seeing Gu Yanning's mana, he did not dare to resist it, and he was far away. She is Gu Yanning. I want to have such power, and why can't I revitalize the Night Walker race? Yi Liusu stared at the sky. The white figure Gu Yanning is based on the clear air battlefield she opened up. She bowed to Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin. You continue, now it will be handsome. Smile. You can rest assured, I am just an arbiter. No matter who kills who, I will not shoot. Thank you for the command, Gu. Fu Qingjin arched. North Moon, what else do you want to say? Gu Yanning once again set his sights on Li Qingshan. It seems that every time he sees him, he has to be surprised. She has never seen anyone who has grown so fast. The death of Blood Demon and Stone Demon, everyone has all kinds of speculation, but she understands that she can't get rid of him. In addition, there is a bit of kindness, as if looking at the old self. After 3 years of retreat, how many struggles have you experienced? Have you ever made a choice between man and demon? However, after all, there is no way to choose, and there is no need to choose. My generation can only stand on the side of oneself. It is not for the two, but also true freedom. When Gu Yanning looked at Li Qingshan was also watching back. This time, he had always loved his dream lover. Her style was always beautiful, and she did not lose half of her life. Once upon a time, at this moment, it became more understanding why she was so chic and more attractive. Anything else to say? Li Qingshan moved in her heart, raised her arm and pointed her straight to her, laughing. I fell in love with you at first sight. The sound was so long, and the thunder in the distance became weak. For a time, heaven and earth were quiet. The cultivators are all a glimpse. Come back, look different, and talk about it. He's crazy. He's monster. But Commander Gu seems to be a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. A monster general, angered Commander Gu. and killed him now. Moon Demon. He is more daring than me. Hua Chengzhen snorted, some crying and laughing, but couldn't help but admire, that is, Demon, to be so temperament. Fu Qingjin finally showed a horrified expression. When the war was over, he turned to show the love to the referee, and the object of showing love was the daughter of the famous eagle god. North Moon, I am still underestimated your arrogance, master. Yi Lubo's dissatisfied pout. The woman's chest is not big, the butt is not enough to see, it is not good to see at a glance. Spider Queen Rose showed a gloomy color, and her monster general went to her death, which made her even more dissatisfied with Li Qingshan. Of course, few people have guessed where his true love at first sight is. Just these? Ge Yanniang's eyes widened and rounded like an eagle. That's it. Li Qingshan smiled. He was not the former ranger boy, nor the Hua Chengzhen kind of infatuation seed, just said that he wanted to say something and did what he wanted to do. As for what Ge Yanniang thinks, what will happen, but it is not so important, as long as I am quick. What is the result? First you have to live. Even if you say so, I will not be partial. Ge Yanniang also laughed, shaking his head slightly, and the blue silk was light. If a man can be so refreshing, it is not a hassle. During the conversation, Ge Yanniang flew straight into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the field of vision. Li Qingshan looking up, the surrounding environment changed abruptly. The wall of the palace, the broken tower, and the foot of the tower were no longer empty, but the cracked marble bricks covered with moss. Everywhere, there is a bleak and desolate atmosphere. Everything is true and false, and the connection with spiritual energy of heaven and earth is suddenly interrupted, once again caught in the illusion of verdant ruins. The same trick, how many times do you want to show me? Li Qingshan turned and looked at Fu Qingjin not far behind. As long as it is useful, it will do a few times. Fu Qingjin came slowly with the sword. Liu Chenqing, who is far away, sighs, this verdant ruins sword is too strong. With verdant ruins sword, fellow Taoist Fu can take advantage of any enemy to be invincible. Even the powerful monster general like Violent Stone, facing the verdant ruins illusion, can only escape with baleful chi, and it is impossible to defeat Fu Qingjin. And Li Qingshan is not here today to escape. Li Qingshan laughed and stepped forward, punching in the void. In an instant, countless cracks spread, like a spider, filled with the entire verdant ruins fantasy. Those ruins are broken, like the scenery on the canvas, all of which are divided and broken into pieces. Fu Qingjin changed his mind and raised his sword. The power of the vibration was amazing. In the sky, flying out, verdant ruins illusion, a boxing break. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 485. Chapter 144 chapters. Fu Qingjin showed an unbelievable color. He did feel the change of Li Qingshan, but he did not expect that in such a short period of time, he would become so powerful. All human race cultivators are stunned. Fu Qingjin has been in the Clear River Prefecture for a long time. Verdant Ruins has a fantastic illusion. No one knows no one. Even though Stone Demon Blood Demon meets, it is only a retreat. Who can think of it? So casually a boxing break. Breaking through Li Qingshan of Bull Demon 4th layer. Not only Li Qingshan has been enhanced many times, but also Bull Demon's innate divine ability, which has increased. The combination of the two, the power of this punch is more than 10 times in the past. The opponents of the past are 10 times more than the getting stronger. Even Fu Qingjin, the genius disciple of the Hidden Sword Palace and the descendant of 10 exalted sword, can't be eaten, whether it is human race or monster. The higher the realm of cultivation, the slower the speed of improvement. He does the opposite. Every breakthrough, the strength has amazing progress. It is incredible. Ge Yanniang exclaimed in her heart. This is what you call a win. Too disappointing. Li Qingshan did not chase after the victory, restrained the killing intent of Tiger Demon roaring. Some disappointed. Myriad swords. Secrets. Fu Qingjin braked his body and waved his hand. Verdant Ruins sword flew into the sky and turned into a little blue light. It was like a shining star in the clear sky. the blue light flashed, and the stars were made by one. Again, Li Qingshan, blue silk, tens of stars, falling from the sky, pulling out the blue light, twisting and bending, like a blue silk dance. In the blink of an eye, there is no goal, no half is fierce, but the sword will completely cover Li Qingshan, and there is no escape. Finally, interesting, Li Qingshan's mouth is slightly hooked and softly sighed. Let the sword cover it. North Moon, you are too big. If you can tell the truth about the death of Soaring Dragon Elder, I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, my mind will move, and this blue sword will cut you into pieces. Fu Qingjin coldly, he has already considered it. Verdant Ruins can't stand this realm's monster general. For this battle, I specially trained this blue silk sword. Although there is no change of the mystery of the Verdant Ruins illusion, the heaven and earth are blocked, but if the enemy is killed, it is still on it. Its sword chi is endless. No matter how powerful it is, it can't break free. Escape. What did you say? Otherwise I will kill you. Crack. Fu Qingjin shouted, and the blue silk sword contracted. However, there was no drop of blood flowing out, and sword chi, who cut gold and cut jade, deeply penetrated into Li Qingshan's skin. But you can't cut the first level of thin skin. Fu Qingjin looks awkward. Handcuffed swords, pointing to the sky. Verdant Ruins sword is like the fall of Liu Xing, dragging along Cyan arc, breaking. Li Qingshan's body was shocked, and the blue silk was broken, and the blood was shining, and it was on the Verdant Ruins sword. Verdant Ruins sword is bleak and far-fetched. Fu Qingjin's face is slightly white. He and Verdant Ruins sword won with the sword is hurt. His mind will also be hurt. Urgently summoned Verdant Ruins sword, and suddenly saw a flash of red shadow. He couldn't think about it, flew away, and the blind light passed over the front of the mountain, and the mountain was opened, and it was smashed and collapsed. It's not good. I didn't expect his power to be so great. The blue silk sword is so unbearable. Now that the sword is separated, it is my weakest moment. If he pursues it, it is dangerous. Catch your sword. What worried Fu Qingjin didn't happen. Li Qingshan hovered in the air after taking out the knife, so he looked at him quietly, waiting for him to get Verdant Ruins sword. You will pay for your arrogance. Verdant Ruins sword flew back, and Fu Qingjin felt a deep shame as soon as he grasped it. I am waiting. Li Qingshan casually slammed the knife on his shoulder. Fu Qingjin closes his eyes. Verdant Ruins sword trembles slightly. His expression calms down, his temperament changes, and then his eyes are opened. A pair of scorpions have turned into cyan, faintly appearing ruined. Verdant Ruins in the illusion scene. Well? Li Qingshan is impatient. Fu Qingjin's figure flashed and disappeared in the same place. He came to Li Qingshan and waved his sword. Li Qingshan is still a slap in the face of a knife. The sword collided, so on the cotton, squatting. Verdant Ruins sword softly trembled, completely dispelling the terrible power contained in the knife, and the sword tip trembled, such as Spirit Snake, which implied the killing of gentle and reserved. Awesome sword art. This is not the power of Fu Qingjin itself, but the spiritual legacy of the old ghosts on Verdant Ruins sword. Sword Heart also dares to use it. It seems that Fu Xiozi is forced to a desperate situation. Interesting. Absolute skills against absolute power, who can win? Ge Yanning was surprised. I wanted to understand the truth of the matter. The strength of Hidden Sword Palace is that every sword has the spiritual inheritance of countless predecessors. It seems that there are a group of 12 masters who do not rest at any time. As long as they slowly excavate and inherit the inheritance, they can naturally become a peerless swordsman, such as the famous Sword of Verdant Ruins sword. The holders have crossed the third heavenly tribulation and made the sword nascent strong great cultivator. Their extraordinary sword Tao is left in this Verdant Ruins sword. Even with this shortcut, you can only slowly figure out that you can't accept this sword intent all at once, and play the superb sword technique. The only way is to take the heart of the sword, let go of your own ideas, Let the idea of verdant ruins sword enter the Lord, equal to the ancestral possession, and accidentally lose your own. The heart becomes a sword slave, which is the real taboo of Hidden Sword Palace. Li Qingshan was excited, the red light was shining, the blade light was like a flower, and the blade light was opened, like a fierce tiger, swallowed to Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin does not have a touch of movement, the sword is not afraid of hesitation, only the memory of the sword art to pinnacle. Ignore the blade light from the face, a sword stabbed into the blade light. Clang, the point of the sword on the blood blade, like a piercing tiger's throat. The blade light suddenly converges, and the blood blade has a little more sword marks. The sword light fluttered and slipped over Li Qingshan's shoulder, and immediately it was a deep blood mark. Li Qingshan smiled and didn't pick up the spirit turtle dark armor. He raised the verdant ruins sword and squatted. At this moment, Fu Qingjin has stabbed 3 swords, as if calculating all the reactions of Li Qingshan. A sword is more than a sword. Li Qingshan's broad-leaved blade art, as if it had met a nemesis, was restrained by verdant ruins sword everywhere, and often the knife was not deployed and was interrupted. Although there is a great strength, it is often used by Fu Qingjin to display the high-quality sword art. In a moment, I suffered hundreds of injuries, and the smile was only bigger. This is the decisive battle I want. No matter how many injuries he suffered, his offensive was not weakened and he was wilder. Li Qingshan does not step back, dances blade aura, with a knife to the sword, without any divine ability. However, this did not make him gain the upper hand. He was hit thousands of times, but he failed to cut Fu Qingjin. Master, use divine ability. Yi Lubo anxiously loud. In the heart of the human race cultivator, the fire of hope is ignited. If this continues, there is still a chance to win. It's not wise to attack the enemy with your own shortness. Wait, he is gradually adapting to Fu Qingjin's blade art. Ge Yanning did not agree with it, but suddenly realized, verdant ruins sword is getting harder and harder to hurt him, and his knife is getting closer and closer to Fu Qingjin's body. Combat and good warfare, if he enters 6 paths, he must be the endless killing of Azura. Blade light sword shadow, stuffed between heaven and earth, the two from the sky to the ground, gradually blurred the body shape, only the red and blue color, and constantly collide. All the sights of the onlookers were firmly sucked and forgot to breathe. The two suddenly separated. Li Qingshan throat added a blood hole, but laughed loudly and heard the sound hundreds of miles away. A tragic scar, from Fu Qingjin's left shoulder to the right waist, but not flesh and blood, but a little bit of light. I am willing to be 1,000 swords, and I am powerful. If you go on like this, I will be swallowed up by verdant ruins sword. Under the appearance of Fu Qingjin's indifference to the sword, a voice is in pain and sorrow, and there is a slight struggle in the shackles. But the enlightenment came too late. The sword intent has been boiling, and a Tsingyi man is watching him indifferently. The face of Tsingyi is vague, and there are many faces in the vagueness, both men and women, holding a sleek verdant ruins sword. Fu Qingjin's hands are empty. Blood blade wild howl, spit out the Bzhang blade aura, traversing heaven and earth, wading through Fu Qingjin's waist. His struggled color disappeared completely. He did not look at the waist injury, staring at Li Qingshan. The injury healed in a flash, and the blue light flashed. He came to Li Qingshan, ignoring the blood blade under his head, and a sword stabbed Li Qingshan's eyebrows. This is the only time when there is only one with the sword. Li Qingshan frowned, feeling Fu Qingjin's wrong. A flash of his head, leaving a blood mark on his cheek, raising his hand and hitting a fist on Fu Qingjin's face, but not like playing on the body of flesh and blood. Look carefully. Fu Qingjin is full of gold and iron. Now my enemy is this sword. It is boring. Verdant ruins sword stabbed again. Li Qingshan raised his hand and grabbed it. Palm pained and was pierced by verdant ruins sword. He grabbed the sword edge and tried hard. Fu Qingjin seemed to stick to the hilt. Eyes and ears. Shoot the road Jiangwen. Li Qingshan transported the spirit turtle dark armor, blocking the Jiangwen, releasing a force of vibration. shaking Fu Qingjin's hand holding the sword, and finally separated from the sword, like a soul-sucking, eyes closed fell to the earth. Li Qingshan held the vibrating verdant ruins sword with his left hand, constantly exerting the power of vibration to prevent it from going away, waving the blood blade in his right hand and falling. "Hey!" Verdant ruins sword screamed and a knife mark appeared on the blade. "Stop!" Fu Qingjin woke up and lost his voice. "Hey!" Li Qingshan is another knife. The precision is on the knife marks, and the knife marks become cracks. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 486. Chapter 115. Fu Qingjin took the last point of spiritual power and flew over. Li Qingshan laughed and shook hands. Kaka screams. The cracks expand and run through the blade. The sword that shook the world was broken into two pieces. The blue light emerged from the break and spread between heaven and earth. Nothing, no matter how strong the sword, without the spiritual chi blessing, it is forcibly destroyed, and it is difficult to escape the destroyed end. Fu Qingjin, if struck by lightning, stunned and slammed the blood blade collided with verdant ruins sword numerous times and was already scarred. It was also turned into pieces. Fu Qingjin is stunned and mad. And this is the sword that Hidden Sword Palace has passed down from generation to generation. This is a sword more important than his life. If he loses this sword, what qualifications does he have to return to Hidden Sword Palace, facing the master of the palace lord, and the master taking out a scarlet talisman from 100 treasure pouch? You can't take care of any vows, and you will not hesitate to go with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan threw the handle and hit Fu Qingjin's chest. Verdant ruins sword is broken. Fu Qingjin is deeply hurt by both the body and the spirit. The cultivation base is greatly regressed, and how can it escape? It can no longer be turned into a glaucoma, nor is it as strong as a sword. In the sound of broken bones, talisman throws the sky. Fu Qingjin, we are grievances. Li Qingshan converges on the killing intent. At this point, killing is meaningless, and Fu Qingjin is suffering from the loss of verdant ruins sword, which is undoubtedly the best revenge. It is fair to have a cultivation of the Millennium Monster Core, a sword that carries thousands of swords. Fu Qingjin once again fainted. I do not know when. The dark clouds gathered again. The clear sky battlefield gradually gathered. Defect. Liu Chenqing murmured, "Great color. Dye the face of each cultivator." This is not a simple failure. The overwhelming strength of Moon Demon has shocked everyone. In this realm, who else is his opponent? If he kills him, who can stop him? As Ge Yanying said, this is going to be handsome. This game has not yet reached the endgame, so the general, North Moon, I command you, kill him. A voice emerged from subterranean world, clear and silky, and passed into everyone's ears. Spider Queen Rose sees Li Qingshan with the meaning of Fu Qingjin. Li Qingshan frowned and reached for a hand. Pick up the faint Fu Qingjin, as long as he gently grips this generation of genius of the Hidden Sword Palace. I have to fall on the spot. Everyone thought. When he obeys Spider Queen's orders and smashes the roots, he throws Fu Qingjin far away from the human race cultivator. Let everyone be taken aback. Liu Chenqing caught Fu Qingjin and looked at Li Qingshan with amazement. "Quasi fellow Taoist, healed him. I hope that there is no such sword. One day, you can stand in front of me and have a real decisive battle with me." In the Kuma, Fu Qingjin heard it. A familiar voice said. Spider Queen Rose stunned. I didn't expect Li Qingshan to dare to disobey his orders. The beautiful face was distorted. North Moon, I command you to kill them, or you will be punished the most severely. Okay. Li Qingshan opened Wind God wings and came to the front of the cultivator. The red eyes were swept from the face of every cultivator. Everyone goes together. Don't believe that we can join hands, and can't pick him up. Chengshan shouted loudly. The cultivators were all around. The body was flashing, and the spirit artifact, magical artifact in hand, was ready to go. Li Qingshan's steady hands stood, smiled silently, and there was a shadow behind them. It was the Night Walkers who came to prove that he was not one. In the face of this great disadvantage, Cheng Shan looked heavy and couldn't speak anymore. Wait, month. North Moon, what do you want to say? Liu Chenking stopped the cultivator and greeted him. He remembered that in the past, in Clear River Prefecture, he rushed to cry the child. He was not addicted to killing. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and made a big yawn. He waved his hand impatiently. Don't bother me anymore. Yes, let's go. Liu Chenking was shocked and happy, and he went back to the audience. Human Dao. Although many people are dissatisfied, at this time, no one dares to stay and recharge, and they have to take control of them. Even Cheng Shan is in the crowd and dare not step behind. Under Subterranean World, Spider Queen Rose is caught in the violent rage, gnashing his teeth. North Moon. Li Qingshan smiled and said in his heart, Rose, don't want Lozi to please you anymore. Of course, I don't mind using another method. However, when the cultivators retreated, there was a person standing still in the same place, glaring at Li Qingshan, the first person in Clear River Prefecture, Taoist Sloppy Zutong. He was surrounded by electric light, and his robes became bright and dazzling, just like deity. In the hands of Thunder Executor Wood Sword, the whole body thunder light flashes, as if it is a lightning bolt directly taken from the sky, pointing to Li Qingshan, glaring. Fellow Taoist Zhu, don't force it. Liu Chenking yelled. Zutong turned a deaf ear. Moon Demon, you dare to fight with me? I want you to know that in Clear River Prefecture, not only Hidden Sword Palace disciple, there is no one else. Okay, come on. Li Qingshan laughed, almost forgot, and there was a small grievances between us. I took this opportunity and got together. Rumble. Zutong pointed to the sky. The cloud was powered by Dragon Snake, and a heavenly thunder was lowered and bombarded on Li Qingshan. Naitan's penalty. In earth, fire, wind, water in many magic spell, the destructive power is second to none. The water tank thickness of the lightning, a small electric snake, drilled into Li Qingshan's with the body, destroyed a paralysis. Even the bones trembled. Li Qingshan was about to use the Spirit Turtle Monster Core to suppress the power of the thunder, and suddenly realized that while the body was being destroyed, it was constantly recovering with strong vitality. And after the recovery, I felt refreshed, as if it was a tempered. The Danshan Chi Si is full of lightning and thunder, centered on the Spirit Turtle Monster Core. However, the Spirit Turtle Monster Core, the strongest defense of Li Qingshan, can be destroyed by a few lightning bolts. There is a feeling of transcending tribulation. It is very refreshing. It's so good. Li Qingshan stood there, letting the thunder hit. I see how long you can hold. Zutong was furious and walked with the sword. The illusion is very welcome. Appeared in Li Qingshan in all directions, a journey of heavenly thunder, a continuous bombardment on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's steady hands, not moving, full head scarlet hair, roots straight. As his head swayed, the mouth occupied a quatrain. Thousands of blows are still strong, and the wind is northeast and southwest. It's not a way to go on. It's really fierce, the usual thunder, it's hard to break him. The power of Divine Firmament Imperial Thunder Secrets is too big, and the consumption of spiritual chi is too fast, and it can't be recovered with spiral stones. Moon Demon, you dare to be so big? Then let you see the true heavenly thunder. Zutong's thoughts in the heart will be a fascination. I have a word. In the hands of Thunder Executor Wood Sword, the upper finger is sighted. In the snoring, draw a curve of lightning. There was a dark cloud above the head, and it became brighter and brighter, but there was no lightning strike. In the thunderous thunder, it seemed that a behemoth was accumulating energy. Zutong has a shadow of thunder and intertwined. The mouth is like an eagle. The back is double-ended, with a hammer and a cone. It has great majesty. It is the legendary image of Lei Gong. Although it is a cultivator world, no one dares to claim to be a god. Even the most powerful nascent soul cultivator. The power of the gods can be used to show the horror of this trick. The Spirit Turtle Monster Core immediately sent a warning sign. The power of the thunder, it is tempered to withstand. It is a dead end. Thunder Gong. Zitong roared, faintly with the sound of thunder, but the word snake demon has not yet been exported. Li Qingshan, who has been standing as a target, has come and smiled. Give me it. Fellow Taoists, be careful. Zitong's trick will not be sent. When it is impossible to move, Li Qingshan grabs Thunder Executor Wood Sword and wins the past with the brute force. The rumble of the rumble, a series of lightnings erupted in the dark clouds of the sky, and the heaven and earth were all white, drowning a scream. Losing the control of Zitong, this trick Heavenly Thunder is a terrible trick, declared Dead. You thought I would do whatever you want. Li Qingshan said with a deep meaning, and measured the Thunder Executor Wood Sword in his hand. Take your life, this thing for me to play. Although Thunder Executor Wood Sword is the life of Taoist Sloppy, he drives the power of this sword, and naturally wins Li Qingshan's Bull Demon 4th layer. Zitong looked at the Thunder Executor Wood Sword in Li Qingshan's hands, and his shame and distraction were distorted. He was dragged back by Liu Chenqing. He didn't struggle too much. He knew that if he continued, it was just a humiliation. I couldn't think of it. Today's robbery is related to a karma he had a few years ago. Li Qingshan pointed her hand. Who else is not convinced? I am not convinced today. I will come to you, demon. Qingshan shouted. But then, I have to kill. Li Qingshan pinched his fingers and glanced at Qingshan. Qingshan only felt that his hair was erected. He saw Li Qingshan not killing him. He thought about this battle with Moon Demon. Even if he lost, he also had a few faces, but he listened to Li Qingshan. Suddenly regretted. Fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive. Demon is big, we're long term. Well, I am today. Qingshan immediately squatted down. I wanted to say putting you a horse, but I thought about it. If this statement angered Moon Demon, I was afraid that it would not end well. North Moon is awesome. In the celebration of the laughter of Night Walker, the cultivator was grey-faced and far away. When Li Qingshan gave up to stop the war was brought to an end in advance by his will. Everything is grievances, and my heart is easy. But he understands that the chaos is far from over. Chess to the end. The players can finally get rid of the final restraint. Come on stage. His troubles have only just begun. Whether it is the Hidden Sword Palace that lost the sword or Wen Zhengming who died the discipline, he will be regarded as a deadly enemy. And these things are still far away. Yi Lubo worried. Master, Spider Queen, how do you explain? Li Qingshan looking up at the sky. Ge Yanning has disappeared and bowed her head. I will go see her now. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 487 Chapter 1 The Wrath of Spider Queen. Underground Cave. Blue Butterfly Flower. You all retreat. In the fearful look of the Night Walker, Li Qingshan waved his hand back and strode toward the stone platform. Millipede stunned first. The pink carapace collided, and the caca sounded. His body is already very large, coiled up to occupy the entire stone platform, but it is still small compared to the past. The stone door slammed shut. Li Qingshan pated Millipede's skull, took out a monster core, and placed it in front of Millipede, the monster core of the lizard monster general. Millipede didn't know what to be polite, swallowed it, and got up like a snake. In a moment, the ray of light emerged from under the carapace, becoming brighter and brighter, blurring the body of Millipede, swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye, over the entire stone platform, and finally converges, and the body is also becoming smaller. Gwen was scattered, wearing a pink coat, and the head of the Millipede once again appeared in front of Li Qingshan. He touched the light of the skull, squinting slightly protruding eyes. And some do not understand what is going on. Li Qingshan laughed, and my heart was so happy. Millipede looked at Li Qingshan and laughed and grinned. Their hearty laughter echoed in the cave for a long time. Li Qingshan immediately opened the 100 treasure pouch, took out a jar of fine wine, and opened the mud, and the wine was full of fragrance. Many cultivator sects, in addition to the spirit grass, plant some crops with spiritual chi for consumption of the discipline and for brewing the spirit wine. Among the many 100 treasure pouch that Li Qingshan has received, There are many spill wines, which have accumulated hundreds of altars and different categories. It's just that although there is good wine, it's hard to find a drinker. There is no more drinking mood. At this moment, the drinkers and moods are there. Finally let these wines see the sky again. Millipede smells the wine and looks round and eager. Come on. Li Qingshan handed Millipede an altar. Carry an altar and touch it gently. Millipede picked up the jar and snorted. I poured it all over and smacked it. Good to eat. This is a foodie. Li Qingshan smiled and looked down again in 100 treasure pouch. Although he did not find the appetizer, he found a lot of fruits and vegetables rich in spiritual qi. In retrospect, he was his fellow Li Long, handed it to him. But it is exactly the taste of Millipede. The two just sit on their knees and eat while eating. In addition to the impact of the altar, there are not many words. Li Qingshan feels very happy. The entrance of the spirit wine. I poured out the block in my heart, but I was sick again, and I was able to get drunk with Millipede. But see Millipede holding a jar of spirit wine, half drinking. Suddenly the eyes closed, one fell on the stone platform, and the snoring sounded, and fell asleep. The jars are dumped, the wine is flowing, and the wine is full of fragrance. Li Qingshan, holding the jar, stood up, his body swaying slightly, and he was already drunk. I raised my head and drank the wine from the altar, throwing it away, listening to it, ping-pong and smashing. Spider Queen, I am coming. Li Qingshan sang Wild Howl and strode. Master, this trip is dangerous. Yi Lusu and Yi Lubo stood outside the door, blocking Li Qingshan. His face was worried. What is the danger? Li Qingshan took their necks and put on two beautiful faces, and asked with a drunken smile. You will punish you when you defy the orders of Spider Queen. Yi Lubo is anxious, but looking at his faint face, he can't help but reveal a hint of intoxication. Although monster race can't kill each other, Spider Queen Vicious is cruel and will not give up. Yi Lusu has never had such a close attitude with men, trying to keep her mind calm, and her concern is as deep as Yi Lubo. Of course, she is concerned about the future of the entire Nightwalker. If she is gone, I am afraid Nightwalker will fall into chaos again. And if he has been getting stronger, one day, even the direct order to cancel the clan is her hope. Li Qingshan was slightly biased and wanted to speak. Yi Lubo immediately put on the lips, sucking the liquid in his mouth, and her arms around her waist. Li Qingshan inserted her hand into her armor and keenly squeezed the voluptuousness. Yi Lubo made a low-pitched sigh from the throat, and the more intense the kiss, Yi Lusu's heartbeat speeds up slightly. His body moves back and he wants to get out. Li Qingshan overbearing's force, she held her tightly in her arms, too delicate body, tightly attached to the body. Ear honing. Yi Lusu helplessly looked at their intimacy at close range. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she gave birth to a shackle that she didn't even notice. After a long time, the lips are divided. Master, I am so scared. Yi Lubo held him tighter. Li Qingshan smiled and said, don't be afraid, I haven't let you give me a child. Yi Lubo gently, docilely leaning against Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan took some of his hand and turned his head to pick up Yi Lusu's pointed chin. Yi Lusu's eyes wide open, Li Qingshan bowed her head on her lips, but it was a little taste. But in her ear, when I come back, I will give you a present. You better think about it, there is a gift for me. Looking at her different tip of the ear from human race, she couldn't help but squint, and she trembled. Full of aggressive eyes, with her exquisite face, over the proud chest, slender and straight waist, came to the slender legs. Although there is no sexy body like Yi Lubo, but there is something exciting. That noble and self-satisfied temperament can stimulate men's conquest. Yi Lusu bowed his head and his face was red, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. She didn't know what his gift was, but she knew what he wanted. Only telling herself that she couldn't refuse him. This is a sacrifice for the ideal. I don't want to admit it. I also have some temptation in my heart. Nightwalker women, mostly indulgent, do not hide the suppression of their own. There is no such thing as chaste or sensuality. Yi Lusu as the princess of Spider Shadow Clan, matriarch's biological daughter has the noble blood of other princesses, but in her body, it also has the same hot for the restless life of other night walkers. There is no envy. The reason why I am not close to the male color is not only to cultivate for the ideal, but also to be arrogant, to disdain those who are humble, ignorant and low-pitched night walker men. And he was the first man to make her tempted. Although it was a demon, it was so powerful and intelligent. What was even more rare was her understanding and support, which made her go to this step. If she can, she is willing to go with him all the time. Perhaps, but also a little pleasure. No way, this is the owner's request. Li Qingshan gently pushed them away and laughed and went deep into subterranean world. Although there were sinister eyes, there were also endless glory. Life is alive, and you can challenge yourself and enjoy yourself. Sister, you can't escape now, just kiss, it's yours. When Li Qingshan's back disappeared into the darkness, Yi Luba took back his eyes and smiled at Yi Lusu. He is the master, I am a servant. I have seen more of this kind of thing, and it is nothing. Yi Lusu interrupted, and with a calm face, couldn't help but lick his lips. Master, is he really going to have something? Yi Luba worried again. Spider Queen will not violate the monster race commandments, killing the same family, unless... Yi Lusu's star-like scorpion flickered, and some worried. Unless what? No what? North Moon, you dare to betray me. In the Spider City, the savage voice of Spider Queen Rose seems to be able to tear the thick darkness and echo in the cave. The water flow is intertwined with the magma, and the white smoke rises into a cloud, and the black is thick. The city was dead, and often echoed in the street, whispering whispers, and walking alone. All disappeared, as if the bugs were under the predator's majesty. They stopped singing. Li Qingshan converges on the protruding platform and looks directly at the Spider Queen Rose's eyes. She only sees her beautiful face, twisted by anger, and her eyes seem to be venomous. But he just replied faintly, "You don't know what is love, but what about betrayal?" Stop. Spider Queen Rose raised his hand and slammed it into Li Qingshan's face. If it was the usual monster general, most of the tricks were splitting and murdering on the spot. Boom! Li Qingshan raised her arm and blocked the hand of Spider Queen Rose. The two forces slammed together, and the Spider City trembled with a gust of wind. Li Qingshan's body swayed a little, feeling a pain in his arm. The slap of the Spider Queen Rose was extremely sinister and penetrated the tough bull demon skin, refining. With a cacker, the arm bone produces a tiny crack. Li Qingshan was not shocked. He could block Monster Marshall's blow from the front and proved that he was able to compare with Monster Marshall. There is a world of difference between each realm, and the higher the realm, the bigger and deeper the sky. It is not enough to make up for it alone. If you ask how much ordinary monster general can join forces to kill Spider Queen, the answer is, how much is not enough, how much to die. Unless you can trap her, use the war to kill the heap. It is also possible to guarantee that the speed of consumption is greater than the speed at which she restores monster chi. However, these odds are too small to be realized. Li Qingshan, through the Green Bull's gods and demons 9 transformations, is a divine ability that spans this Scorpio. Although it is only a small part, it is enough to be proud. Spider Queen Rose's pupils, Li Qingshan's power, surprised her, felt a deep threat, and then hysterical anger. She will never allow there is any subordinate to provoke Her Majesty. You will regret this. Hey! A black shadow slanted to Li Qingshan's ribs, and the speed was fast. Li Qingshan didn't even see what it was. The spirit turtle monster core flashed, reminding him of the death crisis. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 488. The second chapter is derailed. Whether the power is enough, is the reaction and speed slower? Li Qingshan's heart, at the crucial moment, a piece of regular hexagonal spirit turtle dark armor flew out, forming a dozen layers of defense, but was pierced by the shadow of the first level, only slightly slowed down. Li Qingshan only saw it. It turned out that the spider was sharp and long. The tip of the foot thorns flashes with a clear light, apparently with a deadly toxin. Just a trick. Let his heart in the warning sign. Although it is slow, it is only slow to the point where he can see it. The actual speed is still amazing. In the Spider Queen Rose, the indestructible spirit turtle dark armor is fragile. Fu Qingjin's sharp sword dart, Zitong's stunned thunder, is inferior to this, and this is just a common blow to the Spider Queen Rose. Spirit turtle dark armor only the third level is left, and the foot thorns become the end of the strong, stagnant monster general relied on the innate divine ability to resist the attack of Monster Marshal, which is really worthy of pride. Li Qingshan has no ease in his heart. Spirit turtle dark armor is barely able to withstand it, but the consumption of monster chi is too intense, and it won't stop many times. It will run out of monster chi, and it will become a lamb to be slaughtered. At this time, behind the Spider Queen Rose, 7 identical foot thorns were found and turned into 7 shadows, stabbing him. Li Qingshan crossed her hands and protected the vital point. She didn't dare to use the spirit turtle dark armor. This is the helplessness of realms difference with first level. Even with the powerful innate divine ability, I dare not use it. The bloody splash of the road turned into yuking in the middle of the air. Li Qingshan's shoulders and arms, as well as thigh knees, 8 more deep scars. Bull demon skin refining was also torn. Spider Queen Rose was not satisfied with the result. She had intended to cut Li Qingshan's limbs and torture him slowly, but his skin was tough and unexpected. But the result is the same. The toxin is injected into the body of Li Qingshan with the wound. It seems that the living things are spreading rapidly, dissolving the skin, flesh and blood, and bones. Suppress. Li Qingshan snorted. Spirit turtle monster core, divine light, a water-like brilliance, suppressing the toxins, preventing them from spreading, and then pushing out the outside body. 8 poisonous blood, flying out. 1 fell under the spider city, and in a blink of an eye, it eroded a large pit, which was toxic and violent. Spider Queen Rose Imai, red lips slightly, spit out a line of invisible spider silk, but more secretive than those stings. Shock. Li Qingshan raised his arms. A mad voice. A fist hit the face of Spider Queen Rose and counter-attacked. Spider Queen Rose took a step back and was not afraid of the power of his punch, but didn't want to be hit by him. However, this battle was a step back from her, which made her extremely angry. Li Qingshan originally didn't think that she could hit the Spider Queen Rose with this fist, and punched it in the void. The power of bull demon vibration whistling out, the shockwave in the void between them, tearing the cracks of the road, breaking the spider silk, spreading in the direction of the Spider Queen Rose without hurting the high platform under the foot. After the completion of the bull demon 4th layer, Li Qingshan reached a new level for this bull demon divine ability. Is the most powerful attack for his divine ability. What power is this? Spider Queen Rose feels a stinging sensation in the skin, as if to crack. Her white skin instantly turns into a silver-gray color with a metallic color. Li Qingshan's strongest attack only left a thin crack on her body, like a crack in porcelain. Such an injury was nothing to her. In the blink of an eye, she recovered to her original condition, but it completely angered her. It was a great shame to be forced to retreat by the monster general. His mouth screamed. The spider city shivered slightly, and countless gravels fell, and Li Qingshan screamed in his mind. The Night Walker, who stayed in the city, all covered his ears and resisted luck. The weaker ones died directly from the bloodshed. Other Night Walkers never dared to stay and fled outside the city. Spider Queen Rose's upper body maintains a human form, and the lower body has turned into a spider, like a sophisticated killing machine, exuding the beauty of horror and strangeness, opening a silver arm, ready to fight. Spider Queen Rose disappeared. Li Qingshan only saw scarlet long skirts, dancing like a fire. Hurry, it's getting faster. I almost forgot, she is also the insect race monster, and the fierce is its strength. Li Qingshan, a bird, leaps backwards, hovering in the void, raising his right hand, screaming, wait. Spider Queen Rose showed up, stopped at the edge of the high platform, blood-red eyes, glaring at Li Qingshan. There is no such thing as a humanoid sensation, it is the predator's death's gaze. You can't kill me, you can't destroy the monster race's commandments. Li Qingshan said, as if regretting, doing dying struggle, but there is no trace of fear. But faint and excited. I won't kill you, I will torture you, let you fear and despair, and die better than death. Spider Queen Rose's silver-grey face evokes a vicious smile, like a delicate mask. Just want me to die if I am born. So you are satisfied? Li Qingshan smiled. What do you want to say? Spider Queen Rose had some doubts. I haven't said it already? Now, I accept your invitation. Li Qingshan stepped forward and walked to an absolutely dangerous distance, reaching out to the right hand of Spider Queen Rose, a fairy goddess like a mythical legend. Spider Queen Rose, with curiosity and no attack, immediately put him to death. Suddenly understand what he meant, turned into a human form. The skin returned to the white color, and reached out to pick up Li Qingshan's chin. Scarlet lips evoke a bloody smile. You are such a bold child, but it is very suitable for my taste. The taste, she said, is absolutely literal. Perhaps, I just want to have fun before I die. Li Qingshan ha laughed, grabbed his slender waist with a grip, and hugged her up, stepped onto the platform and walked toward the resting palace. The deadly enemy of the fierce battle, in an instant, became a close lover, but it was not a dog-blood repertoire of sweet love, but pushed each other to peak, which contained the most terrible killing intent. The commandments of monster race that are not allowed to kill each other are not absolute, and their own habits are above the commandments. Spider Queen Rose is born with the habit of killing and devouring a spouse. If Li Qingshan takes the initiative to meet her, she becomes the target of her killing. Even Inksee's Dragon King can't blame. Let me give you the reason to break the commandments and kill me. Li Qingshan's heart, when he passed, the high platform collapsed, as if it was a retreat. And in front, it is Spider Queen's dark nest. Ordinary battles are worthless for Tiger Demon, and even if you swallow Violent Stone's monster core, these foreign objects play a very limited role. Only battles between life and death, such as crazy battles, can make Tiger Demon excited and release real power. Once he can't break through the Tiger Demon 4th layer, his chances of escaping from Spider Queen will be small. It is very likely that it will become the food of Spider Queen. But when he made up his mind to carry the heavy promise of above the 9 heavens on his body, he was destined that he could no longer escape. He could not be careful, proceed slowly and cautiously, and only step forward and die, and then born. Spider Queen is naturally terrible, but compared to the enemies of the elder brother bull, I am afraid it is really just a little spider. Remember, don't bow to anyone, anything, you've been riding on my back. Li Qingshan raised a sense of pride, a little fear, a little anxiety, and dissipated. At the moment he entered the gate, he gave birth to a strange thought. Qiangzi, don't blame me, this is the derailment of gambling. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, in Benevolence Island, was heavily enveloped in a white room. This is an absolutely closed room with no doors and windows, no furniture except one bed. The 6 sides are all white walls, and the flashing rune is looming. However, the role of these rune formation is not to kill people, but to play a medical role. My sword. My sword. Fu Qingjin woke up from the coma and stretched out his hands to dance around and want to hold something. He had a nightmare, lost something vital in his nightmare, and if he could, he would rather use his life to exchange that thing. Broken. Ruxin stood by and looked at the clean and straight, and was glanced at Huasi as the 2 highest educated people in Clear River Prefecture. They are responsible for the treatment of Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin is not too heavy. Whether it is damaged internal organs or broken bones, it may be fatal to ordinary people. But for the cultivator, it can be healed with ease. Most of these injuries are not from Moon Demon, but using Sword Heart, which was left over by Verdant Ruin's sword. Broken. Ruxin is a simple word that makes Fu Qingjin whisper as he is struck by lightning. Unacceptable memories gradually come to mind. The nightmare comes true. Fellow Taoist Fu, your weapon is destroyed, your mind is hurt. If the rest is restored, the cultivation base can still maintain the foundation establishment cultivation base when there is not much regression. Although Hwass is black and thin, his appearance is not amazing. His voice is a bit cold, but there is a kind of comforting power. But it's just a common foundation establishment cultivator, and it's the foundation establishment initial stage. It's impossible to control the monster execution union again. Ruxin's face is white as if jade, gentle and beautiful. The voice is gentle and, if you say it, it is a heartbreaking. Hwass is too lazy to marry her, and patiently said reassuring words. I can guarantee the life and cultivation base, even if it is a great fortune in the unfortunate, other things outside you. You should not worry about it, which is not conducive to the recovery of the body. Ruxin continued, thanks to Moon Demon, I have spared a little life and I have to cherish it. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 489 Chapter 3 Chutan Clearance. Fu Qingjin seems to be spinning between heaven and hell. After listening to Hwass, the look will be somewhat relieved, but when Ruxin is heard, it is a burst of anger. Baidu search, see the novel fastest update. If you don't talk nonsense, just give me out. Hwass scolded. I am letting him know the status quo. Accepting the reality, is to stimulate the therapy. You are not fierce, so we are all foundation establishment cultivator. Hwass's face became darker, but he was a little helpless. He apologized to Fu Qingjin, fellow Taoist Fu, my disciple is just like this, don't worry. Ruxin sighed softly, in short, peace of mind. Anyway, without Verdant Ruins sword, you haven't expected it in your life. Fu Qingjin looked at the white wall in front of her face, and her face changed a lot. Looking back at everything that happened, the more she wanted to get angry, the more she wanted to get hurt, the more blood she squirted, and she fell on the bed and fainted. You are satisfied with this? Hwass is busy with Fu Qingjin, making sure that he is only angering and attacking, only to let go of his heart. Human race is really fragile. Ruxin was faint. Why are you so excited about him? Hwass is a bit strange. He knows that Ruxin is really not a person who likes to say good things, but it is rarely targeted at others, especially for strangers. It is extremely measured, at most 2 jokes. Look at him is not pleasing to the eye. Ruxin shrugged his shoulders and turned around, waving a hand, and a door appeared on the white wall. A few people outside the door. The Monster Execution Union cultivator was waiting, and when she saw Ruxin, she came up and asked, whispering, fellow Taoist Fu, how is he? How is the injury? Can damage the cultivation base? You and rest assured that fellow Taoist Fu's injury is no big deal, but the weapon of the life is damaged, hurts the mind, needs to be rested. For the time being, don't bother him. I am going back to Immortal Cave. I specially set up a few clothes for him. The medicine to raise the heart. Ruxin is gentle, with a gentle tone and soft voice. The End is the first gentle and amiable woman in the world. Hurry to inform Hidden Sword Palace. I have already notified, but there is no response. Demon dared to ruin Verdant Ruins sword. 1 of 10 exalted sword. Hidden Sword Palace will never give up. Hidden Sword Palace is big and big, don't bother with us, or think about what we should do. Without Verdant Ruins sword, he is just a younger generation, and how to host the overall situation. I don't think Moon Demon has any intention to fight with us. Otherwise, we can completely kill us. The war will not continue. We have so many disciplines, and we can't stay in Yunxia. Yeah? We cultivator, should have focused on cultivation, and pursue longevity Grand Dao. Why not fight like a mortal? It is better to talk to monster race. Speaking, do you want to be a traitor? Who is a traitor? You tell me clearly. They are originally contradictory and fictional. They are only forced to pinch together. Now there is no Fu Qingjin control, and immediately become a loose sand, all with no thoughts. Don't say that fighting with monster race. It is not bad to fight each other. Ruxin thought about it. Passing through the promenade, the argument gradually disappeared. She came outside. The sky was raining and rainy. On the Dragon Snake Lake, the smoke was undulating. and the hundreds of islands were in the rain and fog. Extremely to look into the distance, illusory Cloud Island looming, with a very light voice, Moon Demon, North Moon. Li Qingshan, the amazing cherished spirit grass, closely related to the death of Soaring Dragon Elder, the performance after drinking Forgetting Water, and, until now, he has not appeared. Many clues entangled into each other, and an answer came to the fore, but she no longer thought about it. Who has no secrets? Why are you looking for? I am not his woman. What is that? At this moment, Ruxin stared at it, saw a 5-color ray, smashed from the island of Zengming, flew over illusory Cloud Island, turned a few laps, and suddenly turned in the direction and flew to her place. Ruxin, 5-colored divine light landed on Benevolence Island. Guanghua's film dissipated. Chu Tan's figure appeared, full of arrogance, full of self-confidence, a smile, affectionately looking at Ruxin, calling her name. Chu Tan? Ruxin has a slight eyebrow. My foundation establishment is a success. Chu Tan raised his chest and looked up. His body was high, and his body was full of colorful brilliance, like a proud big cock. Oh, congratulations. Actually, I have always known, senior sister, you are very fond of me, but I know that a chi-refining warrior, a weak man is not worthy of you. Now, I am Chu Tan, willing to accept you. Feelings, I will protect you forever. Chu Tan's deep feelings. This Ruxin, who has always been Fangs, has nothing to say at this moment, and there is nothing to say. There is a feeling of being hit by Zitong's heavenly thunder. Although I have a lot of women, I am sincere to you. I will treat you equally. You are my most beloved woman. This Ruxin thought that with the increasing experience, let Li Qingshan hit several times, Chu Tan will slowly mature, and at this moment, I found out that I was too naive. There are many cultivators on Benevolence Island, and they are all waiting to see. Ruxin felt a deep shame for Chu Tan. She felt as if she was sitting on a needle and felt that she would not open her mouth. It felt like if she was picked up, she would be dragged into a situation of the same shame and defeated. If Li Qingshan's words are so sharp and half sharp, I will never stop bickering with him. I know, it's all because of Li Qingshan, it's his shameless entanglement with you, and it's between us. I will prove to you that Li Qingshan is a negligible waste compared to my genius Chu Tan. Chu Tan see Ruxin hesitate, immediately and keenly found the problem. That is his big enemy Li Qingshan. The first time he left the customs, he went to illusory Cloud Island to find Li Qingshan. Although the foundation establishment has been successful, the cultivation of 5 elements giant hand imprint is far above the cultivator of the foundation establishment initial stage, and confidence is absolutely revengeful. This time I saw Ruxin's performance, the new hatred and old hate, all in my heart. And angered. I know where he is. Chu Tan drove the 5-colored divine light and went away. Hey, wait. Ruxin thought that if his judgment was correct, he would probably not be in the immortal cave. If it is known to the people concerned, there may be doubts. Moon Demon is so powerful. Now Verdant Ruins sword is broken. Thunder Execution sword is missing. Who else in Clear River Prefecture can compete? 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's foundation establishment cultivator, gathered in the dispute on the island, is somewhat dejected. The advantages established in the 3 years of war. It became completely devoid of existence, and the figure of Scarlet Hair Scarlet Eye was like a mountain, pressed in my heart. Maybe I don't have to compete at all. I don't think Moon Demon is actively against us. It has always been aimed at Monster Execution Union. I think he is a monster race, but it is not impossible to communicate. Liu Qingqing caressed Chang Hao. He is now on Moon Demon. Has a special goodwill. Moon Demon could have killed the killer, but he did not hesitate to violate the order of Spider Queen and let them go. Can be regarded as the performance of the summation. And that sentence, thousands of hard hits are still strong. Ren's southeast and northwest wind, very wonderful and heroic. Not to mention Monster, his Confucian school disciple, and few of them can make such a poem. Although it is monster race, it is also worthy of admiration. Of course, If there is no strong power as the foundation, Moon Demon will recite the 300 Tang poems and don't want Liu Qingqing to have such an idea. I agree with the governor of the prefecture governor. In fact, human race and monster race, even if they can't get along with each other, there is no need to go to the end of the end. Just like the current Mist province, the oath of all kings has long since disappeared. There is no limit to the battle, but a new order has been formed in the battle. There is no comprehensive war like ours. Saint Ancestor Emperor sets the world with the cauldron. There is no monster race. 10 sides Monster King originally is the seal of Saint Ancestor Emperor, equal to the status of 8 provinces, all nobles and kings. Eagle God is the highest commander of my Eagle Wolf Guard, and Hidden Sword Palace is even more powerful. Do you dare to find the trouble in Dragon Province? Demon. The world is impossible to achieve. Verdant Province has not fought for thousands of years. The number of cultivators and monster has become too much, and there has been too much power to release, and the oath of all kings is out of date. Therefore, I think the above figures, the significance of this game, is not to let us kill each other, but to find this balance. Hua Chengzhen talked a little bit, and it was far-sighted, so that the cultivators frequently beheaded. Liu Qingqing said, "What do you think is this balance?" "I'm not sure. This is not our unilateral decision." Moon Demon is a good opportunity to sit down and talk. Now I only worry that Moon Demon will be out of order in public, and Spider Queen will not let him go. In that case, I am afraid that I will really fight until one party perishes. So, I should expect him to live a long life? Zitong, who has been silent, suddenly kicked the table in front of him and violently said. Hua Chengzhen said, "Pre-weekly. If you can talk to Moon Demon, the Thunder Executor Wood Sword may not be found." Zitong has nothing to say, although he is not a sword cultivator, but the value of Thunder Executor Wood Sword is no less than the value of Verdant Ruins Sword to Fu Qingjin, because that is the key item of his second heavenly tribulation. No matter how hot the temper is, it is impossible to care for your own life. Hua Chengzhen said, "Look at it. How does monster race react?" At this moment, a strong atmosphere, rising to the sky. Wei Yangxing pushed the window and smiled. Chu Junior Brother Foundation establishment is a success. Liu Qingqing had a happy heart, so he added another foundation establishment cultivated to Confucian School. He listened to Chu Tan's name Li Qingshan and sighed. He still can't put down the grievances with Qingshan. Wang Pushi said, "The kid didn't know where he was going recently. He didn't hear back." Hua Chengzhen said, "It should be in Lian Mountain cultivation. It may be at a critical juncture. There is no echo." "Huh?" Chu Tan seems to be in the direction of Yashan. "Let's go and see." They can't let them fight. Liu Qingqing's implication is to let them win again. Chu Tan is a Confucian School disciple after all, and has lost so many times. Liu Qingqing is also dull on the face. Now, 5 Elements Giant Hand imprints small accomplishment, when it can pull back a game, save some face. Ruxin saw the contending island, flying up the road Guanghua, headed by Liu Qingqing. This is bad. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 490 Chapter 4 Vage Revolt. Lian Mountain Veins, cloudy clouds, soaked in mountains and green. The ethereal clouds, across the mountains, change with the wind and rain. The rain drained from the slate engraved with the words King Xiao House. Behind the thick stone door, there is a huge hollow, and the white flame burns from the bottom, like an overhanging flame waterfall. Different from the ordinary flame, it is quiet and has no sound, and there is no sense of blazing heat. Instead, it is unspeakable with cold bones. 20 skull, tumbling up and down in the flame, opening his mouth, jaw colliding, creaking, like a soul song of hell, and like countless monks singing Buddha. Both evil and holy, both strange and grand. The source of this flame is Little An, her seaweed-like long hair swaying, as if this flame, this blasphemy, comes from her thoughts. Little An's hand printed, chanting, and squinting, like the old man sitting. However, the law is not a Buddhist scripture, but a scripture is not a Buddhist scripture. She suddenly pointed her hand to the sky, and the Bzang flame was collected. The skull formed a circle and rotated around her head. Her mouth opened and spit out a white rosary, which dripped and turned into the big skull, white and crystal. The flames are burning. The other 20 rosary beads have also grown with great power, and their power has become even greater. Little An also waved his hand. 20 skull, turned into 20 rosary beads, returned to her wrist and formed a string. She finally took the skeleton demonic artifact skull rosary and took it one step further. It also completely stabilized the first layer of Tao of the beautiful bones, and the cultivation base was more refined. 21 Rosary, in Buddhism, symbolizes 10 places, 10 balsam and Buddha fruit. In her hands, she has a completely different meaning. If not a person with profound knowledge of Buddhism can't comprehend. From the outside, this one-string prayer beads, Buddha's aura is fascinating, bright and straight. It is the serious Buddha artifact. She can pick up a rosary and get the power of a magical artifact. The power of any skeleton bone demon can kill the usual foundation establishment cultivator. Under her mind, these 27 skeleton bone demon, alongside the fighting heart, are even more powerful. It can be said that she is equivalent to a cultivator army, enough to influence the division of power in Clear River Prefecture. Little An read Li Qingshan, and his heart was slightly uneasy. He immediately took out the Cloud Tip's jade bamboo stick. Bring up the Cloud Tip's 7 signs and divination. It didn't take long before the results were reached. Her look changed slightly. The image shows Li Qingshan is dangerous and almost surrounded by killing intent. This chapter was uploaded by friends is in a desperate situation. Little An immediately stood up, but he heard the sound of screaming outside. Li Qingshan, you get out of me, I know you are inside. Chu Tan picked up the 5 elements giant hand imprint and slammed it toward the immortal cave. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 kinds of spiritual chi, endless, keep running. At the beginning, the big hand of the colorful divine light flashed, only a few feet in size, and was constantly introduced into spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a few feet, and slammed on the 8-door gold lock array, and a giant came out, ringing, resounding between the mountains. The 8-door gold lock array has not been so easily broken, but listening to this movement, those people, I am afraid that they can no longer stay safe. Sure enough, a moment later, the immortal cave door opened. A fierce figure came out of it, and Little An swept away, passing over the mountains of the cloud-locked fog lock, and fell on Chu Tan's body, holding skeleton sword in his sleeve, and decided to kill the person first. Chu Tan's head slammed and stayed there. So beautiful, that is the beauty he can't describe. He is always in a good mood, but he can still make a love for him at first sight. This is still the first one. If he can get her, he is willing to pay any price. Little An never likes nonsense. Since he has set his mind, he will execute it immediately. But at this moment, a few brilliances from the sky are coming. Chu Tan, don't be impulsive. Liu Chenqing sighed. This snoring finally allowed Chu Tan to return to the gods and handed it to him. In the next Chu Tan, dare to ask the girl to honor her name. If there is something disturbing, please forgive me. Little An said nothing, considering whether he could kill all of them and then rush to help Li Qingshan. No matter where she is going, she is afraid that it is difficult to get rid of this group of people and increase their doubts. There may be quite a few acquaintances of Li Qingshan, but for her, Li Qingshan is the most important thing. Even if he is blamed afterwards, he will not hesitate. Little An, Qingshan? Liu Chenqing saw her respond, but she did not see Li Qingshan. It was a bit strange that Li Qingshan's character would definitely accept any provocation. Cultivation. Little An can't help but vomit 2 words. In a twinkling of an eye, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator arrived at more than 20 people. For the Genius Battle of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, almost everyone wants to take a look. Of course, there are also some uninteresting, but only a few. The core strength of the Clear River Prefecture 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is almost all here. Introduce them into the Immortal Cave and start the 8-door gold lock array. When you have certainty, You can kill them all. What, are you Littleton? Chutan was taken aback. For this genius, which is more above him, he was naturally impressed. He just thought that the child who was in the first place could be seen in such a way. Let Li Qingshan get out of me. Chutan was as mad as he was, and the hatred of Li Qingshan was a bit bigger. However, he has made up his mind to defeat Li Qingshan and save Littleton from his clutches. Isn't the combination of genius and genius taken for granted? Littleton is silent. Chutan, don't forget the etiquette of Confucian school. Littleton, we are so many people coming. Don't you ask us to sit in? Under the gaze of a pair of eyes, Littleton lowered her head and touched skull rosary on her wrist, inviting them to sit in, as Liu Qingqing said. Suddenly in my heart, I said, no. Why? Liu Qingqing is stunned. He is in cultivation and can't be disturbed. Littleton said with a blank expression, the light of his eyes sweeping across the sky. Someone is watching at heavens, which is higher than the Foundation establishment realm and cannot be killed. I think he is afraid of it. Knowing that it is not the opponent of Chutan, he will hide and make a tortoise, let you come out and cope. Cannot be disturbed. Hey, I have to disturb. Chutan swayed the 5 elements giant hand imprint and slammed it toward the mountain. Chutan, don't mess. Liu Qingqing said, if Li Qingshan is really at the critical moment of cultivation, being disturbed and chi deviation, it's not good. At this moment, I saw a golden light across the front. Littleton raised his right hand and flew out of the skeleton sword, but a Vajra sword, a curved light, which cut off Chutan's 5 elements. Little An stepped forward and his golden light emerged. In a twinkling of an eye, he turned into a Vajra man with a few feet, holding a Vajra sword and glaring at Chutan. For Vajra subduing demon art, Little An doesn't have a special cultivation. Compared with Tao of the Beautiful Bones, it seems that the gap between primary and university courses is cultivation. Far more than Cloud Tip's 7 signs. It's much simpler, but it's a matter of course. Zhao Xin was also in the crowd, and when he saw Littleton showing this Vajra avatar, he was taken aback. He also cultivated this culture technique. He had also competed with Littleton at the beginning, and finally he was only 3 years old. Confidence in this understanding of the cultural technique has transcended the distraction of Littleton. At this point, I only understand the gap between each other. The Vajra avatar he exhibited is more like a sculpture in a temple. Although it is also bright, it seems to be a set of first-level gold paint shells, but it is a dead object. And Littleton, this Vajra avatar, the divine light is full, the ribbon floats slowly, and every fold of the skirt is clearly visible and constantly turbulent. The face is also like the image of anger, but between the subtle, the expression is full of changes. The muscles of the knot are more powerful, as if the real Vajra came into being. Well, I will let you see and see me first. Chutan was shocked, but he was also provoked to fight, and he wanted to show the results of cultivation. I want Little An to see and see. The genius that compares with you is not the waste of Li Qingshan. At this moment, Little An stepped forward and stepped into the void. Vajra avatar has changed again, and the huge body has gradually shrunk. The arm of the muscle knot is gradually becoming slender, and the lines of distinct blocks are softened. The hateful face slowly calmed down the anger and turned into a peaceful female. The face was similar to Little An. The eyebrows were also a bit red, and the head was wearing a golden crown, which was calm and elegant. This Zhao Xin was stunned. He had never heard of Vajra subduing demon art. It can change like this. Vajra is a protector god who is wary of Buddhism. He is more than Vajra. Legend has it that it was evil ghost, and it was accepted by the Buddha. It is a manly face. I have never heard of Vajra. Vajra jumped up and the streamers flew. Chutan didn't dare to keep his hands and took all the shots. 5 elements is full of eyes. Vajra stretches his delicate arms and has a palm with Chutan. It's just that you are tricked by you. I dare to fight against me. I am hurting you. Chutan was smug in the mind, and suddenly a huge and incredible force came, and the 5 elements giant hand imprint was defeated. Spiritual chi is scattered. Vajra jumps out from the 5-color ray, and Vajrasword is slanted down on the right. 5 Elements Bodyguard. Chutan screamed, his hands strutting, and the 5 elements condensed and circulated. There is not much arrogance on Vajrasword, and the sword of peace and peace is under the sword. Blood splashes, Vajrasword breaks through the 5 elements protector, and the sword slams down Chutan's right arm. Chutan was frightened, screaming and dying, wanting to say something. A flashing gold fiber soft arm, holding his neck, skin cracked, flesh and blood broken, until the neck bone, to cut off his neck. The conversion between the winners and the losers was too fast. No one thought that Chutan couldn't even pick up Little An, and Little An's shot was so embarrassing. Seeing Chutan, he had to be in the same place, but he couldn't wait for the rescue. A daddy who wears a robes and must be white, stepping across to Little An, his eyes full of praise. I really like you, one thought. Come to the teacher to bring you back to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 491. Chapter 5, Cobwebs. In the Spider City, there is no one. All of the night walkers are far away, returning to their main city, and dare not be involved in the biggest chaos of subterranean world this millennium. For the tall back of the Spider Queen, heading towards the resting palace, everyone is in the heart, branded with mortality, and then gloat, even though it is their newest ruler, and more benevolent than Spider Queen Rouse. But no way, this is the nature of Night Walker. Cheer for all the misfortunes of others, especially those who are stronger than them. However, Li Qingshan's footsteps are very stable, and the banshee in her arms is very light. The high-strength blue wire is dragged down and gently swayed with the footsteps. The hysterical, sharp and poisonous anger has completely disappeared from her face. The body of Tall and Slender lies docilely between his arms, slender arms, around his neck, scarlet lips, with a fascinating illusory smile, gently kissed Li Qingshan's neck, leaving a moist and soft trace. In fact, the result of this game, she is not very concerned. Blood shadow, violent stone, inexplicable death, brought her unhappiness. It seems as if the 2 pieces of the extremely handy are suddenly stolen. Everything she does has only one purpose, and that is to please herself. Powerful strength, long life, will make people reveal their true colors. Human race cultivator may also have moral morality restraint. Demon original is straight. And this game progressed to this step. It can be described as a strange peak, unexpectedly interesting, all thanks to him. I think that I can exchange with him right away, and then taste the taste of his flesh and blood. Then there will be a big unhappiness, and it will disappear without a trace. She will firmly restrain him, let him lick her state, bit by bit, to eat his limbs. Will he mourn for mercy, still using silence to resist? She is excited like a little girl in love, for the unknown future. Full of sweet expectations. She has not experienced this kind of taste for many years. The footsteps echoed in the deep corridor of the temple, and Li Qingshan did not dare to relax. When her lips kissed his neck, who knows if the next moment will bite deeply and release deadly toxins? When her jade arm is closed, will she break his neck at the next moment? Although based on past information, Spider Queen generally does not do this. Only after the enjoyment. Kill and eat again. But it is like a constant bombing of a bomb. Even if all experience tells you, it will not explode, it will be a split, but no one can really let go. At the same time, her body is exuding the original strong temptation. The seductive face, the shape of the Tall and Slender, the rich chest, the slender legs. Even the sexy and seductive Yelubo is a little sorrowful compared to her. Li Qingshan slowly got excited, the blood accelerated, and the speed of the heartbeats. Conquering a more powerful opposite sex is like a male instinct. It seems to be defeating a powerful enemy. And the ubiquitous and deadly danger has become the most fascinating part of her charm. Through a long porch, Li Qingshan finally reaches the core of Spider City. The resting palace of Spider Queen Rose, or the Spider Nest. A vast and incredible hall. Even if thousands of people gather here, There will be no feeling of crowding. Exquisite sculptures and murals singing her power and cruelty. In the center of the temple, a circular stone platform surrounded by 16 pillars, nearly half the space of the room. If the non-layered black veil and the thickly padded silk carpet, it is almost impossible to believe that this is a bed, but more like an altar. In the legend of Nightwalker, the meaning is similar. No one can live here to leave. Li Qingshan laughed, and laughter echoed in the empty temple, breaking the silence of this millennium. Spider Queen Rose leaned against his arm and lay on a soft bed, looking at Li Qingshan with enthusiasm. At this time, she did not appear to be active, like a noble queen, waiting for the servant to please her. The delicate body under the scarlet long skirt, embossed. Li Qingshan is not a slave. With a bang, he directly tore the tears of her long skirt, the white body of the white, naked in front of her eyes. Li Qingshan is unceremonious, deceives himself, and directly grabs the long-awaited Feng Zhu's Feng. It is difficult to grasp in one hand, and it is kneaded into any shape. There is no trace of pity and jade, and the strength is enough to twist the steel. Spider Queen Rose just smiled, raised his hand and hooked his neck, and pressed his head against his chest. The curtains were deep, low laughter, wheezing, and moan sounds, echoing in succession, echoing in this empty hall. In the dark, I don't know how long it has passed. Li Qingshan Huo's eyes, sparkling in the darkness, Spider Queen Rose squatting on his body, the hair was messy and discolored, his face was intoxicatingly faint, and their bodies were still intimately connected to the conveyor, which was smooth and hot. Feel, the backlog of for a few years has been thoroughly vented. He does not have a trace of pity and jade. It is entirely a gesture of aggressor and conqueror. On the delicate body, he exerts a strong amount of great strength that is enough to break the mountain. Nearly tyrannical. From the time she raised her brow from time to time, it seems that she has also caused a lot of pain to her. After all, on the strength level alone, the difference between the two is not great. And it seems like the appetite of Spider Queen Rose, and enjoy it. Although he continued to use claws and fangs to counterattack, leaving him with a scar, but it is not so much revenge, it is better to say that it is exciting. Li Qingshan's seems to be endless, pouring into an equally bottomless gully. Spider Queen Rose leaned up and stroked Li Qingshan's face and smiled. It's a bit reluctant to kill you, but I want to eat you more. For her, this is also an unprecedented experience of pleasure. With the red lips and a tongue on Li Qingshan's face, it seems that between the and the appetite, it is considered, but the result is natural. Give Prey some hope to continue to work hard. She has already planned to squeeze out the value of Li Qingshan's last use. It's now. Li Qingshan knows that the time has come. If he continues, he will only use his physical strength to transport Spirit Turtle Sea, suppressing secrets, suppressing his heart and ignoring the fire. Immediately lift the power of Bull Demon Vibration to bounce the Spider Queen Rose and prepare to fight. A high-pitched moan interrupted Li Qingshan's thoughts, with some pain, but more fun. Spider Queen Rose fell on Li Qingshan and complained, "If you have such a trick, why not take it out early?" Li Qingshan is crying and laughing, Lao Tzu refining this innate divine ability, not for the purpose of giving you that stuff. The heart was secretly surprised. The force of his Bull Demon Vibration was cast in such a seductive posture. Even if the Spider Queen Rose's monster martial had abnormal body fierce, it could not be unscathed. It can only be said that she is indeed a pervert. Give me continue. Spider Queen Rose grabbed Li Qingshan's throat and screamed. For her, as long as it is not too serious injury, it is not a big problem. It can be restored in a blink of an eye, and the pain of deep bursts of lungs, she completely regards it as part of pleasure. Li Qingshan turned to think about it. Now that the war is going on, the gap between the strengths of each other is still very different. Don't wait for him to break through the Tiger Demon 4th layer under pressure and give her a second kill. This is a good opportunity to consume her monster chi, even if it is a small injury, accumulated to a certain extent. It will certainly have an impact. As a result, Li Qingshan put his arms on his back and launched an attack on the Spider Queen Rouse. Anyway, he had Earth Divine power and he recovered quickly. Looking at the savage face of Spider Queen Rouse, I remember the word inexplicably. Even if you shake it 1,000 times, you can't let your heart approach a centimeter. If you want to stay here forever, be my slave, and make atonement for your words and deeds, I can consider not killing you for the time being. I don't know how long it took. Spider Queen Rose stroked Li Qingshan's face. Her face was a little bit lazy, white and delicate skin overflowed with sweat, and the sound became much milder. At least it proved that Li Qingshan's efforts were not in vain. Her heart was close to a centimeter. Considering that such a suitable humanoid toy could no longer be found in the future, began to overwhelm the appetite. You think? Li Qingshan refused this request mercilessly, and it was impossible for him to be trapped here as a prisoner. It was also inconsistent with his original intention. That's a shame, but it's not because of you. Spider Queen Rose's mouth opened, a line of spider silk spit out, wrapped around Li Qingshan's neck. Li Qingshan was prepared and punched out. Of course, this time he concentrated all the power of the vibration on his fist. Unexpectedly, the altar-like bed suddenly collapsed and they fell together. How powerful they are! Although control can be robbed, but there is always a time to forget to control. This altar bed can last until now, and the craftsmanship of the Night Walker is already exquisite enough. Li Qingshan shot a hand, as if to overwhelm the last straw of the camel. Under the heavy stone bed, it is a huge hollow tube with a height of hundreds of feet. It runs through the whole Spider City and has a spiral staircase around it. It was the road that Li Qingshan walked when he first came to the Spider City. In the fall, the two finally separated. Spider Queen Rose open mouth spit out is no longer a spider silk. Li Qingshan evaded the slanting, but the spider silk was opened under the body, turned into a spider, and he would not be able to defend him, and he would stick to his heart, like the falling insect. Spider Queen Rose falls on the edge of the spider, slender and overlapping, lightly stepping on a slender gossamer with a bit of laziness on his face, stroking the smooth belly. North Moon, I wanted to spare you a life, but think about it, maybe in my stomach, already have your child, no flesh and blood nourishment of your father, but no, for our children, you just go to death with peace of mind. At this time, the instinct to devour the spouse has an absolute advantage, and the killing intent is instantaneous. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 492 Chapter 6 Spider Poison. The half of the arm that was cut off was shredded by sword chi in the air. This chapter was uploaded by friends. I won't let go. Chutan licked the wound and looked at Littleton, angered. If the arm is only cut off, as long as it is connected in time for treatment, there will be no major problems. But if it is destroyed, it will be troublesome. Even with the vitality of Demon's vitality, it takes a lot of effort to break the arm and regenerate. For the human race with weak vitality, it is even more difficult. Self-healing is basically impossible. However, Chutan's words have not been said before, and Liu Chenqing slammed his mouth and said, Liu Chenqing has seen Jigweng Zen Master. In front of the first of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, he claimed to retaliate against his beloved disciple. Even though the Buddhist law pays attention to compassion, but also Vajra glared, and one of the palms killed Chutan, there is no sixth chapter spider poisoning the local complaint. Jigweng Zen Master slightly decapitated, divine light in the middle of the squat, the expression immediately seemed sluggish, and it was a little bit different from Littleton, who was always expressionless. Liu Chenqing was relieved. If it was the Elder of Hidden Sword Palace, Chutan is now a dead person. If it is Profound Yin Sect, the result is even worse. Most of the souls will be detained. Other cultivators have also come forward. This is the higher rational cultivator, the most basic etiquette, amazed eyes, involuntarily passing Littleton. All along, divination is regarded as her most powerful force, and she is not very interested in her own strength. After all, the Heaven Veins wizards are only valuable in the chi-refining realm world. Once in the Foundation Establishment realm world, it is another heaven and earth. When I saw it today, I knew what it means to be capable. Among them, Liu Chenqing personally passed 5 elements giant hand imprint to Chu Tan, who has the deepest understanding of this cultural technique. Even with him, it is impossible to break Chu Tan's 5 elements bodyguard so easily. It's really a bag of new people for the old people. When the world changes, it's always genius, such as crossing the river. If 10 years ago, Hua Chengzhen was amazed, like innate skill like Chu Tan, it is already a rare wizard of the 6th chapter of the Spider Poison Kiss. Under the light of Little An, even Chu Tan is bleak. This time to come to revenge and hate, it is entirely self-deprecating. Chu Tan is after the foundation establishment. This is the temperament of the wind. The result is not only broken by a sword, but also a shameful shame. Even a word cannot be said, the heart is suffocating. 5 elements spiritual chi is constantly churning in the Danshan Chi Sea. His face is sometimes reddish and sometimes purple. Chu Tan, Chu Tan. Liu Chenqing felt the first wrong, and even called. Chu Tan did not respond. Well, he is chi deviation. 5 elements fellow initiates, it is the 5 elements that is born, and it is the 5 elements, which is a single repair of a spiritual chi. It is more prone to problems. In the past, Chu Tan used the 5 elements body to control 5 types of true chi. But spiritual chi is no better than true chi. After the foundation establishment, the physical advantage is drastically reduced, and the heart cultivation center is more important. Chu Tan originally is a heart-wrenching person who has just completed the foundation establishment. I was in a hurry to come to revenge, and I was hit hard and angered. The great joy and great compassion in the world is too fast, and it is beyond his heart. Chu Tan squinted his eyes. Although he was not in a coma, he was squatting on his body, and his blood was not flowing. Liu Chenqing did not dare to use the spiritual chi repression, fearing to arouse Chu Tan within the body. 5 elements spiritual chi. Liu Prefecture Governor, give him to me. Ruxin floated forward and waved his hand, holding a large green leaf to hold Chu Tan, and a few times on his chest. Folded back to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Everyone looks in the eyes, there are some stunned. Chi deviation is the taboo of the cultivator, the threat is second only to heavenly tribulation. Once encountered, the cultivation base retreats and the life is repeated. Even if you can still save a life, this genius is almost degraded. From the beginning to the end, Little Ann didn't look at Chu Tan again. The effect of this sword was basically in her expectation. Even if Jig Wengzhen Master does not interrupt, she will not kill Chu Tan in the face of so many people. There will be a lot of trouble. Chu Tan chi deviation, not just because of impetuousness. The value of the body for the cultivator. There are probably few people in this world who know more clearly than her. There are countless times of condensing flesh and blood, refining the flesh, and letting her have a deep understanding of every blood and every meridian of the body. The human body is like a complete world, and yin-yang 5 elements are all in it. This so-called scented sack of Buddhism may not have demons fierce, but it carries the soul of a cultivator. Once a place is out of balance and breaks, it triggers a series of chain reactions. When a person loses an arm, it is at best only physically disabled, but for the cultivator, especially the Chu Tan of 5 elements simultaneous cultivation, the impact is not limited to this point, the cultivation of 7 kinds of spiritual chi, she knows best. However, Chu Tan was out of balance faster than she expected. But no matter what, he will not be in trouble again. The cultivator present was not lacking in knowledgeable people, but few people thought that this step. Even if Liu Chenqing only thought that Little An was under the anger, he only smashed Chu Tan's arm. Because of her consistent performance, it is really naive or boring, and it is totally unreasonable for the world. And that's only because, in addition to facing Li Qingshan, she has almost no emotional reactions. That makes Green Bull also praise the savvy and intelligence, and the unaffected is absolutely played. Ruxin floated away on the green leaves, and looked back to the distance. Little An glance, this kid is a bit scary. Little An dismissed Vajra Avatar, folded his hands and prayed to Jig Wengzhen Master. Disciple 1 thought, see the Master. Jig Wengzhen Master this time, It is not without reason. He has been paying attention to the movement of Clear River Prefecture and let Zhao Xin pass on the message of Little An to him. Little An has just completed the Foundation establishment and he is ready to leave. The Foundation establishment realm is in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, just the basics of the room. Join a disciple. With this foundation, you can go to the deeper Buddhist lore. However, at this age, Foundation establishment, even in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, is rare. However, at the time when the war in Clear River Prefecture was at its most intense, it was the focus of all parties. It was not easy for him to directly lead the people and damage the strength of the human race cultivator. After Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin had a decisive battle, this big chess had the meaning of ending. He immediately rushed in. Just caught up with this scene, he quietly watched at heavens and wanted to see his smallest discipline at Foundation establishment. After that, to what extent? As a result, his heart was also a wave of ripples, and it was a bit of a surprise. If you don't have an intelligence root, you can change the Vajra subduing demon scripture to such a degree. If it weren't for Verdant Province without secret faction sect, he would have to suspect that she was a reincarnation of the Soul Boy. Jigweng Zen Master said again, "You haven't answered me yet. Can you follow me back to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple?" Now Clear River Prefecture is in a mess. Monster race is huge. It is the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. I have the love of Patriarch. I can't leave here yet. Please, Master. Little An is expressionless, thinking about the strategy of getting out of the way, so that Subterranean World can help Li Qingshan. Now there is Jigweng Zen Master. Here, no matter where she goes, she can't escape his attention, but it will bring great trouble to Li Qingshan. If his identity is exposed, he will not be allowed to be part of the humans and monsters, becoming a rebellious spit. This time, Li Qingshan becomes isolated and helpless, and can only rely on himself. And this may be his intention. Li Qingshan was struggling with the spider. He was struggling with divine power, who broke the mountain and broke the spider's spider. It was filled with monster chi of Monster Martial, which is said to be the spider silk of Spider Queen Rouse. Even if it is a piece of rotten wood, it can become stronger than stainless steel. Spider Queen Rose is naked, and it's a long, straight, sleek, extra small, streaked staggered along the spider's thread. The beauty of the legs is looming. Black hair shattered from the white shoulders, covering the bimodal peaks that stood proudly, and the face still had the aftertaste of love. This gesture is enough for most men in the world to fly moths, knowing that they can't escape, and they have to kiss fangs. You don't have to struggle anymore. Leave some strength. I can use you a few more times, but I have to eat your hands and feet first. Unfortunately, I feel a little tired of you. Li Qingshan laughed, the power of bull demon vibration, from the whole body up and down, every inch of the body, released. The spider trembled fiercely. Spider Queen Rose's face changed, showing the color of distorted anger. I do not know because of Li Qingshan's words, or because of his actions, or both. In an instant, the figure disappeared in place, and the center of the spider, the speed of action, rather than like a blast like lightning. It is better to say that it is moving instantly. The two claws quickly grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders. If she was caught by her, Li Qingshan would not want to leave these two arms, otherwise they would fall into the close combat that could not win. Li Qingshan seemed to be prepared, and his right arm slammed away from the spider and slammed into the glamorous face of Spider Queen Rouse. Li Qingshan has already shipped Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets and let the mind reach entering into the minute realm. At the moment when the Spider Queen Rose disappears, he has a wonderful feeling, as if he can predict her next action, not from the sophisticated analysis. It is a simple feeling. With a punch, Spider Queen Rose flew like this, but it seemed like sending his face to his fist. Boom. Li Qingshan did not get what she wanted to get, a close contact with her face. On the occasion of the millennium, Spider Queen Rose took Li Qingshan's fist with a better response. The silvery gray spread and quickly dyed the whole body, making her look like a beautiful metal sculpture. The power of bull demon vibration, in her silver palm, tears a crack, But that's it. You can only play on the bed in this little trick. Spider Queen Rose ruthlessly bite down Li Qingshan's neck. This time is no longer a passionate kiss, a fierce, but a direct injection of toxin into his within the body, which is different from the weak toxicity carried on the foot. With just a kiss, you can completely kill Li Qingshan's full resistance. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 493 Chapter 7 Versus Spider Queen. The current appearance is probably a kind of her innate divine ability. The defensive power is really outrageous. That is to say, I have no means at all, which can cause a fatal blow to her, but as long as it is bitten by her mouth, the spider entangled, I am mostly dead. This chapter was uploaded by friends. The Spirit Turtle Monster Core has never been meaningful in its constant warning. It just tells Li Qingshan that you will die at any time. This is naturally natural and you don't need anyone to remind you. Spider Queen Rose's fangs are close at hand, and her left hand is still holding Li Qingshan's right fist, while the right hand clamps his left shoulder, pressing him to the spider and not moving. Li Qingshan can't escape. There is no escape, only a fight. Bull Demon Horn Gore. Li Qingshan's head jerked up, and the 7th chapter faced the Spider Queen, a pair of sharp bull horns with the North Moon character, sharp and sharp, top to the Spider Queen Rose's throat. Spider Queen Rose didn't want to collide with the strongest part of Li Qingshan. She was slightly shunned. Although she didn't get a poison kiss, it didn't prevent her from continuing to kill Li Qingshan. The slender 5 fingers of the right hand have pierced Li Qingshan's shoulder and abolished his shirt, but it is a matter of time. At the same time, the 8-foot thorns turned into 8 blurred shadows, which plucked behind her. This time, but no longer a thorn, but hug, as if the 8 stretched arms, passed by Li Qingshan, to hold him in his arms. Her silver-grey face emerged from the fascinating smile that Li Qingshan is very familiar with, only in the extreme joy of the Huan. If that is the joy of the body. Now is the spiritual enjoyment, enjoying the original pleasure of predators hunting prey. At the moment, it is particularly cold and strange. Once I hug her, I'm afraid I won't break free again. I don't believe in my innate divine ability. It's just useful in bed. Bull Demon Vibration. Crack it. Li Qingshan once again exerted his power to vibration, and there was a sound like the tens of thousands of strings breaking together. The tough spider was finally torn apart by the 7th chapter against Spider Queen. With all his strength, he pulled his fist back from Spider Queen Rose. A few blood flowers splashed from the shoulders and added 5 blood holes. Directly abandoned part of flesh and blood. Finally, his body once again regained its freedom and fell. Wind Godwings stretches back to pinnacle. The wind blade went up. Spider Queen Rose has a brighter face. Like her sex, she likes the intense performance. The more prey struggles, the more excited she is. With a raised arm, you can crush Wind Godwings. However, the purpose of Li Qingshan has been reached, and the distance between the wings is opened. Once again, Wind Godwings condensed and danced desperately, flying all the way down. Fortunately, the ability of the Spider Queen Rose to fly in the air is not strong. This is also expected. She is, after all, monster living in subterranean world. Spider Queen Rose volleyed over the body, lightly falling on a straight wall and running down the wall. Every time she settles, the wall will burst into a big cave. She borrowed her strength and accelerated instantly, turning into a silver-grey shadow, leaving the rising smoke and falling bricks far behind. Her King of Subterranean world originally does not need the ability to fly. In a blink of an eye. Once again, Spider Queen Rose smiled at Li Qingshan, opened his lips, and spit out a piece of spider, shrouded Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, if it is dodging, the spider will open under him and trap him again. However, between the thoughts, he has already made a decision, took a deep breath, open mouth, whistling the wind, as if the typhoon transited, mad from his mouth. Although the spider is extremely tough, it is difficult to break through the brute force, but its own quality is also extremely light, and it is offset by the wind. or it can be opened in advance. Li Qingshan took this recoil and pulled the distance away again. Loud rumble, loud noise, the height of hundreds of feet, in the blink of an eye will fall to the bottom. Li Qingshan paused. Spider Queen Rose could let this opportunity out, suddenly stop, and the slender legs bent like a spring pressed to the pinnacle, violently releasing all the power, as if a silver light shot down. At this time, her heart has eliminated the heart of play, can escape from her hand. His strength is not just a monster general, just across the meaning of the relationship between monster general and monster martial. Not only is innate divine ability, but the speed of growth is even more amazing. If you let him grow up, it will become more and more difficult to eat him. I can't be taken away by him anymore. When I get a hand, I will use a spider's silk to entangle him, and then deal with it slowly. When the mind was turning, I saw a red shadow appearing on the spiral staircase. I jumped up and slashed. Scarlet hair, scarlet eye, exactly the same as Li Qingshan. Spider Queen Rose gave a glimpse of it, and this is his mirror image clone. Li Qingshan from the restoring palace of Spider Queen Rose began to mobilize mirror image clone for ambush, and this is the moment. Although the speed of mirror image clone is slower, there are a lot of his teams, but it is ambush here, and it is also slammed by Spider Queen Rose to intercept the air at an adverse moment. Spider Queen Rose couldn't do it. But when he raised his hand, he buckled the head of mirror image clone, and the 5 fingers penetrated into it. Kaka screamed and blood poured out. Li Qingshan felt a tingling headache in his head. He was synonymous with mirror image clone originally, not an ordinary clone, but the other body. It was too late to repair with monster chi, crushing the head of mirror image clone, which was like a watermelon, and the blood was splashed. This feeling is terrible. However, Spider Queen Rose was finally blocked by a little. At first glance, Li Qingshan has disappeared, and there is a hole on the ground that can only accommodate one person. I want to escape. Spider Queen Rose coldly slammed into the hole. The earth and stone were squeezed from all directions, and the road ahead was also closed, and the atmosphere of Li Qingshan could not be felt at all. The Spider Queen Rose shines with 4 rounds in her eyes. Her eyes immediately penetrate the layers of earth and stone and see where Li Qingshan is. Even if you are in the sky, don't try to escape my tracking. Picking up monster chi, breaking the earth and stone, and chasing the past, to her realm, the block of earth and stone, not much stronger than the air and running water, can open up a road. The thick earthy rock separated in front of Li Qingshan and closed behind him. After the build of the Bull Demon 4th layer, his use of the power of the vibration is more and more subtle, and faint, with some ability to control the earth and stone. The monster core of the violent stone in his belly was quietly smaller and smaller. This monster core belongs to the earth element and will not be absorbed by the pure water element's spirit turtle monster core. It is integrated into his body, making his body stronger. Going deep into subterranean world, I don't know how many feet, both front and rear, are surrounded by heavy earth and stone, and the sinister monster chi behind him is approaching quickly. Finally, Li Qingshan stopped and turned to face the approaching monster chi. Fighting spirit begins to rise high. He also does not want to escape. Just fleeing will only make Tiger Demon's killing intent not stretch, and even more impossible to break through 4th layer days. He is choosing a suitable battleground and is waiting for a suitable battle. Now, it is here, it is time. Come on, Spider Queen, let you see the children. He is amazing. Although the soil layer is not a serious obstacle to Spider Queen Rose, but it is like a person swimming in the water. After all, it is still not as light as walking on the ground, and the speed is still affected. At this moment, the smile on her face has completely disappeared, full of horrible killing intent. Although enjoy the process of killing prey, but if the prey escape too far, it will also appear that the hunter is too incompetent. Suddenly, she saw that Li Qingshan stopped. Is finally giving up the unnecessary struggle? The voice of Spider Queen Rose passed through the thick soil layer, into Li Qingshan's ear. Instead, Li Qingshan came to her place, calm, and said, Bull Demon vigorously sinking in mud. As long as I have a little strength, I will always struggle, even if it is in a desperate situation, even if it is there is no chance of winning. A slight smile, the words turned, not to mention, now I have a 30% chance of winning. What? 30%? I didn't get it wrong. Do you think that in the soil, even if it is occupied? Spider Queen rose sneer, flashing silver grey hands, and easily penetrate the soil. The 5 fingers are close together, and the sharp knives are tied to the heart of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's reaction, without any surprise, is still simple and a punch. But this time, he did not use the power of Bull Demon vibration, and even deliberately reduced the consumption of monster chi, but with the power of the body. And his fist, unlike the Spider Queen Rouse, does not open up the earth and stone, but the backlog of earth and stone on the top of the fist, like a huge glove. The speed and strength of this boxing have not been weakened and lost. So, Spider Queen Rose saw a large rock that had been condensed by earth and stone. When she punched it, she simply dismissed it. The hand knife easily cut into Li Qingshan's glove, and with the speed of victory, she crossed Li Qingshan. The fist is precisely the thorn of Li Qingshan's heart. The giant rock that struck it just touched her silver grey skin, and it turned into powder, which did not pose any threat at all. Since she knows that Li Qingshan is more powerful, she certainly does not need to touch him. She only needs the superior speed and reaction to get the upper hand. Even if Li Qingshan can predict her next move, she can make a move in time to block his attack or circumvent his defense. Even in the depths of Subterranean World, his disadvantages seem to have not changed. Spider Queen Rose's sharp red nails touch the skin of Li Qingshan's chest. With a little effort, you can penetrate it, penetrate the heart, and extend a hand in the oblique direction to hold her wrist tightly. Li Qingshan chuckled, in this thick soil, your movements are slow, and my reaction is fast. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 494 Chapter 8 Backwaters. Li Qingshan can clearly feel the changes of the surrounding earth and stone. Although the eyes can't be seen, the ears can't hear it, but the Spider Queen Rose's shot is no longer so traceable. It seems that the fish swim in the water, no matter how fast and sensitive. It will always cause a burst of water. Li Qingshan is not relying on the water flow to judge her where she is, but directly integrates with the earth. When she opens up the earth and stone, he grasps the trajectory of her movement through the change of earth and stone, and the reaction can naturally be faster. His power seems to be getting stronger. My strength is already strong in Monster Martial. This means that he really entered Monster Martial's realm in one way, simply because of his descendants' bloodline. Spider Queen Rose took a handful but didn't pull it out and was a little surprised. Chapter 8 Backwaters. Li Qingshan. After the Bull Demon 4th layer was built, the Earth Divine Power, one of Bull Demon's 2 innate divine ability, was quietly changing. If it was said that the Earth was only a strong backup, then now, he seems to be integrated with it, and there is always a constant flow of power into his body, as if he can never tire. Fighting goes on. Hey! Do you want to close combat with me? Self-destruction. Spider Queen Rose stepped forward. In an instant, Li Qingshan's scorpion was clear, and the endless heart of the sea clearly reflected the Spider Queen Rose figure. I saw a slender straight across the silver grey fan, slashed to his waist. He can even estimate the power of this blow, and the kidneys will inevitably suffer great damage. And this time, Spider Queen Rose just raised his legs. Li Qingshan is a little high, and Spirit Turtle has the divination and good fortune. However, after Li Qingshan became a Spirit Turtle 4th layer, the opponent he encountered never pushed him to such a situation. This part of the ability has never been stimulated, until today's World War I, this induction. It is becoming clearer and clearer during the ongoing life and death crisis. Sure enough, people are forced out. The demon is also forced out of the 8th chapter of the battle. Spirit Turtle. This is a good thing to say, and it's natural to be divine beast. The ugly point is that the tortoise is a tortoise, and it is greedy and fearful of death. If you see the danger, you will avoid it. Do not touch karma at all, and do not take the slightest risk. I have become so conservative in recent years, I must have been affected by it. Sure enough, the present life is what I want, the strongest enemy, the most beautiful woman. Banshee. Boom. Spider Queen Rose's ankle is also in the hands of Li Qingshan. Bull Demon Horn Gore. Li Qingshan made a cow-like arrogance in his mouth, and forced his hands together to pull the body of Spider Queen Rose. Go down and go forward. Boom. Spider Queen Rose's body twisted, the vacant leg, stepping on the top of Li Qingshan, using his hands and feet to fly out. A huge shockwave. All the mud around the two cards extrude outward into a small cave. Li Qingshan was dizzy, although the skull was the strongest part of the body, and the pain was cracked. He shook his head and smirked. When I beat you, I will do it again. Speaking out. Spider Queen Rose was angry, but his heart was amazed. What happened? Now she still has the upper hand, and she has just stepped on his foot. How does his attitude become more and more arrogant? It doesn't feel like a 30% chance of winning. It seems that he has won the game. Is he really good? Card. An old brother told me that if you don't even dare to say a few words, you might as well go back to farming. Li Qingshan, there is nothing to say. He just feels very fast. In this not substantial subterranean world, fighting this terrible Spider Queen, defeat is a dead end, and if you win, there is a good reward. Even if an Anqing, who lives in the mountain village, has lived a quiet and happy life, he can't compare life and death with the splendor of this moment. Now he is enjoying it, looking at the mystery. Spider Queen Rose coldly smiled. The silver-gray body disappeared instantly, appeared in front of Li Qingshan, his hands raised high, and 8 shadows screamed away. Hands, feet, knees, elbows, and every part of her body can display deadly weapons, as if a gust of wind and rain, falling on Li Qingshan, head, chest, abdomen, legs, almost simultaneously attacked. Li Qingshan's sense of lost earth and stone, even though it can predict the movement of the Spider Queen Rose, but the response cannot keep up with the speed of the Spider Queen Rose. Booming, a loud thunderous bang, constantly bombarded on Li Qingshan, was full of energy, and the cave just showed signs of collapse, and it was immediately squeezed more solid. 8 feet of stab dance into a random shadow. Li Qingshan's tough skin, scratching a scar, in the blink of an eye will be eroded by toxins into a tragic scar of deep visible bone. I saw a silver-gray shadow, surrounded by Li Qingshan, and smashed his flesh and blood pieces. What Li Qingshan could do was to barely protect the vital point. However, his laughter never stops. Ignore the scarred body, predicting through Spirit Turtle, not letting go of every attack, slamming on Spider Queen Rose, as if to want to hurt. Spider Queen Rose also took a few punches, but the reaction was very normal, because his fists are not only using divine ability, even monster chi is not much, just relying on brute force. After another confrontation, Spider Queen Rose pulled back. How tired? Continue. Li Qingshan asked. There is no complete skin and flesh on his body, and the inner bones are covered with cracks. There is no place in the face, and it can be related to Junmai. The cheek on the left collapsed. It was the result of a side kick, and his right face was even more terrifying. The toxins were corroded and the gums and teeth were exposed. The squeaking sound in the throat seems to be laughing, but it is no longer possible to express this emotion with facial muscles. Only a pair of scorpions, still stunned, staring at Spider Queen Rose. He said nothing wrong. Spider Queen Rose did feel a little tired. Even with the powerful body of Monster Marshall, it is impossible to maintain this intensity of offensive. Looking at Li Qingshan, he was surprised. Is he not tired? What surprised her the most is not this. His speed of response seems to be accelerating, and he has a very sensitive sense of fatal attack. He can often make the most effective dodge and avoid fatal injuries in the midst of 1,000 miles. Of course, the price is often a tragic scar. If it weren't for the spirit turtle monster core to replace most of the organs, he has now fallen. Why should I waste my strength on a body? Spider Queen Rose sneered. The toxin has invaded every part of his body. Although the toxins carried in the foot thorns are not as strong as the direct bite, but the effect of bit-by-bit accumulation is still quite scary. She can now completely destroy the body of Li Qingshan by waiting for the outbreak of toxins. Then you are afraid to be disappointed. What? At this time, in the belly of Li Qingshan, the indigestible violent stone monster core suddenly burst into a grayish-yellow light. Earth divine power is the divine ability that communicates with the will of the endless earth, and the monster core of this earth attribute is the essence of the earth. In normal times, it is digested and does not agree. But at this time, his body was almost collapsed at the end of life and death, and the earth in all directions, from side to side, all reached out to help him save the son of the dead land. The violent stone monster core was also spurred, spinning and spinning, releasing a piece of monster chi that blended into his within the body. The injury on the body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black poisonous blood ran down from the wound. The remaining poison was no longer a big problem, because after digesting the monster core of violent stone, his body became more and more powerful. Spider Queen Rose didn't help, but she didn't know where the violent stone monster core was. She thought that Li Qingshan was hiding the divine ability that healed the wound. Why? Is it better to rest or use the strength of the bed, unable to fight again? Then let it go. Li Qingshan twisted his head, caca twice, and some of the wrong neck bones were reset. His face smirked. His eyes gradually changed from red to blood red. While swallowing the violent stone monster core, the killing intent contained in the monster core broke out all at once. Among the sea of consciousness, tiger demon wild hiss, running and leaping, became bigger and bigger, filled the entire sea of consciousness, and broke through, as if he had broken a cage. Li Qingshan's cheeks appeared on the cheeks, the long fangs stretched out. The hands turned into tiger claws, and a tiger tail was dragged from behind, and the steel whip swayed into a humanoid fierce tiger. The wonderful thing is that in this moment, his heart god transformation is sober. It seems that the soul is shelling and overlooking itself from a height. Li Qingshan's back arched, the body under the vent, the murderous aura killing intent fully converged, as if a fierce tiger ready to fight prey. No birds, no insects. The entire forest is quiet. This will be my best time to break through the tiger demon fourth layer. Once the breakthrough fails, I don't have a second monster core to treat myself. The thoughts are interrupted, and the violent killing intent dominates everything. Hey! A tiger whistle. Murderous aura arrogant. Spider Queen Rose can't help but take a step back and feel a deep shame. Can a monster general in the district scare himself? Even if you recover 100 times, I can beat you once and for all. No, this time, I will kill you here. Her heavy shackles locked Li Qingshan from the front, and opened the scallops slightly, but no spiders spewed out immediately, but it was delayed for a moment, saving monster chi. What kind of power will be needed to attack her gas? In an instant, Zilips spit out thousands of spiders. Her gossamer, once penetrated the magical artifact four-sided copper cauldron, shot the copper cauldron mountain sect leader. The power of its penetration is more fierce than the verdant ruins sword in the hands of Fu Qingjian. Spider Queen Rose made up his mind to give up the dream of catching Li Qingshan and slowly tormenting him, killing him with a blow. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 495 Chapter 9 Tiger Demon 4th Layer. From the beginning to the present, the goal of Spider Queen Rose and Li Qingshan is to capture his life and then tie it up and enjoy it. This chapter was uploaded by Friends Praise Painful Despair, originally the most important part of this dish. Once she loses this part, all she can do is eat. Before she started eating, she still wanted to play, and smashed his limbs to stay as a bed toy. After all, it was too rare to satisfy her prey. Therefore, in fact, she has not really been a killer. Li Qingshan can persist until now. If she had a killer at the beginning, Perhaps Li Qingshan could not live to subterranean world. The close combat of Fang Kai seems to be fierce, but she has many opportunities and means to kill Li Qingshan. But it is difficult to control the weight of the shot. It is possible to let him die directly in the 9th chapter Tiger Demon 4th layer, and once he is forced to desperate, it is possible to directly self-donation Monster Core. It was because of this concern that she chose the best policy, consumed Li Qingshan's Monster Chi and physical strength, and when he just wanted to self-donation Monster Core, it was too late. However, the situation was not as expected. Li Qingshan was not exhausted, but more and more spiritual, and extremely ridiculous with the use of Monster Chi. The situation began to get complicated and it was a little bad for her. Of course, it is only a disadvantage. The exhaustion of the body, between the respite, recovered, and Monster Chi lost a lot. But the recovery rate was not slow. The most important thing is that at this moment, she decided to kill. At the moment when this idea was set, Li Qingshan within the body's spirit turtle Monster Core came with a strong warning sign, almost near the death notice. The sky was flying, and Li Qingshan couldn't make any reaction. No matter how he moved, he couldn't escape the riddled hole. Spirit Turtle Dark Armor. Li Qingshan screamed, and the piece of the hexagonal Spirit Turtle Dark Armor was stacked in front of it. Time seems to slow down, a slender gossamer. The moment of touching a Spirit Turtle Dark Armor seemed to stir up a round of embarrassment, but it could not be proved. Because of this with the 9th chapter Tiger Demon 4th layer, hundreds of spiders fell on this Spirit Turtle Dark Armor. The Spirit Turtle Dark Armor is not so much pierced. It is better to say that it is annihilated. The Monster Chi on Li Qingshan is drastically consumed, and there is no place to be taken. That sky, as if the millions of troops marched forward, not blocking is a dead end, and blocking, it only delays the time of death. The spider silk is not as thin as a spider, and can be blown away with a gust of wind. The other end of the kelp is still in the lips of Spider Queen Rose, and the Monster Chi is constantly infused, not to mention the wind blowing, the knife and the axe. Don't even let any line of spiders sway. The film Spirit Turtle Dark Armor was destroyed, Li Qingshan fell into the Monster Chi, and thousands of spiders were pushed to the front. Booming, Li Qingshan's eyes were red and bursting with a fist. The power of Bull Demon vibration is displayed, and thousands of spiders are broken. However, the source of the spider silk is endless. At this time, even if he wants to turn around and escape, it is too late. Innate divine ability is very expensive for Monster Chi. In a flash, Li Qingshan has been working hard. Monster Chi, which only plays a key role, is almost exhausted. What Spider Queen Rose did was just standing there, constantly spitting the spider's silk, and with this move, Li Qingshan was forced into an unprecedented desperate situation. This trick is inextricably linked, and her consumption is not small. However, as Monster Marshal, neither the quality of Monster Chi nor the speed of recovery is comparable to that of Monster General. This simple Monster Chi has no suspense for the result. See, Li Qingshan Monster Chi is almost exhausted, still standing still, without the meaning of self-donation Monster Core. Spider Queen Rose's bright red lips, screaming a triumphant smile. His survival is much bigger than he thought, so I knew that I shouldn't stop at the beginning. This way, we can achieve her original purpose, subduing a Monster General that runs out of Monster Chi. It will be very simple. Li Qingshan was another shot, but there was no shock, and his Monster Chi was finally exhausted. In an instant, thousands of spiders ran through him, engulfed him, pushing him all the way forward until it hit the rock wall and did not move. Spider Queen Rose breathed a sigh of relief. The skin was silver gray, restored to the delicate white, swinging with a full hip, to the front of the human body completely covered by the spider. With a wave of his hand, Li Qingshan's face appeared, without a trace of scars. At the last moment, she removed the spiders that shot at his head, lest he really kill him. Of course, there is a certain part below. In addition to these two places, his limbs and 5 internal organs, all of them are penetrated by spider silk, as if they were worms pinned by thousands of thin long needles. Even if you want to self-detonation Monster Core, it is a luxury. At this time, it is too late for him to break through the Tiger Demon 4th layer. Spider Queen Rose caressed Li Qingshan's handsome face, slammed his face on his face, leaving a clear palm mark, and evoked his chin. Now, who is it? Of course I am doing you. Li Qingshan's voice did not fall. A slamming sound, a slap in the face, a skull deflection, scarlet hair flying. Li Qingshan is still laughing. In this most desperate time, he has exhausted all the tricks and made all the attempts and efforts. He failed to make a breakthrough when he completely took Violent Stone's Monster Core refining and the most promising breakthrough in the Tiger Demon 4th layer. If it succeeds, everything will be different. But life is not there. The killing intent brought by Violent Stone Monster Core is retreating from the tide. The rest is just the bitter fruit of failure. This is the so-called destiny. Ha! I am not a Chubawang. If my strength is not good, it is not good. And what is your life? Desperate? Maybe. But as long as life still exists for a second, he has to stick to it. He looks at Spider Queen with a burning gaze. He doesn't spit out a bloody spit like the revolutionary martyrs, but calmly tries to struggle, but still in vain. Although Earth Divine Power is still constantly adding strength to him, every inch of his muscles is penetrated by the spider's thread. And he doesn't even listen to it. He can't even touch a little finger. Spider Queen Rose is pleased to admire this scene. This stubborn beast is finally subdued by her. There has never been a prey that makes her so excited. One hand fell on his lower body, gently stroking. The bright red tongue licked his cheek and said in his ear, "Good service. I will let you live for a while. If I am satisfied, maybe I will let you live a life. Let you continue to command the Night Walker, for my life." For the desperate, what is more attractive than hope? Just like a drowning person, even a straw must be desperately caught. Give a glimmer of hope. Bit by bit tame him, and finally kill him in the most cruel way. This is the ending she gave him, and only then can she calm the anger in her heart. There is still one thing in my body, it is your spider's thread can't run through. Li Qingshan smiled. What? Bone? Li Qingshan's bones are the hardest part of the body. Even the invincible spider silk can only penetrate his skin, flesh and blood, but has to bypass the root bone. At this time, suddenly there was a line of aura, flashing from my mind. The tiger is dead. Then I will break them by myself. Spider Queen rose awkwardly. Suddenly Li Qingshan trembled and moved, and was slightly surprised. Even if all the organs are worn, my bones are still moving. Li Qingshan's bones moved, unable to use the pain of the language to describe, spread all over the body. All the flesh and blood pinned by the spiders were pulled, but the lines did not move, as if to separate the flesh and blood. Blood runs along the gossamer, rolling and rolling, and the eyes are soaked in the ground. Even if it is a torture that is executed in a late manner, it seems to enjoy the general. Spider Queen Rose smiled again. She liked this desperate dying struggle, but Li Qingshan's performance was somewhat unsatisfactory. His face was not distorted by pain, but a smile was hanged, remembering a person. This feeling, I am afraid only Qian Rongzi can endure it. Lao Tzu cannot lose to her. No, cannot lose to myself. Suddenly, Li Qingshan felt like enlightened people with perfect wisdom. I understand. The phantom of Tiger Demon once again appeared in his sea of consciousness. He still screamed in the sky, and there were no enemies around him, but he was arrogant, like fighting invisible things, as if he was killed intent. Into the madness. Tiger Demon Bone refining heart frenzy. But this time, Li Qingshan saw something completely different. Tiger Demon madly fighting, not knowing who the enemy is. Even though heaven destroying and earth extinguishing, there is only one enemy forever, that is, oneself. If you can't beat yourself, even if you beat many opponents, you are weak. The winner is powerful and the winner is strong. And this enemy will be completely defeated forever. Only constant fighting, time and time again, defeating fear, overcoming pain, overcoming setbacks, and overcoming challenges. Even if you forget everything and get into frenzy, you can't stop. I thought that Tiger Demon 4th layer, like the previous 3rd layer, would inspire the killing intent and potential in the pressure of life and death outside, to break through. This is not the case. This is the true meaning of Tiger Demon. At the moment of Li Qingshan's enlightenment, a fierce hostility rushed out of him, so arrogant, so violent, to fight heaven and earth. Spider Queen Rose was a little surprised, taking a step back, but not ashamed. She clearly felt that Li Qingshan made another breakthrough, as if she had a magic knife that unlocked the seal, which made her feel dangerous. However, she let go of her heart, revealing a mocking smile, and suffered a heavy blow. He did not have a trace of monster chi. Even how to break through. How can she escape her palm? As if in response to her mind, a monster chi, I do not know where to come from, into the body of Li Qingshan. Spirit Turtle Monster Core, slamming. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 496 Chapter 10 I am very vengeful. Li Qingshan's monster chi is indeed completely exhausted, but in his within the body, there is an energy that can be converted to monster chi, which is better than taking any medicine pill. That's the wish power in the Great Amplifying Divine Symbol. Li Qingshan has never used the Great Amplifying Divine Symbol. It is not a rainy day. I think it will break through the Tiger Demon 4th layer at this moment. But in the case of the only way, even if all the wish power is converted into monster chi, it can only help him to support for a while. It's better to save and find a way to use this ever-changing Great Amplifying Divine Symbol as a last resort. Finally at this moment, play a miraculous effect. Spider Queen Rose noticed that the palm of her hand was cut towards Li Qingshan's neck, and it was turned into silver grey in midair, and he would be directly beheaded. Li Qingshan twisted her head and grabbed her wrist. Chapter 10 I am very eager to deflect the face, a flashing scarlet eye, staring at Spider Queen Rose. Spider Queen Rose felt a tingling tingle on his wrist, a slight guilty feeling, and felt something changed. This time, Li Qingshan not only keeps up with her speed, but also uses his sharp fangs to pierce her silver grey skin. The taste of the blood is pouring into the mouth, which is especially sweet. Give me death. Spider Queen Rose violent rage. His left hand clasped his head, 5 fingers pierced, seeing Li Qingshan's head. It is the same as mirror image clone. However, under the grasp, it did not penetrate. Tiger Demon Bone Refining. Li Qingshan when breaking through the Tiger Demon 4th layer, the bones underneath the body have been refined and become more sturdy and tough, and the skull is naturally the same. But his body still moving, even in the moment of restoring monster chi, the force of vibration has been continually honed, and it is necessary to shake off thousands of spider silks. 2 consecutive tricks didn't work, and Spider Queen Rose was furious when the enemy couldn't move. Pulling back and retreating for a moment, thousands of spiders are sprayed out of the red lips. Shot at Li Qingshan's head. His arms are not moving, and he can't be like a squad. If you rely on the Spirit Turtle Chapter 10, I am vengeful to resist the black armor. A breathing effort will be defeated. Li Qingshan seems to have fallen into desperation, and can no longer escape, but grinning, making the same movements as the Spider Queen Rose, pouting and screaming. Between listening, it sounded like a sharp whistle. But he spit out not a spider's silk, but a stream of wind. Welcomed the spider silk. Thousands of spiders, when they touched the stream of wind, were all blown away. The 4th layer is an extremely important one. Li Qingshan masters 3 divine ability cultivation techniques: Spirit Turtle and Bull Demon. It's all amazing changes in the 4th layer. Of course, this may also be just an illusion of him, perhaps the evolution that occurs naturally after the accumulation of the previous period reaches a certain level. But in any case, with the breakthrough of the Tiger Demon 4th layer, the 2 innate divine ability with Tiger Demon, it also evolved. This stream of wind, not the other, is one of his first insights into innate divine ability, Tiger Demon Killing Howl. In the case of the Bull Demon Hoof Stamp, it has not changed, and its power is also unsatisfactory. It has become the lowest frequency divine ability of Li Qingshan. But at this moment, there is no whistling wind. All the power is gathered up, turned into a stream of wind of an arm. Looks like the momentum of the past. But the fierceness contained in it, even if Fu Qingjin's sword Qi can't match, can blow away the spider silk of Spider Queen Rouse. Calling Tiger Demon Killing Howl is no longer appropriate, just as Bull Demon Hoof Stamp has become the current Bull Demon Vibration. From today on, this move is called Tiger Demon Blowing Breath. He has the ability to hide his breath, only to hide a part of Monster Chi, and to pass my attention. North Moon, I don't believe your Monster Chi is endless. Spider Queen Rose is thinking about it, so the technique is reapplied. However, it is determined that this time will never give him any chance, not kill him completely, and will not give up. Blowing and cobwebs are constantly colliding, and the difference is long. The sound of the squeaking sound is like 1,000 yokin, and the strings are smashed together. The scattered spider silk, flying up and down, crossed the cave, deeply cut into it. The dome was divided, and the boulder collapsed. The piece falls on the blow, and is silently divided into two halves. Compared to Bull Demon Vibration, Tiger Demon Blowing Breath is no doubt more efficient in smashing spider silk, but it also consumes Monster Chi. Li Qingshan has just filled up Monster Chi. After a while, it consumes most of it. However, Spider Queen Rose doesn't know that Li Qingshan has the Great Amplifying Divine Symbol card, which is constantly adding Monster Chi, which is not afraid of consumption. Gradually, Spider Queen Rose began to be anxious, and her Monster Chi was only 30%. Before the war, her Monster Chi was not perfect. In order to pursue the pinnacle pleasure between the bed, she allowed Li Qingshan to use the Bull Demon Vibration to destroy directly with the body. A vibration may not be a big deal for her, but it has accumulated many times, and the damage is not too shallow. It cost her 2 Monster Chi to treat the injury. When she wanted to come, this twofold Monster Chi, it didn't matter at all, and cleaned up Li Qingshan, and even Monching Chi couldn't finish it. In the next battle, Li Qingshan was unexpectedly difficult, and at this time, his Monster Chi is more endless. What the hell is going on? Is he really just Monster General? Finally, Li Qingshan within the body's gossamer inch collapsed, and then a shock. Thousands of spider silk, like a silver needle generally flew out. Please come out from the restraint. Earth Divine Power works immediately. His bright red heart, the dense wounds on it, gradually healing and jumping again. Although it is fierce to be worn by a million needles, it is easy to recover. A water spiritual chi emerges from the Danshan Chi Sea and spreads throughout the body. A cold and comfortable feeling instantly relieved the pain. Although I don't dare to use spiritual chi in front of Spider Queen, it doesn't matter if I use it with the body. Depleted the whole body of spiritual chi, a spirited, unharmed Li Qingshan once again stood in front of Spider Queen, received Tiger Demon Blowing Breath, and laughed and said, I am here to do you. Spider Queen Rose feels like he is caught in an incredible dream. No matter how many times he knocks him down, he can stand up again and challenge her. In the eyes of Li Qingshan, the flying spider silk suddenly seemed to slow down. He was short, and the spider silk flew over the face. Spider Queen Rose glimmered, and the spider silk suddenly turned in the direction, like a snake, rolling over. Li Qingshan waved his hand, sharp tiger claws, and the spider's silk was broken. He wanted to pounce on the Spider Queen, suddenly slammed his body shape, and leapt gently, and countless spiders passed under him. Looking into the distance, as if a white snake, violently turned back and opened his mouth to him. Li Qingshan stood in the footsteps, and the clawed eyes danced wildly, and the spiders were tearing open mouth, spit out a blowing wind, like spirit snake, wandering around the body, swaying the spider silk that wants to take the opportunity to sneak up and wrap it up. Li Qingshan is like a fierce tiger. In the jungle where the spider silk is woven, the running turns and the leaves are difficult to touch. Spider Queen Rose was stunned, and the speed and agility that Li Qingshan shown was almost no longer under her. A monster martial-like power, a monster martial-like speed, a monster martial-like reaction, monster general. In a moment, Monster Chi on Spider Queen Rose fell to 20%, and she finally stopped spinning. Li Qingshan took this opportunity. He flew away to Spider Queen Rose, but saw her face, floating yin cold smile. Receive. Spider Queen Rose thought about it, and there were countless spiders intertwined with each other there. The rocky soil was explored, and it was gathered from all directions, from front to back, to Li Qingshan. Before a moment, when she collided with Li Qingshan by the gossamer, countless spiders were stirred up and penetrated into the surrounding rock and soil. Those spider silks were not abandoned in this respect, but under her control, a line of intertwined, as if the spider was patiently weaving the spider, waiting for the prey to fall into it. In an instant, Li Qingshan reacted, blowing a wind blow, but only caused a wave of fluctuations. He punched out with a fist, and the power of vibration was hard to break this. Each line that forms this has the thickness of the index finger, which is made up of countless slender spider silks. The degree of toughness is not what she can squirt with her mouth. Once you are living, even if there is endless power, Bull Demon Vibration's divine ability will never be able to break free. Spirit Turtle Dark Armor. Li Qingshan snorted and countless regular hexagons formed into spheres to support the big. I see how long you can hold. Spider Queen Rose coldly snort, with a hand. The spider gathered, and the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor immediately appeared a crack, and the line pulled into it. It seems that the next moment, it can be cut into fragmentation. Are you ready? Li Qingshan laughed. What? Spider Queen Rose brows. What do you say? Li Qingshan looked at her white body and shot the tyrannical light. All oppression, all humiliation, is about to be repaid. Infatuation. Spider Queen Rose shouted, the spider tightened, and the crack in the caca sounded the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor. Actually, I have already noticed your conspiracy. Everything that happened in the earth can be overtaken me. Li Qingshan smiled. You found that you can't escape? Spider Queen Rose didn't believe it, but he couldn't help but have a bit of doubt. I am afraid that you will escape. Li Qingshan smiled. In fact, this spider is still flawed. Where? The Spirit Turtle Dark Armor is shattered. Li Qingshan raised his hand and said, it's you. Spider Queen Rose also only vaguely saw that behind Li Qingshan, 2 hurricanes spurted out, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. I was shocked, and it was too late to react. Li Qingshan hit the spider with a spider. Maintain this. Always need monster chi and physical strength. Now your monster chi has physical strength. It is almost consumed. Li Qingshan pressed her under her body. The tiger claws clasped her slender neck, sneered. I am very vengeful, child. R.S. Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 497 Chapter 11 says to do it. Spider Queen Rose no longer has a smile, horror, violent rage, and a hint of uncontrollable fear. This feeling, from the day she had spirituality, never stopped, until the day she was promoted to Monster Marshal. How many years? No one, no matter what, can make her feel fear. Am I lost? No, how can I lose? Spider Queen Rose struggled, clasping his arms with his hands and kicking his legs in his vest. Li Qingshan smirked, like a mountain, succumbing to Spider Queen Rose's white body, letting her struggle. It was still moving. The arm was scratched by her blood, and the vest was kicked, but her attack was no longer as fierce as it was at first, and it seemed to be somewhat weak at the moment. The 11th chapter of the battle is dry, and the Spider Queen Rose monster chi is almost exhausted, and the body is full of exhaustion, and the power is not as good as the original. Li Qingshan's body became more and more powerful after breaking through the Tiger Demon 4th layer, and with the constant supplement of monster chi with wish power, there is no feeling of fatigue under the influence of Earth Divine power. Especially after swallowing the monster core that digested Violent Stone, his strength has further increased. Under the circumstance, she has been unable to take any advantage in close combat. Spider Queen Rose picked up the remaining monster chi. The spider tightened, tied Li Qingshan, and grabbed his neck. 8 thorns, spurting him. Li Qingshan said nothing. A punch in her abdomen, its own bull demon, great strength, the power of vibration, and even some of the support of wish power. In an instant, Spider Queen Rose's body was stained with first-level silver gray. The power of the vibration is released. The silver gray skin cracked a crack and could not recover. The second punch fell again. Booming, Li Qingshan simply ignored the tightened spider and the stabbing thorns. It was just a punch and a fist on her, and she burst out of her heart. The spider gradually relaxed, and the foot thorn became more and more weak. Later, he couldn't even break his bull demon skin refining. Rodriguez 11 says dry on Spider Queen's metallic skin, ripples the layer upon layer, restores the texture of the skin, and the silver gray gradually recedes. Restore Snow White. Li Qingshan's fist, running out of the last piece of monster chi on her body, is no longer enough to maintain innate divine ability. Li Qingshan pulled the spider around him. Without monster chi to control, there is no power to pull. The spider is even indestructible. It is just a dead thing. Then patted Spider Queen Rose's cheek. How, Spider Queen, you are not serving you well. You can like this service. I want to kill you. Spider Queen Rose looked distorted, into the hysterical violent rage, opened his lips, and was about to spit out a spider's silk through the head of Li Qingshan. Pa! A loud slap in the face of Spider Queen Rose. The head deflected and turned, and then a slap in the face. Every time she turned her head when trying to spit out the spider's silk, she will slap a slap in the face, and a dozen or so slaps will fall. She finally gives up this self-deprecating behavior. Leaning his head, staring at Li Qingshan with one eye, this scene. It is exactly the same as the genius, but her eyes are full of grievances. Boom! Another punch fell on her abdomen. Li Qingshan didn't retaliate against her sinful eyes, but felt that in her within the body, monster chi had signs of starting to gather. Monster Marshall brought monster chi together too quickly. If you are not careful, let her get away from it. If you want to catch her, you will have to catch her. It will be difficult. I still have a lot of things to do. Li Qingshan thought about it, waved his hand, and the piece of spirit turtle dark armor flew out, forming a light blue sphere, just covering them and immediately separating spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is his illusion of Fu Qingjian's verdant ruins. To restore monster chi, you must have to smash spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this trick has no use value, because he is in it, and there is no way to swallow spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it's normal, Spider Queen Rose can break the cage in one stroke. But now, it is the most appropriate. Li Qingshan sighed and let go of the hand holding Spider Queen Rose's throat, gently touching her face, slipping to the collarbone, and then to the abundance of white and delicate. Now, it's time to enjoy the spoils. To the surprise of Li Qingshan, Spider Queen Rose did not struggle to resist, but slowly turned his head, as if he was afraid of angering him, and the fascinating face showed a soft color that he had never seen before. You win, is it? Li Qingshan was full of joy, but there was a trace of loss. Looking at this incomparably Spider Queen, surrendered to him, he had a feeling of great excitement and joy. But he is still full of tyranny, not showing it. For the millennium, you are the first person to beat me, and the first person to make me so satisfied. I am willing to be your woman and give birth to a powerful child. Spider Queen Rose slowly got up and hugged Li Qingshan. The two groups were soft and melted. They were generally attached to his hard chest, scarlet lips, and gently kissed Li Qingshan's shoulder, all the way up to his neck. In the past few years, she has kissed him many times, but she has never had such a gentle and tame attitude. Li Qingshan also seemed to calm down the tyranny in her heart, inserting her head into her hair, gently stroking, with a faint smile on her face, which seemed to be extremely enjoyable. Spider Queen Rose's kiss became more intense, but his expression suddenly changed and his bite went down. Hidden under the delicate lips, it is the sharp fangs, which contains the most violent venom. As long as he injects his within the body all at once, he will soon spread to the head, and she will be defeated, at least to get rid of this cage and restore some monster chi in order to fight again. I know that you can't change your dog's taste. In addition, if you want to be my woman, you don't have this qualification. Li Qingshan only felt a slight tingling in her neck, and her smile did not change. She grabbed Spider Queen Rose's hair and pulled it. The spirit turtle monster core sent a clear warning long before she launched the attack. She had not had time to inject the toxins, and the conspiracy was completely disintegrated by Li Qingshan. Only 2 faint red dots are left. North Moon, I will kill you. Peel off your skin. Eat your meat. Ha 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 ha, I understand your abnormal psychology a bit. Listening to this infatuated and imaginary enemy who is unable to resist, it is really his mother's double. We still have a better posture. Li Qingshan got up, pressing Spider Queen Rose's head on the ground, forced her over and looked in her eyes. Also slightly bright. Unlike the true form, her human form is very beautiful. But even after countless times, there has never been a chance to appreciate from this angle, probably following the principle of not giving the back to the enemy. Her rounded buttocks were extraordinarily full, and as the struggle struck high, a white light shook, and the waist is suddenly gathered. The slender one is just a grip, and even has a somewhat exaggerated feeling, while the lines on the back are very beautiful. The crisp breasts are also extraordinarily full, except for the words "devil's figure," which can no longer be more appropriately described. Li Qingshan grinned. This prize I like. You dear. I'm Self-Donation Monster Core. Spider Queen Rose turned his head desperately and threatened. Oh, no fatal threat, you will Self-Donation Monster Core. Talk not like a human race. Even if it is really self-donation, Lozi said it will never change. Li Qingshan laughed, suddenly leaned down and said in a soft voice in her ear, "Dear, I am coming." In the stillness of the Spider City, the night walkers carefully came back as thin ice, confirming that there was no breath and sound. Only slightly let go of my heart, but still dare not enter the city. On the open space where the magma and the flowing water are intertwined under the Spider City, the 6 clans gather together, whispering and whispering. Is the North Moon adult really into the resting palace of Spider Queen? Not only entered, and seems to be fierce. It seems that we have to go directly to Spider Queen. Directly? North Moon? Oh, I think he is arrogant and fainted. He thought that with a monster general in his area, can he escape life from Monster Marshal? Now it became the food of Spider Queen. Oh, the master will never die. Just rely on your stupid woman, and also guess the power of the master. The discussion of the Night Walker is a whisper, as if afraid to break the silence of the city. But this voice is stimulating and full of unparalleled self-confidence, as if torn the thunder of the dark clouds. Yi Mingzi jumped up and squinted through every Night Walker. All Night Walkers closed their mouths and focused their attention on Yi Lubo's body, full of badness. Yi Lubo, you are a rebellious fox, and helped the North Moon to oppress me. We haven't had time to find you, but now I dare to jump out and be ready to diatone. A bit of Matriarch's negative test. The Night Walker looked gloomy and silent, and for a moment, I did not know how many daggers were taken out. If a black shadow is looming, it will be integrated into the darkness at any time to launch a deadly assassination. Night Walker is willing to follow Li Qingshan's order, in addition to its own powerful enough, more importantly, the order of Spider Queen Rose. The nature of Night Walkers makes it impossible for them to truly surrender to anyone. Betrayal and killing are just as simple as breathing. Even Yi Lusa has his own pursuits and plans, and only Yi Lubo is absolutely die-hard. Li Qingshan retired for 3 years. Night Walker can contribute so many spirit grass. The biggest hero is not Yi Lusu, but Yi Lubo. She did not use the name of Li Qingshan to force the 6 clan to collect spiritual grass, and she the special favor is also the bane of hatred. Now Li Qingshan is dead. Even if he lives a life, he can only escape to this subterranean world. and it is even more impossible to continue to command them. Many contradictions will erupt. Yeluba became the target of the public. I don't know how many of the Nightwalker strongmen who passed heavenly tribulation just want to take Yeluba's life. Just a moment. Please tell me that the festival is full of dreamers. I am a soft-skinned person. I am afraid that others will be good to me. Look at the trend of the monthly ticket. Do not keep updating. I am not willing to go. Sure enough. The New Year's weather, the first month of this year. Is it necessary to keep more than 20 people at the end of the month? Okay, I don't have any opinions. If you dare not vote, I dare to open a single chapter. As for why I didn't dare to break out, I can only say 4 words: the heroes are spared. Every time I broke out, I broke it, and I didn't want it. Well, that would be fine. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 498. Chapter 12, Kill or Not Kill. The Spider City goes down, through layers of earth and stone, until 1,000 feet deep. There is a cave. The caves do not resemble natural formations. There are no stalactites that are intertwined with fangs. Only the boulders that are divided are scattered. In the pile of rocks, there is a blue sphere consisting of countless regular hexagons. The texture of the sphere is translucent, but it is a sight that cannot be seen clearly. It seems that the first level water mist is condensed in the inner layer. A loud bang. A hand printed on the sphere. It is a woman's hand. The 5 fingers are long, the palm is small, very beautiful. But the power it emits is not small at all. A moment of Kaku is crisp, as if the ice is cracking, and the blue sphere is cracked. As you can imagine, as long as you pay it a few more times, you can probably smash it. The 12th chapter of The Water Kills or Does Not Kill the Fog and Spreads. Some vaguely can see the woman's face. Any man standing here, I am afraid to be stunned. Admire her face. It is a fascinating and mature face, more than a pure beauty, more of a bewitching charm. Even if her face is full of shame and anger, the high arrogance is still clear and identifiable, seems to have been integrated into her temperament, like a queen. If the status is not honorable, the power is in the grip. It is impossible to develop such a temperament, but it can also arouse the man's desire to conquer. Her long black hair, scattered, but still can be imagined. Its clouds are high and noble. The thin red lips are solidified in a cold dark, and they are used to issuing orders on weekdays, but they are constantly opening up. Spit the white mist. It seems to be cursing, and it seems to be in a moan. However, it was blocked by the sphere and there was no sound. Trying to look inside the ball, it became more and more ambiguous. I saw a white human figure. It seems that there is no silk between the vague. She seemed to be extremely indecent and squatted on the ground, swinging involuntarily. The 2 groups in front of him were white and violently shaking. The 2 red spots below were like 2 red cherries on the snow, and they swayed back and forth. People can't help but give birth to the 12th chapter of the idea of killing or not killing more enticing. Boom! Another loud noise. She tried her best. The second palm was shot with the bite, and the crack became bigger and denser. Look at this situation. If you can't use it for a few more shots, you can break the ball and get rid of it. Suddenly both arms, from the body behind her, pounced out, caught her slender waist and dragged her back. She waved her arm in vain. Struggling, but not the enemy. The whole text novel is the fastest update. In a flash, the crack on the sphere disappears and is in the cave. Restore the silence again. I don't know how long it took. The blue sphere suddenly disappeared. First, a large white fog spread out, and one of the erect figures was faintly visible. The full head scarlet hair was like a fire. When the fog was gone, Li Qingshan stretched out and took a deep breath of the refreshing spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The thoughts were very incomparable and the heart was very satisfying. If it weren't for spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he might have broken through the 7th layer realm and went straight to 9th layer. However, it was only the taste that seemed to have swam around the 9th layer and turned his eyes to the ground. Hey, if you want to eat me, let you have a good time. Spider Queen Rose lay on the ground, her eyes closed, as if she was unconscious. and the snowy white body was sweating, and it was a trace of love. Although she was struggling initially, Li Qingshan did not use her favorite to serve her. Later, she had no strength to resist. Let him be at his mercy. Even if he was very cooperative, he was afraid that he would not try when he was embracing to bite him with fangs. Naturally, there is no need to always take a safe posture. Of course, Li Qingshan has to admit that it is his favorite. However, he can't tell whether she is addicted to the, or whether there is. If you can't resist, then enjoy it. Or both. Hey, kid, don't play dead, then I will kill you. Li Qingshan crouched down and patted the Spider Queen Rose's cheeks, naturally not to be deceived by this illusion, because at the moment the spirit turtle dark armor opened, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rolled in and immediately began to gather with her. Originally, it was just a talk. But when it was exported, it still couldn't help but give birth to a thought. Would you like to kill her? Now is the weakest time for Spider Queen Rose. I want to kill her. Now is the best time. When she is fully recovered, she will say who is killing. Li Qingshan's current strength is to take 1 foot into Monster Martial's realm. Basically, he can sweep the heavenly tribulation realm. Now all the Foundation Establishment Cultivator and Monster General of Clear River Prefecture stand in front of him. It can also be handled with ease, and even if you encounter Monster Martial and Golden Core Cultivator that have crossed second heavenly tribulation, self-protection is no problem. However, it is almost impossible to win the battle. Li Qingshan is a bit lucky to win this time. Spider Queen Rose is too big. Her vicious temperament can be said to be the root cause of her failure. If I don't want to catch Li Qingshan, I'll take a bit of fun, and then have a wild taste. She won't fall into this field. And the deeper reason is that after becoming Monster Martial, she has been fighting life and death for many years. Even if it is a natural hunter, if there is no such opponent, the ability to fight will be degraded, and the full strength will not be exerted. When Li Qingshan first murdered a knife, he never stopped fighting. If the real strength, Li Qingshan and Spider Queen Rose are still worse than the other. As an insect race, she is not a weak hand in Monster Martial. Li Qingshan tested the Great Amplifying Divine Symbol, which has been used for many years, and directly consumed 30%, all to complement Monster Chi. Although he has the divine ability of Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, the quality of Monster Chi is not inferior to that of Monster Martial. But the amount is too far away. After all, he spent a few years in heavenly tribulation. Although he ate a lot of spirit medicine, the accumulation was still very weak. Fighting with her twice, even once, can't be eaten. If you don't have this great amplifying divine symbol to add Monster Chi, how much chance does he have? Even if you can barely beat her, it is hard to subdue her like this. Spider Queen Rose will never be stupid enough to run out of Monster Chi. A Monster Martial is going to flee, and with him, how can he stop it? The next step is a steady stream of revenge. He would never think about getting peace with Spider Queen Rose afterwards, unless her hidden sex is motivated and immersed in the thrill of being conquered. This is not an erotic novel. The so-called machine cannot be lost, no longer come. You dare to kill me, I will self-detonation Monster Core, and I will die with you. Spider Queen Rose squinted and stared at Li Qingshan. Surprisingly, there was no hatred and nostalgia, only suffocating coldness and quietness. Her voice was weak and she was slightly hoarse. Li Qingshan did not dare not put her threat on her heart, and she was very surprised. She felt that she had become different from the Spider Queen Rose in his memory. In fact, Spider Queen Rose is not in play dead. Naively thought that this can be passed through Li Qingshan, but in the taste of this love, finishing the thoughts. This incident is naturally a shame for her, but it is not the incident itself that makes her feel humiliated. She does not have the concept of, no love, and prosperity is only the most normal thing in nature. She is humiliated to be conquered by the weak. If Li Qingshan is a monster king, she will not resist anything, because in nature, the strong naturally have the power to choose a partner. The problem is that Li Qingshan is just a monster general, or her men. In the case that her strength is not as good as her, she is guilty of the following: weak and strong, and her heart is naturally full of unwillingness and anger. Li Qingshan unexpectedly, he really guessed it. Although it was a humiliation, Spider Queen Rose really realized the unprecedented pleasure, the kind of pinnacle joy mixed with pain and weakness, which made her part of the heart paralyzed by ease and revived. She seems to have returned to the past, when a spider, hunger and threats everywhere, abuse and killing must be done every day, otherwise it will be killed by this cruel nature. The heavy darkness is no longer full of emptiness and boring. She once again found the meaning of cultivation. If Li Qingshan knows what she is doing, it will be so meaningful to her. She will be full of pride. Maybe she will help to conquer this proud Spider Queen. But unfortunately, he guessed the wrong beginning, but did not guess the wrong ending. Spider Queen Rose is preparing for a hunt. This is not revenge, but the instinct that nature has given her. How can I be willing? You are my child. Li Qingshan grinned, as if she was showing weakness. She was afraid that she really did. For monster, who struggled for survival from birth, the will to survive is deeply engraved into instinct. Therefore, when she is doing what she wants, even if the voice of threats rings again, he does not care. But once he is threatened with death, he will never underestimate her decision. Monster Martial Self-Donation Monster Core, not a joke. This is still Li Qingshan's strength is not enough. If he is also Monster Martial Realm, self-protection is very big. Spider Queen Rose can't threaten him like this, and it's not impossible to force her to surrender. However, in the heart of Li Qingshan, the killing intent was strong, and her hand slipped from her face, holding her slender neck like a swan. I feel that she will become quite troublesome. It is probably impossible to kill her before she self-donation Monster Core. But if I use the 70% of wish power, I will not have a chance because of my physical strength. Survive. As if I had wiped out the first level of thick dust, the Spider Queen Rose felt extremely acute in the sense of crisis, and the body immediately tightened, with the body's monster core on the verge of detonation. This is a cold confrontation that can be seen every day in nature. When hunting a bison, the lion should also worry about whether it will be killed by bullhorn. Do you want to pretend to give in first? No, once you show weakness, it will strengthen his determination. In nature, it is full of bluff, but there is no illusion, and the weak is eliminated. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 499 Chapter 13, Where the Dream Lies. In the repressive confrontation, spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the Spider Queen Rose within the body, and with the recovery of monster chi, the physical strength is slowly recovering. Li Qingshan stole her chances and slipped away. Finally, Li Qingshan moved and slowly recovered his hand. Is it a way for her to be alive or a precursor to an attack? Spider Queen Rose didn't dare to care. He was afraid that he was tempted. Li Qingshan's mind has been fixed. I even let Fu Qingjin put it, but is it afraid of her revenge? Yes, a monster martial is crazy, not a foundation establishment cultivator that can be eaten with divine sword. Oh, the threat is small. If the threat is big, it will kill. Isn't it a bully and a hard-hitting, pretending to be a model? If it is the same as Fu Qingjin, even if you fight for another million years, you can't break through Tiger Demon 4th layer. The 13th chapter of the Dream to the Road to Above the Nine Heavens is bound to be full of hardships and twists, and the tragic scars on the elder brother Bull are vivid. Spider Queen Rose is nothing compared to the enemies to face in the future. Let this little spider be the cornerstone of my progress. However, Li Qingshan refused to let the Spider Queen Rose sit down cross-legged. He smiled and said, I know that you are dissatisfied and think that I am not good at winning. This is not wrong. But winning is winning. Losing is losing. This battle is that I won. Can you admit? I admit. Spider Queen Rose, the cold road. This original is the most basic principle of nature. There is no fairness and justice, only the death or the birth of life. From today, I will no longer obey your command. Subterranean World's territory, I have half of the rule. Monster belongs to you, Nightwalker belongs to me, my loot, how do you see? Yes, but not half, but the whole. From then on, your order is my order. My resting palace, You can come and go as you like. In human race, you are my husband. Spider Queen Rose said calmly. In the end, there was even a chilling smile. You want to murder your husband-in-law? Li Qingshan haha laughed, breaking her movements in the 13th chapter of her dreams. Spider Queen Rose is most afraid of Li Qingshan, after the vote, escape. With his ability to hide her breath, she really has no place to look for. With his strength, even going to other states is very easy. Then he set the bait, just to keep him in this territory. She believes that as long as he fights again, he will be killed. In fact, she is now a little bit tempted, and in a short time, her monster chi has recovered a lot. I advise you to wait until you have the absolute confidence to challenge me again. Next time, I will not be so generous, my mother. Li Qingshan smiled and squeezed Spider Queen Rose's chin and shook her head. In order not to make you suspicious, you are scared. I don't want you to find you. Let's make a meeting for the next meeting. Spider Queen Rose smiled, his hand gently stroking the abundance of his chest. I am afraid that the bait set is too small. He refused to hook. At this time, she has completely changed back to being a calm hunter. Now is one of the rulers of this territory. You tell me, what is the one in the magma? Li Qingshan asked, the doubts hidden in his heart for a long time. The face of Spider Queen Rose suddenly changed, and it seemed to be in doubt. I should consider whether I should answer it or not. What do you want to know about me? She hasn't spoken yet, and Li Qingshan's face has changed. A young and old voice sounds directly in his mind. This statement may be a bit strange, but it is his most real feeling. The voice is tender as if the baby is crying in addition to the first cry of the mother's womb, and the old is like the old man who has read the vicissitudes of life. The last words. Li Qingshan has made a slap in the face. Is this? Is there at least a few hundred miles from Subterranean world? But immediately calm down and ask, who are you? It doesn't matter, what's important. Who are you? Li Qingshan took a moment and didn't know how to answer. The voice went on to say, but it doesn't matter. What is important? Where are you going? You won't ask me where to come from. Li Qingshan smiled. One opening is the ultimate problem in life. Is this a deep-buried subterranean world? Security? The voice was silent. I wonder if it was said by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. My name is North Moon. I always come here. Come here. This language is deeply philosophical. Are you a man who is a demon? In fact, Li Qingshan is not trying to figure out this, but is he an enemy or a friend? Spider Queen Rose apparently knew him, and it was reasonable to say that they were all the way, but Spider Queen Rose didn't ask him for help even at the end of life and death. And he clearly understands what is happening here, but just stands by. You really are called North Moon? Are you a demon? Li Qingshan still smiled, but the smile in the middle of it was light. What did he see? His half-human demon status is the biggest secret of his body. Once exposed, the consequences are unimaginable. If it is an ordinary guy, Li Qingshan has a murderous heart, but the baby under Subterranean world is obviously not something he can kill. Maybe he can't be sure. Just ask this question. Maybe it's just a temptation. I can't be a mess. But it doesn't matter. Li Qingshan was thinking about how to answer, and the sound was interrupted again, which made him very upset. What is important? Li Qingshan felt a little familiar when she spoke. The voice immediately replied, I didn't say it. Where are you going? Where am I going? What are you going to do? Turn off my business because we are going to a place. Then you talk about where I am going? Heavens! How do you know? Li Qingshan was shocked. From the first time I saw you, I knew that your picture was not small. The frog at the bottom of the well, the cultivation of life, is not to climb the well. Look at heaven and earth outside. It has been calm and gentle. There is not much tone of voice in. Suddenly heated up. There is more than a generation of pride. He humbly claimed to be the frog at the bottom of the well. But Li Qingshan immediately knew that he was not a leisurely figure. Think of 9 provinces in this world as a well, embarrassed, not stretched, and more heroic words. There is another meaning, Li Qingshan did not understand. The frog is humble. But in this well, it can also be called the king. No natural enemies exist. You said it is good, we are the same way. I have to go to above the 9 heavens. Li Qingshan has a little more respect in his heart. Speaking is polite, but still only recognize each other as fellow travelers, no status, no humble knees. This is the pride of Green Bull, not to bow to anyone. Li Qingshan probably heard the meaning of the voice. The so-called heavens is the goal of all cultivators, breaking through this session's restraint and going to the higher and further world. Not that I know his agreement with Green Bull. I'm wrong. The voice once again fluctuated and was full of surprise. Where is it wrong? Is it wrong for me to say something? Li Qingshan is inexplicable. I still underestimated you. Above the 9 heavens. Hey, this goal. Even for me, it is too far away, and I don't think about it at all. Are we not talking about a place above the 9 heavens? Is it far away? Although Li Qingshan did not mention these 4 words, there is no specific concept. He is still only a heavenly tribulation, and it is even more important to think about it a bit early, or a down-to-earth cultivation. But when you meet someone who knows the road by chance, you can't help but ask, where is the end of his dream? Far? Oh, I just want to climb out of the well, but you want to fly to heaven. Is it really so difficult? Li Qingshan is stunned. This metaphor is too exaggerated. How deep can the well be, and how far is the earth from the sky? No, it's a bit too simple. If you just fly to the sky, I have a little bit of hope. Just keep going. The frog wants to become a bird. It is not impossible. But, you want to become a star. Ah, it's a big ambition. The whole 9 provinces, the billions of creatures, who have this wish. I'm afraid you only have one. The voice is full of curiosity. It seems to be amazed at Li Qingshan. How can there be such unrealistic thoughts? I am waiting for you at above the 9 heavens. Waiting for you to be with me. The words of Green Bull before leaving, echoed in Li Qingshan's mind. Until now I understand what this sentence means. Li Qingshan was silent. He was naive enough to think that he had just picked up a mountain. Why, I was scared. It turned out that I was too worried. It seems that you just added the words 9 heavens. There is too much nonsense. I will ask again. You have to go to heavens, right? The voice seemed to be a relief, and it seemed a little disappointing. Did the elder brother bull add 2 more words? The answer is obvious, no. Li Qingshan's answer is the same, no, I am going to above the 9 heavens. He looked up and smiled with a sullen face and a bright face. On a certain day of the year, a frog jumps at the bottom of the well, exercising his legs and feet, expecting the moment of jumping out of the well. At this time, a small donkey said, Frog, I want to become a star. The frog patiently told Xiaoyan, the stars are far and far away, and the cockroaches are not stars. I think it is very sure that you become a frog. Xiaoyan thought for a moment. Well, then I will become a frog first. Then become a star. The frog is speechless. Li Qingshan's gesture of prestige suddenly settled down, distressed, and scratched his head. But what is the place of above the 9 heavens? Hey, look at what you know very well. You tell me, we can probably a total trip. I don't know where it is. I only heard that it is the center of great thousand-fold world, the home of heavenly God Buddha. It seems that you are also asking questions. But as long as you step by step, you probably won't get lost. It wasn't until a long time later that Li Qingshan understood that the word 9 in 9 heavens was not a quantifier but an adjective. 9. The number is also extremely, meaning endless. If you really want to go, I can help you. But you have to help me a little. RQ! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 500 Chapter 14 Phoenix Plume Feather. What little is it? Li Qingshan is almost able to judge that the baby is not very hostile to him, and this so-called small busy is probably the root cause of his sudden emergence. Do you know Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple? Who doesn't know Verdant Province? The Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is a cultural technique called Heavenly Dragon Meditation Chant. Well, This is their sect guarding absolute art. Then, no. Then you can find the Heavenly Dragon meditation chant and give it to me. Is this what you said? Let me have a monster general and go to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple to steal their sect guarding absolute art? Li Qingshan smiled. I want to have this ability, and talk nonsense with you. Now I will Spider Queen Rose 100 times. It's much easier than going to above the 9 heavens. You don't have to rush to refuse. Let me hear what I can do for you. What? Phoenix Bloom. Li Qingshan was shocked and had already got Phoenix Nirvana scripture, but cultivation has not been very successful. If you can get Phoenix Bloom, maybe it is an opportunity. Perhaps adding the power of Phoenix transformation. How do I know if you are telling the truth? When you get Heavenly Dragon meditation chant, come back and verify it to me. The voice receded like a tide and became far away. With just a bird's feather, I want to change the absolute art of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple. It's too embarrassing. Since you want it, why not take it yourself? I have trouble with me. The voice is more and more ethereal. It's better to give me Phoenix Plume first, let me improve the cultivation base, and I can grasp more. I am waiting for your help, fellow travelers. The voice echoed and gradually disappeared. Spider Queen Rose was talking to Li Qingshan and saw him suddenly stunned. The body is separated from Li Qingshan. With a wave of hand, all the spiders are gathered to her, layered and intertwined, turned into a close-fitting clothing, wrapped in a delicate body. Of course not because of any shame. These tough spiders, woven clothes are the best armor. I don't know who you are. After a few moments, Li Qingshan returned to God, opened his eyes, and was a bit stunned. This chapter was uploaded by friends. When I saw Spider Queen Rose's dress, I couldn't help but smile. What are you? Fishing gear? Do you want me to take it off for you? The spider silk is originally transparent. Although it is interwoven, it seems to be covered with first-level crepe, and the skin is looming. On the outside, the big one is set, and she is even more attractive than a naked one. Can you try? Spider Queen Rose laughed. Her monster chi has recovered 1%. Don't look at only 10% of the district. Now Li Qingshan is trying to exhaust the remaining wish power even if he is fully committed. It is impossible to leave her again. There is an opportunity. A child? Then I will take a step. Li Qingshan smiled confidently, waving wind god wings and going away. Spider Queen Rose pinched her fist and felt that her heart was slightly loose. Li Qingshan no longer asked the identity of the baby, and she was too happy to answer. Where did you know that they had some conversations? If she knows that the baby last name for Li Qingshan is the same person, then she will be surprised to close her mouth, and then rethink the attitude towards Li Qingshan. Yi Leixing, you dare to do it? I dare not fight back. When the master comes back, he will kill you and avenge me. In the Spider City, under the eyes of the Night Walker, Yi Lubo calm and fearless, laughing out loud at Bat Shadow Clan's matriarch. Do you really believe that he can come back? Hee. Yi Leixing gave a nervous qualitative laugh. The hates of the 6 clan are not exactly, and the hatred of Bat Shadow Clan and Spider Shadow Clan is extremely profound. Since Li Qingshan's superior position, Spider Shadow Clan has benefited the most, and the status of Bat Shadow Clan has been declining. The hatred is on the heart and is constantly fermenting. Yi Lubo said, Hey, Bat Shadow Clan is dead, he won't die. Yi Leixing played a snake-shaped dagger in his hand and sneered, Well, then don't hide. See if she can avenge you. Bat Shadow Clan want to go to war? Yi Liusu came out of the crowd. How about the war? You are a junior, dare to tell me what to do? Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Is nothing more than a unified Night Walker yourself as matriarch. Do not look at their own too. No North Moon support, you nothing is. Yi Leixing sighed. Over the years, Yi Liusu has been convened from subterranean world. And the Night Walker, who is unwilling to fight in each clan, has shaken the roots of several clan and defended the clan of several clan, still on Yi Lubo. With Yi Leixing taking the lead, the eyes of several other matriarchs have become deep and unpredictable. Yi Liusu's brows are slightly stunned, and it feels clear that a cold killing intent. I do not know where to lock her. The atmosphere suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley, as if it had returned to the era where the Night Walker fought each other. Yi Mingzu stood up and said, I advise you to calm down. Liu Su is working hard for our entire Night Walker race. You have seen the results of these years. It is good for all of us to work together to let go of the dispute. Benefits. Yi Mingzu, you want your daughter to ride on our heads. Then you have to think clearly. Yi Liu Su Yi Lubo, betrayed Spider Queen, and rebel against North Moon, and there is nothing wrong with it. Now when we join forces to annihilate it, it is a great achievement. If you want to cover them, even your Spider Shadow clan will be annihilated. During the conversation, Yi Leixi kept on exchanges with other matriarchs, passed on the audio, and finally reached an agreement. Of course, it is not loyalty to Spider Queen, but a lot of resources in the hands of Yi Liusu. Silently, several orders were released, and the 5 clans Night Walker strong surrounded Yi Liusu, Yi Lubo and the others. Yi Mingzu thought about it and waved, and the Spider Shadow clan's elders became part of the encirclement, but farthest, only on the periphery. Yi Liusu led the guards, standing back and forth in a circle, watching them with vigilance, but they were hesitant because they were originally born clan. Except for Yi Liusu and Yi Lubo, others are just being blinded. Now it's time to return to the clan, otherwise it's the same as the 2 rebellious ones. Yi Leixi is more and more proud. She believes that as long as she says a word, her daughter will return to her side again. Other matriarchs also summoned the princesses they sent to be undercover. I thought about it. I lost this power, and Yi Liusu's hardworking power will immediately fall apart. It's ridiculous that she really thought she was in power. However, to everyone's surprise, although many people were hesitant, no one immediately came out and returned to the clan. Unconsciously, Yi Liusu uses her ideals and true feelings to influence everyone around her. Yi Liusu lips and microx, seemingly gratifying. Back to the dagger, a sincere voice. Thank you. The situation is critical now. The owner is hard to measure, but I believe that he will definitely come back. But I don't want to force others to take risks with me. No matter who wants to return to the clan, I will not stop it. If you can save it. Life is not a thing for our sisters. A tall female Night Walker grabbed Yi Liusu's shoulder and smiled. To be honest, although the North Moon is a master, but he has not let me cool in bed. I can't believe him, but I believe you, Yi Liusu. There is another Night Walker. If the owner can't come back, we will set up another clan. Liusu, come to matriarch. We obey North Moon and follow the orders of Spider Queen. What is his relationship with rebellious and rebellious? I don't believe that Spider Queen is ignorant. Yi Liusu was in a hot heart, moved inexplicably, and couldn't speak. Yi Leixi angrily said, Yi Liusu, let you be so eloquent, you can't escape today. If you want her life, kill me first. A cold voice, the cold face of Yi Liuxing, came out in the encirclement, and looked at Yi Liusu deeply. There was an indescribable feeling in the middle, and there was a touch of gentleness in the voice. I quit Spider Shadow clan and join your majesty. Yi Lubo sees it all in his eyes, and sincerely feels happy for Yi Liusu. Sister, this is your chum. The owner said yes, you are special. Under the persuasion, not only did Yi Liusu's forces fall apart, but it also contributed to her momentum. The matriarchs are all shocked. Is this really a Night Walker? Where are they? In cold suspicion. After being surprised, I felt a deeper threat. I secretly made up my mind. No, this Yi Liusu must be removed. Otherwise it might be a unified clan. Liuxing, I don't think I have to quit Spider Shadow clan, because from now on, Yi Liusu is the new matriarch of Spider Shadow clan. Yi Mingzu smiled, but there was some disappointment in my heart. This is a chance to grow the Spider Shadow clan. These 2 forces merge, Spider Shadow clan can override the other 5 clan, and even have a chance to unify. From 1 enemy to 6, to 2 enemy 5. It seems that there is still a gap. But over the years, with Li Qingshan's favor, Both Yi Liusu and Spider Shadow Clan have accumulated a lot, and the various spirit talisman are innumerable. If you fight, you may not lose. Yi Liusu was pleasantly surprised. Yes, Mother Liusu, I can only help you so much. Yi Mingzu, slightly decapitated, smiled in the heart. There is such a different daughter, I do not know is a blessing or a curse. However, from another angle, Yi Liusu is as heartless as any other Night Walker. Even if it is a biological daughter, Yi Mingzu can't just give Matriarch the power. At this time, Spider Shadow Clan is outside, Yi Liusu and the others are inside, which has formed an internal outsourcing folder. The two sides confront each other and the war is on the verge. Yi Mingzu, are you determined to betray Spider Queen and support the remnants of the North Moon? Yi Lixiang Yin cold. Rebellious North Moon? Are you talking about me? Everyone looked back and saw a scarlet hair flying in the air, standing in front of the city gate, scarlet eye as fire, coldly overlooking.